our best writers have ventured into the world of the macabre. One of them was the man who knew 19th century India better than any other, Rudyard Kipling. Our story is an adaptation of At the End of the Passage. A man by the name of Hummel is assistant engineer in charge of building a section of the Guadalajara Railroad line. Every Sunday, 3 friends visit him in his shabby, ramshackle cottage to play cards, gossip, and share a meal. In summer, the heat is sultry and oppressive. It is night, 101 degrees. Hummel seems to be possessed. With him is a doctor, a friend named Spurstow.
I gave you morphia, Hummel.
Not enough, Spurstow. I must have more. I can't sleep. I haven't slept for a week. I can't run fast enough.
You what? Can't run fast enough? What does that mean?
Schumer understands. My houseboy. If I sleep only a little, I can't run fast enough. Please, Spurstow, morphia, so I can run.
Our mystery story, At the End of the Passage, by Rudyard Kipling, was adapted especially for Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor. It stars John Beale. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with that. India in the 19th century. The smell of the bazaars, the rains, the heat of the sun-scorched earth, all seen and recorded unerringly by Kipling, a man born in Bombay and who spoke Hindustani. India then was more a continent than a country. England built roads and railroads under great difficulties. One of the rail lines being built in the northwest was the Guadalajara line. Hummel came out years ago and was assistant engineer of the project. Dr. Spurstow was medical chief, endlessly alert to cholera. A man named Lones was civil service, and Mottram was from the Indian Survey Office. 3 men who on Sundays sought each other's company as Hummel awaits them.
Schumer, where the devil are you? I am here, Sahib. Oh, so you are. You lie down, master. Perhaps I should. Bring me a soda water, Schumer. Dr. Spurstow will make you well. I am well. There's nothing wrong with me. It's the heat. I just can't sleep. No civilized man can sleep when it's 104. I bring you the soda water. No, it does me no good. Fans hardly moving. You need much rest. There's no time for rest. Work. Heat. Too bad about Sahib Gibbons. I'll sit on the veranda and wait for them to ride up. Go about your business. Make certain the dinner's good or I'll skin you alive. Yes, master.
Hello, Hummel. Why are you sitting out here? You're as white as a radish.
Oh, come in, Spurstow. Lounge? Where's Mottram?
Still in the desert. Couldn't make it.
Why not? What will we do about Whist? Inconsiderate of him. Can't the Indian Survey Office spare him 1 day?
Well, he does have to come 100 miles by rail and 30 more by horse.
Well, come in.
Don't be hard on Mottram. Don't forget that I left a cholera-stricken camp of coolies to look after themselves for 48 hours.
I'm overwhelmed by your sacrifice, Doctor.
Have you got a bird in your trousers?
What is the matter with you?
Never mind his bad manners, Lounge. Glass of beer will cool us all off.
Maybe it would. I have none.
Oh, dear.
Beer ran out. I've written and wired, but the trains don't come through regularly yet. Soda water.
It's got any fresh reading material?
Last week's Gazette of India. My brother sent it out. It's rather amusing. Listen to this, Lawrence. An MP's speech to his constituents. I assert that the civil service in India is the preserve of the aristocracy of England. The aristocracy takes good care to maintain their lavish scale of income.
Oh, that'll do.
Yes, I'd give 3 months' pay to have that gentleman spend a month with me and see how one fares with the independent native king.
The aristocracy, what rubbish.
Old Timbersides, the king I've in mind, has 3 millions in jewels and coins under his palace, and the state of the people is enough to make you sick. Yes, and what can I do? Nothing. Soon to be with you, Doctor.
Oh, would you? I don't think so. About 15 deaths a day, and the poor devils look at you as though you ought to save them. Lord knows I've tried everything.
How do the cases run, generally?
Very simply indeed. Chlorodyne, opium pill, chlorodyne, collapse, niter, bricks to the feet, and then the burning cat.
Aye. The level of space at the head of the stairs leading to the river, where the bodies are cremated.
And here we are, the aristocracy of England.
It's too bad about Mottram. We need a fourth for whist.
Now, Hummel here is the lucky man. He has an actual roof over his head. He sees one train a day. He has books, pictures, and the society of the excellent subcontractor Jevons. Besides the pleasure of receiving us weekly.
Jevons! There's an idea. Can't we dig him up, Hummel?
Oh, yes, but he wouldn't be much good to us. And it would be awkward. He passed on last Monday.
Oh, I didn't know. But it would be awkward to dig him up. You have a nasty sense of humor, Hummel.
How did he die?
By his own hand. Cholera and fever give a man a week's grace, as you know.
Any explanation?
I judge no man in this weather. He had a touch of the sun, I imagine. After you fellows had left, he came over and sat with me on the veranda. He told me he was going home to see his wife. He rambled on tediously. And I got the apothecary in to look at him, and we tried to make him lie down. After an hour or two, he rubbed his eyes and said he believed he'd had a fit. Why this unusual interest, Bristow?
I like the man.
Go on. He went to his bungalow and began cleaning a rifle. He told the servant he was going to shoot buck in the morning. Naturally, he fumbled with the trigger and shot himself through the head. Accidentally, of course.
That was the report.
I'd have wired you, Bristow, if you could have done anything.
You're a queer one, Hummel. If you'd killed the man yourself, you couldn't have been more quiet about the business.
What does it matter? I've got a lot of his overseeing work to do, in addition to my own. I'm the only person who suffers. Jevons is out of it. By pure accident, of course, but out of it.
Why didn't you let it go as suicide?
Well, there was no direct proof. A man hasn't many privileges in this country, but he might at least be allowed to mishandle his own rifle.
That's an odd way of putting it.
Well, someday I may need a man to smother up an accident to myself. Live and let live. Die and let die.
Look here, you take a pill. You're white in the face.
Liver out of order.
I can't sleep. That's worse.
What do you take for it?
Nothing. I haven't had 10 minutes sleep since Friday.
Well, I'll patch him up later on. Is he too hot for a ride, do you think?
Where to? We shall have to leave by 8. What is there to do? Hummel? Hey, what's that in the corner? You see that? Under those papers and that remnant of cloth.
Why, have you a musical turn?
Look. That's a bagpipe. I wonder if it plays.
Oh, it's a wretched instrument.
How did you come by it?
I can't remember. Schumer found it. I should have discarded it long ago.
Splendid, Hans. The touch of hope.
Can you play Glory to Thee, my God, this night for all the blessings of the light? That shows we really feel our blessings.
What an old hypocrite you are, Hummel.
Oh, leave that hymn alone. It's associated in my mind with the most sacred recollections.
Summer evenings in the country, stained glass windows, light going down, and you and she jamming your heads together over one hymn book.
Now, that'll do, Hummel.
You'll see it when you're 7 fathoms deep in hell. It's an insult to the deity to pretend we're anything but tortured rebels.
Take 2 pills, Hummel. You're in a vile temper.
I'll go see to the dinner.
The gut chops are very tough.
Let me see. Where did you get this meat? Who's responsible for this?
You do not hunt for buck.
I know that, you fool. I've been ill. Where did you get this execrable piece of hide?
I buy from my sister in the village. She raises goats and sells very cheap.
This isn't fit for a leopard. You've been cheating on me, Chuma. I ought to give you a lashing.
Please, master, I will return the money. No, master, no.
Why, he's mad, Doctor.
Stay out of this, Lance.
I'm leaving.
Control yourself.
No, he's been nasty and insulting since we arrived.
Well, he's not well. You can see that. He's feverish.
There is no excuse to abuse a servant. We're still supposed to be civilized men, fever or not. None of us has the right to treat the natives inhumanely. And Chuma's an exceptionally devoted houseboy.
Yes, Hummel.
Well, what did you do to Chuma? Not that it concerns you, Lowndes, but I slapped him. He's been cheating me. I can't offer you dinner. Well, it's just as well. I'm leaving.
I'll ride with you.
You're both riding off? Oh, no, please stay. I can find food. Thank you, no. Hummel, I don't know what's the matter with you. Heretofore, I've enjoyed my Sunday visits, but not this one. You've been disagreeable and insulting ever since we arrived.
Oh, you're too touchy.
And you're rude and scant of courtesy. I thank you for your past hospitality. Come along, Spurstow. Spurstow, please. Don't leave me. I'm not well.
All right.
Oh, thank you.
I'll see you out, Lance.
I feel faint. The heat. Come right back, Doctor.
I'll certify Hummel for permanent leave. He can't stay here.
As you please. Perhaps he'll have an accident.
You are angry.
Yes, very. You watch yourself. Spurstow, we couldn't do very well without you.
Will I see you a week from now?
I don't know. I doubt it.
He'll be different once he's well. I hope you'll reconsider.
Well, I may. If I were you, Spurstow, I'd dismantle his gardens. Cheerio. It's very good of you to stay on, Spurstow.
Oh.
I'll have Chuma make up a bed for you.
How do you feel?
I feel ill. I can't sleep.
Head hot? Throat feeling bulgy?
Well, it's pretty bad. For pity's sake, give me something to put me to sleep. Sound sleep. If it's only for 6 hours. I haven't been able to sleep for days. I can't stand it.
Poor chap.
I'm nearly mad. For a week, I've had to think and spell out every word that's come through my lips. Isn't that enough to drive a man mad? I can't see correctly, and I've lost my sense of touch. My skin aches, make me sleep.
All right. Now, look here.
Wait a minute, man. You're pinching my arm. Please, I saw that. If you don't give me something. What? No, I didn't mean that. Don't be angry, Spurstow. Oh, what's that? A silver case.
Yes. Containing a needle. It's a thing I hate to use. All right, hold out your arm. Now, in a few minutes, the morphine will begin to work. Lie down, men, and wait.
I think I'm beginning to go off now. Oh, it's positively heavenly. Spurstow, you must give me that case to keep. You must. You must.
Not on your life. Now, my friend, sleeplessness of your kind is apt to relax the moral fiber in matters of life and death. So I shall just take the liberty of spiking your guns.
For the British in India who lived and worked in outposts of civilization, life was arduous. The unrelenting while trying hard to cling to their own more civilized ways. And sometimes they cracked up. I'll return shortly with that. Men who live in the temperate zone find it hard to adjust to living under a constant blazing sun, to seasons of violent change, torrential rains, then months of scorching heat. In time, it weakens a man and muddles his mind. His moral fiber weakens. He resents his isolation and may rebel against it by being abusive to those he came out to help. That undoubtedly is what happened to Hummel, whom the jungle seems to have driven near mad.
Doctor? Sperto? Where is the man? Oh. Spurs? What the devil? After my guns, is he? What are you doing, may I ask?
You startled me.
Well, I should hope so, you fool.
You're lucid again. That's a good sign.
Have you finished?
Yes, I have. I've taken the cartridges out of your 12-bore.
What?
I believe in taking precautions when I'm with someone suffering from delirium. Such a man is not to be trusted. Yeah. You seem better.
Well, that morphia doesn't work. Generally, I'm quick as lightning, but you clogged my feet. I was nearly caught.
You were what?
Well, a place down there. I've been afraid of it for months. It's made every night a hell for me. And yet I'm not conscious of having done anything wrong.
Look here, I'll give you another dose. We'll stop your nightmares. Now, tell me exactly what your trouble is.
Then will you put me to sleep, Spersto? Put me quite to sleep? If you don't, I'll be caught and die. I'll die.
Tell me.
Well, a blind face that cries and can't wipe his eyes. A blind face that chases me down corridors.
Whose face, Hummel?
Put me to sleep. You have the silver case.
Yes, right here. You must go on leave, Hummel, as soon as possible. There we are. It occurs to me that unless I drink something, I shall go out before my time. Hot tea, 3 or 4 cups. Excellent remedy against heat apoplexy.
Dr. Sahib.
Oh, Shuma.
Yes, master.
But it's late. I thought you'd left or gone to bed. Did he hurt you?
He said he would lash me. I did not cheat him. My sister, I lash her for selling such old goat meat. No fresh meat. Master does not hunt for many days.
Will you prepare some tea for me, Chuma?
Yes, I make tea.
Thank you. Are you staying on?
You go in big room. I bring the tea.
Well, he's asleep in there.
Oh, first time in long time, Doctor.
Yes. Perhaps I should have my tea on the veranda.
No. Do not go on the veranda. Jackals.
Oh. Jackals, eh? Yes. They come around?
Oh, yes, master. Many jackals will come.
Why do you say that?
Because those from dark places are in cottage here.
Yes. Well, perhaps you're right. But I shall have my tea in here, if I may.
Yes. Water will soon boil. You hear?
Jackals. Can you tell me what happened to Master Jevons?
He did.
Oh, yes, I know.
Shot in head. Master say Jevons Sahib clean gun and it shoot him. He very good hunter.
So I understand. Who are those from the dark places, Chuma?
Evil spirits here in cottage. Maybe I go to sister in village. No one from dark places there. Oh, something?
Hey, stay. But do not lash me, master.
Lash you?
God chops plenty tough, Sahib.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Has the doctor ridden off?
Him on the veranda. Not so hot today.
Oh, that will be a blessing. Breakfast, Chuma.
Yes, master.
How are you, Hummel? Oh, good morning, Doctor. Chuma asked me not to lash him. What's that about? Do you know?
Yes. You were off the rail last night.
Oh? I don't remember.
You must have had a touch of the sun. You behaved very badly. Lowndes was unforgiving when he rode off.
Oh, I'll apologize when he's here next Sunday.
Look here. If I write you a medical certificate, will you apply for leave on the spot?
No.
Why not? You want it.
Oh, it won't be so bad now that you've shown me the way.
Morphia is an extreme measure. I can't prescribe it as a regular measure.
Oh, I can always wire you if I become desperate. Besides, now that I've got into the way of sleeping, it'll be all right. You wouldn't trust me with your silver case, would you?
No.
I feel a new man now, thanks to you, Spurster. You're returning to camp now?
Well, I must, but I'll try to look you up every other day.
Just what did I do last night, Spurster?
It's best forgotten.
No, I'd rather know.
Well, you were quarrelsome and insulting to us.
Including Chuma?
The chops were tough when you lost your temper with him and slapped him. You're fortunate he didn't leave.
I am not a cruel man, Spurster.
Well, any man can be provoked into cruelty, and you were. By that nightmare of yours, you must remember that.
I'd much rather forget it.
You should.
Daylight is an antidote, and so is morphia.
And so is sleep. Rely on a good night's sleep.
Here's your horse. Come on now.
Well, goodbye, Hummel. And do stay indoors. The heat's beginning to build up.
Heat? This insufferable heat. What in heaven's name is that? Again. I saw it once before when I was suffering from overwork. Chuma? Chuma?
Yes, master. Yes. Oh, master, you come out of sun.
See it? Look there. Huh? On the veranda.
There's nothing there, Sahib.
Of course there is. It's a figure of myself.
You are on the veranda, Sahib.
If the thing slides away from me, all in one piece, like a ghost, I'll know it's only my eyes and stomach that are out of order, but if it walks, then my head is going.
I make hot tea plenty quick, master.
Help me, Chuma.
Yes, we go inside, yes.
Yes, it keeps moving away from me.
You sit down, master. I make hot tea.
It's dissolving like swimming specks in my eyes. The thing walked away. My mind is going.
Master Doctor.
What are you doing here, Chuma? I'm very busy.
Oh, Master Bad, you come.
No, I can't leave the men. Everyone needs my attention.
Oh, Master, see yourself on the veranda.
Oh, dear. Delirium.
He say silver box and get well medicine.
Now, it's out of the question, Chuma. He'd peg out.
Oh, please, Doctor, you make him well.
I can't help. I'm very sorry. Look, give him plenty of hot tea and make him lie down.
He afraid. They catch him.
Go to the apothecary. Tell him to see Master Hummel. I simply cannot leave, Chuma. Do the best you can. I'll be by on Sunday, not before.
Spurster?
Only Chuma, Master.
Oh, where's the doctor?
No, he not come. Coolie, sick. Doctor cannot leave. He come, he say, by end of week. I go to apothecary. He say he not come.
I'll have his bloody throat, the swine. Why did the apothecary say he wouldn't come?
Not
Jevons? Dead. Buried somewhere. I know that. What did he say? Only that Jevons is dead and buried somewhere. What else did he say? Only him dead. He shot himself. Accidentally. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. Yes, Master. I said, ring your scorning act. I make tea and fix up dinner. I don't care what you do. You lie down. Feel lot better, Master. It's walking through the room. I am walking through the room. I see it walking away with its back to me. My figure. I see it. And isn't that Lowndes? Lowndes?
Jevons, as I recall, was a good man with a rifle.
Oh, yes. Quite expert.
Does a man who is good with arms accidentally kill himself?
Oh, yes. Yes, accidentally.
But he wanted to write a report stating that it was suicide.
I remember saying so to you and Sperso.
You overruled him?
There was no evidence to prove suicide.
Did you quarrel with the apothecary?
I'm in charge of this section of the railroad line.
What you say is law.
In a sense, yes. I am the law.
You discovered the body?
Yes. I and his houseboy.
You saw Jevons the week before. He appeared in good health.
The onset of fever and cholera can be swift.
He suffered from cholera?
He was dead.
But the symptoms?
No determination was made.
The apothecary must have had an opinion.
You'll have to ask him. There was no autopsy. Out here, that's rare. Men go out like flies. Why are you asking me all these questions, Lowndes?
Last Sunday, you acted very strange.
I haven't slept for a long time.
Yes. That could explain it.
It walked through this room. The figure of me. As if I'd stepped out of my body. It walked past me. And then it walked out. Oh, my eyes. Spots darting around in my eyes. Oh, I can't bear it much longer. Sperso, I need you. Chuma! Help me! I come with tea, Master! I come with tea! I'm frightened. No, Master! You stay out of shot! I can't run fast enough. Mr. Lowndes is chasing me. Tell him not to chase me. Tell him. Yes, Master. Yes, I can't run any faster. My feet are heavy. I'm afraid, Chuma. Please, you lie down, Master. You sleep. I can't sleep. When I try, it runs after me. Master Lowndes, not here. Not Lowndes? Who said anything about Lowndes? Not Lowndes. It's some thing that chases me. Don't you understand? Yes, Master. Yes. Who is it? Do you know? Those from dark places, Master.
Man is resilient. His body can endure great hardships. What sustains him is a sound, clear mind. When that slips, for whatever reason, his mind becomes his enemy. Physical pain is not as devastating as mental torment. And that is what has driven Hummel to the edge of insanity. I will return shortly with Act 3.
WJ Detroit.
Rudyard Kipling was born in Bombay in 1865. When he returned from school in England, he was 17, and his father, then curator of the museum in Lahore, got him a job as assistant editor of the Civil and Military Gazette. It was during his leisure that he began to write his stories of India. His information was firsthand. Often at night, he said, he would wander till dawn in all manner of odd places, in and about the narrow gullies under the mosque of Wazir Khan, and he met the soldiery. his stories ring true. He knew his subjects. He knew Hummel. The following Sunday, Spurstow reins in his horse and...
Oh, Lord! Pull up.
No, Bottom.
He was, and he's still stuck out in the desert. Let's pull up for a few minutes, eh? I'd like a cigarette.
Well, any word about Hummel?
No, I was unable to visit him. The coolies were too sick. I didn't think I'd see you today.
Yes, I decided the last minute. Any change out here is welcome, even if it means holding my tongue when Hummel is abusive.
Quite right, too. Well, it's a change for a day, and it's good for our pent-up frustrations.
Oh, yes, I have plenty of those. As a doctor, you can do something for those who are ill. I'm supposed to minister to the body politic. I tell you, it's almost hopeless.
Old Timbersides acting up again?
Well, yes, it's one miserable intrigue after another. You know, he has absolutely no interest in improving the lot of the natives.
Will it ever change?
No. Not in my lifetime.
I should tackle the king with a light hand, Lowndes. They'll hate you quite enough under any circumstances.
Well, it's weary work. I'd sooner be with you, Spurstow.
Oh, would you? I don't think so.
Oh, really bad week?
Oh, very. But I'm happy to see you, truly.
Well, we're here, and that's reassuring. As you know, there are very many places in the East where it's not good or kind to let your acquaintances drop out of sight, even for one short week. Yeah, that's really why I decided to ride in.
Hummel may be well enough to join us. He's had a week to recover. The apothecary probably fixed him up.
Oh, yes, he's a conscientious man.
I'd say so, yes. He wanted to certify Chevin's death as suicide.
I wonder what really did happen.
Well, accidental death is a more dignified way of going out. I'm inclined to believe it's the truth. Chevin's wasn't suicidal.
No. But, of course, there's another alternative. No, that's imagining. And couldn't be true.
Hello, Juma.
You're coming, cottage, yes?
Yes, of course.
Something wrong here, Spurstow.
Where's your master, Juma?
He descended to dark places. There he was caught, not able to escape with sufficient speed.
Dead?
You come.
Yes, I'll have a look at him. He may be just asleep.
Master Hummel, there on bed.
Yes, he's dead. Poor chap.
How long, Spurstow?
The body's still warm. A few hours.
Cholera?
No. He had fever and he was being ridden by a nightmare.
And it pursued him in the dark places. What kind of nonsense is that?
He was afraid to fall asleep. That's about all I can tell you, Lance. That night I spent with him, very trying, by the way. He told me that a blind face that cries and cannot wipe its eyes, a blind face chased him down corridors. I suspect that his years out here, the remorseless heat, the unrewarding work, building the rail line, poor food, all of those began to affect his mind.
Yes. His mind was wandering, but dark places? No, that's superstitious and ignorant.
Well, to us. It's not to the natives. You heard Chuma. He also told me that there were evil spirits in the cottage.
Oh, what rubbish.
Look at Hummel's eyes.
Good Lord. Shut his eyelids, Spurstow. I can see hell in those eyes. Shut them, I implore you.
Chuma.
Yes, doctor.
When did your master go to bed?
11 or 12.
He was well then? How should you know?
No, he was not ill. He did not sleep for 3 nights. This I know. I see him walking much, very late in the night.
What do you think, Chuma?
He descended into dark places. He not able to escape with sufficient speed.
Go out and prepare the seals to be set on the Sahib's property.
I tell other servants to stay away until you reckon tale of Sahib's property. They are all thieves, and they would steal.
Oh, what did he die of, Spencer?
As far as I can make out, he died from, anything. Stoppage of the heart's action. Heat apoplexy. Or some other visitation.
Well, he certainly was scared to death. Look at those eyes. Cover up the face. Is there any fear on earth that can turn a man into that likeness? It is ghastly. Please, Spencer, cover it up.
No fear on earth. Well, it'll take a half a day to knock together any sort of coffin. Tell the coolies to break ground next to Jevin's grave.
Yes, I'll see to it at once.
I have set seals on Master's property.
Good man, Chuma, thank you.
Evil spirits, Sahib, have been in cottage. They have gone now.
From which I infer that they have made their way into Hummel and will be buried with him.
Do you want tea and food, Doctor? You have come a long way.
Tea, yes, please. No food. I have no appetite, Chuma. What happens to you?
Maybe Sahib, who takes Master's place, he will keep me on. Otherwise, I return to my sister in the village. Excuse, please. What is that?
Hey? Oh, this, a camera.
It is black box.
Yes, it takes pictures.
I go to boil water for tea. I think you should go veranda. I serve you there.
I really wonder, could I capture that on film?
Spencer?
Right here, on the veranda.
I say you've got too much stirred up. That black box of yours, what is it? You know how the natives feel about pictures.
Yes, of course. The camera's an instrument of the devil. It imprisons their faces on film and captures their souls.
Yes, well, I respect that.
So do I. What's this got to do with the picture I might take of the late Hummel?
Well, there's something grisly about it, for one thing, and, Tuma's afraid that the picture would capture the evil ones. And I just don't like it.
It isn't in medical science.
What isn't?
Things in a dead man's eyes. You saw them.
Oh, for goodness sake, leave that horror alone. I've seen a native die of pure fright when a tiger chivvied him. I know what killed Hummel.
Indeed. Well, I'm going to try to see.
Tea and a biscuit and some sliced meat, Sahib.
That's excellent. Thank you, Chuba.
And the doctor?
He'll be here directly.
Here's with the master. He has black box.
Good Lord. That's Hummel's voice. But Hummel's dead. Spasto!
I'm all right.
I heard.
Yes.
You took a picture.
It was impossible, of course.
What will it look like?
I destroyed the film. There was nothing to photograph.
And you smashed the camera.
I didn't. We'd better leave, Franz. Go back to work. I've written the death certificate.
Yes, I have my horse.
Yes, and we can pick them up when we come back for the burial. We'll leave them at the station.
Did you take a picture?
I told you it was impossible.
That's a lie. Just what did happen? I distinctly heard Hummel shriek as if he were being burned in hell.
I really don't remember any part of it.
I don't believe you.
My dear fellow, let's forget it, shall we? We're in such a state now that we'd believe anything.
Was it Jevons?
I beg your pardon.
Do you believe that Jevons died accidentally?
on his gun.
There is an alternative, isn't there?
I never realized that you have such a vivid imagination.
I'm just trying to be rational.
Well, without evidence, I haven't the vaguest idea.
What do you infer?
Let me answer it this way, Lance. And I'm not being facetious. There may be heaven, there must be hell. Meanwhile, there is our life here.
Lowndes had made up his mind. The death of the job contractor, Jevons, broke Hummel's spirit and mind because Hummel murdered him. But did he? Death was certified as accidental. Was it? No one will ever know. And Kipling leaves it up to us to reach our own conclusion. The one fact we have is that Hummel's deterioration followed soon after Jevons died. That preyed on Hummel's mind. He couldn't sleep. He was pursued by a thing with a blind face, and it caught up with him. I'll be back shortly. What did Dr. Spurstow experience when he took that picture of Hummel's eyes? Did an ectoplasmic Hummel reach out from the image on the negative? Is that why there was that thrashing about noise? Your guess is as good as mine. Is it all improbable? The painter Matisse once showed a picture to a visitor who said, "I've never seen a woman like that." To which he replied, "It isn't a woman, madam. It's a picture." If a painter is permitted certain distortions, why not the writer of fiction? Our cast included John Beale, Court Benson, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
This must have been made by one of the master carvers. And the age of it. 19th dynasty, am I right?
Well, the original probably was.
This 5'5" statue is a copy?
Yeah, from the Edwards collection.
Even copies aren't cheap. I don't know what to tell you, Ramsey. It's a physical impossibility for this statue to move. You must have imagined it.
I didn't.
I tell you, it's...
Tired of the everyday routine? Ever dream of a life of romantic adventure? Want to get away from it all?
We offer you Escape. Escape, designed to free you from the four walls of today for a half hour of high adventure.
Tonight, you are swimming for your life in the dangerous waters off the Florida Gulf Coast, about to be smashed by a launch carrying a vicious criminal who must kill you or die himself. And on shore, 500 yards away, the police are waiting to arrest you for murder. And there can be no escape.
All right, buddy. This is the end of the line.
Thanks for the ride.
Don't mention it. Compliments of Miami Police. Now, you see that sign?
Yeah, I see it.
Read it.
What's the matter? Don't they teach you cops to read?
I said read it.
Miami, city limits.
Good. See that you stay on the other side of that sign. We don't take kindly to bums down here.
I tell you, I'm not a bum. I came down here to take a job.
Sure. You guys always have jobs. That's why you come down and sleep in our city parks as soon as it gets cold up north. Well, now get going. And keep going. And don't come back.
Don't come back, he says. Fat chance. One night on the streets and you're a vagrant. They give you a cot in the city jail and some coffee and spud nuts in the morning and escort you out of town. Every step I took was away from that place, and that was all right, too. They could have their sunshine and their orange juice. All I wanted was a ride north, anywhere north. But one after another cars passed me up until my thumb got tired. I walked almost all the way to Fort Lauderdale. I got a ride into Pompano, and I hooked it again. It was getting hot. Took off my jacket and carried it. It was near Delray Beach that the big new Nash sedan swooped down around the curve from the opposite direction. And suddenly, it blew a tire. The car swerved, careened across the white line, and was coming straight at me. I jumped out of the way and ran, my heart pounding like crazy. And then the car stopped miraculously, right side up. There was some driving. I walked back to it. There was a red-headed girl in the driver's seat and a man beside her. The man's face was cut.
Darling, you're bleeding. Your forehead.
It's nothing. I just hit the windshield.
Can I help?
Yes. You can change the tire. If you do it fast, there's $5 in it for you.
You all right?
It's just a cut. It's nothing. Look, we're in an awful hurry.
Oh, sure. Where do you keep the tools?
Oh, in the back. Here's the key. I'm sorry I scared you. I couldn't help it. The car got out of control.
You sure know how to drive.
Oh, look at that tire. It's a mess. Will it take long to change it?
No, not very.
Oh, it's certainly lucky for us that you were right here to help us. Where are you going?
Well, I was trying to hitchhike. The only ride I got was on the back of a fish truck.
Where are you hiking to?
Any place but Miami.
What's wrong with Miami?
Oh, nothing. It's a great town. But the cops don't like you if you don't have a job.
I should think a good-looking man like you could get a job. Seems to me that... I'm coming.
Good-looking man like me. It's funny she should say a thing like that. And that was what I was thinking about her. Oh, she was beautiful. She was the most alive person I'd ever seen. And yet, she was controlled like an ember. As I worked on the car, putting on the spare that cost more than the suit I had on my back, I got to wishing that I could afford a car like that, and a girl like that. And I wondered about the guy it all belonged to. He was used to being waited on, you could see that. He sat in the front seat, and the girl sat close to him. Every now and then, she'd look back at me and smile. Couldn't hear what they were talking about, and I was glad. Because I suddenly didn't want to know what he said to her. A jerk, that's me, a daydreaming jerk.
How are you coming?
Oh, I'm through.
What's your name?
It's Joe Mazurka.
Would you like to go to Miami with us, Joe?
Oh, I can't go to Miami, not without a job.
Well, that's what I mean. You want a job, don't you?
Well, fixing tires?
No. I've been talking to Mr. Ress. If you really want a job, he has one for you.
Are you kidding? He has a job for me in Miami?
Would you like that?
Oh, boy, would I.
Then put the tools away. Come on, let's go.
Now, wait a minute. There's something I want you to know. I had a job. I came down here to take the job as swimming instructor at the Bay Club, but I was a day late and the job was gone.
Oh, so that's how you got those shoulders. Swimming.
Oh. Well, I just wanted you to know that I'm not a bum.
Of course you're not a bum, Joe. Whatever made you think I thought you were?
And, we haven't got all day.
Come on, he's getting impatient.
Yeah, but the job, what kind of a job is it?
Mr. Ress will tell you about it on the way in.
But
You want to go to Miami with us, don't you?
Yeah, I sure do.
Then come on, let's go.
It's this way. I'm a writer.
Oh, sure, Ress. William Ress. You're the guy who wrote Break It Open.
Did you read it?
No. I've been on the go, and I don't have much chance.
But you've heard of me.
Oh, everybody who can read English has heard of you. Your name's in every bookstore window.
Yes, my name, but not my face.
And that's the job.
I don't understand.
Well, you see, if they find out that Bill, Mr. Ress, is in Miami, they'll hound him to death. That's the way it is when a writer is successful. The public thinks they own him. They expect him to be clever at cocktail parties, and he's invited everywhere.
Well, what's wrong with it?
Well, nothing, but it doesn't leave him any time to write.
Hender's trying to tell you that I hate people. All this social claptrap. I want to be left alone so I can work.
I still don't see how I fit in.
Well, you'll be me. That's how you'll fit in. You'll be Bill Ress.
I'll be you?
All right. Let's put it this way. You'll be my alter ego. There'll be two of me. You'll handle the social end while I lock myself in someplace and write.
Yeah, but I don't look like you, not a bit.
What's the difference? Nobody knows me down here.
Yeah, but...
Look, do you want the job or don't you?
I don't know. It's a pretty crazy job.
Pays $100 a week in expenses.
$100 a week?
It wouldn't be hard, Joe. Not with me helping you.
Yeah, that's right. And that could help you.
I could see you from time to time, and, well, I could tell you what to say, how to act.
You would?
You'll take it, won't you, Joe?
It's a crazy job, all right, but I'm a crazy guy. Sure. I'll take it. They coached me all the way into Miami. I memorized facts about him. Where he went to college, what he ate for breakfast, how he felt politically. But there was one thing he didn't tell me, and it was the one thing I couldn't ask. What was his relationship with a girl? That's what I wanted to know more than anything else. We passed the city limits sign, went on into Miami on Biscayne Boulevard. Ender pulled the car up near a cab stand.
Now, you're sure you got it all straight?
I think so.
All right. Ender, give him some money.
Oh, yes. Here, Joe.
Thank you. $500?
Yes. I want you to buy some good clothes and a couple of good traveling bags. You're a successful writer, remember? You've got to look good.
And check in at a good hotel.
The Ronnie Plaza.
Yes, that'll be fine. Ronnie Plaza.
Aren't you coming with me?
Oh, you'll want to get settled first, Joe. Get yourself a haircut and a manicure. I'll see you tonight.
But what if I should have to get in touch with you before that?
Why? Why would you want to get in touch with her?
Oh, well, you know. Ask some questions about you in case something comes up all of a sudden.
All right. If you need me sooner, you can call me. 99730. Give me your pen, Bill.
But don't bother us unless you have to.
No, I won't.
And, Joe.
Yeah.
You'd better pick up a copy of Mr. Ress's book. It might be rather embarrassing if you didn't know what it was all about.
They drove off, and they left me standing there with my head full of facts on the life and times of Bill Ress, but not one fact about her. I didn't even know what her last name was. Well, there'd be time for that. I did like they told me. I bought some clothes and a suitcase. I got a haircut and a manicure, and I bought the book. Funny. A few hours before, I'd been a vagrant. No job and no money. Now I was set up in the swankiest hotel in Miami. Come in.
Mr. Ress?
Oh, yes.
I'm George Cole. I'm the public relations man for the hotel. This is Walters, our photographer.
Glad to meet you, Mr. Ress.
How are you? Well, come on in.
Oh, thank you. Well, we're certainly excited having you here at the Ronnie Plaza.
Oh, thank you.
We were, frankly, pretty surprised when you checked in.
Is that so?
We knew you were in Miami. You know how those things get around. Miami's really just a small town. But you have the reputation for being such a recluse.
Well, you know how it is.
I wonder if you'd let us release a little publicity on you.
Well,
we'd like to take some pictures.
Well, all right, sure. Go right ahead. Take all you want. Now, let's see. How about over here by the window? This be all right?
Oh, yeah, that's swell. I'll hold it a minute, will you?
Oh, it's certainly nice of you to be so cooperative.
I'm glad to.
Got it. Now, then, over this way, please.
Walters, I think it would be good to get one of him autographing his book. I took the liberty, Mr. Ress, of bringing up a few copies.
Oh,
would you autograph them for some of our guests?
Yeah, all right. Have you got a pen?
Oh, certainly. Here.
There, now, that's just fine. Hold it.
Oh,
thank you very much.
Would you autograph this one to Herman and Betty?
To Herman and Betty?
Mm-hmm, yeah. Oh, shall I get it for you?
Oh, no, thanks. I'll yeah?
Are you Bill Ress?
That's right.
I'm Arnold Springman.
Well, what can I do for you?
Do for me? That's funny.
I beg your pardon?
So you don't even remember my name. Springman. Arnold Springman. Think hard.
What do you want?
You ruined my life, you destroyed my future, and now you don't even remember my name. It's all it meant to you, isn't it? Sensationalism. Muckraking. What do you care if you break a man so long as your book sells?
Ah, now look, you've got the wrong idea.
I guess we'd better be going, Mr. Ress. Come on along, Walters.
No, you wait. I want witnesses. I want the world to know that I'm the one who got rid of Bill Ress.
Now, wait a minute.
I'm going to kill you.
Kill? Oh, no.
Put that gun away.
Oh, don't shoot, don't. Oh, Mr. Ress, are you all right?
Oh, yes, I'm all right.
Oh, my. It took a lot of courage wrenching that gun away from him like that.
You ruined my life.
Well, you get the house detective and get this guy out of here.
Oh, yes, sir.
And you get out, too.
Oh, yes.
Don't send anybody up to my room again. Understand?
No, sir. Yes, sir.
Nobody.
No, sir. Oh, come along, you.
Operator.
This is the operator.
This is Bill Ress in 416. Get me, let me see, 99730.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Ress. The line is busy.
Call me back when you get it, please. As I waited for the operator to get hand on the line, I leafed through Bill Ress's book. The name Arnold Springman hadn't meant anything to me, but on page 5 it began to mean a lot. He was a small-time political campaign manager, crooked as a broken finger, and Ress's book had exposed it. That's what the book was, an expose of dozens of politicians, large and small, and every one of them had plenty of reason to get rid of Bill Ress. Dozens of potential killers. I realized the spot I was in. I was the clay pigeon for a political muckraker. Hello.
I have 99730 for you now.
Oh, thank you.
Hello?
That you, Ress?
Oh? This is Louis.
Well, is Henda there?
You got the wrong number. This is Louis's pool room.
Operator.
Yes, sir?
That was the wrong number. Dial it again, please. 99730.
Right away, sir.
Good, I'll hold the phone.
Louis's pool room. Louis talking.
Is this 99730?
Oh, it's you again. Yeah, this is 99730.
Is Bill Ress there?
Never heard of him.
Are you sure there isn't a girl there by the name of Henda? Tall, slender, red hair?
Look, buddy, the dames have invaded the bowling alleys, but the pool rooms they ain't touched yet. And for that, I'm thankful.
But she gave me this number.
Buddy, for my dough, she gave you the runaround.
I couldn't believe it. But why not? If I was sucker enough to hope I had a chance with her, I deserved the mess I was in. Well, no law said that I had to stay in it. Not even for $100 a week would I stand still and let Bill Ress's enemies take pot shots at me. I grabbed my hat, my new $15 hat, and I walked out of the room, took the stairs to the lobby, and went out the side door of the hotel. It was at the corner I heard the newsboy.
Bill Ress dead.
Dead?
Paper missed the latest edition, just hit the street, all about the Ress murder.
Yes. Give
Gee,
it.
y'all think. Gee, extra, read all about it. All for Kill Bill Ress.
Bill Ress dead.
In just a moment, we will return you to the second act of Escape. But first, suppose Junior has cut the telephone wire with your pet jackknife or kitchen shears. That's no reason for not listening to Sing It Again. Of course, if your phone is okay and Dan Seymour does put in one of the big calls to you, there's the chance that you'll win $51,000 in prizes and cash. But Sing It Again is more than prizes. It's a solid hour of tuneful riddle songs and hit music, highly entertaining in themselves, with Alan Dale, Bob Howard, and Eugenie Baird. And it's heard on most of these same CBS stations. So be listening this Saturday, won't you? And now for the second act of Escape.
I stood there holding the newspaper that said the man I was impersonating had been murdered. I was on the spot and I knew I had to do something fast. But suddenly it was done for me.
Joe!
Huh?
Over here, Joe!
Henda.
Hurry up, get in. I'm blocking traffic.
I tried to get you. That number you gave me, 99730, that's a pool room.
99730. Oh, Joe, no, it's 99703.
Oh. Well, anyway, he's dead. The newsboy's yelling that he's been murdered.
I didn't dream it'd work out like this.
Who killed him?
I don't know. A lot of people hated him.
I know that. One of them took a shot at me.
At you? Did you tell anyone you were Bill Ress?
Did I tell him? Of course I told them. I signed the register. I autographed some books. They took my picture.
Oh, that's terrible.
But you told me to.
I know.
Well, what does it mean? I'm all mixed up.
Well, they'll think you did it. You can't go back to the hotel.
Where are we going?
Matacumbe. They won't find you there.
Matacumbe? What is that?
It's an island, one of the keys.
Well, wouldn't it be better if I went to the police? I haven't done anything wrong.
You impersonated another man. You signed his name. And now he's dead, murdered. How will that look for you?
Yeah, but that was my job. You were there. You heard him hire me. You can tell them that... Well, can't you?
No, Joe. That's just the trouble. I can't tell them anything.
I don't get it. Why not?
Bill was married. Oh, he was going to get a divorce, but he was still technically married.
He was going to marry you?
Yes. But nobody knew about me. I never met any of his friends. Nobody ever saw us together. As far as the world is concerned, I don't even know Bill Ress. You see, Joe, I wouldn't be a very good alibi for you. I've got to keep out of this mess, too.
I see. I was still mixed up as we drove south on the overseas highway across the twisted chain of islands that is the Florida Keys. The air was fresh and sharp off the sea. The sun was just setting. Riding there beside this gorgeous girl, I couldn't honestly say that I was sorry Ress was dead. In a cockeyed sort of way, I was glad. It was at an isolated spot on one of the islands that she pulled off the highway into a deserted lane that ended in a dock. There was a corrugated sheet metal shack at the end of the lane. She pulled the car into a shed.
This is Lower Matacumbe.
Doesn't look like much.
And there's the yacht out there.
Yacht?
Oh, didn't I tell you? We're going out in the yacht.
But you said we were going to stay at Matacumbe.
This is still Florida, all the way down to Key West. You'll be safer on the yacht. It belongs to a friend of mine, Ernie Cristillo. He'll take good care of us.
Yeah, but where is it going?
Oh, it isn't going anywhere. Ernie gets seasick, so he just keeps it at anchor all season.
Oh. And how are we going to get out to it?
That's strange. The speedboat was supposed to be waiting here for me. Well, come on, let's go into the saloon. I'll phone them.
The sheet metal shack was an honest-to-goodness saloon. Sawdust on the floor, pictures of boxers over the mirror, chipped beer mugs. The only actual modern note was the radio, and that was an old Atwater Kent. The saloon was presided over by a talkative Cuban.
Cerveza? You want another glass, maybe?
No, thank you. I'm just waiting for the lady to make a phone call.
Then better you have cerveza. When a lady goes into a phone booth, goodbye, you wait. I like radio music. I like fish fishing. What do you like?
Well,
Amberjack, they call me. Amberjack is good guys, good fish. But bonefish I like best.
News bulletin. In connection with the murder of Bill Ress, the police...
Bonefish is a tough baby to cry.
...built young man of about 26 or 28 who has been posing publicly as the author. He was last seen at the Romney Plaza Hotel, where he was wearing a gray flannel suit and a dark red tie. He is about 6 feet tall, muscular, with light wavy hair and dark eyes. The police are watching every avenue of escape out of Florida. If you have any information leading to his whereabouts, please notify your local police.
The police all the time look for somebody. Gray suit, dark tie. Could be anybody. Could be you.
Yeah.
I like to be police. All the time ride the motorcycle, go fast like anything.
Joe.
Yeah, I'll be seeing you.
Come again, young fellas. Always got plenty of surveys.
Joe, come on. The motorboat's here.
Henda, I'm going to go to the police.
Joe, you can't do that.
Why, Henda, why? Did you kill him?
Did I? Of course I didn't. Why do you ask that?
Well, then you've got to come with me. You've got to make him believe me.
But I can't. Oh, here comes the man Ernie sent in with the speedboat. Come on.
Oh, no, Henda. You've got to help me.
You ready to go, Hender?
Yes, Chuck, we're ready.
No, we're not. Go on back to the boat.
I don't take orders from you.
I'll get lost.
Don't be stubborn, Joe. He came to get us, and we're going with him.
Well, maybe you are, but I'm going back to Miami.
Oh, no, you're not.
What?
Show him what I mean, Chuck.
Sure, glad to.
Feel better, Joe?
Oh.
Would you like me to get you a drink?
No.
Come on, relax. Don't get up so fast. It'll make you dizzy.
You can quit being charming. You made your point. We're on the yacht.
Now, isn't this better than going to the police? It's so quiet out here. So peaceful.
So you killed him.
No, I killed him.
What?
I said I killed him.
Oh, I must be losing my mind. You're supposed to be dead, Res.
Not Res. My name is Castillo. Ernie Castillo.
Castillo? But you're the guy that hired me to double for Res.
That's right. Maybe I better straighten you out. I killed Bill Rest this morning at Delray Beach. Reason? He was writing a new book exposing the narcotics syndicate. Matter of fact, it was to be my biography.
Delray Beach, of course. That's where the newsboy said he was killed. That's where you were coming from when you picked me up this morning.
Right again. I killed Rest, and I disposed of his longhand notes on the new book.
Why'd you drag me into it? Why'd you bring me here?
Very simple. To give the police a definite suspect. Ress's impersonator, you. Hender was to pick you up later tonight, but they found Ress's body sooner than we counted on. She just made it in the nick of time, don't you think?
So I was your red herring, huh?
We got the idea while you were changing the tire. It worked fine.
Oh, sure, it worked fine. Why'd you have to pick on me? Who is he anyway? A joker on the road, a guy without a job, a vag, huh?
You're getting emotional, Joe.
You think you can hold me? You're crazy.
Are we? By now, some smart newspaper man has his byline on a story explaining why you did it.
Oh? Suppose you tell me why I did it.
Maybe you've been impersonating Russ for a long time. He caught up with you and you killed him.
That won't stand up. What about that book of his? It's full of names of people who'll be happy to see him dead.
That's true, but you've run away, Joe. That's the most damaging fact of all. You've run away, and the police will keep looking for you.
And they won't find you.
There had been just the three of us on deck, and now I was conscious of others. 2 or 3 men, including the one who had slugged me. They were securing the motor launch to the deck. Even as they worked, I could feel them concentrating on me. It was like waiting for someone to give a signal. What's that? What's that noise?
The anchor.
The anchor? We're sailing?
Right out to sea. Your last voyage, Joe. Way, way out to sea.
The engine started up and the yacht began to move, nosing into the Atlantic. I looked back at Matacumbi Key, at the overseas highway silhouetted against the dusky sky, a little fishing boat innocently anchored near the reefs, only a couple of 100 yards away. That's all they were, a couple of 100 yards. There was one wild, crazy chance, and I took it.
Stop it! Stop it!
It's diving overboard!
Over the launch! I'm going after it!
There was one thing I knew how to do. It's swim. I could just get to the reefs before they could get that boat in the water and come after me. I was less than 50 yards off the reefs now. 50 yards from the little fishing boat. I looked back just as that motor launch hit the water. And Ress was in it. And he came right at me. He was going to cut me in two. I swam faster. A few more strokes, I'd be at the fishing boat. I could already see the guy in it.
Hey, look out! That motorboat! You idiot! Get away! Get away from me!
I grabbed a hold of the fishing boat's gunwale just as the launch swerved to avoid collision.
You crazy jerk! You won't kill somebody! Hey, look at that. He's out of control. He's heading for the rocks. Crazy nut. He'll crack up. Hey, what a mess.
Give me a hand up, will you? Pull me into the boat.
Sure. Hey, you know that guy almost killed you.
Yeah.
You all right?
Oh, I'm great. Just get me to the police.
Here he is, Lieutenant. The mysterious Mr. X.
Look, I tell you, I didn't do it. I didn't kill anybody. I was hired by Ress. I mean Castillo. Castillo and that girl. They picked me up on the highway. They were both in it.
Relax. Take it easy.
What?
Castillo is dead, and the Coast Guard picked up the girl.
Oh, did she tell you?
Sure. She talked. They always talk.
Oh, I was afraid you wouldn't believe me.
Well, when they booked you, we thought you could have done it. That crazy cock and bull story you told about working for him. But when we checked the blotter, we knew you couldn't have killed Bill Ress at all.
Oh, you knew?
Well, sure. You know, when are you guys going to learn to come to the police when you get into trouble? We knew all along you couldn't have killed him because the murder was committed between 6 and 8 a.m. You were right here in the Miami jail until after 8:30.
Oh, then I'm free?
Why, sure. Like a bird.
Thanks.
Regan?
Yes, sir?
Okay. He's all yours.
What do you mean?
Come on, buddy. Let's go.
Oh, no, hey, wait a minute.
Come on, I said. Okay, buddy. See that sign?
Yes, I see the sign. It says Miami City Limits.
That's right.
Now, wait a minute. I know. You want me to stay on the other side of that sign. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Now get going. Keep going. And don't come back, yeah? Because the next time you're liable to get yourself in some real trouble.
Escape is produced and directed by William N. Robeson. Tonight we have presented Danger at Matacumbe by John and Gwen Bagney. Featured in the cast were Frank Lovejoy as Joe, Marie Windsor as Henda, and Ted DeCourcy as Ress. Also heard were Rick Vallon, Robert Clark, Harry Bartell, Dee Tatum, Jerry Hausner, and Larry Dobkin. Special music was composed and conducted by Del Castillo. Next week...
You are the prisoner of Mr. 3 from the land of 1. You're being driven like an animal toward the giant spaceship from which you know there can be no escape.
Next week, we escape to the forbidding valley of the Infernal River high in the Peruvian Andes. A valley from which no traveler has ever returned, as T.S. Scribbling tells it in his science fiction classic, Green Splotches. Goodbye, then, until the same time next week, when once again we offer you Escape. Whether your hair is long or whether it's short, musically speaking, that is, you'll get a kick out of that hour of music with Vaughn Monroe and Gene Autry, heard on most of these same CBS stations every Saturday night. Vaughn is here with the 5 top tunes of the week as chosen by Variety magazine, and Gene Autry comes riding with the best in Western music and song. CBS cordially invites you to join Vaughn Monroe and Gene Autry every Saturday night. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the BBC Home Service and the British Forces Network in Germany. Saturday Night Theatre. We present Raymond Huntley, George Merritt, and Dennis Hawthorne in The Narrow Corner by Somerset Maugham. Adapted for broadcasting by Howard Agg.
Sometimes when I operated on a patient for cataract and the operation was successful, word got round that I'd performed a miracle. This was the reason why I came to undertake a very long journey from Fu Chau to the island of Takanah in the Malay archipelago. A rich Chinese merchant, Kim Ching, was threatened with blindness, and hearing of my reputation, begged me to come and operate on him, and paid me handsomely to do so. The operation was successful, and afterwards I found myself with nothing to do but sit and twiddle my thumbs until the Dutch ship, which called at the island once a month, arrived. Although time hung rather heavily on my hands, I wasn't discontented. I brought things to read, and it was agreeable to while away the hours sitting under the rattan awning of Kim Ching's store, with a volume of Hakluyt or Per Hick, and a bottle of beer in front of me. I was sitting reading there one morning when I heard voices, English voices, approaching the store. I looked up surprised, for no ship had come in, and saw 2 men coming towards me. They were shabbily dressed in dungarees and singlets and had grimy topies on their heads. One of them was middle-aged, with a sallow-lined face, white hair and a scrub of white moustache, hideously decayed teeth, and cunning, restless eyes. His companion was a tall young man, slight but wiry, and extraordinarily good-looking. Seeing me sitting alone, they came up, and the elder man addressed me.
This is Kim Ching's, ain't it?
Yes?
Is the old boy here?
No, he's sick.
Oh, bad luck. I suppose we can get a drink?
Surely. What'll you have? I'll tell the coolie.
A bottle of beer for me. What about you, Fred?
Same here. 2 beers, Lipo, and bring them out here. Sit down, won't you?
Sure.
Where have you come from?
Oh, we just come in on a lugger from Thursday Island.
Fine weather?
Couldn't want better. A nice breeze and no sea to speak of. Nichols is my name. Captain Nichols. Maybe you've heard of me.
I can't say I have.
Oh, I've been sailing these seas for 30 years. There's not an island in the archipelago I ain't put in at one time or another. I'm pretty well known round here. Kim Ching knows me. Known me for 20 years.
Really?
And this is Fred Blake.
How do you do?
What's the matter with old Kim Ching? I was looking forward to having a bit of a chin wag with him.
He's had trouble with his eyes. That's why I'm here. I've been attending him.
You're a doctor?
I am.
What did you say your name was?
I didn't mention it. It's Saunders.
Saunders, I knew it.
Did you? How?
I knew your face. I could swear I'd seen you somewhere. Fu Chow, that's where I've seen you.
Possibly. I live there.
What did I tell you? Everyone in Fu Chow knows Doc Saunders. Best doctor in the Far East, Fred. The Chinese swear by him. You did a job on a Palomine once, Doc.
Did I?
Yes, everyone said he'd go blind. Nothing could stop it. And now he can see as well as you or me. Well, this is a joyful surprise. Shake hands, Doc. And I don't mind telling you it's a bit of luck for me coming across you like this. Hey, Fred? The Doc's the very man I wanted to meet. I suffer from dyspepsia, something chronic.
Oh, you and your dyspepsia.
Oh, you can talk like that because you don't know what it is. I'm a martyr to it. It's like this, Doc. I enjoy my food, not foul-house, mind you. I like it good, and I like it simple. Not a big eater. I've never been that. Cut off the joint, a couple of veg, with a bit of cheese to finish up with, and I'm satisfied.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you couldn't eat anything simpler than that, now, could you?
Oh.
Well, 20 minutes after, regular as clockwork. Ooh, agony. I tell you, life ain't worth living when you suffer like that. If there's anyone that can do anything for me, it's you. I know that, Doc.
Well, I can't work miracles.
No, yeah, but
you can't expect anyone to do much in a minute for a chronic condition like yours.
No, I don't ask that, but you can prescribe for me, can't you? There's nothing I won't try. What I'd like you to do is to make a thorough examination of me, see?
How long are you staying here?
Oh, our time's our own.
But we're pushing off as soon as we've got what we want.
You trading?
Yes, in a manner of speaking. If anything comes along, we ain't going to miss a chance. Who wouldn't?
What cargo are you carrying?
Oh, a bit of everything.
Not going to Macassar by any chance?
We might be.
Why?
Oh, I just wondered. Look here, why don't you both come and dine with me tonight? I'm staying at the rest house, about 10 minutes' walk from here, through the plantation. I can get you some sort of meal.
That would be fine. A change from the lugger, wouldn't it, Fred?
No, you don't want to be bothered with us.
No bother. I'll meet you there about 6.
Don't you worry, Doc. We'll be there. Ta.
I was intrigued by these two strangers who'd so unexpectedly appeared on the island, and curious as to what the connection was between them. Fred Blake didn't at all give the impression of being a born sailor. He was hard to place. Obviously, he was not a roughneck. He had manners, and came, I should have said, of a good family. But why he was sailing those lonely seas on a purling lugger with someone like Captain Nichols was mysterious. If they were in partnership, then I was inclined to think that it wasn't a very honest one, and that Fred Blake would almost certainly come out of it the worse. Purposely, then, I made my way later in the day to Kim Ching's house and paid him a quite unnecessary call, for there was nothing more now that I could do for him. He was lying on his bed under mosquito curtains, slowly waving a fan to and fro in front of his face. The room was hot and airless.
Sit down, Doctor.
Thank you.
I hear we have visitors on the island. A lugger came in this morning.
Yes, it's anchored beside your schooner in the lagoon.
Yes?
The schooner does make it look very small, very shabby.
Why are they here? What do they want?
I don't know.
But I am told that you were talking to them at the store this morning.
Yes, they stopped for a glass of beer. They say they're trading.
That is not the truth.
Oh?
They have nothing in the lugger but ballast. Stones, my men have told me.
What, no cargo at all?
Nothing.
Opium, perhaps?
No.
Then they may be here just on pleasure.
Captain Nichols does not sail for pleasure.
Oh, he's been to see you, then?
No, he sent a message saying that he would like to see me, but I refused.
Mm-hmm. He says he knows you well.
Give me your opinion, Doctor.
Of what?
Of Captain Nichols.
You want my honest opinion?
Of course.
Well, I should say he was a bad hand. I just think he'd put his hand to anything, clean or dirty. But he is genial and amusing.
He does not amuse me.
No?
I employed him once on one of my schooners. He stole and cheated. He drank. I had to get rid of him. He is mean, crafty, and dishonest.
How does he manage to get work, then?
Some people are not particular. They do not ask questions. And Nichols knows his job. He is a first-rate seaman. For that, I was sorry to lose him.
Mm-hmm.
Who is this man with him?
Someone called Fred Blake. Young, very good-looking, but rather surly, I thought. They're certainly an odd couple. I've asked them to dine with me at the rest house this evening. I'll be able to tell you more about them then.
Will you please give Captain Nichols a message from me?
Of course.
Tell him to get out of here pretty damn quick.
At 6 o'clock, as I'd arranged, I sauntered down to the rest house to meet Captain Nichols and Fred Blake. They were both waiting for me, and we had a drink. The captain was full of small talk and facetious jokes, and I noticed that his shifty eyes were never still, whereas his young friend hardly spoke, and there was a sullen look on his face, as though he'd been dragged there against his will. An adequate dinner had been prepared for us, and before dinner I went to my medicine chest and mixed something in a glass for the captain to help him eat his dinner in comfort.
Well, I must say this is a treat after what we've had to eat on the lugger.
A real treat.
Well, most of it comes out of tins, I'm afraid, but the boy knows how to flavour it up.
It's the best dinner I've had since I left home.
Where is your home?
Brisbane.
Yes. Fred's an Australian. He's got a bit of capital, and he thought he'd like to have a look-see on the chance he might find something in these parts he'd like to invest in. Buy a plantation or do a bit of pearl fishing. I know all these islands inside out, and what I say is there's a rare lot of chances for a young fellow with a bit of capital. That's why we put in here. My idea, that was. It struck me we might do business with old King Chin. I sent him a message saying I'd like to see him and have a talk with him.
Yes, so he told me.
Ah, did he? What else did he say?
Tell me to tell you that you'd better get out of here pretty damn quick.
Well, that's a nice way to talk, I must say. What's he got against me?
My impression is that he's got a good memory.
Well, we had a bit of a disagreement, I'll own that, but it was donkeys years ago. There's no sense in holding the thing up against a fella all that while. Forgive and forget, I say. Live and let live. Oh, do you know, I don't believe I'm going to have dyspepsia tonight.
Oh, I don't think you will.
You're a magician, Doc.
Thank you.
What was that stuff you gave me?
Oh, a little preparation I found useful in cases like yours.
Do you think you could cure me?
I don't know about that. But if I could watch you for a few days and try one or two things, I might be able to do something for you.
I've a good mind to stay on here for a bit and let you see. We're in no hurry.
What about Kim Ching?
Well, he can't force me to clear out.
Well, you ought to know Chinamen as well as I do, Captain, if they've got their knife in.
To hell with that. It was only a matter of a couple of £100. Old Kim's as rich as be damned. Now, what difference can that make to him? He's an old crook anyway.
You ever notice that nothing hurts the feelings of a crook so much as to have another crook do the dirty on him?
That's a good one. I like you, Doc. You don't mind what you say, do you? Well, it takes all kinds to make a world.
Indeed.
Keep your eyes skinned, I say, and let the devil take the hindmost. And where you see a chance of making a bit, well, you're a fool if you don't take it. Now then. What about me and Kim Ching and staying on here for a bit?
Oh, come off it, Nichols. We're not going to risk running into trouble here. We're sailing tomorrow.
Who says we are?
I do.
Well, you can think again. We're sailing when I say we sail, see? Getting rid of my dyspepsia is more important to me
Look here, I've got an idea.
What?
I don't want to sit around on this island idling my time away for another 3 weeks till the Dutch boat comes in. Fred Blake seems to want to sail tomorrow. Very well, then. Take me on the lugger with you tomorrow to Timor or Macassar or Surabaya. Somewhere where I can pick up a steamer. I'll give you all the treatment you want, Captain.
That's a good idea, Doc. What do you say, Fred?
We can't carry passengers. We're not allowed to. You know that.
He needn't be a passenger. We can sign him on. Ship's doctor.
In any case, there's no accommodation.
Well, I guess the doc ain't particular.
Not a bit. I'll bring my own food and drink. All I need is somewhere to sleep.
Sorry. Nothing doing.
Now, look here, young fella, my lad. Who gives orders on this boat? You or me?
Well, if it comes down to brass tacks, I do.
Since when? Let me tell you, I'm skipper, and I say what goes.
Oh, it'd only be for 5 or 6 days. Be a sport. If you won't take me, I shall be marooned here for another 3 weeks or more, depending on the weather. You'll be doing me a great favor.
Nichols and I are here on business. We can't go out of our way to land a passenger in some place we don't want to go to.
Then take me wherever you're going. You're bound to be calling in at some place where I can get a steamer.
I've said no, and that's that.
But look here, Fred. Having the doc on board would be a chance in a million for me to cure my dyspepsia. Do you think I'm going to let a tyke like you stand in the way of that? Not likely. You get your kit packed, Doc, and come on board tomorrow morning. I'll sign you on as a member of the crew.
You do nothing of the sort. I say he's not coming. I won't have anyone on the lugger, and that's final.
Look here, I don't want to cause a quarrel between you.
There won't be no quarrel. If I hear another word out of him, I'll run the lugger straight up to North Borneo. British territory, young fella, me lad. We'll see how you like that.
You take care an accident doesn't happen to you.
Stick a knife in me, would you? And who's going to sail the boat then? You and them 4 black fellas? You make me laugh. Why, you hardly know one end of the boat from the other. I'll take no notice of him, Doc. You do as I tell you.
Well, it's not going to be very pleasant for any of us if Blake resents having me on board. I'd rather come with his agreement or not at all.
He'll give you his agreement. Won't you, Fred?
All right, have it your own way. You'd better come.
What did I tell you?
Thank you.
Anyway, it'll be better than being cooked up alone with him all the time.
That's right. It'll be company for you, my boy. You can play cribbage with the doctor and take his money for a change.
I'm afraid I don't play cribbage.
Just my luck.
Sorry.
We'll be getting off about 10 tomorrow, Doc. That suit you?
Suits me A1.
Righto. Then we'll see you on the lugger.
I rose early the next morning, said goodbye to Kim Ching, who told me I was a damn fool to be going on the lugger, and went down to the store to buy provisions for the journey. Shortly after 10 o'clock, we slipped out of the lagoon. There wasn't a cloud in the sky. The sun beat down on the shining sea. I settled down to read, and when I was tired of reading, I smoked cigarettes and looked at the sea and the green islands we passed. After lunch, Captain Nichols handed over the wheel to one of the crew and came and sat down beside me on an old canvas chair on deck.
Well, Doc, how does this suit you?
Down to the ground, Captain.
Not much of the ocean greyhound about the Fenton, but as good a sea boat as anyone can want. She'll stand up to anything.
I hope so.
Wait till we strike a patch of dirty weather. Then you'll see what she can do.
I shall be satisfied not to put her to the test, Captain.
Fair weather, sailor, eh?
Fairer the better.
Where's Fred?
He went down below to have a siesta, I think. He doesn't seem any more pleased to have me on board.
We had a bit of an argument last night after we left you.
Not about me, I hope.
Well, one thing led to another. He's only a kid, you know, cocky and high-spirited.
Oh, yeah.
But dang it all, I wasn't going to let him have his way over you.
Tell me more about him. He interests me. Where'd you meet him?
Sydney.
I thought he said he came from Brisbane.
Maybe he does. I don't know. To tell you the truth, there's a lot I don't know about him. He's a bit of a mystery.
In what way?
Well, between you and me and the gatepost, Doc, and you won't let this go any further, will you?
Of course not.
It's all pretty fishy. But I've got a nice, easy job and good money, so I'm keeping my mouth shut. Wouldn't you?
I don't know. I don't know what the job is.
Sailing around these islands doing sweet Fanny Adams, just keeping his nibs out of mischief.
What sort of mischief?
Ah, now you're asking. I'd like to know that myself. Do you know Sydney?
No, never been there.
Then you won't know a bar down by the harbour run by a chap called Macy. I used to go there pretty regular. Well, one night when I was having a drink on my own, I saw a fellow I knew come in, a big bully of a chap, what they call a larrikin in Australia, name of Ryan. Could be an ugly customer if you put his back up. Paid you to keep in with him. He had something to do with politics. I'd borrowed £1 off him the last time I'd seen him, and, I was that hard up, and I still hadn't the money to pay him back. When he came into the bar, I pretended not to see him, but he saw me all right.
Well, Captain, I haven't seen you for quite a bit. How's the world treating you these days?
Rotten.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You still looking for a job?
Yes. You'd think they'd jump at me, wouldn't you? Me, what's commanded more ships than you can count on the fingers of your two hands.
Oh, you're a first-rate seaman, I know that.
Steam or sail, I don't mind what it is. But can I get a job? Not a smell of one. And it's not for what of trying, I can tell you. Just sheer bad luck.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Now, finish that beer and have another with me.
Tar!
2 beers, miss.
Look here, Ryan, I'm sorry about that £1 you let me. It's been on my mind ever since, but the truth is, I've had all I could do just to keep body and soul together.
Oh, forget it, old chap. What's £1? I know you're all right. You're a good fella, Bill.
Tom, you mean?
Of course I do. Tom. I always get your name mixed up with another chap. Well, as I say, what's the good of having money if you can't lend it to a pal when he's down on his luck?
Yes, I'd do the same for you, Ryan.
I know you would. Don't you give it another thought. Pay me when you can. Now, here's your beer.
Sure.
There's too many people around this bar. Can't hear oneself talk. Let's go over there in the corner.
Right.
Ah, this is better. Now, sit down, old chap. That's it. Oh, cheers.
Chin chin.
So your luck's been out, has it?
Not half.
Well, you know what they say. Luck changes.
I'd like to see it.
You're going to.
How do you know that?
Because I'm going to offer you a job myself. If you'll take it.
I'll take it, no matter what it is.
That's the spirit. I knew I could count on you.
What's the job?
Can you keep your mouth shut?
Like a clam.
Then what do you say to taking a tiny little pearling lugger and cruising round the islands for a bit?
Sounds all right to me. The trading?
No, just pleasure.
What?
Well, I'll tell you how it is, Bill. I mean, Tom. A young fella I know's been working too hard. His dad's an old pal of mine, and I'm doing this to please him, you see. He's a man in a very good position. Got a lot of influence one way and another.
Politician?
Never you mind. Anyway, he's in a state over the boy. The kid's delicate, he always has been. Touch of the lungs, you know. The doctors say the best thing he can do is to have a cruise on a sailing ship, but he's got to be kept quiet and away from where there's a lot of people. Well, his dad didn't like the idea of him taking a passage on any old ship, so he's bought the lugger I spoke of. And that's the job. To sail it.
Child's play.
I'm sure it is to you. And there's no need to tie yourself down to any schedule. You don't have to hurry. No, you can go anywhere you like, and when you get to some island that looks as though you could stay there for a bit, well, you just stay.
And how long is this for?
Oh, I don't exactly know. That depends on the boy's health. 3 or 4 months, maybe. Maybe longer.
I see. And, what do I get out of it?
£200 when you sail, and 200 when you come back.
Oh, I'd rather have 400 down.
I dare say you would. But that's not what I'm offering you.
Well, I'm not particular. Anything to oblige a friend.
Good old Bill.
Tom?
Tom.
Where's the lugger now? I'd like to have a look at her.
Oh, you can. She's not in Sydney. She's up the coast a few miles, but you've got nothing to worry about. She's in good shape.
What about her crew?
And that's all fixed. Black fellas from Torres Straits. They brought her down from Thursday Island to sell her. They know their job.
And stores and all that?
It's all there. You've got enough food to last you 3 months without buying anything. Now, all you've got to do is to get on board and sail away.
When?
Tomorrow night.
That's a bit quick, ain't it?
Well, the boy's dad's a big businessman, you see. That's the way he does things, right on the spot. No messing about.
How do I get to the lugger?
Yeah, I was coming to that. You better meet me at the corner of Market Street tomorrow night at 10 o'clock.
Market Street, 10 o'clock.
That's it. Now, I'll pull up in me car opposite the newspaper kiosk and you just jump in quickly. I don't want to hang about. Then I'll drive you along the coast to the lugger and the dinghy will be waiting to take us out to it.
OK.
There's just one thing I'd like to say to you.
Huh?
Well, it refers to now and later. If you don't want a knife in your back or a bullet in your guts, you better not try any monkey tricks, you see.
Don't you have no fear. When a chap treats me like a gentleman, I behave like one.
Good enough. Well, you finished your beer?
Yes.
Yeah, then you better go out the bar first. I'll wait here for a bit. Now, don't forget, 10 o'clock, corner of Market Street, opposite the kiosk. See you tomorrow, Bill.
Tom?
Yeah, I'll get it right one day. So long, Tom. Well, what do you think of the lager?
It's too dark to see much. I'll tell you better in the morning.
Oh, you've got to be well out to sea by the morning.
Well, just as you like. Yes, there's a nice breeze. That's all that matters. I can do the rest with my eyes shut.
Good on you.
But, look here, Ryan.
Uh-huh.
You know I wasn't born yesterday. Why don't you come out with it straight and tell me what it's all about?
Bill, old sport. Ask no questions.
Well, I can't help thinking, can I?
No, you can't help thinking. But just you believe what you're told, or I swear I'll knock your bloody teeth down your throat myself.
Well, that's straight enough, ain't it?
Now come below and meet the boy. He's in the cabin. Fred!
Yes?
Yes, Captain Nichols. This is Fred Blake.
Glad to know you. Bad luck you crocking up like this.
Can't be helped.
The Sierra pull you together, though. That being like it to build up a young fellow's constitution.
Well, now, look, I must be off in a minute. So, here's the money, Captain. 200 sovereigns.
Crikey. I haven't seen gold in donkey's years. I thought only the banks had it.
Well, now you've got some.
I could do with that belt of yours, Ryan. I can't leave a lot of money like this lying about.
All right. Take the belt. Good luck. Good luck to you, Bill.
Well, Doc, believe me or believe me not, that's how I come to be on the lug with Fred Blake.
I see.
Of course, he didn't look like what he does now. That night I met him in the cabin. He was all dolled up then, in a smart blue suit, collar and tie, and brown shoes. Proper swell he looked.
But ill?
Not on your life. He was a picture of health. It was all I could do to stop myself from laughing. Bit jumpy, and I'd have said he was scared.
Scared of what?
Search me. He ain't told me a thing about himself. Not a blooming word. But I've put two and two together, and I've got a pretty shrewd idea what's at the bottom of it.
Oh?
Politics. That's why Ryan's mixed up in it. The government's pretty rocky in New South Wales. They're hanging on by the skin of their teeth. And there's an election soon.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if there was a scandal, they'd go out tomorrow. I shouldn't be surprised if Fred Blake wasn't the son of somebody pretty high up.
Is one of the ministers in the government called Blake?
Blake's no more his name than it is mine. But I'll bet you that he's the son or the nephew of a minister, all right. And if there'd been a stink and it come out what he'd done, the minister would lose his seat and the government would be kicked out. So I think that's why they decided to get him out of the way for a bit.
And what do you think he did?
Well, your guess is as good as mine. Could be murder.
Murder? He's only a kid.
Maybe, but old enough to hang.
Towards evening, we sighted the island of Badou, where Captain Nichols intended to pass the night. It was a lonely-looking island, uninhabited, and to our surprise, we found a schooner already anchored there. She turned out to be a pearler from Port Darwin, and as one of the Japanese divers on board was suffering from an attack of dysentery, the captain of the schooner, an Australian, asked me for medical help. I was rowed across to the schooner. I gave the sick man an injection and returned to the Fenton, where I found Captain Nichols and Fred Blake sitting on deck playing cribbage under the light of the hurricane lamp. One of the crew was playing an accordion down below.
You fix him up all right, Doc?
I've done my best.
Did you bring the newspaper the captain promised me, the Sydney Bulletin?
Yes, he gave it me just as I left. Here it is.
Thanks. I'd like to have a look at it.
What, now? We haven't finished our game.
We can finish it later. I'm going forward for a bit.
Anxious to read the paper, isn't he?
Did you ever look at it?
No, the captain gave it to me just as I was getting into the dinghy. It was too dark to read.
He acts like that everywhere we stop.
Acts like what?
Well, the first thing he asks, is there a cable or a wireless on the island? Have they any Australian newspapers? He's waiting to hear about something. I'd like to know what it is.
Well, we'll get the paper from him when he comes back and see what's in it.
Well, there's another thing I don't understand. The luck he has at cribbage. It's phenomenal. I've never seen anything like it. Night after we sailed from Sydney, he said, what about a game of cribbage? Well, we had to pass the time somehow, and I knew he'd got a good bit of money on him, so I didn't see why I shouldn't have a bit of it. I played cribbage all my life, and I thought I got a soft thing on. Soft me eye. I haven't had one winning day since. I've lost near on £70. It's not as if he could play. It's the devil's own luck he has.
Perhaps he plays better than you think.
Don't you believe it. What I don't know about cribbage ain't worth knowing. No, it's just confounded luck. But luck can't go on forever. It's bound to change. And when it does, you see I'll get back all I've lost, and all he's got besides.
He's coming.
Well, let's get on with our game, Captain. Where were we?
Finished reading the paper?
Yes, there was nothing in it.
All the same, I'd like to have a look at it.
I'm afraid you can't.
What?
Well, you should have said so before. I didn't think you were interested. I chucked it overboard. Now, your take, isn't it?
Yes. 15-2.
15-4, 15-6, and 15-8, and 6 are 14, and 1 for his knob, 17.
God, what luck you have.
Well, Doctor, how do you feel this morning?
I think battered is the word.
A dirty night, wasn't it?
I couldn't tell you. Mercifully, I slept through it.
What? Now, how could you? It blew like the devil. There was a hell of a racket. It didn't let up until 3 o'clock this morning. We lost one of the dinghies and the jib. It was torn to shreds.
Were you on deck all night?
Yes, I thought if we foundered, I'd rather be in the open.
There wouldn't have been much chance for you.
No, I know that.
Weren't you afraid?
No, I think if it's coming to you, it'll come. And there's nothing you can do about it. Well, what's the good of being frightened beforehand?
It's a question of age, I think. The old are more easily frightened than the young. And that's rather funny when you come to think of it, for they've so much less to lose. They've had their lives. Youth still has its life before it.
I'm sorry I was so short with you when you asked if you could have a passage on this boat.
Oh, that's all right.
Well, I've been ill, you know, and my nerves are a bit jumpy. I'm not crazy about people I don't know.
I can understand that.
I don't want you to think that I'm just a larrikin.
I don't.
This isn't the sort of life I'm used to, you know.
No?
No, I was studying to be an accountant when my health broke down.
Shall I tell you something?
Yeah?
When some incident has shattered the career you've mapped out for yourself, a folly, a crime, or a misfortune, you mustn't think you're down and out and done for. It may even be a stroke of luck.
Why do you say that to me?
I thought it might be a useful piece of information.
Well, maybe you're right. Maybe I shan't regret this in the long run. I mean, my health forcing me to take this trip with Nichols, it may save me from being cooped up in an office all my life, totting up figures.
That's what I meant.
Sort of ill wind, eh?
Exactly.
Doc.
Yes, Captain?
You'll have to give me some more of that stuff. My dyspepsia's come on again. Something cruel. You think after I'd been at the wheel for 8 hours, I could eat a bit of cold sausage and a slice of cheese without suffering for it? Damn it, all a man must eat.
I'll mix you something in a glass in a minute.
I'm just going over to the galley to have a word with Obu. You'll find me there.
Yes, all right.
You know, you never can tell with people, can you? Of all the rotten skunks I've met, I've never met one to beat Nichols. He's as crooked as you make them. He'd do his own brother down if he got the chance.
I think he probably would.
There isn't a decent thing about him. And yet you should have seen him last night. Now, I've done a bit of sailing, and I give you my word, I've never seen a boat handled like he handled this one. If we're here now, it's to him we owe it.
I'm quite sure of that.
Yeah, it was a near thing once or twice, but he was as cool as a cucumber. He even made a joke about us feeding the fishes. Well, he's got nerve, all right. I take my hat off to him. But if he thought there was £20 to be made by doing us in, you and me, do you think he'd hesitate?
No.
Yeah. Well, how do you explain that?
Oh, I don't know. People aren't all white or all black.
I suppose not. But all the same, it's funny that a chap who's nothing but a born crook should have all that pluck. I hate him. And yet last night I couldn't help admiring him.
Human nature's never straightforward.
Yeah. It certainly isn't with Nichols. And he's conceited, too. He fancies himself at cribbage. I always beat him, but he will go on.
He says you have phenomenal luck.
Luck? No, I know about cards. He hasn't got a dog's chance playing with me.
Might be worth your while to let him win occasionally.
Why?
Might save you trouble in the end.
Trouble? Oh, don't you worry. I'm not afraid of him. If he tries any of his dirty tricks, he'll get what's coming to him.
For some 24 hours after the monsoon, which had forced us off our course, we were becalmed on a flat, motionless sea. And it wasn't until the 6th day, with just enough wind to fill our sails, that we sighted the town on the twin island of Canda, where it had been arranged that I should leave the Fenton and pick up a steamer that called there regularly. Inquiring if there was a place in the town where I could stay till a ship called, we were directed to a small hotel not far from the harbour. No one was about. We sat down at a table on the veranda and thumped it with our fists. Presently a half-caste came out to us, but he couldn't understand anything but Dutch. He ran across the street and in a moment returned with a young man who must have been 6'3" at least. A powerful, broad-shouldered fellow with a rather ugly face, but gentle eyes, wearing neat, clean ducks. He spoke excellent English and obligingly secured a room for me in the hotel. Then we invited him to sit down and have a glass of beer with us.
Are you Dutch?
No, I'm a Dane. Eric Chesterton. I represent a Danish company here.
Been here long?
4 years.
Oh, good heavens.
Oh, well, it's a fine place, really. It's the most romantic spot in the East. The firm wanted me to move, but I begged them to let me stay on.
Don't look as if there was much business here. Bit dead and alive, ain't it?
Oh, it wasn't always so. In the old days, I believe there was so much traffic that sometimes the harbor was full of vessels, and they had to wait outside until there was room for them to enter.
Centre of the spice trade, was it? Cloves and nutmegs and all that sort of thing?
Yes, the old Dutch merchants were so rich here, they didn't know what to do with their money.
I've been told there's marble palaces and I don't know what all.
Well, hardly palaces, though many of the houses are built out of marble. They used to belong to the old Buccaneers.
Do you get any newspapers here? English ones, I mean.
No London papers, but Frith gets a paper from Australia.
Frith? Who's he?
Oh, he's an Englishman who lives here. He gets a bundle of Sydney bulletins every mail.
Do you think he'd let me have a squint at the latest?
Of course. A mail came in 4 days ago. I'm going to see him later in the day. I'll borrow them from him and leave them here for you when I return. What name shall I give?
Mine's Blake, and this is Dr. Saunders and Captain Nichols.
I'm very pleased to make your acquaintance. It's not often we get strangers on the island, and it's always a pleasure to me to meet English people. I hope you'll stay here long enough to let me show you round. The island is lovely.
Oh, I expect we'll be here for 2 or 3 days anyhow.
I am glad. And if there's anything I can do for you, you must please let me know.
Well, Doc, how's things? Got settled in your room all right?
Yes, thank you. It's not at all bad.
What's that paper you're reading?
The latest Sydney Bulletin. I got it from Blake only a few minutes ago.
Ah.
For some reason, he was reluctant to give it to me.
Find anything in it?
Not much. They've had an election in New South Wales, I see.
Who got in?
Labour, it seems.
Same as before. Fred say anything?
No. Except that he wasn't interested in politics.
Gives nothing away, does he?
Not a thing.
By the way, where is he?
Gone off somewhere. Told me to tell you he'd see you later on board.
Looking for a girl. I don't blame him. Though I don't know what he thinks he's going to find in a place like this. It's risky, you know.
Tell me, have you ever heard of someone called Patrick Hudson?
Patrick Hudson. Yes. Yes, there was a fella by that name that come to a sticky end in Sydney.
That's the man.
Yeah, not so very long before we sailed. The papers was full of it.
What exactly happened?
He was shot.
Suicide?
No, they said he couldn't have done it himself. There'd been a fight and the room was in an hell of a mess. They found him lying in a pool of blood on the floor.
Who was he? I mean, what sort of man?
Rough diamond, they say. Been a railway worker and worked his way up. Took to politics and all that. He was a member for some place. Labour, of course.
Something about it here. About his wife.
Oh? What'd it say?
She's just hanged herself. There's an account of the inquest.
Yes, a lot of people thought she'd done it, but they couldn't prove nothing against her.
The jury found she'd committed suicide while temporarily insane. Now, they say, no one will ever solve the mystery of Patrick Hudson's death.
Looks as though she did him in, don't it? Her conscience must have haunted her. Nasty thing, a conscience.
Do you suffer from one, Captain?
Good old Doc. You will have your joke, won't you? You know what I suffer from. Dyspepsia.
The following afternoon, just before sunset, Eric Chesterton called for us in an old car and drove us up to Frith's house, where we'd been invited for supper. It was about 3 miles out of the town, and the road wound pleasantly through plantations of portly and profitable nutmeg trees. Frith came out to meet us as we drove up to the house. He was a rather fat man, shabbily dressed in khaki shorts and an open shirt, and badly in need of a shave. He led us into a very large room which served as a parlour and dining room. A tiny little old man, wrinkled, battered, and bowed, with eyes as darting and mischievous as a monkey's, got up from a chair and stared at us as we came in.
This is Swan. He's by way of being my father-in-law.
Mr. Swan is his feet.
Yeah. I came out here 50 years ago. I was mate of sailing vessel.
I'm a seafaring man myself, sir.
I've been pretty well most things in my day. I've been captain of a schooner in the slave trade.
Blackbirding. There was a nice little bit of money to be picked up that way in the old days.
I've been blacksmith, I've been trader, I've been planter. I don't know what I haven't been. I've had a lot of money in my time. Haven't I, George?
So I've always heard.
Got nothing now but this plantation. Never mind. It gives me enough to live on, and that's all that matters. I have had 4 wives and children. More children than you can count.
Drop a scotch, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Give him Tata rum. If he's sailor man, he don't want that stinking whiskey of yours. Whiskey been ruined of the Pacific. If everybody stuck to rum and sails, things wouldn't be what they are now, not by a long chalk.
You're dead right, sir. I shouldn't be at all surprised if it ain't whiskey what's played havoc with my digestion. I'm a martyr to dyspepsia, you know. Have been for years.
I never know what it is to have pain in my tummy. Rheumatism's my trouble.
One has to have something, isn't it so, Doctor?
Apparently.
Well, you can't have anything worse than dyspepsia. You can take my word for it.
We will, Captain.
I'd be a rich man now if it hadn't been for my dyspepsia.
Money is not everything.
Well, I'm not saying it is.
As long as I have a roof over my head and 3 meals a day, I'm content. Leisure's the important thing.
Born idle, that's where you are, George. You think of nothing but books. Read.
Only by reading can you come to know the truth.
Truth won't put 3 meals a day on table. Only money'll do that.
I've a great respect for money myself, sir.
He looks a crook to me. Yeah. Where you find him, Eric?
Oh, you have had too much rum, Mr. Swan.
Oh, no offence, Mid.
No offence taken, sir. I'd ever so much sooner somebody called me a crook than a fool. What does a fella mean when he says you're a crook, eh? He means you're cleverer than him, that's all.
I know a crook when I see one. Been a bit of a crook myself at times.
When it comes to that, who hasn't?
Here's Louise. That looks as if supper's nearly ready. Come along with you. Come and meet Eric's friends. This is my daughter,
There are, I suppose, very few occasions in life when someone we meet suddenly takes our breath away by their beauty. But this, I confess, happened to me when I looked at Frith's daughter. She was wearing a sarong of green silk embroidered with gold that fitted her slim body like a sheath, tight over the lower part of her young breasts and tight over her narrow hips. Her bosom and legs were bare, and her skin was burned by the sun to a rich honey color. Her hair was ash blonde. She had an indolent grace and slenderness that reminded me of one of those goddesses whose statues adorn the museums. It was entrancing to come upon her in this tropic scene. Almost at once, a Malay servant brought in a great bowl of soup, and we sat down at the table. Louise sat next to Fred Blake, and one had only to see her easy gaiety and her animation to know how much she liked his company. He was not shy with women, and evidently knew how to entertain them. And looking at him as he talked and laughed with her, one was very conscious of his charm. When dinner was finished, Louise took Swan by the arm and led the wizened gnome out of the room to bed.
What about a game of bridge? You gentlemen play?
I do. I don't know about the Doctor and Fred.
I'll make up a form.
Yeah, he plays good game.
I don't play.
Oh, that's all right. We can manage without you. Louise will be back in a minute. You can entertain her.
I shall be delighted.
Well, gentlemen, cup for partners.
Looks as though it's you and me for it, Doc.
That hardly inspires me with confidence, Captain, after your exploits at cribbage.
Perhaps my luck will change.
I hope so.
Oh, we're having a game, Louise.
So I see.
You look after Mr. Blake, eh?
Do you dance, Mr. Blake?
Whenever I get the chance.
Will it disturb you, Father, if we put a tune on the gramophone?
Won't disturb me.
Nor me.
A bit of music's nice.
We can dance out on the veranda.
Where do we see? It's one art.
2 clubs.
2 hearts.
This is wonderful.
Don't you play bridge?
Yes, of course.
Why aren't you playing then?
I didn't want to. Do you blame me? You are lovely.
You're awfully good looking.
Can they see us?
No.
I want to kiss you. May I?
Yes.
I'm crazy about you, Louise. Kiss me.
This is where I live, Doctor.
What an attractive room. I noticed the marble you spoke of.
Yes. This was one of the old Pekingese houses. Oh, please sit down.
Thank you. It's good of you to arrange such an agreeable evening for us, Chesterton. And to finish it off like this with a nightcap.
It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to my house. Do you take soda with your whiskey?
Please. You must tell me about Frith. He showed me some of his books before we left. Unusual collection to find in the house of a planter in the Far East. He studies Indian religion and Indian philosophy, he tells me.
Yeah, he was a schoolmaster at one time in England.
Really? How did he find his way here?
Oh, he'd read about this island, you know, a lot. And in some old travel books, I believe. And when he was young, he got it into his head that it was the one place in the world he wanted to live in.
Strange.
Took him about 12 years to reach here. Took all sorts of jobs on the way. In the Malay States, Borneo, Calcutta, and Singapore. I believe he once ran a hotel in Bali.
What we should call a rolling stone.
Yes. Then finally he come here and got work with a shipping company. Then he fell in love with old Swan's daughter and married her.
I see.
She was a wonderful person. Tall and big and fair like one of the Rhine maidens. I can't tell you how kind she was to me. I used to spend all my spare time up there. It was a godsend for me to have that house to go to. Because I enjoyed talking to Frith, too. He taught me so much. It was he who made me understand the magic of the East. You know, people come here and they see nothing. Is that all, they say? And they go home again. But Frith, he talked about the East so that you saw the grandeur and the beauty of it. I shall always be grateful to him.
And the girl?
Louise. She was only a child when I came to this island. But then they sent her away to Auckland to school. She was there till last year, until her mother died. Seemed funny to me. Then she went away. She was a child who used to sit on my knee, and when she came back, she was a young woman. She's 18 now. I tell you in confidence that we are engaged.
Oh, congratulations.
Not officially, so I'd sooner you didn't mention it to him.
Of course not.
All's fun, it's willing enough, but her father says she's too young. I suppose she is, but that's not his real reason for objecting. I'm afraid he doesn't think me good enough.
Fathers can be very obtuse. Who does he want her to marry?
Oh, I think he has visions of a rich English lord arriving one day in his yacht and falling madly in love with her.
Oh, yeah.
The nearest approach so far is young Fred Blake in a pearling lugger. Still, I don't mind waiting. When you love anyone like I love Louise, a year or two, well, they don't matter. We've got all life before us. She's beautiful, isn't she?
Extremely.
And, you know, beauty is the least of her qualities. She's got a head on her shoulder. She's got the same practical sense that her mother had. The natives, they know it's useless to try any tricks with her. Makes me laugh sometimes to see the way she manages them with so much common sense. You'd hardly get that impression from just meeting her, would you?
No, she struck me, how shall I describe it? As being rather withdrawn, rather aloof.
Yes, I know what you mean. She has that quality, too. Seems to me so rare and beautiful. A flame-like spirit that's not quite human. Like a goddess that keeps her apart, as you say. Now, I'm not jealous of it. I'm not afraid of it. I love her so much that I almost regret that she cannot always keep it. And I feel that she will lose it when she comes to be a wife and a mother. That is why I feel rather ashamed that I shall not go to her as pure as she will come to me.
Oh, forgive me, but you mustn't be silly.
Is it silly? When you love someone like Louise, isn't it rather degrading to think that you've been with other women? I feel unworthy enough of her as it is.
Oh, my dear boy, if you'll allow me to say so, that's nonsense.
Why?
Well, surely the wise man combines the pleasures of the senses and the pleasures of the spirit. I've never had any sympathy with the ascetic attitude. Life is short, nature is hostile, and man is ridiculous. I don't think there's any more to be said. Except that I must finish my drink and go.
Well, Doc, feel like I gave a PK this evening?
Why not?
Must do something to pass the time, mustn't we?
I had some good news. I was down at the harbour this afternoon. They told me the Princess Juliana's due in on Saturday. She'll take me as far as Surabaya.
Oh, yes.
What about you? How long are you staying here?
God knows. His nibs doesn't seem to want to move. Seems he's taken a fancy to the place. He's always stopping on here for a bit and then going on to Batavia. Suits me. Might as well be here as anywhere else.
Good evening.
Hello, Chesterton. Where have you been all day? Haven't seen you around.
I had to visit a plantation we've got over at the other end of Ireland.
Fred Blake was looking for you earlier on. I think he wanted you to go swimming with him.
Oh, I'm sorry I wasn't here. Where's he now?
Courting, I expect.
Oh, not much chance of that here.
Don't you be too sure. Good-looking young fellow, you know. The girls fall for him. Between you and me and the gatepost, I should have said he clicked good and proper the other night.
Oh, really? Over
that girl up at Fritz.
Louise? Oh, no.
Well, I don't know. She came and had a look at the boat with him this morning, and I know he dolled himself up something fierce tonight. Oiled his hair, put on a silk shirt and a clean pair of ducks. I asked him what he was an aid of, and he told me to mind my own bloody business.
Frith was down here this morning. Maybe he asked Blake to go and have supper with him tonight.
Fred had his supper on the Fenton.
In any case, He wouldn't be at Swan's as late as this. They go to bed at 10.
Maybe he's gone to bed, too. If you ask me, that girl looked as though she knew a thing or two. Wouldn't surprise me if they wasn't both comfortably tucked up together at this very minute. And very nice, too. I wish I was in his place.
It's not a bad plan to judge others by oneself. But not when one's a mangy cur.
Oh, well, why have I said anything to offend you? I didn't know the lady was a friend of yours.
Good night, Doctor.
Well. What was all that about? Blew right up, didn't he?
Wanting to commit suicide, Captain? One blow from that great fist of his, and he wouldn't have to bother any more about dyspepsia or anything else.
Well, what was he so upset about? Sweet on the girl himself?
Well, there are men who object to hearing their girlfriends spoken of in that way.
Oh, come on, fair Doc. If a girl's easy, a chap likes to know. Well, there's a chance for him, ain't there? Stands to reason.
You know, you're one of the dirtiest tykes I've ever met, Captain.
That's a compliment in a way, ain't it?
I didn't intend it to be.
Funny part is you don't like me any the less if I am, do you? Seems that proves something.
What?
That you ain't exactly a saint yourself. Now, come on, let's deal the cards. And how about some beer while we're at it? Hey, boy!
It was after midnight when we finished our game of piquet and Captain Nichols returned to the Fenton. I went up to my room, undressed and got into bed. But at first I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking of Eric Chesterton and was reminded of the look of disgust and contempt and rage on his face when the captain had made his coarse references to Louise. I wondered, too, whether there was any truth in what Nichols had said about Fred Blake and the girl. And if so, whether I should not take it on myself to warn Blake and keep him away from her. Eventually I turned off the light and was on the point of dropping off to sleep when I heard someone trying the handle of my door, which was locked. On opening it, I saw the night watchman holding a lantern, and just beside him, Fred Blake.
It's me, Doctor. I want to see you. It's frightfully important. Let me come in.
Oh, wait a minute until I light the lamp.
Here you are, Watchman. Thank you. Something dreadful has happened. You must come to Eric's at once. There's been an accident.
What do you mean?
He shot himself.
Good God.
I've just come from his house. He's dead.
You sure?
Yes.
Well, if he's dead, what's the good of my coming?
He can't be left lying like that. Come and see him. Oh, my God. Well, perhaps you can do something.
Well, what can I do? Who's there?
Nobody. He's lying there alone. I can't bear it. You must do something. For God's sake, come.
You need a drink. Now, remember, we're in a foreign country. We don't want to run up against the authorities. The Dutch aren't very easy people to deal with, I believe. Yeah. Drink this. If he's dead, you can do no good. Neither can I. We'd better keep out of it. Did anyone see you there?
Where?
At his house.
No. I was only there a minute. I'd rushed straight round here. No one saw me.
What made you go to Chesterton's house?
I had to. I had something to say to him that couldn't wait.
Well, you'd better tell me.
It's that girl up at Old Swan's. Louise.
Well, what about her?
I had a bit of fun with her tonight.
Fun?
You know what I mean. She took a fancy to me the first moment she saw me. I knew that. I took a fancy to her, too. This morning she came and had a look over the boat with me.
So Nichols told me.
Now, the old fool wouldn't leave us alone for more than a minute. Anyhow, I said I'd go up to the plantation tonight and meet her in the garden by the pool when everyone else had gone to bed. We bathed in the moonlight. Then I went to her room. Afterwards, I put on my clothes. I carried my shoes. I didn't want to make a sound crossing the veranda. She went out first to see that the coast was clear. Then I slipped over the rail and jumped down into the garden. Before I knew what had happened, someone grabbed hold of me and put their hand round my throat.
Chesterton?
Yes. Well, you know how strong he is, like a nox. I thought he was going to choke the life out of me. I was paralyzed. I couldn't even struggle. I thought I was done for. And then, suddenly, he let go of me and gave me a great clout over the head. I just fell like a log. He never said a word, but He turned, went off through the plantation at about 100 miles an hour. And after he'd gone, I made my way to the road and started walking back to the town. I felt I must see him at any price.
Why?
To put myself right with him. If it had been anybody else but Eric, I shouldn't have cared a damn. But, well, he's so straight himself, I couldn't bear him to think that I wasn't straight, too.
Goodness can be rather shattering, can't it? It's inclined to knock human relationships endless.
Eric's 1 in 1,000. I've never met anyone like him before. You could trust him with your life. He wouldn't do anyone down. Damn it, what Louise and I had done was only human nature. I couldn't help myself, neither could she. I didn't want him to think that
But you were rather a cad.
Now, you're old. It's all very well for you to talk like that. You don't know what it is.
Go on. So you made up your mind to go and see him. What then?
Well, I went straight to his house. The door was open, so I walked in. I called out to him, but there was no answer. I struck a match, went along the passage to his room. I knocked on the door. There wasn't a sound. I struck another match and opened the door, and then I almost jumped out of my skin. He was lying on the floor at my feet. If I'd taken a step more, I'd have tumbled over him. I thought he'd fainted or was drunk or something. I went across to the table and lit the lamp, and then I held it over him. Oh, my God. The whole side of his head was shot away. He'd a revolver clenched in his hand. There was blood all over the place. It was horrible. I'll never forget it as long as I live. What in God's name made him do it?
I think it's obvious. He was engaged to Louise.
What? Eric?
Their engagement was unofficial. No one knew about it.
And how did you?
He told me so himself in confidence.
She never said a word. Oh, God, if I'd known that, I wouldn't have touched her with a barge pole. Oh, why didn't he kill me or her instead of himself?
Curious, isn't it?
She meant nothing to me. I'd never have thought of fooling about with her if I'd known.
She meant everything to him. He was in love with her.
Oh, life is damnable. You start a thing and you don't think twice about it, and then there's hell to pay. I think there's a curse on me. I make trouble wherever I go. I wish I was dead.
You'll get over it, you know. There's nothing one doesn't get over.
I swear it's not all my fault. She's as much to blame as I am.
Oh?
Well, why did she leave me alone, eh? Can you imagine a girl who was engaged to a chap like Eric going to bed with the first man she sees? Yes, well, that's one thing. He was well rid of her.
You're talking rubbish. Tell me, when you left the house, did you leave the lamp burning?
Yes. Yes, I never thought. I just turned and ran here as quick as I could.
Oh, well, he could just as well have shot himself with the light burning as in the darkness. It's odd that none of the boys should have heard anything.
I suppose they were asleep. They live at the back of the house anyway. What am I to do?
First, I suggest you try to get some sleep.
How can I sleep when I think of Eric lying there? Oh, God!
I can help you to sleep. I'll give you something. Sit in that chair. I got my hypodermic needle and gave him a shot of morphine. Then I put out the lamp, got back under the mosquito curtain into bed. In the morning, when I awoke, he was still on the long chair in my room, sleeping peacefully. I left him there and went downstairs to have my breakfast. I'd scarcely sat down at the table when the manager of the hotel came into the room with a Dutch official in a white uniform with brass buttons, who clicked his heels and addressed me in English.
You are Dr. Saunders?
I am.
I'm sorry to tell you that a Danish trader called Chesterton has shot himself.
Chesterton? Oh, that tall fellow?
The same. He was found by his boys an hour ago. I am in charge of the inquiry. Mr. Van Rijk, the manager here, informs me that Chesterton came to the hotel last night to visit you.
That's quite true, he did.
About 11 o'clock?
Yes, it was quite late. Captain Nichols and I were sitting out on the veranda having a game of cards when he called.
Did he stay long?
No, only a few minutes.
Had he been drinking?
Good heavens, no. He was quite sober.
I have never seen him drunk myself. Did you notice anything strange in his manner? Did he give you the impression that he was disturbed about anything?
Well, I don't know him very well, you know. I only arrived here about a week ago.
So I understand.
I shouldn't have thought he was the kind of man who'd do anything so desperate. But one can never tell.
Mr. Van Rijk tells me that the night watchman of the hotel admitted a young Englishman to your room late last night, after midnight.
That is so. Mr. Blake is travelling with Captain Nichols on board the Fenton, now anchored in your harbour. He was taken unwell suddenly with stomach pains. He came at once to see me. I gave him an injection and let him sleep on the chair in my room. He's still there. I haven't disturbed him.
I understand that he was friendly with Chesterton. Perhaps he can tell us something.
Well, I should doubt it. In any case, he didn't see Chesterton at all yesterday. He wasn't here when Chesterton called last night, and Chesterton told me that he'd been visiting a plantation on the other side of the island all day.
What is your own explanation of this tragedy, Doctor?
I'm afraid I can't help you.
Probably the old story.
What's that, officer?
It's a mistake for a foreigner to live alone in a place like this. They brood, they get homesick, the heat is killing. And then one day they can't stand it anymore, so they put a bullet through their heads. I've seen it happen before. I'm sorry for the poor fellow. He was very quiet and never gave any trouble. You could not help liking him.
I agree with you. He seemed to be an altogether unusual person.
But it would have been better for him to have taken one of the girls of the island into his house. It would have made hardly any difference to his expenses and perhaps saved him from this.
Perhaps?
Doctor, I am obliged to you.
Not at all.
I shall not disturb you any longer. And the young Englishman...
Mr. Blake?
I shall not disturb him either. Let him sleep.
Eric Chesterton was buried the following afternoon. The funeral was attended by a few of his Dutch friends, George Frith, Fred Blake, Captain Nichols, and myself. After it was over, Frith invited me to drive out with him to his house for a drink. As it would be my last opportunity of saying farewell before sailing on the Princess Juliana the following day, I accepted his invitation. I was also curious to see Louise. When we reached the house, she came down the steps to greet us, and while Frith was called away to attend to some urgent matter on the plantation, she led me into the sitting room, where the jalousies were drawn against the glare of the setting sun, and the light was subdued and cool. She bore no sign that she had passed through an emotional crisis. She was as calm and possessed as when I'd seen her first.
Father asked me to give you a drink until he returns. Will you have a Stanger?
Thank you.
If Grandpa comes in, please don't say anything about Eric. We haven't told him. We were afraid it would upset him. But perhaps he knows. One can never tell. Old people have a strange way of knowing things.
Chesterton's death must have been a great shock to him.
Yes. I owe a great deal to him. When I was a child, I used to worship him.
Were you in love with him?
With one part of me, perhaps. Why do you ask?
If you weren't wholly in love with him, why did you become engaged to him? He talked to me a great deal about you one night. He told me in confidence that he was going to marry you.
I promised Mother I would before she died.
Oh, I see.
I was very fond of him. I knew him so well. I was very much at home with him. I think if he'd wanted to marry me just when my mother died and I was so unhappy, I might have loved him. But he didn't want to take advantage of the feelings I had then. He thought I was too young. And Father didn't very much want me to marry him.
So I gathered. But in spite of that, you were going to marry him one day.
Yes, I suppose we should have married in the end. Been quite happy. If nothing had happened.
And if we hadn't come to the island. You might never have met Fred Blake.
Does he know I was engaged to Eric?
He does now. I told him.
Was that why he wouldn't see me when I called at the hotel yesterday?
I imagine so. Why did you come to see him?
I couldn't believe it when they told me Eric had shot himself. I wanted to know if it was possible that he knew about Fred.
He saw him coming out of your room that night. He was in the garden when Fred Blake jumped over the rail of your veranda. That's why he shot himself. You were to blame.
No, I wasn't.
What makes you think that? He was very much in love with you.
It wasn't me he loved, really. It was my mother. Only he didn't know it. But she knew it, and at the end I think she loved him, too. What he loved in me was what he loved in her. Eric killed himself because I'd fallen short of the ideal he made of me. Don't you think if he'd loved me, he would have been tolerant?
Men are very peculiar in that respect.
Yes, and it's stupid the importance they attach to the pleasures of the body. White men, at least. If he'd really loved me, then he might have killed me, or he might have forgiven me. But it was his ideal he loved. He wanted to imprison me in it. He didn't care who I was. He couldn't take me as I am. What right have people to make an image after their own heart and force it on you, and be angry if it doesn't fit you?
Aren't you asking to change human nature?
All that's happened is terrible, and my heart is heavy. But I don't grieve. At the back of my mind, I know that it's given me freedom. I'm even free of Fred Blake. I shan't see him again. Perhaps if he'd been staying a month on the island instead of just a few days, this would never have happened.
How do you mean?
I should have thought there was plenty of time. And if I'd seen him every day for a month, I dare say I shouldn't have bothered about him. In the end.
What will you do now?
I'm young. I can wait. When Grandpa dies, this will be mine. Perhaps I shall sell it. Father wants to go to India. The world is wide. But I am I. I don't want to dream anyone else's dream. I want to dream my own.
Frith joined us presently, and when we'd finished our drinks, we walked across the compound to his car. I got in beside him, and as we started off for the town, I looked back at the house. Louise was standing at the top of the stairs waving to us. The last ray of the sun found its way through the heavy leafage of the canary trees and touched her fair hair with gold. She was like an enchantress in an old tale whom men loved to their destruction. Enigmatic and serene, waiting for what in due course would befall her. I wondered what it would be. That evening, my last on the island, Fred Blake joined me for a drink on the veranda of the hotel.
Nichols and I are sailing first thing in the morning. We're going on to Batavia. I shall be glad to get out of here. I wish to hell we'd never come. I suppose that's what you call fate.
Not necessarily. I doubt if our destinies are so important that the fate should make such a to-do about them.
You're a queer fellow, Doc. I'm hanged if I can make you out. When one's talking to you, somehow nothing seems to matter a damn. Isn't there anything that makes a difference to you?
Yes, whiskey. There you are.
Cheers.
Bon voyage.
What, with Nichols?
As this is the last time we're likely to see one another, won't you tell me now what happened?
About Eric? I've told you.
No, about yourself. Something made you clear out of Sydney in a hurry. What was it?
Oh, that. Yes, I've wanted to talk about it to someone. Sometimes I could hardly prevent myself from telling Nichols. Oh, thank heaven I wasn't such a fool. But isn't it bloody to think that one's life should be ruined by an accident? It's so damned unfair. And I think of all I had to look forward to. My people are in a good position. My father's in one of the best firms in Sydney. He was going to buy me a partnership. I'd have made plenty of money and had a good life. I'd probably have gone into politics as he did. I'd have married sooner or later, settled down in a nice home. If anyone had a chance, I had. And now, look at me.
Well, you've got youth, you've got some education, and you're not bad looking.
That's what makes me laugh. If I'd been downright ugly, I'd be in Sydney now. Oh, well, that sounds conceited, I expect, but, you know, I've always been able to get any girl I wanted, I suppose, because of my looks. I thought it was rather a lark. After all, you're only young once. I didn't see why I shouldn't have all the fun I could get. Do you blame me?
No, the only people who would are those who've never had your opportunities.
And then, of all the rotten luck, I had to run into that woman.
What woman?
One weekend, a chap brought his wife to spend the day up at our house. His name was Hudson, Patrick Hudson.
Oh, yes.
He was a chap with a lot of influence in politics. Father said he could make all the difference at the election. So, of course, we had to make a fuss of him. I was told to look after Mrs. Hudson. She was nothing much to look at. Thin and scraggy and tall. Well, she must have been over 40. Well, when I was showing her round the garden, she asked me if I'd have tea with her one afternoon the following week at the Pacific. Do you know Sydney?
No, I don't.
Well, the Pacific's a place where they have dancing. I couldn't very well say no, because of Father and everything, so I went. She knew how to dance, I'll say that for her. But there are ways and ways of dancing. You know what I mean?
Not quite.
She was shameless. Of course, I saw what she was up to, and I couldn't help laughing, but I thought if she wanted me to play that game, I'd play it. In the end, we went to a place I knew and had a bit of a rough and tumble. I thought that would be the finish. Not on your life. She said she'd fallen in love with me the first time she saw me. I tried to shake her off, but I couldn't. She was on the phone at all hours of the day, ringing up the house or the office and leaving messages for me until I began to get scared. Well, she didn't mind what risks she took.
Didn't her husband mind?
Huh? Oh, Pat Hudson, well, he treated me just like a boy. He never took much notice of me. He probably thought it was all a joke. Well, at last I got fed up with it all. She wouldn't leave me alone. I couldn't call my soul my own. I couldn't stick it anymore. So I told her I was sick and tired of the whole thing and it had got to stop.
And what did you say to that?
Oh, there was one hell of a scene. She screamed and cried, said she loved me and wanted to marry me and that she couldn't live without me. She was like a mad woman. I've never seen anything like it. But I didn't care. I made a bolt for it.
From Sydney, you mean?
No, from our house. I didn't go there again. Well, not for some weeks. Not until she wrote me a letter. She said she was awfully sorry she'd made all those scenes. She thought she must have been crazy, but she'd had time to calm down. Everything was all right now, and she didn't bear me any ill will. She was going off to New Zealand in 2 days' time, and would I drop in the following evening just to say goodbye and have a drink.
And you went?
Yes, I was surprised at how casual she had sounded, as though she didn't much care whether I went or not. Well, that suited me all right, so I went along to the house the next night.
Come in, Fred. Come on and sit down.
Thanks.
Pat isn't here. He's gone to Brisbane for a day or two.
Yes, I heard he was going. Father said something about it.
I'm afraid we must talk about him for a minute, though. I don't want to get into any trouble if I can help it. Things might be a little awkward.
Huh?
That's one reason why I hoped you'd come this evening.
How do you mean, awkward?
Oh, don't worry, not for you. You're absolutely safe. But I think it's just as well we should both tell the same story, if we have to, if he should ask any questions.
You mean he knows about us?
Well, you remember that night we drove back from the beach, the last time we met?
Yes.
Well, someone saw us together and told Pat about it. He didn't like it. I said you were waiting for a friend to drive you home, and they didn't turn up, so I give you a lift. I don't think he'll mention it again, but if he does, I just want you to back me up.
Well, of course I will.
Yes, I knew you would. So, now let's forget about it, whiskey?
Thanks.
You know, I'm really rather excited about my trip. I've never been to New Zealand, and I believe it's wonderful.
Yes, I hear.
I'm going to stay with friends. They have a lovely house with the sea. It should be fun. And the doctor says it's just what I need. A complete change. Here. Is that all right for you?
Fine.
Well, Fred, here's how.
Cheers, Florrie.
Oh, by the way, what time do you make it?
6:20.
Oh, good. Good, then I don't need to leave the house for another half hour. I'm going to the pictures.
Well, I thought you were all dressed up.
Ah, it's a new dress. Do you like it?
Very much.
I think the colour suits me, don't you?
And the shape.
Fred.
Yes?
You know, it wouldn't hurt you to kiss me goodbye, would it?
No, I don't suppose it would.
Then why don't you?
Maybe I will, when I go.
Why not now? You may forget.
All right, Florrie. Have a nice trip. Bon voyage.
No, Fred, no. Properly. Like you used to kiss me.
That's enough. You promised there'd be no silly business.
Yeah, I know. I didn't mean there to be, but I can't help it now that I see you. Oh, Fred, come on, be kind to me. Please, just this once. It'll be the last time I'm going away tomorrow. You won't be bothered with me anymore. Well, you do like me a little, don't you?
Well, but yes, of course.
Well, then put your arms around me. Come on. I don't blame you for anything, Fred, really I don't. Except for being so absurdly good-looking. Oh, well, I know I'm a foolish woman, I know, but I can't help that. I love you. I love you. Oh, kiss me, darling. Oh, Patrick!
What the hell, you dirty little swine?
Oh, no, don't, Pat, don't.
Get out of my way!
Leave me! Pat! Let go! You tell him!
I'll beat the hell out of him!
Pat! I think it's all right. He's dead.
You said he'd gone away.
Oh, no, he didn't go. He had a telephone message.
How do you know?
I sent it.
You? What for? My God, you mean this was a put-up job?
No, don't be silly. What you've got to do now is keep your head. Go on home. Have supper quietly with your family as though nothing had happened. Well, I'm going to the cinema like I said I would.
You are mad. Stark, raving mad.
No, I'm not. I know what I'm doing. Now, you'll be all right if you just do what I say. See, you just behave as if nothing had happened and leave it all to me. Oh, you've got nothing to be afraid of. I won't let him touch you. You're mine, and I know how to look after what belongs to me. I love you, and I want you. And when it's all over and forgotten, we'll be married. What a fool you were to think that I was ever gonna give you up.
I shall never forget the look on her face as she said that. It made my blood run cold. I was in a trap, and there was no way of getting out of it.
Who fired the shots, Mrs. Hudson?
No, I did.
You were carrying a revolver.
Oh, of course I wasn't. When we were struggling on the floor, and I thought he was going to kill me, I suddenly felt a revolver put in my hand. I swear I didn't know what I was doing. It all happened in a second. I twisted my arm and fired. And then I fired again. My God, the nerve that woman had got. I was trembling like a leaf. She was as cool as a cucumber.
Did you go home, as she told you to?
Yes, I wanted time to think. But before I went to bed that night, I made a clean breast of the whole thing to my father. I told him that I'd only fired in self-defense, which was true. He said the thing had got to be hushed up. He couldn't afford a scandal with the election coming on. I should have to get out of the country. That's why he bought the lugger and why I came away with Nichols. I stayed in bed for over a week, pretending I had fever, until the night Father drove me along the coast to where the lugger was anchored.
Well, in the meantime, what about the police? What conclusion did they come to?
They reckoned that the crime had a political motive. Hudson was known to have a lot of enemies.
They didn't suspect Mrs. Hudson.
They may have done, but if they did, they couldn't pin anything on her. She had a perfect alibi. She said she'd spent the evening at the cinema, came home, and found her husband dead. The papers said she made an awful scene, screaming and crying and rushing out of the house to call the neighbors when she discovered him. She could prove she'd been at the cinema. She'd part of the ticket still in her bag, and she'd spoken to 2 people she knew who were there. She said she'd gone to the cinema because, believing her husband had left for Brisbane, she didn't particularly want to stay in the house alone. The police asked her why he hadn't gone to Brisbane. She said she'd no idea. They couldn't prove a thing against her.
Then why she just hanged herself?
How did you know that?
I read about the inquest in a copy of the Sydney paper you gave me.
It gave me an awful turn when I read it. She was horrible, and I hated her. Yet I suppose she must have been in love with me to do what she did.
Why do you think she did it? I mean, take her life.
Perhaps my father had something to do with it.
Your father?
I don't think he'd be satisfied till he got even with her. I shouldn't put it past him to have told her that I'd confessed everything and the police were going to arrest her.
Plausible, but she chose an unpleasant way of doing away with herself.
She's ruined my life. And it was only the merest chance that I met her. Oh, what the hell does it all mean? Why are we here? Where are we going? What can we do? Any of us?
My dear boy, you don't expect me to answer that, do you? Ever since men picked up a glimmer of intelligence, they've been asking those questions. What is it the Bible says? Short, therefore, is man's life, and narrow is the corner of the earth wherein he dwells. You must take life as you find it, I'm afraid.
I'm fed up with life as I find it.
You know, the most valuable thing I've learned is to regret nothing. Oddly enough, most misfortunes have their compensations. With a certain humor and a good deal of horse sense, one can make a fairly good job of what is, after all, a matter of very small consequence. You're a stranger in the world yet. Presently, like a man on a desert island, you'll learn to do without what you can't get and make the most of what you can.
I'll either have life on my own terms or not at all. No, I don't want your resignation.
You may one day.
Never. Never.
At dawn the next morning, the Fentons slipped out of the harbour, and that was the last I saw of Fred Blake. But not of Captain Nichols. By an odd coincidence, on my way through Singapore a month later, I was sitting on the little dusty terrace of my hotel reading when I heard someone call me. I looked up, and to my astonishment I saw the captain coming towards me.
Well. This is a small world, ain't it, Doc?
It certainly is.
I was passing by and saw you sitting there. I come to say how do you do you?
Oh, sit down and have a drink.
Don't mind if I do.
Good heavens, you've had your teeth out.
Yes, I promised you I would, didn't I? You was quite right. The dentist said he wasn't surprised I suffer from dyspepsia. It's a miracle I've gone as long as I have, according to him. They were rotten, every one of them.
And certainly didn't add to your beauty. Where's Fred Blake?
Come to a sticky end, poor chap.
What do you mean?
Fell overboard one night, or jumped over. Nobody knows.
In a storm?
No, sea was as flat as a mill pond.
Then how could he go overboard without anyone noticing? What about the man at the helm?
Well, we'd hove to for the night. Fred had been drinking very heavy. Nothing to do with me, of course, but I told him he'd better go easy. Mind your own bloody business, he said. All right, I says, go your own way. It ain't going to put me off me sleep. Next morning, he was gone.
When did this happen?
A week ago, last Tuesday. Very awkward it was for me, too. He'd won all my money at cribbage. We played a lot after we left you, and I tell you, the luck he had was something unbelievable. I began to think there was something phony about it, but I couldn't see how it was done.
No.
Well, to cut a long story short, by the time we got to Batavia, he took every penny off me I'd got for the cruise.
Well, you told me that was 200 sovereigns.
So it was. Well, after the accident, I broke open his strong box.
Why did you do that?
Well, I had to see if there was an address or anything so I could communicate with the sorrowing relatives. I'm very particular about that sort of thing. And you know, there wasn't a shilling there. It was as empty as the palm of my hand. The dirty little tyke must have carried all his money in his belt. And he'd gone overboard with a lot. And mind you, it was my money, most of it.
That must have galled you.
You can't tell me he could win like that playing on the square. Crooked he was. I never liked him. Not from the beginning. I don't know what I should have done if I hadn't been able to sell the lugger to a chink in Penang. I made him give me a good price, so I haven't done too badly after all. Life's a rum, ain't it, Doc? Like a bloody seesaw. Up and down, up and down.
It's a queer story, Captain. I wonder if there's any truth in it.
Here, Doc. What do you mean by that?
What I say. I suppose you didn't by any chance push Fred Blake overboard when he was drunk?
Well, that's a nice way to talk. It's the first time anyone's ever accused me of
doing the dirty on someone, Captain, is it? You didn't know he kept his money in his belt. You thought it was in his strong box. It was quite a package for a bum like you. I wouldn't put it past you.
Good old Doc. Still the same. Haven't changed, have you? Look here. What about that drink you were going to give me?
You shall have it, you scoundrel. Wait up!
In The Narrow Corner by Somerset Maugham, adapted for broadcasting by Howard Agg, the part of Dr. Saunders was played by Raymond Huntley, Captain Nichols by George Merritt, and Fred Blake by Dennis Hawthorne. Eric Christensen, William Edel, Louise Frith, Sheila Grant, Mrs. Hudson, Barbara Mitchell, George Frith, Peter Pratt, Ryan, Peter Clawton, Kim Ching, Will Layton, Swan, Geoffrey Wincott, Patrick Hudson, Louis Stringer, and the Dutch official, Anthony Vickers. The play, which was recorded, was produced by Martin C. Webster.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Johnny, I was afraid you might be away for the weekend.
Who's that?
Byron Kay at Intercoastal Maritime and Life.
Oh, hello, By. How are things in Boston?
In Boston, fine. In Cod Harbor, terrible.
Who's this?
Meg McCarthy, who runs an eating place there at the harbor.
Murder, mayhem, arson, or what?
Right now, it's or what. But if you don't do something, and fast, it may be all three. Can you come over and see me?
Now, By?
I know it's Saturday afternoon, Johnny, but this needs fast action. Will you?
By?
Goodbye.
No, By. Listen, you... Dollar, you're a sucker.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator...
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Cod Harbor, Massachusetts. To the Intercoastal Maritime and Life Insurance Company. Following is an accounting of expenses incurred during my investigation of the Meg's Palace matter. Expense account item 1, $7.30. Cab from my apartment, train fare and incidentals to Boston. Byron Kay was a good insurance broker, and I figured he wouldn't have called me over a weekend unless it was pretty important.
To get right to the point, Johnny, insurance on the Palace is only for $15,000.
Wait a minute, By. What is this Palace, a fishing boat?
No, it's what Meg McCarthy calls a restaurant, right down on the dock.
Cod Harbor, you say?
That's right.
Well, what seems to be the trouble over there that couldn't wait till after the weekend?
Well, like I told you, this character, Meg McCarthy, runs a so-called restaurant down on the docks, the Palace. I sold her $15,000 insurance on it. And, Johnny, it's quite a place.
What do you mean by that?
We also carry $25,000 straight life insurance on Meg herself. Separate policy, of course.
Which one are you worried about, By?
Both, I think.
Huh?
Matter of fact, the more I think about it, the gladder I am that she didn't fall for my pitch when I tried to get her to increase the coverage on the cafe. If she had, our necks would really be out.
Well, what's the matter? Isn't it worth $15,000 now?
Oh, sure, at least. Even if it doesn't look it.
You know, the stoves, equipment, and all that sort of stuff are in the coverage, too.
Then I'm afraid I don't see what
Thing is this, Johnny. Meg has been threatened.
By whom? How?
Who knows? Anyhow, she's notified me that there have been a couple of attempts to set fire to her place. Since she lives upstairs in it, that means danger to her own life, too.
Uh-huh. And the whole $40,000 is at stake.
Yes. Will you go up there right away and see what you can do?
Today?
Tomorrow?
Sunday?
Look, maybe you can get in some fishing. I understand you're quite a fisherman.
Oh, now, the last 3 times I was promised fishing while working on a case, all I did was cut bait.
Proposition. If you don't get in at least a full day's fishing trip while you're up there, I'll double whatever you line up on your expense account.
Sounds mighty tempting.
How about it, Johnny?
Okay, bye. You asked for it. Item 2, 1195, transportation back to Hartford, then on to Cod Harbor the next morning. Fine way to spend a nice warm Sunday. Nice place, too, if you lost your sense of smell. There were 2 or 3 dozen fishing boats of all shapes and sizes tied up at the long dock and piers that comprised the important part of the village. For housing, there was a scattering of weather-beaten shacks, 1 store. Meg's Palace turned out to be the biggest, most disreputable-looking of the dockside eating places, and since there was a close sign on the front door, I went around to the back.
And I tell you, get off the clean scrub floor of me lovely joint your water space below. I'm sick and tired of looking at that whole...
No, look here, Meg. I just come back to apologize for that.
But the next time that mangy, scurvy crew of the Lillian comes in here and gets drunk and brawls and carries on and busts up me fine glassware and china, to say nothing of a couple of wooden chairs and a fine
listen
table.
to me, darling.
Don't you darling me, you pig-faced squint eye.
No, Meg, put down the frying pan.
No, sir, not until you get your filthy hide out of here. I'm running a respectable joint, and the likes of you and the ragtail crew of yours have got no place in it. What's more, and furthermore, I won't have you around.
I only come to pay for the damage my boys did last night. Now, look here.
Hey, that's a laugh. Pay for the loss of me dignity, to say nothing of me
Make
trade.
me little buttercup, please.
Now, get out of here, Willie. Get out.
Okay. Hey, here's your money, Meg.
Who wants your dirty, offensible money? Get!
Meg, put down the frying pan.
I'll put it down, Willie boy, if you don't get out of here. I'll
Meg,
cover your head.
no!
Get now, before I don't see you. Get out of here, Willie. I'll clean how you Come on, Willie.
Excuse me, Miss McCarthy?
Ain't he a darling? Ain't he the sweetest man you ever did see?
Huh? The man you just threw out of here?
Not only comes in to apologize, but brings the money to pay for the damage his pranking boys done last night when they was celebrating the big catch they made. Lovely bunch of lads they are, too, every one of them. As loyal to Willie Boy. Now, who the devil are you? And what's the big idea of barging in here on a Sunday when anybody with eyes in his stupid head can see that the place is closed up?
Now,
With
wait a
your
minute.
eyes so blind in your head you couldn't see the sign out front.
I saw it.
And sneaking in here the back way this way. Who do you think you are?
I wasn't
now,
sneaking.
get out and leave a lady alone of a Sunday. Go on!
Don't get tough with me, Meg McCarthy.
Huh?
Just put down that pot and shut up for a minute while I tell you why I'm here. Put it down.
Shades of me dear departed overbearing husband, yes, sir. After all, I should have noticed you're a gent standing by the way you done while me and Bill was at its helter and skelter. Oh, but he is a dear one, ain't he?
Yeah, well, at this point, I wouldn't know. But from what I saw a minute ago...
Oh, don't let that fool you, dearie. We're in love, me and Willie boy. Ain't he a living doll?
Meg.
A fine, fine husband he's going to make me, too. That's why I made him the beneficiary of my life insurance policy.
That's exactly what I want to talk to you about.
Then go ahead and talk. What's stopping you standing there like a banty rooster that doesn't know...
Will you shut up?
Oh, why, of course I will, dearie. And I'm begging your humble pardon. But if there's anything I hate, it's a lily-livered man that hasn't...
Meg.
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Then listen.
Yes, sir.
My name is Dollar, Johnny Dollar. I'm an insurance investigator.
Insurance investigator, eh? Well, in spite and despite of your pretty clothes and pleasing manner, I don't want any I've already got.
No, you don't understand,
I've
Meg.
got all I can have.
I'm just...
And from the looks of things, these past couple
Will you
of...
shut up a minute?
Of course, dearie. I'm sorry.
You call the insurance company, Mr. Byron Kay, at Intercoastal Maritime.
Oh, yes, dear little pasty-faced Byron boy. Why, do you know if he'd had half the guts and get of a he-man, he would have sold me twice the insurance he did?
Well, that's not quite the way he told it to me.
Well,
so
it's the way I'm telling it to you. Oh, what am I going to do, darling, if they wreck my place the way they're trying?
Oh, this Willie boy, as you call him, who was just in here?
That's effeminate. What? He's Captain Billy Morgan, billed to you and any man what calls him Willie.
Put it down, will you? And stop yapping your head off and answer my question.
Yes, sir.
Now, is Captain Bill Morgan one of the people you suspect of trying to wreck this ugly-looking hash house?
Oh, I love you, boy. You talk like a real sweet, overbearing man.
Then answer my question.
Well, of course he ain't. Willie boy wouldn't hurt me any more than I'd touch a hair of his pretty head if he had a hair on top of it.
All right, then who?
Johnny boy, there's a dozen of 'em like to see Meg's palace burned to the ground. Blast their black thieving souls.
Why?
Because I give 'em the best and the most food in the harbor. That's what the man gets here. So what happens to the silver plate in Ernie's Manor House and Irving's chop suey joint? Well, I'm putting them out of business, that's what.
So you think they're trying to put you out of business?
Think it, I know it. That's why I telephoned that sniveling, lop-eared Byron Kay to send somebody down here and make him stop it, before he had to pay off a lot of insurance on it, and maybe even on me. Why else do you think?
There have been some attempts to set the place on fire, I understand.
Why else do you think a lady like myself would take to sleeping on the bar down here every night, getting a creak and me sacred illy up? But I'm getting sick and fed up with it.
Don't know that I blame you. Now, look,
This trying to keep awake all night every night to keep them from burning it out from under me, and me with it is making a fair shadow of me for myself out of me. I'm losing me strength.
But not your aim. Look, while we talk, I'll help you clear up some of this.
Well, the devil you will. It's not the man's job, especially since you ain't romantically inclined towards me.
But you would let Bill Morgan clean up for you, huh?
Well, he was the cause of it, wasn't he? So if he and his boys don't show up before nightfall and take care of it, so help me, I'll keel-haul them every one. Besides, if he's going to be me old man when the fishing season's done, he's got to know how to keep in line. Now.
You say there are people you suspect of trying to fire this building.
3.
All right, 3. Now, who are they? The owners of the other restaurants here on the docks?
Aye. First, there's Clem Harris, what runs the Silver Plate. Oh, and a sly one he is.
Yeah, what do you mean?
He's too soft and polite and soft-spoke. Me, I never trust a man unless he talks up like a man. I guess that's why I like you, dear.
Well, who are the others?
Ernie Turner at the Manor House Cafe.
Oh, yeah. Is that the big place down at the other end?
What? The little hole in the wall next to the bait stand. And half the time the customers don't know whether they're getting bad food or thawed-out bait. And the third one.
Yeah?
That stubborn mule that runs Irving's chop suey joint.
Irving who? What's his last name?
Irving? His name's Tony.
His name? Now, wait a minute, will you please?
Sure. Tony Fortino, Italian.
Then why is it Why a chop suey place?
If anybody has eyes, he would have saw how the sign was changed. First, the Chinese had it with chop suey.
Yeah?
Then came Irving with kosher, so he added his name to it, and now it's Tony.
Well, then why?
Only there wasn't any more room left on the sign, so stop complaining.
Okay, Meg, you win. But have you any specific reason to suspect any one of them?
One of them? I suspect them all, the dirty conniving.
Why?
Because they're a dirty conniving. I'll tell you why. Because they won't sell out to me. Because they all 3 keep open competing with me, and that's 3 against 1, so they're a dirty conniving.
All right, you said that.
Well, aren't they? How would
All right.
Yes, sir. I love it when you speak to me that way, Johnny boy.
So you said. Now, I asked you if you have any specific reason for suspecting any one or all of them.
Well, of course I have, on account of the threats they sent.
How do you know they sent them?
Because I suspect them, that's why. And what happens 3 times they try to set fire to my luck.
Meg, you don't have one bit of actual evidence against any of them, do you?
Well,
do you?
No, but I suspect the dirty conniving...
Hold it, please. Are you sure those fires weren't accidental?
Accidental?
Well, with all the dirt and grease you leave around this
In
shack.
the middle of the night with a stove fire banked like I've been doing it for 20 years, and with all the fires starting outside where they have no business. Look, Johnny boy, I'll show you where they started outside.
Well, now, that's a good idea, because so far, I confess I can't get very much alarmed over what's happening.
Don't the whole town know I'm closed on Sundays? Hello, and what kind of a blubber-headed income-poop would be calling Meg's Palace on a Sunday when everybody knows...
I want Johnny Dollar.
Huh? Oh, of course. The gentleman's right here. It's for you, Johnny boy.
Oh? Hello, Johnny Dollar.
We know why you're here, Dollar,
Oh, yeah? Who's we?
but you won't be here long, understand?
Well, now, that's a matter of opinion, isn't it?
Either you go quiet the way you came, or you go in a long wooden box. Get it?
What is it, Johnny boy?
Come on, Meg. Let's get to work.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, well, they say that darkness can cover a multitude of sins. It can also cover a strong man armed with a deadly weapon. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote tonight's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. It's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Byron Kay in Boston, Johnny.
Hi.
The operator had quite a time locating you.
I don't see why I'm in the only available room for rent here in Cod Harbor.
Huh? Well, she said she was ringing Meg's Palace Restaurant.
That's where I am. Room's right above the place.
Well, tell me, have you found out whether it's true somebody's trying to burn up that joint and put Meg out of business?
Not only that, Bly, but whoever's behind the attempts to get her out of the way has threatened to get me.
Hey, you want some help?
Yeah, I want you to send me something by truck soon as possible.
Huh?
And I want to be sure it arrives here quietly at night so that nobody in this little fishing village knows it arrives.
Holy smoke, what?
Listen carefully, Bly, and I'll tell you. I want you to send me 6 large...
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Cod Harbor, Massachusetts, to the Intercoastal Maritime and Life Insurance Company, Boston. Assignment, the Meg's Palace matter. Expense account continued. Expense account item... Well, since you're paying for and sending that batch of fire extinguishers, Byron, I can hardly charge them to my expense account, can I? But I have a sneaking suspicion they might be mighty important. A cursory inspection of this tiny fishing community has revealed no sign of a firehouse. Nothing, in fact, but some hose connections for cleaning off the docks. And after the threats Meg McCarthy has received, plus a couple of attempts to fire up this disreputable-looking establishment of hers, well, I guess I still have some Boy Scout blood in my veins. In view of the threat to me, I figured it might be a good idea to consult the local authorities. I learned a long time ago that it's a good plan to enlist their cooperation when working in a strange, small community. Inquiries from some of the fishermen mending their nets spread out on the long wharf led me to a small, shabby, unmarked frame shack that stood about a block away from the waterfront.
Come in.
Mr. Beasley?
That's right. Oh, what's your name?
Johnny Dollar.
Dollar, Okay, what do you want?
Well, you're the chief of police, I understand.
Acting chief of police?
Oh.
Acting mayor, too, an acting judge, acting town clerk, acting just about anything else you could want.
I don't get it.
Well, I don't know why not. Officially, I guess Cod Harbor's just a part of Barnesboro, a couple of miles inland. We're so small and we're not incorporated like most towns, so we just have to be kind of self-sufficient unto ourselves. You see what I mean? And you know something? It works out pretty good.
Yeah, well, I guess it's as acting chief of police that I've come to see you.
Yeah, what about?
The Meg's Palace Cafe.
You mean you take any stock in Meg's talk about somebody threatening to burn up that cockroach-loaded dump she calls a restaurant?
I'm representing the insurance company that holds $15,000 insurance on it.
Never come to your mind, Mr. Dollar, that Meg her own self might have set the fires to collect that insurance?
And call for help as a cover-up? Yeah, the thought has entered my mind.
Just crazy enough to do a thing like that, too.
Hasn't she been to you for help?
She told me.
Oh, what sort of evidence, one way or another, have you turned up?
Dollar, I haven't looked for any.
Yeah, what?
The less I meddle in their affairs, the less trouble I'll have with the folks here in Cod Harbor.
Oh, hey, now, wait a minute. For a mayor and police chief and so on, you don't seem to be very concerned about these people of yours.
So, maybe I'm not. What's the difference?
Well, look here, if you...
Yeah, you know, unless something serious happened, like a murder or...
Or a fire that destroyed Meg's Palace and maybe half the docks. Don't you think that sort of thing is serious?
Well, yeah, if it happens. Then I'd probably have to call in the regular appointed authorities over to Barnesboro. But there hasn't been any fire yet. Not any real one. So why get your dander up?
Well, I'll be. Look, with so little concern about the place, how did you ever get all those jobs?
Easy. Lost my schooner out on the banks last fall. So for want of something better, I just took it. I took them all. Why not? The town feeds and bores me, and I like it. So...
Real soft, lazy, good-for-nothing life, huh?
Sure. Now, why don't you be a good boy, Dollar, and leave things be around here? Stop wasting my time.
Well, just let me take enough of your valuable time to ask a couple of questions.
Sure. Go ahead. No harm in asking.
I want to know about some of the people here in Cod Harbor.
Like who?
Clem Harris, for one.
Careful, boy. That's my cousin.
Oh.
Who else?
Ernie Turner and Tony Fortino.
Oh. On account of them's the three that run the other dirty bites along the docks, huh?
Yeah. I'd like a rundown on all three of them.
Easy.
Yeah?
Yeah. Go talk to them.
Oh, now, wait a minute.
Easiest way I know of for you to find out all about them.
Oh, you're a lot of help.
Dollar, like I said, we're kind of self-sufficient unto ourselves around here. We like it that way. And that's just another way of saying we don't like strangers coming here and messing around in our affairs.
Well, that was pretty definitely that. It was getting quite late, and I decided I'd better postpone any interviews with Meg's business rivals until the following morning. Besides, as I walked along the wharf, I noticed that they were closed. Then I remembered somebody else I wanted to talk to, the beneficiary of Meg McCarthy's life insurance policy, the master of the fishing boat, Lily Ann, Captain Billy Morgan. But the Lily Ann, tied up at her berth, was dark and empty. Well, if anyone knew where Captain Billy was, it'd be Meg herself. So I walked the boards back to Meg's Palace. What greeted me as I opened the back door of the place was truly a sight to behold.
Over there without a hole, just come of a land lovingly. Over there in the corner, can't you see? What's the matter with your blinking eyeball?
Standing in the center of the floor, brandishing a moth-eaten feather duster as if it were a club, stood Captain Billy Morgan, shouting orders to three men who were cleaning up the mess of pots and pans and broken crockery left over from Meg McCarthy's temper tantrum of a short while earlier, when she belabored this same Captain Billy for a little celebration he and his crew had in their place the night before. Belabored? It looked like she must have thrown one of everything in the joint at him. Bill! Hey, Captain Billy! Hey!
Oh, it's you, huh? I seen you here earlier today when Meg throwed me out.
Looks to me like you weren't all she threw.
Yes, sir. Oh, she's a living doll. Hey, say, ain't you the insurance hand? She telephoned to help her find out who's trying to burn her out of here. Name's Johnny Dollar, ain't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
And, Captain, I'd like to ask you a favor.
Charlie, you yellow-bellied, bug-eyed bandy wasted. Don't throw that trash in the corner. What's the matter with you?
Sorry, Mr. Dollar, but I guess the boys don't like working at night when they got to be up and aboard Lily Ann and headed out for the fishing banks by 3 a.m. in the morning.
Don't blame him.
We couldn't leave Meg's place in a mess like this, now could we? After all, she's going to have to serve us coffee and sinkers before we go.
Well, where is she?
Upstairs. Has been for the last hour.
In her room?
In that room she's renting out to you. Figured like maybe it could stand some cleaning up and debugging, I guess.
You know something? She figured right.
Avast there with the mop, old ear. I'll wring it around your bloody neck. And swab off them tables whilst you're at it. Can't you see the mess you left on them?
Now, what can I do for you, Mr. Dollar?
Well, look, why don't you and I go into the kitchen, Captain, where we can hear ourselves think?
Well, sure, why not?
All right, now you keep at it, you sow-bellied lunkheads. And if the joint ain't clean and tidy when I come back, I'll blast you all over the lee scuppers.
Real fine bunch of boys I got there, ain't they?
I'll buy it, are they?
You bet your sweet living life they are. Finest crew on any boat in the harbor. Charlie, Oley, and Montgomery. Now, what was it you wanted, Mr. Dollar? You found out anything about who's causing all the worries to my lover girl?
Not very much, yet.
Well, I hope you do.
Do you?
Huh? I don't get you.
I'm going to be honest with you. Lay all the cards right on the table.
Well, that's the only way, I always say.
All right. I'm just as concerned about Meg herself as I am about this cafe.
Sure you are. Me too.
Now, whether you like it or not, I have to consider the fact that you are the beneficiary of Meg's $25,000 life insurance policy. If anything were to happen to her...
Why, sure, I see what you mean. You bet your life I see what you mean. Why, you blasted land-loving son of a dirty yellow sculpin.
Take it easy, Captain.
Take it easy. You trying
Pipe
to
down.
say I hurt one single hair make me cut? Dollar, you make crash like that, I'll swab the decks with that ornery hide of yours and feed you. Put him up! Put him up, Dollar! You want to talk to me like that, you
said
put him
pipe
up!
down, Captain. Let's talk sense a minute.
Talk sense, yeah, but don't you go implicating that
I didn't imply a thing yet.
Well, I warn you, you
just
don't.
a minute there, Captain Billy Morgan, just a minute.
I-
Who do you think you're talking to like that, the guest of me humble
Well,
establishment?
I'm sorry, Meg, darling, but he
And
was
why
talking
ain't
like...
you in there helping those poor boys of yours with the cleaning up?
Well, but they're almost finished up, Meg, me darling.
Besides, unless you ought to get out of here and get your sleep, you'll not be worth your salt on the boat tomorrow.
Meg, I'd like to talk to Captain Billy.
Tomorrow. Go out in the boat with him in the morning, and you'll all have plenty of time to talk.
Well, I want to talk to
Willie
him now.
boy, get out with them. Go on.
Well, yes, my dear. And, I'll see you at the dock at 3 in the morning.
Well, now, wait a minute.
Also, Johnny boy, you go out with him. It'll give me a chance to fix your room up real nice for you, like it should be for a gentleman like yourself.
Okay, Meg. Come to think of it, I was promised a fishing trip on this case.
Anyways, I'll not be worrying about any fires tonight with you staying here. So if you don't mind, I'll retire to my bed and see you at breakfast time.
Okay. Maybe I can help Billy's crew finish cleaning up in there.
Oh, don't you lift a finger. 'Twas at Willie boy I throwed them plates and things so him and his crew can clean it up. Good night, Johnny boy. There's food in the icebox and your bed's all made when you're ready to retire.
I stood there for a moment, smiling after her. Then I decided I'd take her advice, that instead of helping the men clean up the cafe, I'd get a breath of fresh air before hitting the sack. The moon was just a thin sliver in the eastern sky, and the stars twinkled merrily in the broad, clear expanse overhead. The cottages of the peaceful little fishing village were dark. Along the docks at the waterfront, the fishing boats playfully nudged each other as they slowly and quietly swung and rolled on the gently heaving water. Their masts and rigging formed an intricate, ever-changing pattern against the occasional beam from the lighthouse and the point as it lazily swept across the night. Somewhere, far out on the landward breeze, an occasional seabird called. It was all so peaceful and serene that I couldn't help wondering how trouble could ever come to a... Then I saw it. A slight movement at the front corner of the old building. A silhouette hunched over, tensely watching the front door, waiting for home. Slowly, as quietly as possible, I crept up on whoever it was, hoping in the dim light to recognize him or her before I was discovered. Softly, I passed the side door. I could still hear the members of the crew inside at their work. But in my concentration on the person out front, I was too slow in my reaction when that side door suddenly opened behind me. Huh? What? Who are you? Oh, no, you... Oh! And very suddenly, it got very dark.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a trip to sea on the Lily Ann that starts out like an ordinary fishing trip. But somewhere on board lurks a man with murder in his heart. And his next intended victim, me. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Mr. Dollar?
Oh, listen, it's after midnight, and I don't feel so
This is
good.
Tim Beasley. I want to talk to you.
Oh, the oh-so very uncooperative mayor, chief of police, and general do nothing in this town.
Now, just a minute.
Now, you just a minute. I asked you for help this afternoon in finding out who's threatening to put Meg McCarthy in a restaurant out of business.
Dollar.
What do I get? A snide warning from you that the people of Cod Harbor don't want outsiders messing in their affairs. Well, I don't believe it.
If you'll only listen to me, I want to help
Then
you.
why weren't you here a little while ago when somebody slugged me?
I was.
What?
Who do you think picked you up in that alley and put you to bed at Meg's place?
You?
You want to come over here and talk to me now? I know it's late.
Okay, Beasley. If my head stops spinning long enough, I'll be right over.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location, Cod Harbor, Massachusetts. To the Intercoastal Maritime and Life Insurance Company, Boston. Assignment, the Meg's Palace matter. Expense account continued. Expense account? Well, so far here in Cod Harbor, there's been little need for it. Meg McCarthy had given me a small room above a restaurant and provided all the food I could eat. My own 2 feet were the only means of transportation. The only shops were along the waterfront. They were suppliers to the boats tied up at the various docks. And a motley lot of boats they were. Some were big schooners dating back to the last century and still carrying sail. There were power boats of all shapes and sorts and sizes, from 18-footers with one-lung gasoline engines to big 60 and 70-foot diesel jobs. Trouble of the sort I'd come to investigate seemed out of place in this otherwise peaceful little village.
Come in, Mr. Dollar.
So, you've suffered a change of heart, huh, Beasley? And you've decided to cooperate.
Yeah, that's about the best way to put it, I guess. See, it's
Now,
this
wait,
way.
wait. Before we go any further, what was this bit about picking me up after I got socked on the head a while ago?
Listen, Mr. Dollar, after you left here this afternoon, I got to thinking. Maybe I was wrong in giving you the back of my hand, and maybe you was right in walking out mad like you did.
Well, how would you feel? The insurance company back in Hartford gets word from Meg McCarthy that somebody's threatening to burn up that joint on the waterfront she calls a restaurant. It's insured for $15,000, and she's insured for $25,000.
I know. Well, you see, it's this way.
And when I get here, I learn that somebody has already tried a couple of times to set fire to the place. All right. I learned a long time ago that in a case like this, it's smart to enlist the help of the local authorities. Here in Cod Harbor, those authorities all seem to boil down to you. Why, I will never know.
Yeah, like I told you. But now listen.
And what do I get from you? The cold shoulder, the back of your hand, as you put it.
I got to explain to you, Mr. Dollar.
Well, then go ahead and explain. And believe me, brother, it better be good.
Well, there probably ain't another village like this in the whole country, see? Technically, we're supposed to be part of Barnesboro, a few miles inland. But we've always left them alone, and they've always left us alone. Any trouble happens, we settle it amongst ourselves. And because we're such a small place, it's get along with everybody or get out, see? So we just don't have no trouble. Not of any account, that is. Unless it's somebody comes in from outside and makes it for us. You understand, Mr. Dollar?
Are you forgetting it was one of your own townspeople who asked me to come here, and for her own protection?
That's what I got to thinking about after you left. So I decided maybe I better talk to you. And, well, that's how I happened to go over to Meg's place tonight.
Was that you I saw in the shadows out by the front door?
Yes, sir. I was waiting for Captain Billy Morgan and his crew to finish cleaning up the place for Meg. Then I was going to go in and talk to you. And that's the truth, Mr. Dollar.
Go on.
Well, I just got there when I heard a noise out at the side of the cafe like a fight. Of course, it was dark.
There was no fight. Somebody came out the side door from behind me and knocked me on the head.
Yeah. So I took you up and put you on your bed and gave you time to get your senses back and then telephoned to you.
Uh-huh. You sure it was you out at the front of the cafe?
Oh, no, Mr. Dollar. You trying to implicate maybe it was me that give you a belaying pin over the head?
Was that what hit me, Beasley? A belaying pin?
Well, something hit you, and I just...
Okay. I'll take your word it wasn't you, for the time being.
I swear, Mr. Dollar, by all...
All right, then, listen.
Yeah?
I heard that side door open just before I started seeing stars.
Huh? Yeah?
That means whoever struck me must have come from inside the cafe.
Say?
Yeah, that's right. The only people inside were Captain Morgan and the crew of his fishing boat.
You sure?
I'm sure, because I was in there myself just a minute before. Just Billy Morgan and his 3 men.
Where was Meg?
She'd gone up to bed. I just stepped outside for a breath of air.
Ole?
Huh?
Ole Jensen, first mate.
Yeah, I heard Captain Billy call one of them Ole. Last name's Jensen, huh?
And then there's Charlie. Charlie Button's the deckhand, and Montgomery the engineer.
Well?
No, not one of them could have done it.
Isn't that like saying I didn't get hit? One of them must have done it.
No, sir, Mr. Dollar. It just couldn't make any sense.
All right, tell me this. Are any of them related to the guys who run the other cafes along the wharf?
No.
But you are, aren't you, Beasley?
Huh?
To Clem Harris at the Silver Plate, or is it the Greasy Plate? Anyway, he's your cousin, isn't he?
Oh, I told you that. But if you think he had anything...
Right now, I don't know what I think. Well, let me tell you this. If you have suffered this big change of heart, it's about time you started proving it.
I'll do anything you say, Mr. Dollar.
All right. Meg seems to think the threats and attempts to burn down her place came from her competitors.
Well, I know she does, but she's...
Now, in a couple of hours, I'm taking off for the fishing banks with Captain Morgan and his crew. Maybe I'll be able to spot which of his men laid me out in the alley, if it was one of them. Meantime, you see if you can dig up anything that would put a finger at the other cafe owners. That means Ernie at the Manor House, Tony who runs Irving's Chopped Suey Joint, and your cousin, Clem Harris.
Okay, Mr. Dollar. I'll do it.
Hey, by the way, did you ever check their handwriting against the letters Meg received?
Well, no, I never quite got around to it.
I don't think you ever got around to doing anything.
But it's such an easy job.
Well, do it. Get the letters from Meg and check them.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to try to get a couple hours' sleep before we take off on the Lily Ann.
Yes, sir.
The big lazy slob. The first time I met him, he'd actually boasted about his soft job. About how nicely he could live in the town without having to lift a finger. Oh, sure, the sudden change of heart may have been genuine, but I wouldn't have bet on it. And I still had no proof it wasn't he who slugged me. And one of Meg's rival eateries was run by his cousin. But then everything indicated that whoever struck me had come from inside her own cafe. So I decided it was more important than ever that I go on the next day's fishing trip. Back at my room on the second floor of Meg's palace, I fell asleep the minute my head hit the pillow. And I could have sworn it was only a second later that... Oh, yeah. Oh, who is it? What is it?
Time to get up and out. What do you think it is?
Huh?
Who,
You're going out with the boys. Just get them lazy bones of yours up out of that bed.
Oh, but it's still pitch dark.
Are you decent? Well, whether you are or whether you ain't, it's time you was up. Here's the light for you.
Oh, turn that thing off.
Now,
will you?
here's some coffee. Take a saucer or two. It'll choke you. It's that strong, but it'll wake... Johnny boy, what happened to you?
Oh, just what it looks like.
But your head...
Somebody just got real friendly with a belaying pin right after you went to bed.
They come up here and attacked you?
No, it was outside, out by the side door.
I'll kill whoever done that to you, Johnny boy. So help me, I'll find out who done that. You sure you want to get up and go out to the banks? Maybe you'd
No, I'll be all right. And I think it's pretty important I go out with Captain Billy and his boys. Because I have a sneaking suspicion one of them may have done this.
Why, them dirty, conniving... Oh, no, Johnny, you must be wrong.
Oh?
Why, don't you know, darling, that's the finest crew of men in all of Cod Harbor.
I'm not so sure.
But then you mean you think one of them could also be behind trying to burn me down? And maybe me with it?
You can be mighty sure I'm going to try to find out.
Oh, Johnny boy, I pray that you're thinking wrong. Anyhow, if you're going with them, well, up and out with you. By the time you're in your clothes, I'll have some grits on the table for you. Eggs and pork chops and donuts and jam and hot cakes.
I met the crew of the Lily Ann at that breakfast. Breakfast? Considering the amount of food set before them and the way they piled into it, you'd think those 4 men hadn't eaten for a month. And I must confess, there was nothing about them that looked like cause for suspicion. First there was Charlie, a tall, brown-eyed, husky young fella, alert and pleasant, with a sense of humor, and he was obviously liked by the others.
I don't know, Mr. Dollar. I think you just got to dreaming about some nice, pretty gal, and when you reached out and tried to grab her, you fell out of bed, and that's the way you got banged up.
Montgomery, a bit older, the man who was responsible for the engines on the boat. Gray-haired, lean, wiry, with narrow fingers that looked clumsy and somehow never made a clumsy move. Whose blue eyes looked straight at you when he spoke.
Don't you believe it? And you can blow me down, Mr. Dollar, if that ain't the most dastardly thing I ever heard of here in Cod Harbor. Now, you best stick close to us that's your friends whilst you're here. I say, friends of Meg McCarthy be friends of us.
Then Ollie Jensen, first mate, the oldest member of the crew. Quiet, calm, and efficient. The soft-spoken one.
It's not for me to inquire why you're here. What business you're about, Mr. Dollar, and I don't. But I'm certain it's for the good. And any help that we can give you, you're welcome, sir.
And I say the devil with all this chitter and chatter when there's fish at sea for you to catch, you lazy lunkers. Get up from that table and get to work. By the time the sun's up, the fish will all be out of your reach.
Within a few minutes, we cast off, and the Lily Ann put to sea. Slowly, the lights of the little village disappeared aft. The moon had gone down, and our only company out on the dark water was the twinkling stars and the occasional running lights from the other boats setting out for the fishing banks. Captain Billy Morgan stood at the wheel. Montgomery sat athwart the engine cover and occasionally made some slight adjustment or indicated a change of throttle to the captain. Young Charlie and Ole made ready the 2 small boats and trot lines. For today, we'd go for codfish in the deep that lay along the edge of Taylor Banks. I stood alone up in the bows, looking over the curling wash as it scattered the myriad microscopic beings and gave a soft phosphorescent glow to the water gliding past. And I wondered why there had to be trouble in this world, where honest labor by honest men could do so much more. Honest men? No, not even among this crew. One of them had to be the man who'd attacked me. Was probably the one who had threatened to burn Meg McCarthy out of business. So I'd better have at it. I'd better get back aft, talk with them, watch their every move, try somehow to trap one of them into saying something that would give them away. Or maybe, who knows, give all of them away. And above all, watch my step. There was a long way back to shore. And the darkness and the sound of the engines could all too easily cover up an untoward act by one of them. It did. Before I could lift my head, a powerful pair of arms had picked me up bodily and dropped me overside. In the brief moment that I remember, I felt the strong tug from the big propellers as the water closed over me, then a terrible blow against my side. Then nothing.
now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the motives for arson and murder begin to take definite shape in the form of a confession. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Dr. Lionel Champion here, Mr. Dollar.
Who?
I'm surprised Meg McCarty didn't answer. I ordered her to keep you in bed there at her place until I could see you again.
I am in bed. And I take it you're the doctor who bandaged me up this way, put on this splint.
That's right.
After I tangled with the propeller of Captain Morgan's fishing boat this morning.
Yes, only it was yesterday.
Huh?
You were unconscious when the captain and his men brought you in. After treating you, I gave you sedation.
Oh.
Rest was the most important thing. How did you ever happen to fall off that boat?
Fall? Doctor, I was pushed.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Cod Harbor, Massachusetts, to the Intercoastal Maritime and Life Insurance Company, Boston. Assignment, the Meg's Palace matter. Report and expense account continued. As soon as I hung up on Dr. Champion, I again checked the splint on my right leg and confirmed the suspicion that I couldn't possibly walk on it. Then, a few minutes later, Meg McCarthy came into my room. She carried a tray filled with enough food to choke a horse. And while I piled into it, she brought me up to date.
It's in Barnesboro that Dr. Champion has his office. And lucky it was for you he happened to be here in Cod Harbor on his weekly visit. Oh, you were a sorry-looking mess when the men brought you in.
Yesterday, the doctor said.
You've been out as cold as a codfish ever since. But I can tell by the looks that the rest has done a lot for you. How do you feel?
No matter of fact, Meg, I feel pretty good.
There, you see, you've got to take it easy, like the doctor said. Just lay there and rest and sleep and eat all the good food I bring you.
Yeah, except and unless I get up and going on this case.
You try that and I'll lash you to the bedpost. Doctor's orders is doctor's orders, so don't you try nothing different.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it's a miracle, praise be, that propeller on the Lily Ann didn't cut you to ribbons.
Captain Billy and his crew brought me back here, huh?
Who else?
Where are they now?
Fishing out on the banks, of course. What did you expect? Don't you know they have to earn a living the same as me and you? And what about keeping up the payments on that seagoing bathtub? Precious little time they had for fishing yesterday after that fool trick you pulled falling off of her.
Is that what they told you happened?
Of course, what else?
Meg, which of the men told you I'd fallen off the boat?
Well, all of them. Only the first mate, young Charlie Montgomery, the engineer, and, of course, my Willie by himself, Captain Morgan, to you.
And they all told it the same way?
What? Why not? Should they be after making up fairy tales?
How did they tell it?
You're sure that screw didn't hit you on the head, too? You lost your memory?
How did they tell it, Meg? It's important.
Well, whilst they went about their chores, you were standing alone up in the bows. Then they heard you yell.
Yeah?
Despite of the darkness, they seen you splash in the phosphorescent wake. And there you were, being sucked under by the prop. That's all.
And they all told it the same?
Exactly the same. Even young Charlie Buttons kept saying it over and over. I saw it all.
Oh?
Like he was still struck with the fear of what might have happened to you.
I wonder.
Well, stop wondering and get yourself some more sleep, or the doctor will have me hid. And if he does, I'll take it out on you. And believe me, Johnny boy, that will be a lot worse than the fool accident of yours ever was.
Meg, listen to me. It was no accident.
What?
I was thrown overboard.
Oh, Johnny boy, you're raving delirious out of your head.
I was leaning over the rail, watching the water, and a powerful pair of arms belonging to somebody aboard that boat picked me up and tossed me over.
Saints... Who?
Ole Jensen, young Charlie Buttons, Montgomery, or Captain Billy himself.
You start raving, Johnny. You must have got hit on the head.
And I'll bet my last buck that whoever did it is the same one who slugged me in the alley, the same one who's threatened to burn you out of this place of yours.
Oh, no.
And the minute
Johnny.
I get up out of this bed, Tell me something.
Yes?
Tim Beasley, your police chief and mayor and so on.
Yes?
Has he been up here to see you?
That good-for-nothing blatherskite, no. And what's more, if he shows his ugly face in my establishment, I'll toss him out on his beam ends. But why do you ask?
Because I told him to get the threatening notes from you. Check them against the handwriting of several people here in Cod Harbor.
Who? Like that sniveling cousin of his, Clem Harris, that runs the Silver Plate Cafe?
Yeah, among others.
Well, he ain't been here, and I won't have him here.
I take it you and he don't get along.
Of course we don't.
Why?
Because ever since his cousin Clem has been in business, Tim has threatened to close me up.
For what reason?
For breaking town ordinances on restaurants. The kind he enforces over to Barnesboro.
Well, have you been breaking them?
No more than no less than dear cousin Clem or Tony 14 or Ernie Turner does after their hush joints. But me, he always is picking on, and why? Because I get most of the business from the fishermen. So you want a suspect in this case, Johnny boy?
You've named them for me, Meg. The other cafe owners.
All right, so I'll give you one. Tim Beasley and Clem Harris working in cahoots. And if it wasn't one of them waylaid you in the alley...
Whoa, wait a minute. Neither of them could have been aboard the Lily Ann.
Then you must have fell.
Oh, Meg, when is the doctor coming to see me?
He should be here by now.
Well, if he doesn't come pretty soon, I'm getting up and going, orders or no orders.
Johnny?
Motives, suspects. Why, Meg McCarthy herself could have rigged this whole thing. Called me in as a cover-up while she burned up her place to collect $15,000 insurance. Even her intended, Captain Billy Morgan, who'd collect her life insurance if she were to die in a fire. Tim Beasley, lazy slob of a general factotum in Cod Harbor, to put Meg's palace out of business on behalf of his cousin, Clem Harris. Or Clem himself. Or one of Captain Billy's crew for some reason I hadn't yet fathomed. Half an hour later, Dr. Champion arrived, looked me over, and then went to work with a pair of bandage shears.
So now we'll take off that splint.
Oh, but if something's broken, Doc.
Not a thing broken, Mr. Dollar. Just an old trick of mine.
Huh?
You needed absolute rest until I could see you again. And from what I've heard about you, you wouldn't have taken it unless I fooled you into it. And that was the sole reason for the splint.
Doc, you're a wonder.
There we are. And in view of your surprisingly good condition, I'd say you may be up and around as soon as you honestly feel able. Say, even tomorrow, perhaps.
Item 8, $10 for medical services, all that Dr. Champion would accept. Needless to say, as soon as he left, I planned to get up and get to work. But as he walked out the door, Meg brought Captain Billy in to visit and sympathize. So, in hope of keeping him off guard, I played real sick. Then Ole and Montgomery came in, too. But I needed to get these men alone, and I must admit, be feeling better than I did. And then I realized that young Charlie hadn't come. I asked about him.
To Barnesboro, Johnny. He said as long as the doctor was keeping you in bed 2 or 3 days, he could see you when he gets back.
But wait a minute.
He went to pick up some supplies for Meg here like he always does. Gives him a chance to drop in on his sister where he keeps his Sunday clothes and things.
He wasn't out on the boat with you today?
Meg spoils the lad that way, always has him going in for supplies when I need him the most.
Look here now, Willie boy. You talk like I was the one picked today.
Well, of course you did. You
Of
always
course I
do.
didn't, and don't you tell me. He said it was you.
You're off your course, Miss McCarthy. You know blasted well that you are.
Don't you shake your finger at me, you blue-nosed
You pipe down, woman. Do you want Mr. Dollar to have a relapse?
You... Oh, Johnny boy. I'm sorry. Shut up, Bill.
It's okay, Meg.
And
but
Willie
tell me
boy. I'm sorry if I seem to be raising my voice at you.
Oh, bless you, Meg. It's that fiery spirit that keeps me loving you. Yeah, but now, Why don't we leave the poor man alone to recover, huh? Come on, boys.
Yes, come on, all of you. Out you go.
After you, Meg.
Oh,
After
my,
you.
how polite we are.
Montgomery, wait.
Oh, Mr. Dollar, something I can do for you to ease your bed of pain? A little drink or something? I've a bottle aboard the Lily Ann.
No, thanks. I want to talk to you about Charlie.
A real fine lad he is. Now, I'm sure he'll be wanting to see you when he gets back from his visit in town.
No, wait. Captain Morgan said he has a sister in Barnesboro. Do you know the address?
Oh, that I do. Many's a fine meal we've had from her on our time off.
Well, I want to see her. You know, just a little personal thing.
Oh, then here, I'll write down the address for you. She lives in a pretty little house on the corner of Road and
Maybe Montgomery was the wrong one to ask. I don't know. But I had to gamble somewhere along the line. And if my suspicions about Charlie Buttons was right, I hoped I wouldn't be too late. When Montgomery had left, I sneaked out the back door to avoid Meg and hurried over to Tim Beasley's office in the shack that functioned as Cod Harbor City Hall. He wasn't there. A woman who lived next door informed me he'd taken off in a hurry to Barnesboro. So Beasley had gone to town after Charlie. Or had he? For $25, that's item 9, I rented a creaky old truck and headed for Barnesboro. Charlie's sister's house was on a gravel road out on the edge of town. There was no other car there, so I stopped in front of the place, got out, and walked up to the front door.
Sorry, mister, but my sister... Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Charlie.
Yeah, I meant to say, why didn't you come in? Sure glad to see you're all right, Mr. Dollar.
Are you?
That sure was awful. You're falling off the boat that way.
What's the matter, Charlie? Aren't you feeling good?
Yeah, sure. Sure I am.
You look a little pale. And say... Well... Packing up to leave, huh?
Yeah, Well, I'm tired of the fishing business, Mr. Dollar. Gonna give it up. Go somewhere else to earn a living. Tired of it, yeah.
Why did you do it, Charlie?
Huh? I don't know what you mean.
It took somebody who knew that boat pretty well to sneak up on me in the dark and push me overboard. Took a strong, young pair of arms to do it, too. Yours, weren't they? Well?
I didn't want to do it, Mr. Dollar. So help me, I didn't want to. But he made me.
Yeah? Who made you?
He found out. He found out about me, about my record.
What record?
That I'd killed a man once, accidentally, when I was just a kid. That I'd run out and escaped from the reformatory. Look, now I'm grown. If they ever catch me, they'll hang me or the electric chair up for life, and he knew that.
Charlie.
If I didn't do anything he said, like slugging you or trying to start the fires or anything, he'd give me away. So I had to, don't you see? I couldn't help myself. He made me do everything.
Charlie, who, Charlie, who?
It's all right. You don't need to rough me up, Dollar. I knew I'd get caught up with someday. I'll go quiet with you. And maybe you'll help to try and get things easy for me.
Charlie, who made you try to kill me?
Yeah, I'll tell you. It was so he could get you out of the way and burn up Meg's palace and her with it. I'll tell you, Mr. Dollar, it was... Oh, no.
Huh?
There, at the window, behind you.
That old trick? Oh, no, you...
Help!
The boy fell against me, pinning me to the floor. And as I pushed him away, I saw the patch of red slowly spreading on the front of his shirt directly above the heart. By the time I got to the window, a car had taken off down the old gravel road and was completely obscured by a thick cloud of dust. And I wondered for whom the shot that killed Charlie had really been intended.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a killer strikes again. But one of his victims rises from the grave to strike back. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Chief Walters, Barnesboro Police. You call me?
Oh, yeah, Chief.
I understand you're out at Sally Button's place on the edge of town. What can I do for you?
Better get out here, Chief, fast.
Oh?
Yeah, to pick up a body.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Cod Harbor, Massachusetts, to the Intercoastal Maritime and Life Insurance Company, Boston. Assignment, the Meg's Palace matter. Report and expense account continued. Whoever shot young Charlie Buttons there at his sister's home in Barnesboro had disappeared down the gravel road in a cloud of dust. Hence the call to the police. Chief Walters was in his late 30s and definitely on the ball. He made a quick call to the coroner, and then in his car we took off for Cod Harbor.
We pretty much left him alone over there in Cod Harbor, Mr. Dollar, and so far they've always managed to keep the peace. This time...
Yeah. Now listen, Chief, and I'll give it to you fast.
Yes, do that.
Meg McCarthy got some threats to burn her place down, notified the insurance company. They sent me out.
Understandable.
First night there, I spotted a prowler around the cafe, but before I could get to him, somebody slugged me from behind.
You didn't know who?
Not then, but the prowler turned out to be Tim Beasley, your deputy over there, I guess you call him.
Sort of, self-appointed. Lazy lout. But didn't he know who slugged you?
He said not.
Was Meg herself there? She has a powerful right, Dollar.
Yeah, I thought of that, too, but let me go on now. The next morning, I went out on the Lily Ann and got tossed overboard. And believe me, Chief, the propeller on one of those boats isn't much fun to tangle with.
Yes, Dr. Champion told me he'd had to go over to fix you up.
Yeah. Anyhow, I was sure that whoever was after me was a member of that crew. Had to be.
I see.
When I came to back at Meg's, I had visitors. The crew, loaded with sympathy. The crew, that is, except for Charlie Buttons.
And that's why you traced him to his sister's house?
Uh-huh. And, Chief, he confessed.
Then I don't understand.
But he said he was forced to do those things by somebody who knew of his criminal record and was holding it over his head.
Criminal record? Charlie Buttons?
Yeah, it seems he killed a man once when he was just a kid. The point is, this other person threatened to expose Charlie unless Charlie did his bidding. So Charlie, not being very bright, didn't think he had a chance.
You find out who this other person is?
No. That's when somebody shoved a gun through the window and back of me, shot him, then took off in the proverbial cloud of dust.
How are you doing on suspects?
Oh, brother, too many. Meg, of course, named her rivals in the cafe business right from the beginning.
Well, I wouldn't count them very good suspects.
Then there's Captain Billy Morgan, her intended husband.
What a pair. And if I know Captain Billy, he was just scrounging a lot of free meals. Say, incidentally, I saw him in Barnesboro just before you called.
Well, Captain Billy is beneficiary of Meg's life policy. And he still owes a lot of dough in the Lily Ann, I understand.
Who else?
Tim Beasley.
What?
Yeah.
Look, Dollar, I know he's a good-for-nothing bum who's taken that job of acting mayor, acting police chief, acting everything else so he can live off the fat of the land over there.
Did you also know that Clem Harris, who runs the other big cafe, is his cousin?
His cousin, huh?
Oh, and Beasley never kept his promise to dig up the threatening notes Meg received and compare them with the handwriting of the others.
Doesn't look good, does it?
What do you think, Chief?
I'm beginning to wonder if Tim Beasley will be there when we get to Cod Harbor.
As it turned out, Tim Beasley was very much in evidence of Cod Harbor. For as the lights of the little fishing village slowly hove into view, I saw another light down by the waterfront, a big reddish glow. And as we pulled in closer, we could see the long tongues of flame leaping up what had caused it. Yep, Meg's palace was on fire. Chief Walters stepped on it. We took the last few turns on two wheels. Hoses of all sorts and shapes and sizes connected to pumps aboard the nearby fishing boats were throwing powerful streams of water at Meg's palace, at the back where the fire had apparently started. But the flames continued to spread, even licking along the ground behind the building.
That means arson, Johnny. Oil and gasoline spreading around back there.
No doubt of it, Chief.
Hey,
how'd it start, Captain Billy?
Who knows, but grab a hose and get to work. Get some hose off one of them boats. Montgomery, you crazy fool!
Captain Billy Morgan was running the show, and every one of my prize suspects was in there working his head off. All of them taking orders from Captain Billy. And then I realized that Meg McCarthy was nowhere around, and I noticed something else. All the firefighting was directed toward the back of the building. The front, thanks to the wind, was untouched. But that's where Meg McCarthy's room was. Chief Walters!
Hey, Johnny, where are you going?
Come on, Chief, give me a hand.
What?
See that window up there? Well, I'm going to climb up on the front roof of the place.
You'll burn to a crisp up there.
Got to take that chance, because I think I can blow this whole case wide open. Now, clench your hands so I can step on them and hoist me up.
But even right here, the heat is
come
too
on,
much.
Man, quick, come on.
Okay, Johnny, but I think you're crazy. Here you are.
Now, up.
Here you go.
The heat was almost unbearable up on that roof, but I knew I had to do it. I crawled low along the shingles, hoping the rotten old roof would hold. And a withering blast that felt like fire itself hit me full in the face as I broke the window of Meg's room. And there she lay, stretched out, unconscious on her bed. There was an ugly, livid mark across her forehead where somebody had struck her down, then left her there at the mercy of the fire.
Johnny! Dollar, are you all right?
The searing heat seemed to press in on me, engulf me. And the open window gave a draft to the flames that were already licking at the sides of the open door. Somehow I managed to wrap a blanket around Meg, covering her face, and stagger to the window, blindly groping for it.
Johnny! This way, the window! Keep that hose on us here! All right, Johnny. You're all right now, I got you. It's all right, boy. All right.
It's all right, Johnny boy. Outside of having your hair singed and losing a suit of clothes, you're all okay.
Well, thank goodness you are, Meg. But tell me...
Oh, now take it easy. You got a bad burn on that left arm, and you got to lie still.
Yeah,
and would
Meg.
you believe it? It was Clem Harris, the one I always thought was such an old good blatherskite that gave us each a place to stay here at this house.
I wondered where I was when I came to a few minutes ago.
I guess I misjudged the man.
But how about you, Meg?
Oh, bless you, darling. You saved me life, and I'll never forget it. May the good Lord strike me down. If it hadn't have been for you... Oh, think of it, Johnny boy. I'd be laying still in that pile of ashes out there that was once me nice cafe. I love you, Johnny boy, and I'm humble and I'm grateful.
Meg, that mark on your head.
Ha! The dirty, blathering spalpeen who snuck up in my room and knocked me down and left me there. I'll murderize him when I find him, that dirty conniving.
You don't know who it was?
How could I when he snuck up from behind me? Oh, Chief Walters, come in, sir, come in.
Well, I must say you two look pretty good, considering. Ready for a visitor, Johnny?
Yeah, hi, Chief. Bring him in.
Oh, now, Johnny, are you sure you want visitors until you're feeling better?
Bring him in, boys. Right in here.
Stop your pushing.
Come on, get
Why,
in.
Billy boy. What's the matter with you, Willie? That look on your face. Oh, and you, Chief Walters. What was the idea of locking up my Willie boy like some dirty scoundrel of a crook when he tried so hard to save my cafe from that awful fire? Who do you think you are?
All right, Meg, simmer down.
Don't
simmer
you talk
down.
to me like that, you young
Meg.
whisker snap. Yes, darling.
Well, I won't simmer down. What was the big idea arresting me that way? Who do you think you are around here? And I'm talking to you, Dollar.
You went too far, Captain Billy.
I went too far. You're off your course. What are you talking about?
Yes, Johnny boy, if you was responsible...
Quiet, Meg.
Yes, sir.
I'm talking about arson, Captain Billy, and murder, and the motives behind them.
What?
Motives. They were all over the place by half a dozen people, but yours was the strongest. By far.
You're off your head.
The $25,000 insurance on Meg's life. That was the
Why,
big
you...
one.
Let me at him.
No, just a minute. You take your hands
Take
off
it
of
easy,
him.
Meg, or I'll have to order you out.
But listen, what he's saying is that Captain
Quiet,
Billy was...
quiet.
Yeah, let me finish this, will you, Meg? Played lover boy to her, didn't you, Captain Billy? To make sure you'd be her beneficiary.
You're crazy. You're dirty.
It looked like you right from the first, but I couldn't be sure until I compared the writing on the threatening letters with some of your handwriting I found.
Oh, no.
So that's the way you found out, you dirty underhanded...
Yeah, Captain, that's right. Threatening letters. To make it look like somebody else was out to get her. Her competitors, for instance. And to leave the way clear for you.
Willie boy.
No, I didn't. I mean, I didn't mean to...
Oh, no, Willie. Tell me it ain't true.
Don't touch me.
Oh.
Why, Billy? Why'd you do it?
I had to. I had to have the money or I'd lose my...
What? You mean your boat was more to you?
Go on, Billy, and quiet, Meg.
Fishing. Fishing was my whole life. I had to save my boat. I had to get the money for it. How else could I ever...
Rotten
No.
filthy
No,
bastard!
you're
I
right.
tell you what. Let me in that door. I'll murder that bastard. I don't know, Johnny boy. Maybe I'll move to someplace else and open up. I wouldn't have the heart to here. Cod Harbor, it'd be too. It was here that I met him, and I believed him, and... Well, I guess this old heart of mine wasn't as tough as I thought it was.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Meg.
I'll get over it. Sure I will. I'm Meg McCarthy, Johnny Dollar. No blathering idiot of a man is going to keep Meg McCarthy down.
That's the...
You hear me? No man on this whole earth is worth it. They're all of them just a bunch of no good, too tight. Oh, no. No, Johnny boy, not you. If only there was more of the likes of you in the world. I love you, Johnny boy. And if I were a bit younger and maybe pretty... Johnny.
Yeah?
Now tell me, where did you ever get the threat letters you compared the writing of? I'd have swore that I destroyed them, every one.
Know something, Meg? I didn't.
Huh?
I never saw them. Never saw a sample of Captain Billy Morgan's writing either.
You mean you... Oh, no. Huh?
Well, it worked, didn't it?
Aye. And it serves that conniving murder and blather scoiting...
There now, Meg.
Oh, Johnny. I'm afraid I really did love him.
Yeah, it had been a long shot, and thank goodness it had paid off. The courts will take care of Captain Billy. The insurance on her place, of course, will have to be paid to Meg McCarthy, but no life insurance, thank heaven. Oh, poor Meg. It'll be a long, long time before she'll fall for sweet talk again. Expense account totaled, including fare and incidentals, back to Hartford, $221.60. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, well, they say that diamonds are a girl's best friend. But I wonder when they're a motive for murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone, who also wrote this week's story. Heard in our cast were Virginia Gregg, Jack Crucian, Byron Kane, Forrest Lewis, Bert Holland, Stan Jones, Bob Bruce, Austin Green, and Harry Bartell. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino and Carl Fortina. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Money has been called many things. But the cynical observation that applies to our story is from Thomas Jefferson, who said, "Money, and not morality, is the principle of commercial nations." Change that a little to, "Money and not morality governs most of our lives," and you will understand our tale. It begins a week after a death in a family, and it begins on a jarring note.
Miss Armstrong, I have been a jeweler here for over 35 years, and I've never seen anything like it.
Mother willed it to me. She loved that pearl necklace. But it's not for me. It's more for an older woman. What's it worth, Mr. Towner? I want to sell it.
No, my dear girl.
My father bought it from you.
He didn't buy this pearl necklace from me. Miss Armstrong, these pearls are imitation. They're made of paste. They're fake.
Our mystery drama, Crime Casts a Shadow, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Evie Juster and William Redfield. It is sponsored in part by Carrier Air Conditioning and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Our theme is money and morality. It is said of Diogenes that he walked around in the daylight carrying a lantern, looking for an honest man. Well, that was a little extreme. There are honest men and women, but there are also otherwise honest men who sometimes yield to extreme temptation. Bart Lerner, for example.
Yes, thank you for being so thoughtful. No, there was no suffering. She just, drifted away. My stepdaughter and I were with her when she died. We've expected it for almost a year, after all. No, there was no chance of recovery. It was nephritis, and the kidneys just stopped functioning. Thank you again. I sure appreciate your call. Yes, goodbye.
Hi, Bart. You got a minute?
It's only 9:30. Oh, sure. I'm not expected in White Plains till 10. What is it?
Remember this?
Sure, of course. Your mother's pearl necklace.
Mm-hmm.
It's beautiful. Well, what are you doing with it? I thought it was in the safe deposit box of the bank.
It was. I picked it up yesterday.
Oh? Well, why?
Well, my mother left it to me in her will. No conditions attached. She suspected I'd sell it and use the money as a nest egg.
Well, why not, honey? It's too old-fashioned for a young woman like you. You might as well sell it.
I tried to.
Well, you mean today?
Mm-hmm. At 9 o'clock this morning. I had an appointment with Max Towner.
Oh.
My father bought the pearl necklace from him years ago. 15 years ago. 5 years before he died.
Yeah. Well, what did old Max offer you for it?
Nothing.
Nothing?
Nope. Not a cent. Max said the necklace is worthless. The pearls are artificial, made of some kind of paste or something.
Well, be darned. Are you sure?
He was. He sold a real pearl necklace to my father for $12,000. I thought I might sell it for 15 or more.
Well, I don't know about that, Gabe.
The real necklace is worth that much or more, but that's beside the point now. This imitation isn't worth anything. Bart, what happened to the original necklace? Have you any idea?
No, honey, I really haven't.
Well, didn't my mother ever talk to you about it?
No, your mother was a very sick woman for the last year, Gay. She was bedridden. I haven't seen her wear that necklace for many years.
Did you put it in the safe deposit box for her?
Not that I recall. No, she must have done that herself before she was confined.
What could have happened to the real necklace, and who replaced it with this?
Gail, let me ask you something. What value has the necklace for you?
Well, it was a kind of trust fund for me. With $15,000, I could begin to build an estate.
Sure. And instead you feel cheated.
I don't know what I feel. I can't believe that Mother cheated me. Do you think she sold it? But if she did, why didn't she tell me? And why should she have sold it, Bart? You and my mother were pretty well fixed for money.
Oh, not that well. Sure, the past year I've done well. But before that, with your mother's illness, we were pretty pinched. You know, medical expenses and... well, let's not talk about it. It's only 2 weeks ago since she...
I know. I feel terrible. Like a vulture. But Mother would have understood. The necklace was left to me to keep or to sell. And now I can't do either. Could she have sold it?
Sure, she may have.
You say that, Bart, as if you know something you're holding back.
No, it's nothing I know.
But it is something you suspect, right?
Well, I was puzzled at the time, I admit. I was thinking of taking out a second mortgage on the house to meet some large bills. And your mother objected strongly. You know how she was. Pay as you go and stay out of debt.
I know. But if she sold the necklace, why didn't she tell me about it?
Probably because she expected to redeem it. I really don't know, Gay.
Well, I want to find out.
Look, I tell you what. The necklace was worth, say $15,000, right?
I know my father paid more than 10.
And that amount of money was going to be your nest egg.
Right.
Okay, I'm going to make out a check for that amount and give it to you.
What?
No, I mean it. You'll have all your money, and we'll say no more about it.
Well, but
now, not a word, honey. This is what your mother would have wanted.
Oh, then you know she sold the necklace.
I know nothing of the sort. All I know is that I never took a loan, and somehow the bills got paid. The nurse who stayed with us, the doctor bills, the hospital tests. Oh, sure, the insurance covered part of it, but almost half of the expenses we had to pay for. I insisted, she explained, but she just smiled, you know the way she did, and said I wasn't to worry. I had enough to worry about with my contracting business.
So you suspected she'd sold the necklace, huh?
Your mother never would let the subject come up.
I didn't realize.
Now, look, it's all settled.
Bart, I just can't let you...
Honey, look at it this way. If your mother helped me out at a time when I sure needed help, I owe her whatever the necklace is worth today. We'll make it $15,000. The necklace was left to you. It's gone. Let's forget it. But I can't forget what I owe. I'll have a certified check for you for $15,000 when I come home from work.
But I don't know what to say.
I'm very fond of you, honey. I think of you as a daughter.
Oh, and you know I'm fond of you. And all I can say is thank you. It's an awful lot of money.
No, I done well this year. I don't think about it.
Well, what do you suppose became of the real pearl necklace?
Somebody bought it.
Through the jeweler, Max Tallner?
Maybe, or maybe it was sold direct. I wouldn't know. Why?
Curiosity. I just can't imagine Mother selling it without saying anything.
I thought we'd agreed to forget about it, Gay.
Oh, I suppose I should, but, it bugs me. It's so unlike Mother.
Well, there's nothing to do. Just forget it.
I can't. I have to find out what happened to the real pearl necklace.
I don't know, Gay. Sounds all right to me. I wish someone would drop 15 grand into my lap.
But don't you think there's something funny about it? You're a lawyer. You ought to know something.
Well, not the way you've explained it to me. A, your stepfather was pressed for money.
Right.
B, your mother sells her pearl necklace and pays the bills.
Mm-hmm.
C, your stepfather suspects that what she has done, and now he very generously is giving you a check for 15 grand to compensate for the loss you've sustained because the necklace was sold.
I've got a feeling there's something odd about this whole business. Would my mother have done something like this? You knew her, Press.
Well, she certainly wasn't evasive or deceptive. What you want to know is who's got the real necklace, right?
Yes, I do.
Some rich old doll in the city. So what?
Oh.
I don't know what you're out to prove. Some woman's got the necklace, you've got the money, or you will have it. So why not forget it? No. You think your mother didn't sell the necklace. You think that maybe Bart Lerner stole it.
Oh, I don't know. I just can't believe it. Not Bart. He's a good man.
Well, lots of good guys have turned bad.
Oh, not Bart.
Well, then what about this feeling of yours?
Well, it's all so unsatisfactory. Now, listen to me. I telephoned Max Tallner, the jeweler, late this morning, Because Bart said maybe Max had bought the necklace from my mother. The answer is no. Max sold it to my father. But he hasn't seen it since, not in 15 years. So where could Mother have disposed of the thing?
Well, maybe in the city. Lots of dealers.
You mean fences, right?
No, legitimate dealers. The necklace hadn't been stolen. Your mother owned it. She had a right to sell it or to borrow on it.
Well, but maybe somebody took it out of the safe deposit box at the bank.
Impossible. Only someone authorized is allowed to examine a safety deposit box.
Mother, me, Bart Lerner. And I didn't swipe the necklace.
And neither did your mother. It was her property. She had a right to remove it. And neither you nor Bart Lerner had that right. So if your mother didn't sell it, and if you didn't steal it...
Don't be stupid, Fred.
Well, then Bart Lerner did. Look, we're going around in circles, baby. Let's have some dinner. We can talk more over some food, huh?
All right, Press. But I want to get to the bottom of this funny business for my own satisfaction. It just wasn't like Mother to sell such a gift for my father.
Hello? Yes, this is Arnold Walling. Oh, why, yes, of course. Well, perhaps it could be arranged tonight. Oh, that sounds impossible. Well, let me see. It's almost 7 o'clock. You say she's out to dinner or then possibly the theater? Yes, I understand your problem. It's a matter of time. You will have a check? Yes, of course. I will return your call. I will do my best. Goodbye. And there goes my evening. But a fee is a fee. Yay, I'm glad to see you out. I was awfully sorry to learn about your mother.
Thanks, Mike.
How's the ambulance chaser?
And how's the scandal monger? Sit down, Mike.
Just for a second, Press. If Gay doesn't mind.
Of course not.
Oh, thanks. You all right, Gay?
I think so. It was bound to come, so we were prepared for it. But it still leaves a big blank in our lives. Bart's and mine.
Yeah. You going to stay on with him?
Oh, for a while. But I really want a place of my own.
Well, what about this clod here?
This Clod's going to marry the lady whenever she sets the date.
Oh, Gay, don't. He's just after your money.
I've just come into some, Mike.
Don't tell him, baby. Don't you know that a reporter is like a ferret in a rabbit warren? Scrap of news and he pounces?
Well, maybe he can help.
Name it, Gay.
Look, Mike, as a pal, give Gay a break, huh? And no story without her approval, all right?
Cross my heart, Press. What's the story, Gay?
Well, my mother left me a $15,000 pearl necklace.
Wow.
Wow was right. It was the real thing. Genuine. And when I had Max Towner appraise it this morning, it turned out to be a fake.
You know how it is after someone has died. Not long after the mourners have departed, the oftentimes unhappy business of settling the estate begins. It's somewhat unusual, however, when a daughter discovers that a costly pearl necklace willed to her by her mother is worthless. Had the mother sold it? Perhaps. Had the stepfather sold it? More likely. But why? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 2. To believe with certainty, we must begin with doubting. That was written a couple of 100 years ago. Nothing highly original about it. Common sense ought to teach us, if not to doubt, at least to question. And that's what Gay Armstrong has been doing ever since her remarkable discovery. The pearl necklace willed to her by her mother and kept in a safety deposit box in a bank has been appraised as worthless. What became of the necklace? We will soon find out.
Well, that's quite a story, Gay.
What do you think?
Oh, I don't know what to think.
Let's be practical. The necklace is gone, but Gay has the $15,000.
Yeah. I'm sure the money is great, but that's not her point. There's a mystery about the whole thing. What happened? That's what Gay wants to know.
Exactly.
The whole thing's as phony as plastic wood.
Meaning my mother didn't sell the necklace?
Of course not. Bart Lerner stole it. Oh, honey, I know how you feel about him. I like him, too. But he must have needed money, so he grabbed the necklace and sold it.
You really think that Bart Lerner stole the necklace?
Sure. Who else?
Well, my mother may have gone to the bank and...
I doubt it. She was a pretty sick lady. It's easy to check. The receptionist at the bank vault makes you fill out a slip. Ask the bank to check out the time anyone asked for your safe deposit box, and you'll find out if your mother went to the bank this past year.
That's an idea.
I mean, it's obvious. I'll bet only Bart Lerner had gone to the bank. Also, can you believe for a minute that if Bart needed money, he wouldn't have talked it over with your mother and that she wouldn't have said, sell the necklace? They had a happy marriage, Gay. His story about all the secretness is so much hogwash. Either your mother said it was okay to sell the necklace or he stole it and sold it.
But which was it? And how can we prove it?
You can't. Bart can always say your mother agreed to have him sell the necklace. And you can't disprove that, Gay.
But Mother would have told me.
Maybe. I guess I'm with Preston there. Take the $15,000 and forget the mystery.
If my mother told Bart he could sell the necklace, why didn't he say so? Why didn't he tell me soon after the funeral and before I went to the bank to get the necklace to have it appraised?
I don't know.
Well, don't you find that kind of funny?
He had a lot on his mind, honey, after all.
No, you can't convince me. What about now? He is giving me a check for the money because the necklace is false.
Well, he's in the money now, Gay.
But does anyone just hand over $15,000 to a stepdaughter? That strikes me as a guilty conscience.
Hey, no, wait a minute.
What?
A year or so ago, Bart says he was pinched for money.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what about now, today?
He's making a lot of money.
Doing what? I know he's a contractor, but what specifically is he doing? What's he building?
Well, I can answer that, Mike. Bart's company is building a big stretch of road in northwest New York State. Miles and miles of it. Now, why? What are you thinking?
A real story.
You've lost me, Mike.
Good. Forget it. Let me just do a little digging. If I discover anything, I'll let you know.
But what about my necklace? Mike, maybe if you ran a little human interest story in the forum...
No, I don't think so. That could embarrass you.
I agree. All Mike could write about would be your suspicion that Bart Lerner stole the necklace. We don't know that.
I'm sure of it now.
That's not good enough, honey. You have to have proof. Also, so soon after your mother's death, you'd look, well, greedy.
Oh, I suppose that's right. But what do I do?
I got an idea. If it pans out, we'll know what happened to the real necklace. And I'll have a story for our front page.
What kind of a story, Mike?
Graft.
Good evening, Mr. Worley.
It is kind of you to see me, Mrs. Knight. I apologize for my late visit.
9:30? I'll be up for hours. Well, Mr. Worley, I'm intrigued by your visit. What you told me over the telephone.
Oh, well, it's a very unusual situation.
The original owner of the pearl necklace wants to buy it back. Isn't that what it comes down to?
Yes. That's it.
Well, may I ask why? Not that I'm willing to sell the necklace. It's an extraordinary piece, worth much more than we paid for it when we bought it from you.
Oh, I realize that. I told you that it was an exceptional buy.
And you were correct, for which we are very grateful.
Thank you. I would say that the necklace today would bring as much as $25,000.
Indeed. It is appreciated in value.
Yes, I have a check here in that amount.
I beg your pardon?
Here is my check for $25,000, Mrs. Knight.
But I have no idea of selling the necklace.
I know that.
You're being very mysterious.
I will give you this check. You give me the necklace. Keep the check. Don't deposit it. In a few days, I will return with your necklace, and you will give me the check. I will tear it up and give you another check for $1,000.
$1,000?
For your cooperation.
I have never heard of anything like this.
Well, neither have I. I told you it is a very unusual situation.
But it doesn't make sense. Why would the original owner want the necklace back for just a few days?
I cannot tell you, Mrs. Knight. Perhaps when I return the necklace...
What if I refuse to cooperate?
Well, I will just report your refusal to my client. Well, there are some persons who, shall we say, play rough.
Are you threatening me, Mr. Walling?
Oh, good heavens, no. The very idea of violence appalls me.
Well, it sounded like a threat.
Well, not for me. But if my client can't explain the disappearance of the pearl necklace to others, there's no telling how many persons might be hurt.
Well, it's not only unusual, Mr. Walling. It's rather unpleasant.
Oh, I agree.
What if I turned the necklace over to my bank? Don't tell me these so-called strange men would break into the bank.
Oh, no, certainly not. That would be crude and obvious.
You frighten me.
It frightens me, too. Why do you think I've given up my evening to pay you this visit? I've enjoyed meeting you again, but I'm not here by choice.
I see. Then I really don't have a choice, do I? The police?
Oh, they could protect you. Up to a point.
It is incredible. Sickening. As if I were being watched and controlled by some kind of secret police.
Well, Mrs. Knight?
Give me your check.
Oh, thank you. I will return the necklace in a few days.
I'm sorry about this, Mr. Walling. Sorry for both of us. Excuse me.
Hi, honey.
Why, Bart, it's almost midnight. What are you doing up so late?
Oh, waiting up for you. You have a nice time?
Very nice.
Well, how's Preston?
Fine. Did you just wait up, or did you want to see me about something?
Well, yeah, matter of fact, I did.
Huh?
I've been thinking about you all day long. How upset you were this morning about your mother's necklace. And by the way, here's that check for you.
Bart, I don't know.
Now, please, I want you to have it.
But $15,000.
The real necklace is worth at least that much. So give me the fake necklace and we'll drop the subject for good, huh? You have it here?
Yes, I left it in the desk drawer.
All right, hand it over to your old stepfather and you'll never see it again.
All right. I might as well tell you, Bart. I talked this over with Preston.
Huh?
Here's the box.
Oh, thank you. So, what did Preston have to say?
Take the check and forget about the necklace.
Smart young man. Now, let me take a look at this thing.
It's quite beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah. Hard to believe it's a fake. I couldn't tell, could you?
No. But we're not experts. They look like genuine pearls to me. I couldn't possibly tell the difference.
No, neither could I. I mean, I've never seen more perfect match pearls. And these are fake?
That's what the jeweler said.
I wonder if he knows.
Max Towner? Oh, sure he does. He sold the real pearl necklace to my father. Why wouldn't he know?
Well, Max Towner's a pretty old man.
You think he could be mistaken?
I couldn't say, but these look pretty good to me. I mean, if this necklace is fake, it's one great piece of work.
Oh, I wish I knew more about stuff like this.
Well, let's not worry about it. You got the check, I got these. Maybe I'll have another jeweler examine them.
Why don't we go back to Max?
We?
Well, why not? I owe it to you, Bart.
What do you mean, owe it?
Well, but will you forgive me if I tell you something?
Forgive you for what?
My crazy imagination.
You come again?
Well, I thought about what you told me this morning, and I just couldn't quite believe it, Bart. I mean, Mother selling the necklace to pay bills and not telling me about it.
Well, don't you think it would have embarrassed her, selling something she had already willed to you?
That makes sense. Now.
And what else went through that imagination of yours?
Oh, I'd rather not say. Makes me feel crummy.
Wow. Oh. Did you think that I had stolen the necklace?
Oh, please.
Well, of course. It was a perfectly natural thing to think. I thought about it at work today. I knew what you were thinking.
I feel terrible about it. Please forgive me.
Done. Now, let's forget it.
Are you going to see Max Tallner tomorrow?
Well, you might as well.
Wouldn't it be wonderful? Oh, it couldn't be. I was going to say, wouldn't it be wonderful if this necklace is the genuine one?
Why, would you want it back?
Oh, no. It's beautiful. But it's not for me.
You do prefer the check.
Oh, yes. Oh, but I'd be happy if this thing was really worth what you paid for it.
Oh, that's too much to hope for. But it would be like having $15,000 fall right into my hands, huh? Yeah, Max said it was worthless. Well, he should know.
He could have been mistaken.
Maybe. We'll find out in the morning. Now, come on, take your check. And I'll put this necklace in the wall safe. Just in case.
From what we've heard, that pearl necklace seems to be a rope of hemp around Bart Lerner's neck. Why? Even though he took the necklace and sold it, no one could prove that his wife had not given it to him to sell. That was the reporter's point. But a crime, however small, somehow has a way of raising its head and staring down the person who committed it. I still don't know what Bart's real crime was, but we'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3. Crime really does cast a long shadow, meaning that there is always a vestige of a shadow trailing, however faintly, the person who did something wrong. Many crimes are not detected, of course, but they are known to the person, and try as hard as he will, his knowledge of something evil he has done cannot be erased from his conscience. If a man's life is his character, as many philosophers and writers maintain, then Bart Lerner was flawed by the weakness of temptation. Its consequences will now become apparent.
Oh, well, my goodness, Miss Armstrong. You back again?
Oh, I'm sorry to be a pest, Mr. Tallner.
No. Come in, my dear. Come in.
This is my fiancé, Preston Welch, and Mike Shea, a reporter on the forum.
Oh, then I don't want to talk to him. He'll make me look like a fool.
No, I won't, Mr. Tallner. I'm after something bigger than what happened to you.
What happened to me? Oh, what happened to me was I couldn't tell a fake pearl necklace from a real one. And if you print that story, I'll be laughed out of business. I've already apologized to Miss Armstrong and to Mr. Lerner.
Mr. Tallner, is there any doubt in your mind that the necklace you saw this morning, an hour and a half ago, is genuine?
No, not a doubt in the world. Yesterday I looked at the same necklace and told Miss Armstrong the pearls were fake.
No, you didn't, Mr. Tallner.
I didn't. Well, I must be going crazy.
You are the victim of a switch.
The first necklace you saw was a fake. And last night, Bart Lerner and Miss Armstrong looked at it again. Lerner had his doubts about your appraisal. This morning they showed you the genuine pearl necklace.
Is this true?
We think so, Mr. Tallner.
Well, then I haven't lost my mind.
No.
But why the switch? Can you prove it?
We're going to try. We need your help. If you were going to sell the real pearl necklace, who would you take it to?
Well, no one here in White Plains, I don't think. New York City, probably, yes. The big buyers and sellers are in the jewelry center down there.
Uh-huh. Can you give me some names?
Oh, there are so many. Becker, Taubner, Woling. That's Arnold Woling. He's very big.
Uh-huh.
He arranges many big deals and all legitimate.
Press, hit the road and see what you can find out about, Okay, Arnold Woling.
I'll go with you, Press.
No, you won't. You get back to your job. I'll report back to Mike if I have any luck.
And I've got reports coming in already.
Reports? About what?
Payola, baby. The truth about your pearl necklace could rock the state.
Thank you for seeing me, Mr. Woling.
You said that you are a lawyer?
Yes, I practice in White Plains.
Oh, I see. And you said you wanted to ask me about a pearl necklace? With the idea of buying one?
No, Mr. Woling. With the idea of finding out the name of the person from whom you bought it.
Assuming that I did buy such a necklace,
The name of the seller is confidential information. You can, of course, understand that.
Of course.
Just what is your interest in the necklace?
It was willed to a young lady I know. When she went to have it appraised, it was declared worthless. A fake necklace had been substituted for the genuine one.
I see.
Do you, Mr. Walling? Someone had to make that false necklace. You bought the genuine one and sold it.
Those were legitimate transactions, Mr. Welch.
I don't question that, but if you sold it, how did it happen that this morning at 9 o'clock, the young lady had the necklace appraised a second time, and this time it was the genuine article?
I can't say.
Did you help to arrange the switch, Mr. Walling? And before you answer, it is the opinion of a very sharp newspaper reporter, Mike Shea, and mine also. The money obtained through the sale of the pearl necklace was used as payoff money to an unscrupulous member of the Roads and Highways Commission.
What does that have to do with me?
I want the name of the person who sold the necklace to you and the person to whom you sold it.
You don't know the former?
Yes, but I want your testimony as proof. And I want to visit the buyer in order to piece the scheme together.
And if I tell you what I know?
I'll give you my word that I'll protect you and the buyer from publicity and innuendo.
As a businessman, I have never violated a confidence.
I said I'd protect you from publicity and innuendo, Mr. Walling.
But can you protect my life?
And that is all I know, Mr. Welch. Welch, is it?
Yes. It's a beautiful necklace, Mrs. Knight.
It is. It is. Mr. Walling brought it back to me this morning, and I returned his check. You will keep my name out of the papers, won't you?
Certainly.
It's an evil talisman. Well, I'm sorry for the stepfather. You say he's a nice man.
Yes, he's very nice. He made a mistake is all. Not so much in selling the necklace to Mr. Walling, but in paying money to influence the paving contract.
You know that for a fact.
Just about.
You expect him to involve the man he bribed?
Well, he'll have to explain what he did with the money. If he won't, it'll go to court. Under oath, he'd have to talk. Alternative is jail. I wouldn't like to see that happen. Oh, but he'll be punished, of course. But if he cooperates with us, he might just be fined and placed on probation.
I'm sorry for him.
I am, too. As I said, he's really a nice man.
Bart Lerner speaking. What? Well, I can't believe... A story in tonight's forum. Oh, I'll be ruined. No, of course not. Who telephoned you? Walling? Well, it knocks me out. Yes, well, let me explain, please, sir. Look, my stepdaughter had the necklace appraised this morning. It was the real one. She was happy. She kept the check I'd given her, and I returned the necklace to Walling. I thought the whole thing was over and done with. Yes, sir, I realize it isn't a... Of course, sir. I'll protect you. Well, thank you. I'm going to need the best brains you can buy. I can't tell you how sorry I am. What do I do? What can I do?
Here's Mike.
Yep, right off the press. It's, not a nice story, Gay.
Oh, Mike.
Public road paved with pearls. Bart Lerner suspected of selling stepdaughter's heirloom necklace to bribe Roads and Highways official. It's all here, except for the names of Wall and Mrs. Knight. Thanks, Mike.
It's hideous. Poor Bart.
Poor Bart, my foot. He stole your necklace, Gay, and used the money for payola. He's a small frog. We've got the big one on the hook, and with or without Bart's cooperation, we're going to deck him.
But it is so cruel, seeing it in cold print like this. I can't face Bart. I just can't.
Yes, you can.
But I betrayed him.
Gay, if he had told you the truth in the beginning, none of this would have happened. He deceived you. He made two mistakes. acting surprised when you found out that the necklace was a fake, and then scrambling to work out a switch.
Come on, Gay, let's get over there. You can't hide from this.
He won't squeal on the commissioner.
You think he'll prefer to go to jail?
Bart, I'm so sorry.
All right, baby, all right. Come on, don't cry. Sit down, Preston, Mike.
Right, thank you.
I didn't know that rotten necklace.
There was nothing wrong with the necklace, honey. Now, come on, dry your tears.
How can you take it like this, Bart?
What else can I do? I made a mistake. I have to pay for it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. It just breaks my heart.
Yeah, I'm kind of sorry, too. Well, Mike, you've had a field day, haven't you?
I don't look at it that way, Mr. Lerner.
You know, your newspaper is going to have a libel suit on its hands tomorrow.
We can support what I wrote.
You think so?
Yes. All that Preston and I found out isn't in that article.
Oh, I admit selling the necklace. My wife knew about that at the time.
That's not what you told Gay. You said she probably had sold it.
And you can't guess why. I didn't want Gay to think your mother and I had robbed her of a gift freely given.
Wait a minute. If you agreed to sell the necklace, why did you have Mr. Woling make a paste copy of it?
I don't think I'll answer that question. I gave Gay $15,000 for the imitation necklace.
To make her forget the whole thing, sure. But that's where I came in, Mr. Lerner. Just a little more than a year ago, you were awarded a big paving contract. Why you? Well, we ran that down. You got the contract because one of the commissioners recommended you very strongly.
Did you bribe him, Bart?
Gay, I've been an honest man all my life.
So you won't answer the question?
I've told you that your newspaper will have a libel suit on its hands tomorrow.
Look, we don't intimidate easily. If you want to sue for libel, go ahead. Then all the facts will come out, from the theft of the necklace.
I didn't steal the necklace, and I paid Gay what it's worth.
You're going to have to explain why you engineered this whole thing. And you're going to have to explain what you did with the $20,000 you got from Woling. Where did the money go, Mr. Lerner? It'll all come out. And if you won't talk, you know where you'll end up. Jail.
Don't say that, Mike.
He's right, though, Gay.
Bart, please admit what you did. If you did make a mistake, admit it. Isn't that what you've always told me? Admit a mistake and you can be forgiven?
Well, honey, that's easier said than done.
Have you been threatened? Already?
What are you talking about, Mike?
Oh, Gay, you're really very naive. Your stepfather is in trouble.
You mean if Bart talks, they'll kill him?
Sound melodramatic? Well, it's true. He's already been warned, haven't you, Mr. Lerner?
Yep.
Well, you get rubbed out or spend a long time in jail.
Not much of a choice, is it?
I wouldn't like to make it.
Well, I'm not talking.
I'll see you in court, Mr. Lerner.
Good night, Mr. Lerner. Gay, I'll be going too. Talk to you tomorrow, baby.
Okay. Bart?
Yeah?
Did you bribe that man?
No, honey.
You didn't?
No.
Well, I don't understand then. He got the money. If he had...
Yeah, he got the money.
Who gave it to him? Who is he, Bart?
I hadn't been very successful as a road constructor. Never landed a big bid. I didn't know why. The man who received the money is named Thornbury.
I know him, Bart. He was a friend of my parents.
Yeah, and an influential man.
And you didn't give him the bribe money?
No, but I intend to say I didn't.
Well, if you didn't give it to him, who... Bart.
It got me the bid, honey. It was well-intentioned.
Mother. She did it for you. And now you'll go to jail.
It's our secret, Gay, honey. And no one is ever to know.
And so the long shadow of a loving intention, which was a crime, for bribery certainly is that, will imprison a guiltless man. Not if he'll tell the truth, but could he do that to the memory of his dead wife and to the stepdaughter he loves? Quite a remarkable man, Bart Lerner. I shall be back shortly. I leave you with this thought. Crime is never founded on reason. Mrs. Lerner wanted to do her husband a favor. He'll go to jail rather than sully his dead wife's memory. Yes, quite a remarkable man. Our cast included E.V. Juster, William Redfield, J. Gregory, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You don't remember me, Judge?
Oh, who are you?
I'm the girl who gambled and lost.
Stop talking in riddles.
I'm Althea, Judge, the town girl who wasn't good enough to marry Richard.
Dick, what's the meaning of...
The meaning is that I promised to pay you back, and I'm giving Dick $1 million to kill you.
Well, this is crazy.
Show him the revolver, Richard.
This is a joke.
Nobody should joke with a loaded .38 in his hand.
Dick, after all I've done for you...
What have you done for him lately?
I swear to you, I'll leave you everything in my will. Here, I'll even write it out now and sign it.
Can you give him $1 million? No, you don't have that much, and that's my bid.
Dick, you can't kill me. I've known you since you were...
Shoot him.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Lux presents Hollywood. Lever Brothers Company, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, bring you the Lux Radio Theater, starring Barbara Stanwyck, Robert Young, and Frank Lovejoy in Goodbye, My Fancy. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. William Keeley.
Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure that if you had a choice of going back into the past and reliving a part of your lives, a great many of you would pick your college days. Or perhaps rather than relive them, you'd just like to return there now, be awarded an honorary degree for your present accomplishments, and maybe rekindle an old romance. That's what our heroine does in tonight's play, which is based on the stage play Goodbye, My Fancy by Fay Kanan. As our stars of this intriguing story from the Warner Brothers Studios, we have one of Hollywood's finest actresses, Barbara Stanwyck, and co-starring in their original roles, Frank Lovejoy and Robert Young, who make it, rather difficult for Barbara to make up her mind between the old romance and the new. And for romance, a young man's fancy naturally turns to lovely girls with perfect complexions. We'd like to recommend Lux Toilet Soap for that fine beauty care. There is no better guarantee for romance than a radiant complexion. Now, Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill, and Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole. Among the members of the United States Congress, few are more widely respected and certainly none is more attractive than the Honorable Agatha Reed. Miss Reed has just returned to her office, lightly battle-worn, after another harrowing day in the cause of better government.
All right, Woody, what's the mail?
Another 1,000 or so letters. Make another speech like that last one, and you'll get the post office out of the red.
What's this one? Marion Dennis, radio interview about your book. Oh, I've been avoiding her for weeks. All right, but not before the middle of June. What about this invitation? It's from Good Hope College. You know I haven't time to... Why, it's from Good Hope. Yeah, that's what I said. Then you said... Woody, they want to give me an honorary degree. Well, what's so special about that? You turned down Wellesley without blinking an eye. But you don't understand. I went to Good Hope. Oh, pardon me. Oh, take a letter. Shall I type it on parchment? Special delivery to Dr. James Merrill, President, Good Hope College, Good Hope, Massachusetts. My dear Jim, I can't tell you how... No, you'd better make that... Dear Dr. Merrill, I can't tell you how happy I was to receive your gracious invitation to return to Good Hope for an honorary degree. Good Hope has always been close to me, and nothing short of a congressional crisis will keep me away. And if I may be sentimental, it would give me great pleasure to be able to stay in my old rooms. Sincerely, Agatha Reed.
Good morning, Mr. Griswold.
Is he in? Dr. Merrill in his office?
I believe he's alone, Mr. Griswold, but perhaps I...
Never mind. I'm going in. Jim, I've got to talk to you. Good. Well, sit down, won't you? Last night, I wrote a letter to Agatha Reed. As chairman of the Board of Trustees, I thought it would be nice to let her know how happy we all are that she accepted your invitation.
Well, that was very thoughtful.
Then 10 minutes after the letter was mailed, my wife told me.
Your wife told you what?
That she used to be Agatha Reed's classmate.
Oh, I thought you knew.
And that Agatha Reed was expelled for staying out all night.
Yes, she was.
We're giving an honorary degree to a woman who was once expelled from here? Now, look, Jim, we're going to call the whole thing off.
I'm afraid it's too late for that, Claude. I've given the announcement to the papers. And Real Magazine is sending a man up to cover the commencement.
Real Mag? Oh, that's great. If they ever find out about her being expelled, we'll all wind up on the cover. There were a dozen women to choose from, but you've got to pick a hot potato like Agatha Reed. Why?
Well, Good Hope meted out some pretty harsh punishment to her. I think it's time we told her we were sorry. What's more, she's one of the most outstanding women in the nation. A woman who's won recognition as a columnist, war correspondent, and author.
We've got to go through with it, huh?
Yes, and stop worrying.
And it's entirely in your hands, Jim. She's your baby till after commencement.
Thank you, Claude. I find the prospect very interesting.
You may as well go on home, Woody. Our train doesn't leave until midnight. You can meet me at the station. What about my warm milk? Room service is sending it up. Maybe I should tell them to put it in a baby bottle. Meaning what? Oh, this trip back to the cradle. A crowded calendar, 2 important bills coming out of committee, election 4 months away, and we're off to braid a daisy chain at some college. Now, look, Woody, I'm going to enjoy this weekend. I'm going to be sentimental. I'm going to cry. I'm going to walk barefoot down memory lane with ivy entwined in my hair. And if you don't like it, you don't have to look. I'll bring my dark glasses. Do that. Oh, and leave the door unlocked for room service, will you? The door's open. Just put the milk on the table, please.
Just milk today? No butter, eggs, yummy yogurt?
Matt!
That's right, Aggie. Real Magazine's favorite photographer. And yours.
Matt!
Well, you just said that. Usual greeting after 5 years is, well, this is a surprise.
I'm sorry you caught me off guard.
I didn't think that was possible.
I see you haven't changed.
Oh, neither have you. A little more dignified, perhaps. A little more, shall we say, refined. But just as attractive as ever.
I thought you were in Europe.
Well, I got back this afternoon. I thought I'd find out about that date we had in Paris. When you didn't show up for 5 years, I began to wonder, is it on or off?
I'm sure you didn't come here to dig all that up.
You mind telling me why you didn't show up?
Well, does it matter now?
Well, of course it matters. When a woman runs out on a man, he ought to know why. Helps him the next time.
I suppose it never occurred to you that I might have been in love with someone else.
Well, it occurred to me, but I rejected it.
Really? Why?
Well, because I've kept tabs on you, Aggie. That hasn't been hard, not with a congresswoman. Congratulations. You're doing a great job.
What about before I was a congresswoman?
Well, those were my years.
And the years before that?
Oh. Well, why haven't you done something about the guy?
Maybe I will. Now, do you mind, Matt? I'm in the midst of packing. I want you to leave.
Say, did you ever get those pictures I sent you from China?
Yes. Yes, I did.
Did you like the one of yourself? The one on the Orient Express near in Paris.
No, I didn't like it.
Why not?
Well, the one time you don't expect to be photographed is asleep in a train compartment. Besides, the occasion wasn't exactly the kind of thing I wanted recorded for posterity.
That's funny. I thought it had the makings of one of the big moments of history. Come to think of it, you did too.
Oh, Matt, please. It was fun, but war has a way of making little moments seem big at the time.
Well, that's very penetrating. May I quote you sometime?
Well, I'm sorry if I said it badly, but it's true. We were a nice snapshot, but never a family portrait.
Oh, I get it. It's subtle, but I get it.
You've got to go now. I have to catch the New Yorker at midnight.
The New Yorker?
Yes, and I haven't even started to
The
pack
New Yorker. Here I've been holding you up with idle chit-chat, and all the time we're going to be traveling companions.
You're going to be on that train?
Happy coincidence, just like the good old Orient Express.
Oh, don't be ridiculous.
I know what trains do to some people. So long, Aggie. I'll see you on the New Yorker.
Western Union, please. This is Agatha Reed. I want to send a straight wire to Dr. James Merrill, Good Hope College, Good Hope, Massachusetts. Have you got that? Please don't have anyone meet train. Have decided to come by plane. Sign it Agatha Reed. Thank you. Yes?
Room service, Miss Reed.
Come in.
Your warm milk, Miss Reed.
I've changed my mind. Just bring me a double brandy. So this is it, huh? Dear old school days. Oh, Woody, just look. Oh, this wonderful, wonderful dormitory. My old rooms, the same furniture, the same pictures, everything just the way it was. Looks fierce, doesn't it? Do you know what those girls told me? They moved all these things up from the basement just for me. Oh, I haven't cried in years. It feels wonderful.
Look, if you're such a big shot, how come nobody bothered to meet you?
Because I purposely stopped the taxi 2 blocks away. That was memory lane we walked through.
That alfalfa field is memory lane?
I'm sorry for you, Woody, if you don't have something like this to remember. Come in.
I'm sorry to bother you, Miss Reed.
Oh, I'm the one who should be sorry, dear, putting you out of your rooms like this.
Oh, no. Mary Nell and I think it's the greatest honor we've ever known. It's this, Miss Reed, your book, Women in the Vanguard. If you'll pardon me, Agatha, I'll run out and tear down some ivy for my hair. A wreath, you know.
Oh, Woody, really. And now, what about the book?
Well, Dr. Pitt said we all ought to read it.
Your political science teacher?
No, physics. In his classes, you learn about everything.
Well, it sounds as if I'd like to know him.
I was wondering if you'd autograph it for me.
I'd love to. Now, what name do I write?
Virginia. Would you make it Ginny? Ginny Merrill.
Ginny Merrill. Will your parents be here for commencement?
There's just my father. Mother died 4 years ago.
Oh. Does your father have to come very far?
Oh, no. As a matter of fact, he's...
You're Jim Merrill's daughter, aren't you?
Why, yes.
Oh, I might have known. I knew your father very well. He was my favorite professor.
What was he like, Miss Reed?
Oh, he was very handsome. All the girls were in love with him.
They still are. But that's not what I meant. Was he a good teacher?
He was a wonderful teacher.
I wish he were still a teacher.
Oh? Is being president of a college so bad?
It's different.
Different?
I'd better be going, Miss Reed. Is it all right if I tell my father you're here? I'm sure he must be anxious to see you.
Perhaps I'd better walk over to his office.
Oh, no. He'll want to call on you. And thanks again, Miss Reed. Oh, excuse me. That's all right. We just had a phone call, Real Magazine. They're covering your weekend here.
Oh, how nice.
Oh, it's better than that. They're sending Matt Cole.
Who did you say?
Matt Cole, the war photographer.
You're joking. Why should they send him here? This isn't his type of thing at all.
Yeah, but why the blood pressure?
Get Real Magazine on the phone immediately. I'll put a stop to this right now.
Why bother?
I want to bother, and don't argue.
Okay.
Hello, get me New York. Yeah, Real Magazine.
I want to speak to Bronson personally.
Make that person to Mr. Bronson, will you? That's right. He owns the magazine. Is this a matter of life and death?
I asked you not to argue. Just get Bronson on the phone.
I can't. The circuits are busy.
Give me the phone. Hello? This is Agatha Reed. On that call to Real Magazine, it's most important.
This is a crisis?
I'd appreciate it if you do everything you possibly can. Come in. Jim.
Agatha, it's been a long time.
20 years.
I'm taking advantage of my position. The entire college is waiting to meet you.
I'm overcome. I mean it, Jim.
My daughter mentioned your secretary was with you.
Woody's downstairs with the telephone operator. There's an important call I'm trying to put through.
Oh, I'm glad we're alone. You're looking very well, Agatha.
Thank you, Jim.
I suppose you realize you're in for quite a weekend.
Yes, I've seen the agenda.
We start in an hour with your official reception. I can turn my back if you'd like to escape.
I wouldn't think of it. Vanity, I guess. I suppose everyone dreams of coming back for an honorary degree. It's a popular ambition, like wanting a mink coat.
Or to be president.
Yes. How does it feel?
Well, it's never dull. The faces change so often. And with so much youth around, you actually get the feeling you're preserving your own.
Well, your daughter should keep you young. She's a lovely child. No, that's wrong. She's not a child. What are we at that age, Jim? That wonderful, terrible in-between time. You've seen so many of us.
Yeah, well, tell me about yourself, Agatha. Have you been happy?
Well, I've been busy.
Yes, I've followed your career very closely.
In that case, I won't have to bring you up to date on the past 20 years.
No, only the first year. I've never quite caught up with that first year. Perhaps it's my vanity. But all these years, I've wondered what happened. Why you just disappeared.
Oh, it was very stupid of me to get caught climbing in my window at 5 a.m. I hope the girls are more expert now.
I wouldn't know. I'm not up on the statistics.
Listen, Jim, it would have made no difference to the trustees that you were the man and that we were planning to be married. I would have been kicked out anyway, only you would have been kicked out with me.
I thought we decided to take that chance.
I couldn't let you do it. They were already eyeing you for the presidency.
Well, where did you go? My letters came back. When I phoned your home, they said they didn't know where you were.
Yes, I made them promise. Once I weakened and started to write you a letter, but I never did finish it. And then later on, I read about your marriage.
Yes. Did Ginny tell you anything about her mother?
No.
She was a wonderful woman. We had a lot of things in common. That helped to balance the things we didn't have. She died 4 years ago.
Why did you feel that you had to tell me that?
I don't know exactly, I suppose.
What are you trying to say, Jim?
You came up here this weekend. Why?
Well, don't you remember? You invited me.
I carried that invitation around for 2 years before I sent it.
Oh, that was silly, Jim. I answered it as soon as I got it.
Bronson's in Chicago. I just told... Oh, sorry if I interrupted.
That's quite all right. I was just leaving.
Dr. Merrill, my secretary and right-arm, Miss Wood.
How do you do?
How do you do?
Oh, Miss Reed, did I tell you it's wonderful to have you back?
Yes, you did, Dr. Merrill. But it's good to hear it again.
I'll see you at the reception. There'll be a committee calling for you at 4 o'clock. Oh, it's nice to have you here, too, Miss Wood.
Thank you. Crexy's nice looking, isn't he?
Yes, isn't he?
Looked mighty cozy just now, talking over old history exams.
You know what's wrong with you? You're so used to having your thumb in every Washington pie that you can't...
stop filibustering.
All right, Woody, it's so.
What so?
Just what you're thinking.
Oh.
He's the first man I ever loved.
He's what?
Maybe the only one. The truth is, I'd marry him tomorrow if he asked me.
Oh, you're kidding, aren't you?
What's the matter? Are you against marriage, too?
Well, of course not, but you're smack in the middle of an election campaign and 100 other things. Your life's too busy.
Oh, there's quite a difference between a busy life and a full one. I thought you'd be happy for me.
Well, what do you expect? I don't even know the guy.
Well, I know him. Oh, this isn't just a whim, Woody. This is something I've waited for and thought about for 20 years. Maybe the most important thing in my whole life. That's why I don't want anything to spoil it. That's why I don't want... What about the phone call?
Phone call?
Mr. Bronson, Real Magazine.
Oh, that. They're expecting him back at his hotel.
Anything I can do?
Oh, all right, Matt. Come on in. What do you think you're doing here?
My job. I'm a photographer.
You don't expect me to believe they picked you for an assignment like this, do you?
Well, as a matter of fact, I asked for it. I had a great idea for a layout. The Honorable Agatha Reed and how she grew.
Don't try anything. I'm warning you, Matt.
Yes, ma'am.
This is my secretary, Miss Wood.
Hi.
Oh, it's a real pleasure. Would you mind directing me to the president's office?
Why?
I'm supposed to check in with the old codger.
Well, you'll probably find the old codger in the administration building.
Now, where might that be?
Woody?
Let's go, Mr. Cole.
Thanks, Woody. I wouldn't want him to get lost.
Well, if I do, I'll send up a flare.
Oh, I'll get it. Hello? Oh, yes, Mr. Bronson. We've been trying all over to find you. I mean, well,
say something.
We just wanted to tell you we decided to renew our subscription. You can tell me something, Mr. Cole. Why was the Honorable so upset about you coming up here?
She thinks I'm in the employ of a foreign government.
Oh, come on, give. You're about as innocent as a rattlesnake.
All right. I'm here because I think she's on the verge of making a big mistake.
What kind of a mistake?
For a man, there's only one kind of mistake a woman can make. Another man.
Why should that bother you?
That shouldn't be hard for a smart girl like you to figure out.
Oh, no. Now I know who you are. You're up here to make trouble. That's who you are. But no fisticuffs when we get there. This is supposed to be a happy weekend.
When we get there? Wait a minute. Don't tell me he's the president of this seminary.
I thought you knew.
No, thanks for telling me.
You tricked me. Wild horses wouldn't have dragged that out of me.
Forget it. What am I worried about? If I can't take her away from some old Mr. Chips, I'll quit the business.
Ha!
What does that mean?
Get out that flare, Mr. Cole. You're going to need it.
Act 2 of Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole, and Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill. The faculty reception in honor of Agatha Reed is in full progress. Among those present are Matt Cole and a professor of physics named Dr. Pitt.
You care for a cup of punch, Mr. Cole?
Oh, thank you. You have to go through this every year, Dr. Pitt.
Occupational hazard. But I'm rather enjoying it.
You mean it can be worse than this?
It's just that this is my last faculty reception. Good Hope and I'll soon be going our separate ways. I haven't been exactly happy under the present management.
With Dr. Merrill?
Oh, no. Claude Griswold, our illustrious chairman of the board.
Oh.
Meanwhile, Mr. Cole, let's drink to Saturday morning.
What's with Saturday morning?
Oh, that's when I'll be asked to resign. I shall take my departure in a blaze of futile glory.
You're going to blow up the physics building?
Not exactly. But there will be an explosion of a kind.
What kind, Dr. Pitt?
That's my little secret, Mr. Cole. Oh, this punch, it's not very stimulating, is it?
Oh, you're wrong, Dr. Pitt. I feel a noticeable lift. As a matter of fact,
Is there something wrong, Mr. Cole?
Seems our guest of honor has disappeared.
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I saw Miss Reed and Dr. Merrill walk out there to the terrace just a moment ago.
Well, that should make a charming picture for the magazine. Excuse me, Dr. Pitt.
I suppose I had no right to take you out here, Agatha, but there won't be many opportunities to be alone. And there's so much I want to say.
We had the same problem 20 years ago, Jim. Until we discovered the amphitheater. Remember?
I was just about to suggest it. The usual time, the reception will be over by then.
The usual time. And thank you for remembering.
How could I ever? Oh, Mr. Cole.
I'm sorry if I startled you, Doctor, but the layout wouldn't be complete without a picture of the president and his #1 graduate.
Might have been a better picture if you'd given us a little warning.
Mr. Cole specializes in catching people off guard.
Oh, there you are, Jim. Now, look, I've been working on Jeff Barnes. He's just about ready to fork over for the new library.
I'll talk to him in the morning, Claude.
Take my word for it and do it now.
But we were just...
I'll be all right, Jim. Mr. Griswold, your wife was telling me that you just gave the college a projection room and motion picture equipment.
I don't mind saying it cost me a young fortune.
Claude's one of the best friends this college ever had.
I'm honored, Mr. Griswold. You see, Miss Shackelford was saying that my film will be the first to be shown.
Your film?
Oh, just something I assembled a couple of years ago to illustrate a lecture. Miss Shackelford thought it might interest some of the students.
Sounds fine, Miss Reed. Fine. Well, Jim?
Yes, of course. We mustn't let Mr. Barnes cool off.
Heavy odor of orange blossoms in the air.
You haven't wasted a minute, have you, Matt?
Merrill must be quite a guy to keep a woman like you on the hook for 20 years.
Yes, he is. Quite a guy.
Or else you must be getting tired.
Now, what does that mean?
Oh, this overwhelming desire to return to the past. Girlhood memories, old rooms in the dormitory, old furniture, old sweethearts, old hats.
You've been on war fronts for so long that a decent atmosphere is bound to seem a little incongruous.
Who are you kidding, Aggie? Take a good look around. Talk to some of the students. Talk to some of the professors. This is a lost world up here, and Merrill is the perfect president for it.
That penetrating analysis of Jim Merrill is based on one, how do you do?
Is it? You used to be a pretty good reporter, Aggie. You talked to some of the teachers. Dr. Pitt, for example. You might get an earful.
The old amphitheater, Agatha. Looks just the same, doesn't it?
Just the same.
I was late, wasn't I?
Oh, a little.
On my way, Dr. Pitt stopped me. He said you had quite a talk with him.
Oh, Jim, I'm sorry. I was meddling. I had no right to.
In this case, you had every right.
What did you tell him? Is he going to resign?
No, I asked him to remain here. That's what you expected, isn't it?
Well, that's what I hoped for, but what about Mr. Griswold?
Well, I imagine there'll be some tearing of hair. But I'm sure I can manage the situation so that both sides appear to win.
Oh, Jim.
Remember the last time we were here? We were very young, very much in love.
And you proposed to me.
Agatha, if I were to ask you again, is there any chance your answer might be the same?
Oh, always on second proposals.
This time you won't run away?
No.
Well, then I can tear this up. It's the note you left for me.
You kept it.
I've never quite forgiven myself for introducing you to the beauties of Walt Whitman. Goodbye, my fancy. Farewell, dear mate. Dear love.
The note. May I have it? Thank you. Hello, my fancy.
Agatha.
Aggie?
Woody's the name.
Oh, it's you.
That's the answer I always get.
Well, I'll stick it out for a couple of hours longer. If she doesn't show up by morning, I'll leave.
Got it bad, haven't you? Look, I'm not being nosy. I think Aggie's making a mistake, too. I don't just work for this woman. I like her. I care what happens to her.
So do I.
What was it with you and Aggie, anyway?
Well, I hadn't seen her since the day Paris was liberated. And before that, not for months. I knew I was going to ask her to marry me. I think she did, too. We made a date for that night. I rustled up 8 red roses, a bottle of champagne, and a ring. I tore the petals off the roses and sprinkled them in the doorway. I put the ring at the bottom of the glass. She'd drink the champagne, see the ring, and catch on that I was proposing. Nice idea, wasn't it?
Yes, very.
Only Aggie never showed up.
Too bad.
Well, the evening wasn't entirely wasted. I learned something that's been invaluable to me ever since. You know it only takes 3 hours for roses to turn brown around the edges?
I'm sorry, Cole.
What are you sorry about? Now that I've seen her dreamboat in action, I'm not worried. He's a memory, something she pressed in a book through the years like an old rose.
You're expecting an awful lot of her in one short weekend.
That's why I'm going to give her a little help. Right before your very eyes, I'll turn that memory into a man.
Very clever, if it works.
Oh, it'll work. Oh, you leaving?
Wouldn't you rather? I hear the approach of familiar footsteps.
Well, good evening. I was just about to put a light in the window.
I'm glad you didn't bother. I know exactly where I'm going. Good night, Matt.
Aggie, I want to talk
Oh, yes, of course, about Dr. Pitt. You'll be very unhappy to hear that any difference of opinion is now a thing of the past. Dr. Pitt will remain here.
Oh, well, that's one thing in the Prexy's favor. He doesn't want to lose you. I don't blame him.
He's not going to lose me.
Then it's all set?
All set.
Well, congratulations.
You just can't take it, can you, Matt? That he could be more exciting, more desirable than you.
Well, that's right. I'm as vain as the next guy. Since you've gone in for collecting memories, here's another one. I'm sorry if I smeared your lipstick. Good night, Aggie.
Why, it's Mr. Cole. Do come in, Mr. Cole.
Good morning, Miss Shackelford.
Busy taking pictures, I suppose?
Well, that's what I wanted to see you about. I just want to be sure I'm at the right place at the right time. Now, let me see. Tomorrow is Saturday.
Oh, but tonight's the prom and the step sing at Griswold Hall.
Steps sing?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yes. They sing on the steps. Tomorrow morning, I believe Dr. Pitt mentioned something for 11 o'clock.
Oh, yes, the film showing. Miss Reed's film.
No. I don't mean that. Isn't there something else on tap?
Why, no, nothing.
Well, there must be.
Mr. Cole, there will be nothing at 11 o'clock tomorrow but Miss Reed's motion picture.
Anybody seen it yet?
No, I don't think so. Oh, yes, Dr. Pitt. It was at his suggestion that I sent for it.
Dr. Pitt? Oh, fine. Miss Shackelford, where can I find Mr. Griswold?
Mr. Griswold?
Yeah.
Well, now, I'd be glad to show you, Mr. Cole. Now, you just come with me.
I would have stopped by sooner, Agatha, but something came up. I just wanted to remind you about the prom tonight.
Jim, are you sure that's all?
No, I just couldn't wait that long to see you.
Did Griswold reach you, Jim? He phoned here some time ago.
I've just come from his house.
He asked about that film of mine. He seemed a little concerned.
Well, yes, a little. I'm terribly sorry, darling, but I forgot to ask you anything about the picture.
Do you think I would have brought anything unsuitable here?
Agatha, of course not.
Jim, I spent 5 years in Europe. I saw what happened in those countries where freedom was destroyed. That's what the film is about. Actual newsreel shots of some of the dreadful things that have happened in our time. How they burned the books, how they hanged the teachers by their feet because they dared to teach the truth. You think I want to see that happen here?
I'm not questioning it at all. It's just that these are touchy times, so Claude feels we ought to have a look at it. It's a shame Mr. Cole had to bring it up.
Cole?
Well, yes. Claude said that Cole had stopped by to take a picture. He happened to mention the film to Claude.
What did he say about it?
He praised it very highly. But when he said that Dr. Pitt had liked it, too, well, Claude got a little worried.
Oh, it's funny. It's really funny.
Darling, believe me, we'll straighten it out. I don't need to see the picture. I know it's all right. Besides, there's something the matter with my eyes.
Oh?
I can't seem to see anything but you. About the prom. Wait for me here, dear. I'll pick you up.
Yes, Jim, of course.
Ginny, Miss Reed. May I come in?
Ginny, of course.
In a moment.
What are you trying to tell me, Ginny?
Well, some people think the president of a college has the right to make decisions on things. But he doesn't. He has to check everything with the trustees. Whatever he may feel himself just doesn't matter.
You mean they may not run the film?
My father's done wonderful things for the school. 7 new buildings in 10 years. Isn't that something to be proud of? I'm so proud.
It's all right, Ginny. It's all right.
Oh, I'm so ashamed. My father's a coward, Miss Reed. He's so afraid of losing his job, he's lost everything he ever believed in.
How do you know he isn't fighting them on this?
Because he's forgotten how to fight. Oh, Miss Reed, you just don't understand.
I want to tell you something, Ginny. Something I'm sure you don't know. I was expelled from this college.
You were... what?
Expelled because I stayed out all night with a man. We were very much in love and planning to be married, but I ran away so I wouldn't hurt his chances of becoming president. He had strength and integrity and courage. He still has. So let's not turn away from him now, just when he needs us the most.
Miss Reed. Oh, I should have known. Whenever he talked about you, he was different. And I never really gave him up. I just needed someone else to believe in him, too.
Now you'd better get dressed for the prom.
Oh, thank you, Miss Reed. Thank you.
Agatha, you look beautiful.
Thank you. And what's more, I'm all ready. Surprised?
Your arm, Miss Reed.
Oh, Jim, imagine going to a prom again.
Claude and Ellen stopped by. They thought we might as well make it a foursome.
Of course.
They're downstairs.
Oh, just like old times, isn't it, Anne?
Hello, Ellie. Good evening, Mr. Griswold.
Now, that's what I call a charming couple. Ellie, you didn't forget my pills. My stomach's murdering me.
I knew it. If you hadn't got so upset at the movie, you wouldn't have had to call that meeting. Oh?
Oh, that's too bad, Mr. Griswold. It sounds like it's all my fault.
Oh, I didn't mean that, Ag. It's just that we were late for dinner and Claude just gulped.
How did you like the movie, Mr. Griswold?
Well, it's no Abbott and Costello.
They're Claude's favorites.
Agatha, Claude realizes what you tried to accomplish with the film, and he...
Sure I do. But why show college kids this kind of stuff? Time enough to start worrying when they're out of college.
That's a very interesting theory of education, Mr. Griswold. Is it yours?
I leave theories to experts here like Jim. All I care about, frankly, is protecting the minds of the young people here.
You're not protecting them, Mr. Griswold. You're destroying them. A college is where the future of the world begins, and professors aren't intellectual babysitters. It's their job to bring some light into this muddled world, but you've put a stop to that. The result is the girls who graduate tomorrow aren't prepared for the world they'll have to face. Yet you're content to hand it to them and say, fight for it, die for it, but don't attempt to understand it.
Miss Reed, I think we know what's best for our school.
Claude, please, let me handle this.
There's no handling to it, Jim. And we might as well tell her now. Miss Reed, we've canceled the showing of the film.
I see. And Dr. Merrill, did he agree?
On vital issues, the president and the trustees always agree. Now, suppose we get over to the prom.
Claude, you and Ellen go ahead. I'd like to speak to Miss Reed alone.
Don't be too long. It wouldn't look well if you were late.
Oh, dear.
Forget it, Ellie. Now she knows just how we feel. When Jim turns on the old charm...
excuse me, have you seen Miss Reed?
The man from the magazine, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right.
Miss Reed's inside, but I don't think you'd better disturb her right now. Come along, Ellie.
Thank you. I'll just wait for her here.
I know how you must feel, Agatha, but you must give me a chance to explain.
Jim, did you see the film?
Yes?
Well, do you think it's wrong for your students to see it? Be honest with me.
No.
And you didn't stand up and say that?
Agatha, I'm just asking you to try to see my position. There are times when I have to bow to...
To Claude Griswold?
You're exaggerating Claude's importance in this whole affair.
Am I? When he and not you seems to be the real judge of what should be taught at this college?
He's a businessman. He gives money, and he wants his say. It's as simple as that. Why do you look so shocked?
I'm not shocked. Just frightened. That you can stand here and say that and accept it.
Good heavens, Agatha. I have to run this school. That means getting buildings, endowments. It's part of the job. Suppose I fought Griswold on this to a showdown. It would be an heroic gesture, and I'd be out of here tomorrow.
Would you? You used to love a fight like that.
Well, things are quite different now. I have Ginny to think about.
Oh, there's no need to lie to me. I've talked to Ginny. And if you're not careful, you're going to lose her. I don't know how important that is to you, but I suspect it's very important.
What have you been telling her?
Oh, dreadful things. That you have courage, integrity. And I didn't just say it, Jim. I believed it. Stand up to Griswold. Not for me, not even for Ginny, but for yourself. All right, Jim. I know when I'm beaten. I'm going to offer you a deal, a business deal. That's more in your line.
What are you talking about?
A few minutes ago, I assured your daughter that you'd run that film tomorrow. So I'm afraid you're going to do it with or without Mr. Griswold's consent.
Is this your idea of a joke?
No. And in exchange for that small service, I'll give you my personal guarantee that the article in Real Magazine won't even hit at the colorful events leading up to my expulsion from the seat of higher learning.
I can't believe you...
Why not? You see, Jim, I'm willing to take a chance on you. I know now that you're afraid. And with a man who's afraid, it's just a question of the lesser of two evils. Whether you risk being removed from here by running the film or whether you accept the certainty of being removed after this story breaks.
You'd really do a thing like that?
Yeah. You learn all kinds of cute tricks in my work. The most important one being never to play fair unless you respect the men you're dealing with.
I'd never believe this could happen. Not after last night.
Last night was 20 years ago. Listen, they're playing the Alma Mater. Very appropriate, isn't it? Come along, Jim. We'll be late for the prom.
The curtain rises on Act 3 of Goodbye, My Fancy, starring Barbara Stanwyck as Agatha Reed, Robert Young as Dr. Jim Merrill, and Frank Lovejoy as Matt Cole. It's the following morning, and the motion picture theater at Good Hope College is rapidly filling with students and faculty. In front of the theater, Matt Cole has just walked over to the student advisor, Miss Shackelford.
Hi, but you look just radiant this morning, Miss Shackelford.
Why, Mr. Cole.
So you're showing the movie, huh? Sort of a flexible program you run up here, isn't it?
Oh, it's completely beyond me. Last night, Dr. Merrill tells me to cancel the film, and this morning he says to go ahead.
Dr. Merrill ordered the film shown?
Well, it's not my responsibility. Oh, I'll certainly be glad when this weekend is over. Hi.
Oh, hi. All alone, Woody? Isn't the Honorable going to show up? The film's about to begin.
Now, listen out of focus. Merrill came through, didn't he? They're running her picture, aren't they? You know what that does to your chances.
Oh, well.
What are you so happy about?
I'm not happy. I'm sad. But you got to be philosophical about it. You take the bad with the good. You're up, you're down.
You're punch drunk. You coming in?
No, I've seen the picture. I think I'll take one last happy look at Good Hope. Might run into an old friend. You know, a man can wear himself out walking around this campus looking for someone.
What are you doing here, Matt?
What are you doing here, Agatha?
I happen to like the amphitheater.
They're showing your film.
I know.
Aren't you glad?
Yes, of course.
Well, it seems I was wrong about Merrill.
Oh, fine, but there's no need to
eat crow. Oh, I don't mind. I don't have any pride where you're concerned, Aggie. You ought to know that.
We've been all through this, Matt.
You've got nothing to say to me, huh?
It's all been said.
Yeah, but I'm stupid. I've got to have it spelled out. He's a great guy. He's everything you ever hoped for, dreamed about all these years, and you're going to marry him. Is that it?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay, I'll go down and congratulate Dr. Merrill.
Matt!
You couldn't face that, could you? Because you know it's a lie. You threw away 6 years that we could have had together. 6 wonderful, beautiful years, all because of a lie, and you haven't got honesty enough to admit it. To me or to yourself. You've got to hang on to your precious ego. Well, you can have it, sister. I'm a big boy now. I got bigger and better things to do. And don't worry, I'll stay away from Merrill.
Agatha?
Come in, Jim.
You're not packing.
That's right, Jim. I'm leaving. My commencement speech is there in the wastebasket. If I had to stand up here this afternoon and say it, I'd choke on every word.
Don't you realize?
You can say I was taken ill, that I was called back to Washington, anything.
Just like 20 years ago, isn't it? Running away again.
Jim, I was wrong last night, expecting you to be the same man I remembered. And I was wrong to think I could help you win back your daughter. I can't blackmail you for the rest of your life. It's better that she know the truth now while she's young.
Would you tell Jenny that? That I ordered your film shown because if I didn't, you were going
Yes, if I had to. Yes, I'd tell her. Who is it?
It's Jenny, Miss Reed.
Come in, Jenny.
I went to your office, Father. They told me you'd come here. We just saw your picture, Miss Reed. It was wonderful. Oh, I wish you'd been there, Father. I'm sure none of us will ever forget it. It was the best graduation present you could have given the senior class. And me. I just wanted to thank you.
Jenny, don't go.
Yes?
You kissed me just now, Jenny. You haven't done that in a long time. I'm very grateful. But I can't accept it under false pretenses.
False pretenses?
Jim, no, don't.
I had the movie shown only because Miss Reed forced me to. She gave me an alternative that left me no choice. That's the truth, and I want you to know it. I haven't been much of a father for quite a while. I'm sorry, Jenny. I didn't tell you all this to hurt you.
You've forgotten a lot of things about me, haven't you? That I don't cry only when I'm sad. That I cry just as much when I'm happy. Oh, I don't care why you showed the film. I just wanted you to be honest with me and with yourself.
Oh, so this is where you all are.
Ellen, if you don't mind,
It's all right. Come in, Ellen.
Now, what is all this nonsense, Jim? Claude's terribly upset. The whole board's upset. First when they heard about the movie, and then right out of the blue, this resignation.
Resignation?
Oh, it was just beautiful, Jim. Especially that part about self-respect. Just about made me cry.
Jim, why did you do it?
I stood in back of the theater a little while ago and watched them looking at the picture. Suddenly I realized I had almost not let them see it. That's when I knew that everything you said last night was true. That I had no right to be the president of a college.
Why, Aggie, how could you have told him such a thing? Why, Jim, you should hear them all shouting back there at home about how much good you've done to this school. And what a row the students would raise if they heard about it. Wouldn't they, Jenny?
They'd raise a heck of a row, Mrs. Griswold.
Why, I didn't resign as alumni president.
Thank you, Ellen.
Oh, my goodness, Jenny, what are you doing here? Did you forget it's commencement?
I'm going, Mrs. Griswold. I always wondered why they called it commencement. Now I know.
Well, I'd better be leaving, too. I just wanted to ask you to reconsider, Jim. You won't mention this to Claude, will you? He'll like thinking it was his own idea. Very important to a man like Claude, you know. Think everything's his own idea.
I'm afraid I've been underestimating you, Ellen.
You forget. I was once a student in your history class, too. See you later, Aggie.
I'm overwhelmed, Jim. I never expected this.
Well, we're even. Neither did I.
Will you reconsider? I think it's very important to Good Hope that you stay on.
When I came in here, I wanted to tell you again how much I love you. That I didn't have much hope for it after last night. But that somehow, today, I know we're different people than we were 20 years ago. I know that a lot of things have changed. But I wouldn't want to go through the rest of my life feeling I hadn't tried. Do I have a chance?
You might have had a very good chance, Jim. Except that, well, you see, we only met today. Just now, really. And there's someone who has a few years' start on you.
Yes. He's lucky.
Thank you.
You will stay, won't you, for commencement, I mean?
Yes, I'll stay.
Thank you, Agatha.
Well, hello.
Hello.
No, I mean Agatha.
Well, where have you been?
Where have I been? Where have you been?
Straightening out my life.
Well, now I know.
What arrangements did you make for getting us out of here?
Getting us out?
By plane, Woody, tonight. You'd better phone Washington, tell them to set up that committee meeting for 10 tomorrow morning, and call Senator McElroy. Tell him he was right. I'll make a swing through the whole state before election. And, oh, yes, close your mouth. You look like a fish.
But I thought
now,
you and
get
Merrill
on the phone. I've got to change my shoes.
Hello, this is Miss Woods. Would you get me to the airport, please?
All right, Woody, where's the honorable?
Look, Cole, would you mind telling me something? What's going on? Okay, I'll hold on. Merrill runs the film. You're philosophical, and she straightens out her life. I don't get it.
You will.
What in my black shoes? What did you do with...
Well, I thought you were on your way to bigger and better things.
I've got some news for you.
Hello?
Leave us alone, Woody.
But
I said leave us alone.
Oh, I'll call you later.
Aggie, you're not going to do it. You're not going to marry.
Really?
Now, look, I'm not asking you to fall into my arms. I wouldn't even catch you if you did. There's one thing I found out this weekend. I don't like women.
Then why all the bother?
Because I'm neat. I straighten pictures. I put the tops on toothpaste tubes. I don't like unfinished things lying around. You're not going to go through with this and throw away your life.
Aren't you being a little overconfident?
I don't think so. I'm offering you a deal. A business deal. And in exchange for such a small service, I'm giving you my personal guarantee that the article in Real Magazine won't even hit at the colorful events leading up to your expulsion from this seat of higher learning.
Why, you...
See pictures on opposite page.
So you're an eavesdropper, too, among all your other accomplishments.
You learn a lot of cute tricks in my work, too.
Well, it seems I have no choice, have I? Woody?
Yes, ma'am.
There's been a change of plans, Woody. We're leaving Good Hope tonight.
Huh?
You'd better phone Washington. They can set up a committee meeting for tomorrow at 10 and call Senator McElroy. Tell him I'll make a swing through the entire state before the election.
But you just
I know. There's been a change of plans.
Oh, a change of plans.
Miss Reed, are you ready?
Ginny?
The ceremonies are going to begin.
Well, I guess I'm ready.
Oh, your speech. Have you got your speech?
My speech? I left it on the desk. What did you do with it?
I never touched it.
I distinctly remember leaving it on
What's
the...
that in the wastebasket?
Oh.
We had no file.
Yeah, that's right. Come on, let's go.
Ginny, where are you? One weekend. Could a woman go crazy in one weekend?
What's so crazy about changing her mind?
Changing her mind? She told me the same thing 5 minutes ago.
She what?
What are they putting the food around here anyway? Now what's got into you?
Sweetheart, don't even try to understand it. Just relax and enjoy it. Hello.
Well, what kept you? Oh, Matt, you were right. We have missed 6 wonderful years. I've been so blind. Why didn't you make me see?
Why didn't I make you... Oh, you politician, you.
And now, here's Mr. Keeley with our star.
And we want to thank them for a very exceptional show. Barbara Stanwyck, Frank Lovejoy, and Robert Young. You certainly have done a lot for education this evening, Barbara.
And just what have I done?
You've shown our audience that women can be brilliant and beautiful.
Well, all I've done is use Lux toilet soap faithfully. It's my favorite complexion care.
A perfect combination of brains and beauty care. You know, all smart women use Lux soap.
Well, I'm certainly in favor of it, Bill.
What college did you attend, Barbara?
Well, as a matter of fact, I finished school at the age of 13.
Really? What held you up?
You weren't caught climbing through the window at 5 a.m.
No, Frank. Barbara, at the age of 13, got her first job in the chorus.
That'll make you back up, Frank.
I retreat.
Hold it, Frank. Seems to me you've just finished a picture at Warner Brothers entitled Retreat something or other.
Yes, Barbara, it's a Milton Sperling production for Warner Brothers. Retreat, you should pardon the expression, hell.
Well, we'll pardon it because it's about the courageous attitude of the Marines in retreat hell. An excellent picture of the Korean War.
Well, now that we're all in full retreat, why don't you tell us about next week's play, Bill?
Gladly, Barbara. Next week, we'll have a swashbuckling adventure story. Captain Horatio Hornblower. And as our stars in this recent Warner Brothers screen success, playing their original roles, the exciting team of Gregory Peck and Virginia Mayo.
Well, we'll certainly look forward to that one, Bill.
Good night. You are all great.
Here's a beauty tip from one of Hollywood's loveliest young stars, that charming Lux girl, Dorothy Patrick. She says, daily active lather facials with Lux toilet soap do wonders for my skin. Make it softer, smoother, really lovelier. Why don't you try this simple care Dorothy Patrick recommends? You'll find it's easy to be Lux lovely. Lux Soap's gentle, active lather cleanses so thoroughly, quickly gives skin appealing, fresh new beauty. Put Hollywood's own beauty soap on your shopping list tomorrow. Lux Toilet Soap is as fine a complexion soap as money can buy. You'll soon discover why 9 out of 10 screen stars are Lux girls.
Lux Toilet Soap Care is guaranteed by Lever Brothers Company to give your complexion a fresher, smoother, lovelier look, or your money back. Lever Brothers Company, New York, New York, the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday evening when the Lux Radio Theater presents Gregory Peck and Virginia Mayo in Captain Horatio Hornblower. This is William Keeley saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Robert Young, star of radio's Father Knows Best, has appeared through the courtesy of the Crosley Corporation. Heard in our cast tonight were Lorene Tuttle as Ellen, Joan Banks as Woody, Rhoda Williams as Ginny, Herbert Butterfield as Griswold, Howard McNear as Dr. Pitt, Gwen Delano as Miss Shackelford, and Eddie Marr. Our play was adapted by S.H. Barnett, and our music was directed by Rudy Schrager. Our Lux Radio Theater production of Goodbye, My Fancy has come to you with the good wishes of the makers of Lux Toilet Soap, Hollywood's own beauty soap. This is your announcer, John Milton Kennedy, reminding you to join us again next Monday night to hear Captain Horatio Hornblower, starring Gregory Peck and Virginia Mayo.
Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. Salud.
Your health, senor.
The world toasts Roma, and Roma toasts the world. The wine for your table is Roma, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
This is the Man in Black, here for Roma Wines to introduce this weekly half hour of Suspense. Tonight in Hollywood, we are honored and happy to have with us one of the entertainment world's most distinguished gentlemen, Mr. Cary Grant. The suspense play which stars Cary Grant and which is produced and directed by William Spear is the exciting and tense bestseller by Cornell Woolrich called The Black Curtain. Suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series, Roma brings you tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so, with The Black Curtain and with the performance of Cary Grant, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
Began, or rather life began again for me, I guess you'd say, that day, on that street. My head was pounding terribly. I could hear all the noise and the people milling around. Everything was a jumble at first.
All right. Gangway there now. Let the dock through.
I seen it happen, Mr. Policeman. He was running. Boy, he really gave himself a clunk on the bean.
All right, son. Now get back there. Everybody back.
Oh, my head.
His wallet fell out of his pocket, and a big boy grabbed it and ran away.
All right, now back, everybody. Let the doctor through. Give him air here.
I'm okay. No, never mind, Doc. I'm okay.
Seems to be not much the matter with you, sir.
No, I'm all right.
I guess I can talk to him now, Doc?
Oh, go ahead, officer. Just a bad bump on the head, I think. That's right. We can walk all right, can't you?
Yeah, I think so.
Ah, sure. Here, now let me press you on. Huh?
Thanks. Oh, I'll be fine.
Hey, wait a minute. What am I doing with an overcoat on?
All right now, mister. Just so they got it on the blotter. What's your name? Where do you live?
Townsend. Frank Townsend. 820 Rutherford Street. You want a cigarette? You're still shaky.
No, thanks. I don't smoke.
Well, while we're getting back then. Drop in at the receiving hospital if you want us to check you off.
Yeah, I will.
Hey, here's your hat, mister. I found it.
Oh, thanks,
That's
kid.
all. Now, come on. Move along. The guy's all right. Come on. Oh, well, thanks. I'm sorry about the fellow that got your wallet. Anyway, here's your cigar case, Mr. Townsend. Guy found it right alongside of you.
Hey, wait a minute. This isn't my hat. DN. Those aren't my initials, DN.
Sure, that's your hat. I seen it roll off you when you went down. Try it on. You see, it fits. Looks good.
But what am I doing with a cigar case? DN. Same initials as the hat.
Don't you even know your own hat, mister?
Wait a minute. I'm trying to think. Where is this?
What?
This street.
You're on Tillery Street.
Tillery Street? What am I doing on Tillery Street?
He's lost.
All right now, sir. My suggestion is that you go on home and go lie down. It's cold and starting to snow.
No, please, wait a minute. Don't leave me. Tell me. What happened?
Why, you slipped on this icy sidewalk. Fell down and hit your head good and hard on the curb. You were out for about 20 minutes and then
Wait. Ice on a sidewalk?
Well, look at it. That street cleaning department ought to clear away the snow there, too.
Snow and ice?
Sure, why?
Snow? In July?
July? Oh, it's December. December 1943.
1943?
You better go on home, son. Good night.
1943? December 1943. The last I remember was July 1940. 3 years just gone. Amnesia. A black curtain comes down over your mind. That black curtain had been over mine for 3 years. Where had I been? Who had I been? I hadn't been Frank Townsend. I'd been someone else. DN. Someone whose initials were DN. I walked along Tillery Street thinking about it those 3 years. I could have been married. I could have been a thief. I could have... Something made me turn around on the street for a moment. That was when I first saw him. Gray eyes. He'd been talking to the cop who took my name. He looked up as I did. And then he started to walk rapidly in my direction. I backed away instinctively. Something about him spelled trouble. He called to me as he came forward.
Hey, you, stop! Townsend!
Instinctively, I knew I should run, get away from him.
Hey, you!
I looked back as I rounded the corner. He had a gun in his hand. He raised it. Then I turned, ran for my life.
What lay behind that black curtain which separated Townsend from his past? With this remarkable story, and with Hollywood's distinguished Cary Grant as our star, the Roma Wine Company of Fresno, California, tonight assumes the sponsorship of Suspense, radio's outstanding theater of thrills.
This is the dinner hour at an exclusive yacht club in Latin America. And we discreetly eavesdrop on that gentleman and his lady there at the table.
This has been a lovely dinner, Ramon. And only you would have thought to have such a delicious wine as the finale. It was so perfect. Is it truly a wine from California in North America?
Yes, see? This is the noted Roma port of California in the United States. We were fortunate to have it tonight, for now, in time of war, only occasional ships can bring us Roma wines. I knew that you would...
Fortunate? Yes, for Roma wines please the exacting tastes of wine lovers in many countries. And we in the United States are most fortunate of all, for we can enjoy any of those delicious wines from the famous Roma wineries located in choice wine districts throughout California at prices unbelievably small for wines of such distinguished character. Because we do not have to pay heavy shipping costs and duty, here at home in America, Roma wines cost only a few cents a glass. What's more, you'll find Roma California wines just around the corner at your favorite dealers. Right there, waiting for you now, the types of Roma wines you most enjoy. So if you haven't yet discovered the delight of Roma wine regularly with meals or when entertaining friends, make your first purchases of Roma tomorrow. R-O-M-A, Roma, America's largest selling wines. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
And now it is with pleasure that we bring back to our soundstage Mr. Cary Grant and The Black Curtain, a story well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Why was he following me? With a gun. What did Gray Eyes want with me? I must have done something. I beat it down the subway and hid. I had to think it all out carefully. I knew I was on the spot for something. Gray Eyes meant business. What could it be? Who had I been? During those last 3 years with that black curtain in front of them. Well, maybe I'd been a gangster, and he was one of a mob that wanted to rub me out. I didn't know. No identification, my wallet stolen. Nothing in my pockets that would help. Just DN in the hat. And DN on the cigar case. DN! My head was aching with worry. My stomach had panic in it. I had to find out who I'd been, what I'd done. But how? Where? Tillery Street. That's where I'd been when I woke up. Tillery Street. Well, maybe Gray Eyes would go back there, too, looking for me. But I had to take that chance. Tillery Street.
Yes?
Oh, good evening, Pop.
Oh, hello there. Couldn't see you under that hat at first.
Oh, you know me?
Sure. What can I get you, son?
Oh, well, you got an evening paper I could look at?
Nope. Sorry, never read 'em. Too much trouble in the world these days, anyhow. See, how you been? You haven't been around 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh, well, I've been kind of busy. Look, Pop.
Yeah?
I made a bet with a guy that even though you see so many customers, you'd walk right up and give me my full name.
Oh. Well, I'm sorry I don't know it. I don't think I ever heard your name.
Oh.
But I know your girl.
My girl?
Mm-hmm.
You do, huh?
Yeah.
Well, now, maybe I can still win my bet if you'll give me her name.
Gee, I've heard you mention it. I'd know it if I heard it.
You what? Well, see if I can steer you a little. Now, is it Mary?
No.
Alice? Lillian? Margaret. Huh?
No. Wait a minute. Wait. I know. Ruth. That's it, Ruth.
Ruth?
Yeah.
Well, sure, you got it. Now. What's Ruth's last name?
Gee, I don't know her. I know where she lives, though.
You do?
Yeah, right across the street. The Tillery Apartments.
Well, it's right. But now, what apartment? What's the number of Ruth's apartment?
3C. Apartment 3C. Say, that's pretty good if I do say so. I was only there once, remember? The night I brought the sandwiches over.
Well, thanks.
Will you win your bet, mister?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I think I will.
What's your name so I'll know it next time?
Oh, I'll tell you tomorrow. I hope.
So long.
So long, Pop. Thank you. I'll be...
What's the matter?
Nothing. I just tying my shoe. I'd just been going to walk out when I saw him standing across the street, Gray Eyes again. I ducked down behind the store window and watched him. He looked over in my direction and then up and down the street. Oh, then he lit a cigarette and strolled down to the corner. The minute he disappeared, I yanked the door open, dashed out, ran across the Tillery Apartments, and went in.
Who is it?
Ruth?
Yes?
It's me.
Dan! Oh, Danny, where have you been? Get in here. Oh, darling, it's really you. I thought you...
Hello, Ruth.
Oh, Danny, why did you come here? He's been around here twice today. He may be in the neighborhood right now, for all you know.
Who?
Oh, well, Slattery, of course.
Has he got Gray Eyes?
What? Yeah. Did you ever see a detective that didn't?
Oh, I see. Sure.
Danny, what's the matter with you? You're acting so strangely.
Well, I just want to look at you.
You seem so different, so far away. You haven't kissed me.
Well, that's easily fixed.
Oh, darling, where have you been for 3 weeks?
All around. Miss me?
You know I did. Oh, Danny, do you think we could get away tonight? I've got $3,000 saved up. We could go to Mexico or South America. We could get married. Mr. and Mrs. Daniel Nearing tour the world.
Daniel Nearing? Oh, yeah. And wife?
Sounds plenty good to me.
Oh, you'll never know how good.
We'll get out of here tonight. I'll call up and tell them I'm quitting my job. I'll say I'm sick. All my stuff's here. Nothing's out there but a couple of uniforms. I'll make Alma and Franklin a present of those.
Alma and Franklin?
Don't you bother your pretty head about those 2 charmers. Maybe they weren't glad when it happened. A couple of vultures. Bye-bye to them. Oh, with you back, Danny. Just think with my $3,000 we could...
Do you think you ought to quit your job?
Absolutely, I think so. I was never cut out to be a nurse anyway.
I guess you weren't. Any more than I was cut out.
Any more than you were meant to be a secretary.
That's right. Well, I never wanted to be a secretary. Just drifted into it, I guess. Kind of got on my nerves, especially toward the end. You know, the boss was no cinch to work for.
He certainly wasn't. He was a rat. The whole Dietrich bunch are mean, rotten, the whole family.
Yeah, that's right.
All except the old man.
Oh, yeah, the old man. I sort of liked him, didn't I?
And he loved you, Danny. I think he wished you'd been his son. Poor old man. He's the only reason I've stuck around out there this long.
How are things out there?
Oh, they've been questioning all of us. They've laid off lately, though, since you... Oh, Danny, don't let's talk any more about it. You're back. That's the main thing. I just want to forget New Jericho and the whole...
New Jericho, huh?
Yes. Oh, Danny. Danny, if only it hadn't happened.
What hadn't?
You know what? Oh, Danny, what's going to become of you and me?
I wish I knew.
Danny, get away from that window. Leave that shade down.
What? He's down there.
Who?
Gray Eyes. He's standing in front of the hydrant. He's coming in here, in the building.
Oh, did he see you?
Ruth, will you help me?
What are you going to do?
I'm going to give myself up.
No,
Well, it's better than getting shot at. What can they do to me?
You crazy fool. They can send you to the chair.
The chair?
Well, what do you think happens to a man when he's guilty of murder?
Murder? Ruth, listen to me. I'm not a murderer. If the whole world says I committed murder, I say I didn't. The me that's in me says I didn't.
I never said you were, Danny. I always said you didn't do it. Oh, if you hadn't run away.
So that's it.
All right, Nearing. Open up.
Why did you come here, Danny? Why?
Ruth, wait. We got to get out of here. How about the fire escape shaft? Dumbwaiter.
Dumbwaiter. Here.
All right, get in. I'll stand on top and work the ropes.
I don't think it can hold us both.
Got to. Can you hear me?
Yes, Danny. Danny, what do we do?
We're going back there to New Jericho.
New Jericho? No, Danny, don't, please, for me.
Got to. I've got to find out. We're going together.
No, Danny, no, I've got the money. We can get out of here and we...
Stop it.
Danny, ouch, my arm. You're hurting me.
From here on in, we're sticking together. You're going to take me back there, back where it happened.
All right, darling. You're crazy, but I'll go wherever you go. I can't lose you again.
On the train, Ruth and I said very little to each other. While I hid in the telephone booth at the Pennsylvania station, she'd bought us a couple of cheap overcoats. I sat hunched up in mine, thinking. Ruth had brought along the newspaper clippings. I looked at what they said for the 20th time, trying to see if there was anything there that would help me. Dietrich Slayer's sought, it said. Secretary wanted in brutal slaying at suburban estate. Police are pressing the search for Daniel Nearing, secretary in the employ of the late John Dietrich, 58, member of a well-known local family who was shot and killed in the drawing room of his New Jericho estate on the morning of November the 7th. Nearing disappeared November the 7th, on the morning of which date he is known to have had a bitter quarrel with the deceased. This last was attested to at the inquest by Alma and Franklin Dietrich, widow and brother of the murdered man. Well, I had all the facts now. Wanted for murder.
And yet everything that was in me told me that no matter who I'd been, however many memories I'd lost, that I was no killer, that I couldn't have. I had to get into that Dietrich house and stand again in the room in which it had all happened. Maybe something would come back to me. Maybe there would be...
Danny.
Over here, Ruth.
It's dark. I couldn't see you. Elmer and Franklin just left. They drove down to the village.
Did they say anything about you being out here on your day off?
Yeah. Elmer said something, but I said I had nothing to do in town and came out to write some letters.
Let's go, then.
Oh, Danny, I'm scared. Please, let's not stay out here.
You said you loved me.
I do, Danny, I do. That's why I'm scared. They're only going to the village. They'll be back in half an hour at the most.
Go on, open the door, Ruth. Hurry. I've got to see the inside. That room, the place where it happened.
It's wrong, Danny. I'm telling you, you're wrong. They'll find
Now,
you.
open the door, Ruth. Quickly. All right. Now, let's have a look at that room.
Please, Danny, please don't. Don't talk about it.
So this is where I'm supposed to have murdered John Dietrich, huh?
Danny, please.
Where was it? Show me exactly where it was, Ruth. I've got to know.
It was there. Right there. He was standing by the grandfather's clock when... Oh, are you going crazy, Danny? If they get you, you'll hang.
By the clock, huh? You still believe in me, don't you, Ruth?
I believe you, Danny, but I'm scared. I love you.
Ruth, wait a minute. What's that? Listen.
It's only the old man. He's asleep in that room off there. Don't go in there, Danny. You'll wake him.
I want to see him.
No. No, don't, Danny. He can't help you. You know he's paralyzed and he can't talk.
Turn on the light. I want to see him.
There, you woke him. It's me, Mr. Dietrich. Ruth. This is Danny. You remember Danny, don't you?
Hello, Mr. Dietrich.
See how his eyes are shining.
Yeah. Was he here when it happened?
You know that, Danny. Why do you ask such funny questions? He's been in bed here for 5 years.
That mirror. On the wall there. The clock. Look. You can see the grandfather's clock in the other room.
What are you getting at, Danny?
He could see it. The old man could see the murder through the mirror. Oh, if only he could talk.
He can't talk. You scare me, Danny.
He saw the man who killed John Dietrich. Look. He understands what I'm saying. He's blinking his eyes.
Oh, stop torturing him, Danny. Can't you see what you're doing?
He's trying
to
to
him?
say something. Look. His eyes are blinking. He's going to help me. Go outside and watch, Ruth. Go on.
Now watch out at the entranceway. Be careful, Danny. Please, they'll be back any minute.
All right, leave me alone with him.
And I'll call if I hear them coming.
Look now, Mr. Dietrich. Don't be afraid. I'm going to ask you a question, and you're going to answer me. Are you trying to tell me something about the murder? Now, blink your eyes. Blink twice if you are. Yeah, that's it. Once. Twice. That's good. Did you see it happen? Here, in your mirror. Blink once if the answer is no. Twice if the answer is yes. Once. Twice. You did, huh? You saw it. Now then, is the murderer in this house?
Danny, they're coming. Franklin and Alma, get out of here. Hide. Run, Danny, run.
Is the murderer in this house? Blink once for no, twice for yes. Yes, in this house.
Danny, they're coming.
Wait, I've almost got it. Now, Mr. Dietrich, was it me? Once for no, twice for yes. Was it me?
Get out of here, Danny, into the big room behind the curtains. I'll talk to them.
Oh, all right. Well, thanks, Mr. Dietrich. I'll be back.
Ruth? Ruth, is that you in Father's room? Yes. Are you here alone?
Why, yes. Why?
No, we thought we heard voices. What are you so jittery about, Ruth?
I'm just tired, that's all. May I go to bed now?
Father's still awake, Ruth.
He'll go to sleep, all right. I'm going upstairs, Mrs. Dietrich, now.
Good night, Ruth. And take your flashlight with you.
Oh, I'm sorry. It was dark on the road tonight.
Good night, Ruth.
Good night.
She's brought him back here with her. Him, I think.
Who? Dan? Oh, Franklin.
Take it easy. If he's here, we'll get him.
After the evidence we gave against him at the hearing, I'm frightened. Let's get out of here fast. I'll go to the village for the police.
Call the police. No, I'll do it.
Hello? Hello? It's too late. It's dead. The wire's cut. Come on, we'll both drive to the village.
But he may be waiting for us out by the car.
Oh.
What?
Yeah.
What are you doing there, Franklin?
I think I just might need my gun. Come along.
The moment they left the house, I made for the old man's room. I called for Ruth, but she was gone. Maybe Franklin and Alma had caught her after she cut the telephone wire, but I couldn't wait. My life was hanging on minutes now. I shot the flashlight on the old man's face. Now, Mr. Dietrich, you're helping me fine. You know I'm trying to save my life, don't you? Now, the murderer. Was it me? Was it me who did it? Me, Danny Nearing. Blink once for no. Once! Once! Oh, you're sure? You're sure it wasn't me? Oh, you're smiling, Mr. Dietrich. Smiling. Now, it was somebody in this house. Then who was it? Oh, can't you make a sound? Help me, you've got to. Was it Elma? Twice for yes, once for no. Once. Not Elma. All right, then. Was it Franklin?
Up with the hands, Neary. Up or you'll never go to trial.
Franklin. Look, you've got to listen. You've got to.
Shut up and drop that flashlight. Trying to kill the old man, too, huh? The murderer returned to the scene of his crime, huh?
You know I didn't kill him.
Well, you tell that to the police. Alma will have him here in a couple of minutes. Where's your girlfriend, Ruth?
She's not here. I don't know where she went.
Never mind. They'll find her. You're a dead duck, Neary. You killed my brother and beat it. What'd you get out of it? That's always puzzled us.
You killed your brother. And now you're going to kill me.
Oh, you've gone nuts, too. Why should I kill my own brother, you idiot?
To get his share of the estate and his wife, Alma, amongst other things. But you can't stop with killing me. Someone else knows the truth. The old man saw it in the mirror.
Huh?
You'll have to kill your own father, too.
The old man saw it. How do you know?
He told me.
Oh, you're lying. He can't talk. He can't even move.
He can hear. And he can blink his eyes. Come over here and look.
Now, look here. I don't...
Ruth!
He'll be all right. I heard him. He was going to kill you. Here's the gun, Danny. Take it.
Oh, Ruth, you shouldn't have. In another minute, I'm not sure it was Franklin.
Oh, Dan, darling, please, let's run for it. They'll be here in a second. It's your last chance. They'll all swear you did it.
Not if I can be with the old man in another half minute. Mr. Dietrich. Mr. Dietrich. It's Danny again.
No, Danny, don't.
Quiet. Tell me, Mr. Dietrich. Was it Franklin? Did Franklin kill your son, John? Blink once if he did. He's afraid. Why are you afraid? Oh, it's this gun. Here, take the gun, Ruth. You take it. He's afraid. I'm not going to hurt you, Mr. Dietrich. What's the matter? Why don't you answer me? Who killed John Dietrich? It wasn't me. It wasn't Elma. It wasn't Franklin. But someone in the house. Was it? Ruth! Ruth! You!
I told you. I told you not to come. Oh, I love you, Danny. I wanted you. I wouldn't have let them get you.
Why? Why, Ruth? Why did you kill him?
He was always after me. Wouldn't leave me alone. I hated him. Then that night he came at me, threatened me, said he'd kill me. If he couldn't have me, nobody could. He had a gun, and I got it away from him. He hit the clock. He leaned against it. I thought he'd never fall down and die. It was the day you ran away, and I was crazy. They thought it was you. They started looking. I love you, Danny. I still love you. I begged you not to come back here.
Ruth! Put down that gun, Ruth.
No. Stand back, Danny. Stay over there. Just want to look at you. I was hoping we could get away together. But you've been through enough, Danny. And all because of me. Now you're clear, Danny. And this is going to clear me. Darling.
Ruth! Ruth! Well, I guess that's about all there is to tell. I tried to put it all behind me, to resume my life where it left off over 3 years ago. Sometimes when it gets toward evening, I go and walk along Tillery Street. Once in a while, somebody I don't know, will say, "Hello, Danny." I just say hello and walk on. I don't want to find out anything anymore. I want it all to die away and be still. And it will. All except Ruth. Because somewhere behind that black curtain I was loved and loved someone. We must have known a love that I'll never know again.
And so closes The Black Curtain, starring Mr. Cary Grant. Tonight's tale of suspense.
Since the beginnings of history, people have enjoyed wine. Ages ago, our ancestors found that wine made any food taste better. Wine is a simple pleasure that anyone can enjoy. That is why Roma has devoted all its wine-making skill to producing wines of fine quality at a price that means you can enjoy them often, just a few cents a glass. Don't feel that you need fine crystal or a special occasion to serve Roma wines. Next time you have a quick supper, serve Roma wine in plain tumblers with your spaghetti or cold meats. And notice how much more enjoyment and zest it adds to the meal. Serve Roma wine often, cool or chilled. You'll quickly discover why Roma, R-O-M-A, Roma wines are America's largest selling wines. Yes, Roma wines are true to type. Roma wines are faithful in flavor. Roma wines are sound of character. Roma wines are reasonable in cost. Made in California for enjoyment throughout the world.
Our thanks to Cary Grant for his suspenseful performance here tonight. And Mr. Grant wants us to say that he will be listening with you next week at the same hour to Mr. Robert Young in the story called The Night Reveals. Don't forget then, next week, same time, for Robert Young in Suspense.
Presented by Roma Wines, R-O-M-A, made in California for enjoyment throughout the world. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Great Plays. Using an Irish harp and the simple words of a simple people, we bring you a great play. John Millington Synge's Well of the Saints is adapted for this NBC series by James Church and Richard McDonough. Your enjoyment of the Great Play series can be greatly enhanced by your obtaining a copy of The Listener's Aid, published through the cooperation of the University Press of Columbia University in New York. Listen at the end of this program to learn how you may obtain a copy of the Great Plays Drama Guide containing complete information about this series. Now, The Well of the Saints. The world that has winced too often at the spurious brogue of the stage Irishman has thrilled always to the charm and authenticity of Synge's plays of the Irish countryside. And when he has seen the playboy of the Western world, In the Shadow of the Glen, Riders to the Sea, or The Tinker's Wedding, the discerning theatergoer realizes that he has seen and met the real Irish peasant and not a reasonable facsimile. This is because a poet left his Dublin home and learned to know the people of whom he wrote, ate with them, lived with them, and listened to their tales and legends. There is a story that is told in Ireland, a story we don't vouch for, but which may be true, of how Synge picked up all the material for his Well of the Saints in one evening at a wake in Connemara. It seems that amongst those at the wake were the young playwright and a harp-playing, poitín-drinking individual named Willie the Waker. And while the women keened and the men smoked the tobacco that was the last gift of the corpse, these two men got to talking.
Yes, Willie the Waker, I've heard great things about you.
You have, Mr. Synge?
I have. I've heard that you do nothing in all your life but attend wakes from one coast of Ireland to the other.
It's true and all, Mr. Synge. There's not another man in Ireland that pays so much respect to the dead as myself. Out of the goodness of my heart, and at a great economic loss to myself, I travel from town to town and county to county to attend the wakes of my dear departed friends.
But doesn't that interfere with your making a living?
Indeed it does, Mr. Synge. And the sad result is that I have to eat other people's food. sleep in other people's houses, wear their clothes, and smoke their tobacco.
And drink their poteen?
Well, yes, when I can get it. And pretty bad it is most of the time. Would it be criticizing me you'd be?
Oh, no, not at all, Willie. No. It's just that I've heard how you can hug a jug of poteen with one hand, play your harp with the other, and tell a story out of your mouth all at one and the same time.
That I can, from years of diligent practice. Oh, dear, the poor widow is feeling badly. Come here and sit down by the fire, Bridget. Sure, it's little comfort you're giving the corpse with all that weeping and wailing.
Oh, why did he have to go? After 19 months in a bed of sickness. The doctor tells of a new discovery that will bring my Michael onto his 2 feet again. And then before the doctor can bring the cure. Poor Michael.
There, now, calm yourself, Bridget. Think back on the 3 years of happy married life you had before Michael got sick.
Oh, it's little peace I can get from such thoughts, Willie the Waker. I'm finding it much easier to think of what the future might have been if we'd only lived for the cure to get here.
No, don't you be thinking of that. Sure, you have no way of telling what the future might have brought. Look what happened to Mary and Martin Dowell. Did you never hear the story they tell of them?
The Dowells? You mean them that lives over on the edge of the bog?
I don't mean any such thing. These Dowells didn't live in this part of the country at all. It was over in the eastern counties they lived, and many a long year ago it was too. But sure, why should I be telling you stories at all?
Oh, do, Willie. Please tell the story.
Do, Willie.
Well, all right. But first, that's evil-tasting stuff. It was at the crossroads by the ruined church near the town of Clash that Mary and Martin Dowell stopped one day. It was old and weather-beaten and blind they were, and they groped their way to a big rock and sat themselves down to rest for a while.
What place are we now, Martin Dowell?
Passing the gap.
The length of that? Well, the sun's getting warm this day, if it's late autumn itself.
Well, what way wouldn't it be warm, and it getting high up in the south? You are that length plaiting your yellow hair, you have the morning lost on us. And the people are after passing to the fair of Clash.
It isn't going to the fair the time they do be driving their cattle, and they with a litter of pigs may be squealing in their carts. They'd give us a thing at all. It's well you know that, but you must be talking.
If I didn't talk, I'd be destroyed in a short while, listening to the clack you do be making. For you have a queer, cracked voice, the Lord have mercy on you, if it's fine to look on you are itself.
And who wouldn't have a cracked voice sitting out all the year in the rain falling? It's a bad life for the voice, Martin Dowell. Though I've heard tell, there isn't anything like the wet south wind as be blowing upon us for keeping a white, beautiful skin, the like of my skin, on your neck and on your brows. And there isn't anything at all like a fine skin for putting a splendor on a woman.
I do be thinking odd times. We don't know rightly what way you have your splendor. Or asking myself, maybe, if you have it at all. For the time I was a young lad and had fine sight, it was the ones with sweet voices were the best in face.
Let you not be making the like of that talk, when you've heard Timmy the Smith and Matt Simon and Pat Schluoth, and a power besides, saying fine things of my face. And you know rightly, 'twas the beautiful dark woman they did call me in Ballinatone.
If it was itself, I heard Molly Burns saying at the fall of night, it was little more than a fright you were.
She was jealous, God forgive her, because Timmy the Smith was after praising my hair.
Jealous?
Aye, jealous, Martin Dowell. And if she wasn't itself, the young and silly do be always making game of them that's dark. They'd think it a fine thing if they had us deceived, the way we wouldn't know we were so fine-looking at all.
I do be thinking in the long nights. It'd be a grand thing if we could see ourselves for 1 hour, or a minute itself. The way we'd know surely we were the finest man and the finest woman of the 7 counties of the east. And then the seeing rabble below might be destroying their souls, telling bad lies, and never heed a thing they'd say.
If you weren't a big fool, you wouldn't heed them this hour, Martin Dowell. For they're a bad lot, those that have their sight. They do have great joy the time they do be seeing a grand thing, to let on they don't see it at all, and to be telling fools' lies, the like of that Molly Byrne was telling to yourself.
Well, if it's lies she does be telling, she's a sweet, beautiful voice you'd never tire to be hearing. It was only the pig she'd be calling, or crying out in the long grass, maybe, after her hens. That should be a fine, soft, rounded woman, I'm thinking. I'd have a voice the like of that.
Let you not be minding if it's flat or rounded she is, for she's a flighty, foolish woman you'll hear when you're a long way off. And she making a great noise and laughing at the well.
Isn't laughing a nice thing the time a woman's young?
A nice thing, is it? A nice thing to hear a woman making a loud brain laugh the like of that.
I've heard Timmy say a power of times it's nothing at all she is when you see her at the side of you. And yet, I never heard any man's breath getting uneasy the time he'd be looking on yourself.
I'm not the like of the girls to be running round on the road swinging their legs, and they with their necks out looking on the men.
Yet I'm told it's a grand thing to see a young girl walking the road.
And you'd be as bad as the rest of them if you had your sight. Oh, I did well, surely, not to marry a seeing man. Its scores would have had me in welcome, for the seeing is a queer lot, and you'd never know the thing they do.
There's someone coming on the road.
Psst. Let you put the pith away out of their sight, or they'll be picking it out with the spying eyes they have, and saying it's rich we are, and not sparing us a thing at all.
Leave a bit of silver for blind Martin, Your Honour. Leave a bit of silver or a penny copper itself, and we'll be praying the Lord to bless you, and you go on the way.
And you letting on a while back you knew my step.
It's Jimmy the Smith. Yes, I know your step. When Molly Burns walking in front, or when she's two perches maybe lagging behind. But it's few times I've heard you walking up the like of that. As if you'd met a thing wasn't right and you coming on the road.
You've good ears, God bless you, if you're a lawyer itself. For I'm after walking up in great haste from hearing wonders at the fair.
You're always hearing queer, wonderful things. And a lot of them nothing at all.
If I was coming to tell you it's in this place, there'd be a bigger wonder done in a short while than was ever done in the Green at Cash, or in the Witter Leinster itself. But you're thinking maybe you're too cute a little fella to be minding me at all.
There'll be wonders in this place, is it?
Here at the crossing of these roads.
I never heard tell of anything to happen in this place. Since the night they killed the old fella going home with his gold. The Lord have mercy on him and threw down his corpse into the bog.
If I'd a mind, I'd be telling you of a real wonder this day. And the way you'll be having great joy, maybe, and you're not thinking of it at all.
Are they putting up a still behind the rocks? It'd be a grand thing. If I'd sup handy the way I wouldn't be destroying myself, groping up across the bogs in the rain falling.
It's not a still they're bringing, or the like of it either.
Maybe they're hanging a thief above at the bit of a tree. I'm told it's a great sight to see a man hanging by his neck. Ah, but what joy would that be to ourselves? And we not seeing it at all.
They're not hanging anyone this day, Mary Dole. And yet, with the help of God, you'll see a power hang before you die.
Well, you've queer humbugging talk. What way would I see a power hanged, and I a dark woman since the 7th year of my age?
Did you ever hear tell of a place across a bit of the sea where there's an island and the grave of the 4 beautiful saints?
I've heard people have walked round from the west, and they speaking of that.
There's a green ferny well, I'm told, behind of that place. And if you put a drop of water out of it in the eyes of a blind man, you'll make him see as well as any person is walking the world.
Is that the truth, Jimmy? Oh, I'm thinking you're telling a lie.
That's the truth, Martin Dole. And you may believe it now, if you're after believing a power of things weren't as likely at all.
Well, can't you open the big slobbering mouth you have and say what way the wonder will be? Not be making blather till the fall of night.
I'll be going now, not wasting time talking civil talk with the like of you.
Oh, let you come here to me, Timmy, and not be minding him at all. Oh, you're not huffy with myself. Now let you tell me the whole story, and don't be fooling me more. Is it yourself has brought us the water?
It is not, surely.
Then tell us your wonder, Timmy. What person will bring it at all?
It's a fine holy man will bring it. A saint of the Almighty God.
Oh, saint is it?
Aye, a fine saint who's going around through the churches of Ireland with a long cloak on him and naked feet. For he's brought us up with the water slung at his side, and with the like of him, any little drop is enough to cure the dying, or make the blind see as clear as the grey hawks to be up high up on a still day sail in the sky.
What place is he, Timmy? I'll be walking to him now.
Let you stay quiet, Martin. He's straying around saying prayers at the churches and the high crosses between this place and the hills, and he with a great crowd going behind him. And then he'll be coming after to this place to cure the two of you. We're after telling him the way you are and to say his prayers in the church.
Ah, and will we be seeing ourselves this day? Oh, glory be to God. Is it true, surely?
Maybe I'd have time to walk down and get the big shawl I have below, for I do look my best, I've heard them say, when I'm dressed up with that thing on my head.
You'd have time, surely.
Quish, no. I hear people again coming by the stream.
It's the young girls I left walking after the saints. They're coming out carrying things in their hands, and they're walking as easy as you see a child walk who'd have a dozen eggs hidden in her bib.
That's Molly Byrne, I'm thinking.
God bless you, Martin. I've holy water here from the grave of the four saints of the West. We'll have you cured in a short while and seeing like ourselves.
He's heard that, God help you. But where at all is the saints? And what way is he after trusting the holy water with the likes of you?
He was afeard to go far away with the clouds is coming beyond. So he's gone up now through the thick woods to say a prayer at the crosses of Grenon. And he's coming on this road to the church.
And he's after leaving the holy water with the two of you. It's a wonder, surely.
The lads told him no person could carry them things through the briars and steep, slippy feeling rocks he'll be climbing above. So he looked round then and gave the water and his big cloak and his bell to the two of us. For young girls, says he, are the cleanest, holy people you'd see walk in the world. Well, the saint's a simple fellow, and it's no lie.
Let you give me the water in me hand, Molly Byrne. The way I'll know you have it, surely.
Here, then, wonders is queer things. And maybe it'll cure you, and you holding it alone.
It does not, Molly. I'm not seeing it all. Yeah, there's a small sup only. Well, isn't it a great wonder? The little trifling thing would bring seeing to the blind. It'd be showing us the big women and the young girls and all the fine things as walk in the world. Here, Mary.
Well, glory be to God.
And what is it Bride herself has, making sounds in her hand?
It's the saint's bell. You'll hear him ringing out the time he's going up some place to be saying his prayers.
It's a sweet, beautiful sound.
You'd know I'm thinking by the little silvery voice of it. A fasting holy man was after carrying it a great way at his side. Would you think well to be all your life walking around the like of that, Martin Dowell, and you bell ringing with the saints of God? And how would he be bell ringing with the saints of God, and he wedded with myself?
That's the truth she's saying. And if bell ringing is a fine life, yet I'm thinking maybe it's better I am wedded with the beautiful dark woman of Ballinatone.
You're thinking that. God help you. But it's little you know of at all.
It's little, surely. And I'm distraught this day, waiting to look upon her face.
It's well you know the way she is. For the like of you to have great knowledge in the feeling your hands.
We do, maybe. Yet it's little I know of faces. For the young girls is mighty shy to me, the smith. And it isn't much they heed me. Though they do be saying I'm a handsome man.
Isn't it a queer thing, the voice he puts on him, when you hear him talking to the skinny-looking girls, and he married with a woman he's heard called the wonder of the Western world?
And the two of you'll see great wonder this day, and it's no lie.
I have heard tell her yellow hair and her white skin and her big eyes are a wonder, surely.
Here's the saint, coming from the selvage of the wood.
Take the bell and put yourself by the stones, Bride. Stand there now. Quiet, Martin. Let you not be saying a word.
Will he mind the way we are? You're not tidied or washed cleanly at all.
He'll not see what way you are. He'd walk by the finest woman in Ireland, I'm thinking, and not trouble to raise his two eyes to look upon her face.
Whisht!
Are these the two poor people?
They are, Holy Father.
It's a hard life you've had, not seeing sun or moon, or the holy priest itself praying to the Lord. But it's the like of you who are brave in a bad time will make a fine use of the gift of sight the Almighty God will bring to you today. It's on a bare, starving rock that there's the grave of the four beauties of God. The way it's little wonder, I'm thinking, if it's with bare, starving people the water should be used. So it's to the light of yourselves that do be going, who are wrinkled and poor, a thing rich men would hardly look at all, but would throw a coin to, or a crust of bread. If it's raggy and dirty you are itself, I'm saying, the Almighty God isn't at all like the rich men of Ireland. And with the power of the water I'm after bringing in a little curragh into Cashla Bay, he'll have pity on you and put sight into your eyes.
I'm ready now, Holy Father.
I'll cure you first, and then I'll come for your wife. We'll go up now into the church, for I must say a prayer to the Lord. And let you be making your mind still and saying praises in your heart, for it's a great, wonderful thing when the power of the Lord of the world is brought down upon your like.
Come, Timmy, come.
Stay back where you are, for I'm not wanting a big crowd making whispers in the church. Stay back there, I'm saying, and you'll do well to be thinking on the way that sin has brought blindness to the world, and to be saying a prayer for your own sakes against false prophets and heathens, and the words of the women and smiths, and all knowledge that would soil the soul or the body of a man.
Isn't it a fine, beautiful voice he has? And he a fine, brave man, if it wasn't for the fasting.
Did you watch him moving his hands?
It'd be a fine thing if someone in this place could pray the like of him.
Shh! Look at the great trembling Martin has shaking him, and he on his knees.
God help him. What'll he be doing when he sees his wife this day? I'm thinking it was bad work we did when we let on she was a fine-looking woman and not a wrinkled, wizened hag the way she is.
Well, but why should he be vexed? And we after giving him this great pride, joy and pride all the time he was dark.
If it's vexed he is itself, he'll have other things now to think on as well as his wife. And what does any man care for a wife when it's 2 weeks or 3 he's looking on her face?
That's true now, Molly. And it's more joy Dark Martin got from the lies we told of that hag is kneeling by the path than your own man will get from you day or night, and he'll living at your side.
Let you not be talking, Matt Simon, for it's not yourself will be my man, though you'd be crowing and singing fine songs if you'd that hope in you at all.
Let you not be raising your voice and saying to Bob at his prayers.
Whisht, whisht. I'm thinking he's cured.
Oh, glory be to God.
Laus Patris et Filio, Spiritu Paracletum, qui soit non gratium misertus decipenia.
Oh, glory be to God. I see now, surely. I see the walls of the church, and the green bits of ferns in them, and yourself, Holy Father, and the great width of the sky.
He doesn't know her at all, and see, the saint's taking Mary, you know.
That's Timmy. I know Timmy by the black of his head. That's Matt Simon. Well, I know Matt by the length of his legs. That should be Pat's Roer, with the gamey eyes in him and the fiery hair. Oh, it was no lie they told me, Mary Dowell. Oh, glory to God and the 7 saints I didn't die and not see at all. The blessing of God on the water and the feet carried it round through the land. The blessing of God on this day and them that brought me the saint. For it's grand hair you have, and soft skin, and eyes that make the saints, if they were dark a while and seeing again, fall down out of the sky. Hold up your head, Mary. The way I'll see it's richer I am than the great kings of the East. Hold up your head, I'm saying, for it's soon you'll be seeing me, and I not a bad one at all.
Let you keep away from me and not be soiling me chin.
It's Molly's voice you have.
Why wouldn't I have me own voice? Do you think I'm a ghost?
Well, which of you all is herself? Is it you as Mary Dowell? I'm thinking you're more the like of what they said. For you've yellow hair and white skin, and it's the smell of me own turf is rising from your shawl.
I'm not your wife, and let you get out of my way.
Try again, Martin, try again, and you'll be finding her yet.
Where is it you have her hidden away? Isn't it a black shame for a drove of pitiful baste like you to be making game of me and putting a fool's head on me on the grand day of me life? You're thinking you're a fine lot with your giggling, weeping eyes. A fine lot to be making game of myself and the woman I've heard called the great wonder of the West.
Here she comes. Here comes Mary Dowell down out of the church.
Which of you is Martin Dowell?
It's her voice, surely.
Go up now and take her under the chin and be speaking the way you spoke to me self.
If I speak now, I'll speak hard to the two of you.
You're not saying a word, Mary. What is it you think of himself with the fat legs on him and the little neck like a ram?
I'm thinking it's a poor thing when the Lord God gives you sight and puts the like of that man in your way.
It's on your 2 knees you should be thanking the Lord God you're not looking on yourself. For if it was yourself you'd seen, you'd be running around in a short while like the old screeching madwoman is running around in the glen.
If I'm not so fine as some of them said, I have my hair and big eyes and my white skin.
Your hair and your big eyes, is it? I'm telling you, there isn't a wisp on any grey mare on the ridge of the world isn't finer than the dirty twist on your head. There isn't 2 eyes in any starving sow isn't finer than the eyes you were calling blue like the sea.
It's the devil cured you this day with your talking of sows. It's the devil cured you this day, I'm saying, and drove you crazy with lies.
Isn't it yourself is after playing lies on me 10 years in the day and in the night? But what is that to you? Now the Lord God has given eyes to me, the way I see an old wizened hag, was never fit to rear a child to me itself.
I wouldn't wear a crumpled whelp the like of you.
Go on now, be seeking a lonesome place where the earth can hide you away. Go on now, I'm saying.
Oh, maybe if I hit you a strong blow, you'd be blind again and having what you want.
Let you keep off from me now. You wouldn't have me strike out the little handful of brains you have about on the road.
And you're no shame to be making a great row, and the saint above saying his prayer.
What is it I care for the like of him? Let me hit her one good one for the love of the Almighty God, and I'll be quiet after till I die.
Will you? Which I'm saying?
Are their minds troubled with joy, or is their sight uncertain, the way it does often be the day a person is restored?
It's too certain their sight is Holy Father, and they're after making a great fight because they're a pair of pitiable shows.
May the Lord who has given you sight send a little sense into your heads, the way it won't be on your two selves you'll be looking, on two pitiful sinners of the earth, but on the splendor of the Spirit of God. You'll see an odd time shining out through the big hills and the steep streams falling to the sea. For if it's on the like of that you'll be thinking, you'll not be minding the faces of men, but you'll be saying prayers and great praises till you be living the way the great saints do be living, with little bit old sacks and skin covering their bones. Leave him go now. You're seeing he's quiet again. And let you not be raising your voice, a bad thing in a woman, but let the lot of you who have seen the power of the Lord be thinking on it in the dark of night, be saying to yourselves it's great pity and love he has for the poor starving people of Ireland. And now the Lord send blessing to you all, for I am going on to Annagolan, where there is a deaf woman, and to Larrick, where there are two men without sense, and to Clonassil, where there are children blind from their birth. And then I'm going to sleep this night in the bed of the Holy Kevin, and to be praising God and asking great blessing on you all.
By the sharp stones in St. Patrick's Purgatory, did ever a miracle like that happen in the east of Ireland, Willie the Waker? Or is it the poteen that's talking?
Faith, Bridget. And if it was the poteen was talking, it'd be an evil tale it would tell. They hadn't ought to let people drink this vile stuff. But to answer your question, the miracle did work. But from that day on, the demons took possession of the hearts of the Dowells, and divil a word or a kind look Mary or Martin had for each other. 'Twas separated they were, and as the winter came on, Martin went to work for Timmy the Smith as a helper at the forge. Well, on this particular morning, Timmy the Smith was in the lather of a hurry for poor Martin Dowell to get on with the cutting of the sticks.
Let you make haste out there. I'll be putting up with new fires at the turn of day, and you haven't half of them sticks cut yet.
It's destroyed, I'll be, whacking your old thorns till the turn of day. And I, with no food in me stomach, would keep the life in a pig. Let you come out here then and cut them yourself if you want them cut. For there's an hour every day when a man has a right to his rest.
You want me to be driving you off again to be walking the roads? Here you are now, and I giving you your food in a corner to sleep and money with it. And to hear you talk, you'd think I was after beating you or stealing your gold.
You'd do it handy, maybe, if I'd gold to steal.
There's no fear you having gold. A lazy, basking fella the like of you.
No fear, maybe, and I hear with yourself. For it's more I got a while since, and I sitting blinded and grin on, than I get in this place, working hard and destroying myself the length of the day.
Working hard? I'll teach you to work hard, Martin Dowell. Slip off your coat now and put a tuck in your sleeves and cut a lot of them sticks while I'll rake the ashes to the forge, or I'll put you up with you no longer.
Would you have me getting me death, sitting out in the black wintry air with no coat on me at all?
Strip it off now or walk down upon the road.
Oh, God help me. I've heard tell you stripped the sheet from your first wife and you're putting her down into the grave. And that there isn't the like of you for plucking your living ducks the short days and leaving them running around in their skins in the great rains and the cold.
Let you cut them sticks and give me a rest from your talk, for I'm not heeding you at all.
That's a hard, terrible stick, Timmy. Isn't it a poor thing to be cutting strong timber the like of that? And it's cold, the bark is, and slippy with the frost of the air.
Why wouldn't it be cold and it freezing since the moon was changed?
What way indeed, Timmy? For it's a raw, beastly day we do have each day. I do thinking it's well for the blind don't be seeing them grey clouds driving on the hill. And don't be looking on people with their noses red, the like of your nose. And their eyes weeping and watering the like of your eyes. God help you, Timmy the Smith.
Is it turning now you are against your sight?
It's a hard thing for a man to have his sight, and he living near to the like of you. Or wed with a wife.
You'd have a right to be minding me, Martin Dole. But it's a great power the saints cure lose their sight after a while. Mary Dowles is dimming again, I've heard them say, and I'm thinking the Lord, if he hears you making that talk, we'll have little pity left for you at all.
There's not a bit of fear of me losing me sight. And if it's a dark day itself, it's too well I see every wicked wrinkle you have round by your eye.
The day's not dark since the clouds broke in the east.
Let you not be tormenting yourself trying to make me afeard. You told me a power of bad lies the time I was blind. Glory be to God, she's coming again.
Look at him now, Mary Dowell. You'd be a great one for keeping him steady at his work, for he's after idling and blathering this hour from dawn of day.
Of what is it you're speaking to me, the Smith?
Of himself, surely. Look at him there, and he with a shirt on him ripping from his back. You'd have a right to come round this night, I'm thinking, and put a stitch in his clothes, for it's long enough you are not speaking to one to the other.
Let the two of you not torment me at all.
Well, isn't it a queer thing? She can't keep herself 2 days without looking on me face.
Looking on your face? And she after going by with her head turned the way you'd see a priest going where there'd be a drunken man on the side of the ditch talking with a girl. Come back here and don't mind her at all. Come back here, I'm saying. You've no call to be spying behind her since she went off and left you in place of breaking her heart trying to keep you in decency and clothes and food.
You know rightly, Timmy, it was myself drove her away.
That's a lie you're telling. Yeah, there's little I care which one of you is driving the other. And let you walk back here, I'm saying, to your work.
I'm coming, surely.
And what is it you're gaping, Martin Dowell?
There's a person walking above. It's Molly Byrne, I'm thinking.
If she is itself, let you not be idling this day or minding her at all. And let you hurry with them sticks, for I want you in a short while to be blown on the forge.
Is it roasting me now, you'd be? Pothooks. Is it over them you've been inside, sneezing and sweating since the dawn of day?
I'm making a power of things you do have when a man is settling with a wife, Martin Dowell.
Molly'll be saying great praises now to the Almighty God. And he giving ye a fine, stout, hardy man the like of you.
God forgive you if you're an ugly-looking man itself. I'm thinking your tongue's worse than your view.
Isn't it destroyed with a cold I am? And if I'm ugly itself, I never seen anyone the like of you for dreepiness this day, Timmy the Smith. And I'm thinking now herself's coming above. You'd have a right to step up into your old shanty and give a rub to your face. Not be sitting there with your bleary eyes and your big nose, the like of an old scarecrow stuck down upon the road.
There's no call to mind what way I look, and I after building a house with 4 rooms in it above on the hill. Maybe I do right, maybe, to step in and wash the blackness from my eyes.
God save you, Molly Byrne.
God saved you.
It's a dark, gloomy day, and the Lord have mercy on us all.
Middling dark.
It's a poor of dirty days and dark mornings. And shabby-looking fellas we do have to be looking on when we have our sight, God help us. But there's one fine thing we have. To be looking on a grand, white, handsome girl like you.
I've heard the priest say it isn't looking on a young girl would teach many to be saying their prayers.
That isn't many of been the way I was. Hearing your voice speaking and not seeing you at all.
That should have been a queer time for an old wicked coaxing fool to be sitting there with your eyes shut. And not seeing a sight of a girl or woman passing the road.
If it was a queer time itself, it was great joy and pride I had the time I'd hear your voice speaking and you passing to Grenan.
I'll tell you, wife, if you talk to me the like of that.
There no living person can speak a score of words to me or say God speeds you itself without putting me in mind of the old woman or that day I were at Grenan.
I was thinking it should be a fine thing to put you in mind of the day you call the grand day of your life.
Grand day, is it? What a bad, black day. When I was round up, found I was the like of the little children to be listening to the stories of an old woman, and to be dreaming after in the dark night that it's in grand houses of gold they are, with speckled horses to ride, and to be waking again in a short while. And they destroyed with the cold, the start dripping maybe, and the starved ass braying in the yard.
You have great romance in this day, Martin Dowell. Was it up at the still you were at the fall of night?
It was not, Molly Byrne, but lying down in a little rickety shed, lying down across a sop of straw, and I thinking I was seeing you walk, and hearing the sound of your step on a dry road. It's a fine sound your voice has that time. And it's better I am, I'm thinking, lying down the way a blind man does be lying, than to be sitting here in the grey light, taking hard words at Timmy the Smith.
It's queer talk you have if it's a little old shabby stump of a man you are itself.
I'm not so old as you do hear them say.
You're old, I'm thinking, to be talking that talk with a girl.
It's not a lie you're telling, maybe. For it's long years I'm after losing from the world. Feeling love, joking love, the old woman. And I fooled the whole while with the lies of Timmy the Smith.
It's a fine way you want him to pay Timmy the Smith. And it's not his lies you're making love to this day, Martin Dowell.
It is not, Molly, and the Lord forgive us all. For I've heard tell there are lands beyond in Carr, Iverarrig, and the reeks of Cork, with warm sun in them, and fine light in the sky, and light's a grand thing for a man ever was blind, or a woman with a fine neck and a skin on her the like of you. And the way we'd have a right to go off this day, so we'd have a fine life passing abroad through them tongues of the south, and we'd telling stories, maybe, or singing songs at the fairs.
Well, isn't it a queer thing when your own wife's after leaving you because you're a pitiful show, you talk the like of that to me?
It's a queer thing, maybe. For all things is queer in the world. But there's one thing I'm telling you. If she walked off away from me, it wasn't because of seeing me, and I know more than I am, but because I was looking on her with me two eyes, and she getting up and eating her food and combing her hair and lying down for her sleep.
Wouldn't any married man you'd have be doing the like of that?
Yeah, I'm thinking by the mercy of God, it's few sees anything but them is blind for a space. It's a few sees the old woman rotting for the grave, and it's few sees the like of yourself, though it's shining you are, like a high lamp would drag in the ships out of the sea.
Keep off from me, Martin Dowell.
That's the truth I'm telling you. And you'd do right not to marry a man as after looking out a long while in the bad days of the world. For what way would the like of him have fit eyes to look on yourself?
It's the like of that talk you'd hear from a man would be losing his mind.
It'd be little wonder if a man near the like of you would be losing his mind. Put down your can now and come along with myself, for I'm after seeing you this day. Seeing you maybe the way no man has seen you in the world. Let you come on now, I'm saying, to the lands of Ivera and the reeks of...
Leave me go, Martin Dowell, leave me go, I'm saying.
Oh, let you not be fooling. Come along now, the little path through the trees.
Timmy the Smith. Did ever you hear that them that loses their sight loses their senses along with it, Timmy the Smith?
He's no sin, surely. And he'll be having himself driven off this day from where he has good sleeping and feeding and wages for his work.
He's a bigger fool than that, Timmy. Look on him now, and tell me if that isn't a grand fellow to think he's only to open his mouth to have a fine woman the like of me running along by his heels.
Oh, the blind is wicked people, and it's no lie. But he'll walk off this day and not be troubling us more.
Oh, glory be to herself come back again. Let you not put shame on me, Molly, before herself and the Smith. Let you not put shame on me, and I after saying fine words to you and dreaming dreams in the night. Is it a storm of thunder is coming? Or the last end of the world? The heavens is closing, I'm thinking. With darkness and great trouble passing in the sky. Is it darkness of thunder is coming, Mary Dowell? Mary Dowell, do you see me clearly with your eyes?
I see you a sight too clearly, and let you keep off from me now.
That's right, Mary. That's the way to treat the like of him, as after standing there at me feet and asking me to go off with him, till I'd grow an old wretched road woman the like of yourself.
Oh, when the skin shrinks on your chin, Molly Byrne, there won't be the like of you for a shrung hag in the four quarters of Ireland. Oh, it's a fine pair you'd be, surely.
Is it no shame you have to let on she'd ever be the like of you?
Oh, it's them that's fat and flabby to be wrinkled young. And that whitish yellowy hair she has does be soon turning the like of a handful of thin grass you'd see rotting where the wet lies at the north of a sty. Ah, it's a better thing to have a simple, seemly face, the like of my face, for 20 years, or 50 itself, than to be setting fools mad a short while, and then to be turning a thing would drive off the little children from your feet.
Oh, God protect us, Molly, from the words of the blind. And there's your old rubbish now, Martin Dowell, and let you take it up, for it's all you have, and walk off through the world. For if I ever meet you coming again, if it's seeing or blind you are itself, I'll bring out the big hammer and hit you a welt will leave you easy till the judgment day.
And what call have you to talk the like of that with myself?
It's well you know what call I have. It's well you know a decent girl I'm thinking to wed has no right to have her heart scalded with hearing talk and queer bad talk I'm thinking from a raggedy-looking fellow the like of you.
It's making game of you, she is. For what seeing girl would marry with yourself? Look on him, Molly. Look on him, I'm saying. For I'm seeing him still. And let you raise your voice. For the time has come. And bid him go up into his forge and be sitting there by himself, sneezing and sweating, and he beating pothooks till the judgment day.
Keep him off from me, Timmy.
Would you have me strike you, Martin Dole? Go along after your wife, who's a fit match for you, and leave Molly with myself.
Won't you raise your voice, Molly, and lay Hell's long curse on his tongue?
I'll be telling him it's destroyed I am with the sight of you and the sound of your voice. Go off now after your wife. Come up now, Timmy, into the fog till he be gone down a bit on the road. For it's near afeard I am of the wild look he is coming to his eyes.
Let me not find you here again, Martin Dole. It's well you know that Timmy the Smith has great strength in his arm, and it's a power of things that has broken a sight harder than that old bone of your skull.
And that's the last thing I'm to set me sight on in the life of the world. The villainy of a woman and the bloody strength of a man. Oh, God pity a poor blind fella the way I am this day, with no strength in me to do hurt to them at all. Yet if I've no strength in me, I have a voice left for me prayers, and may the Lord blight them this day, and me own soul the same hour with them. The way I'll see them after, Molly Byrne and Timmy the Smith, the two of them on a high bed, and they screeching in hell. It's not blind I'll be that time, and it won't be hell to me. No, but the like of heaven itself. And it's fine care I'll be taking the Lord Almighty doesn't know.
It was an evil old man Martin Dole turned out to be, wasn't it?
It was Willie the Waker. It certainly was.
By the saints. That stuff would take the tail off a horse.
Go on with your story, Willie. What happened?
Well, do you mind the spot I described to you first of all? The gap in the hedge by the side of the road near the old ruined church outside the town of Clash?
Yes. I do.
Well, it was there that Mary Dowell came wandering, with the darkness shut down over her eyes in the top of a fine spring day, and the sorrow laden thick on her beggar soul.
Oh, God, help me. Oh, the blackness wasn't so black at all the other time as it is this time. And it's destroyed I'll be now, and hard set to get my living working alone, when as few are passing and the winds are cold. I'm thinking short days will be long days to me from this time, and I sitting here, not seeing a blink or hearing a word, and no thought in my mind but long prayers that Martin Dowell will get his reward in a short while for the villainy of his heart. It's great jokes the people will be making now, I'm thinking, and they pass me by, pointing their fingers maybe, and asking what place is himself. The way it's no quiet or decency I'll have from this day till I'm an old woman with long white hair and it twisting from my brow. Whoosh. There's a queer, slouchy step coming in the road. God help me. He's coming surely.
The devil meant Mary Dowell for putting lies on me, letting on she was grand. The devil meant the old saint for letting me see it was lies. The devil meant Timmy the Smith for killing me with hard work and keeping me with an empty, windy stomach in me in the day and in the night. 10,000 devils mend the soul of Molly Byrne, and the bad, wicked souls is hidden in all the women of the world. It's lonesome I'll be from this day, and if living people is a bad lot, yet Mary Dowell herself, and she a dirty, wrinkled-looking hag, was better maybe to be sitting along with than no one at all. I'll be getting me death now, I'm thinking, sitting alone in the cold air, hearing the night coming, the blackbirds flying around in the briars, crying to themselves. At the time you'll hear one cart getting off a long way in the east, and another cart getting off a long way in the west, and a dog barking maybe, and a little wind turning the sticks. I'll be destroyed sitting alone and losing me senses this time, the way I'm after losing me sight. It would make any person afeard to be sitting up, hearing the sound of his breath and the noise of his feet. And it's a power of queer things to be stirring, little sticks breaking, and the grass moving. Till you take your dying oath on sun and moon, the thing was breathing on the stones. I'll be going now, I'm thinking. And I'm not sure what place me sticks in. And I'm distraught with terror, dread. Bah! There's a thing with a cold living face on it sitting up at my side. Me road is lost on me now. Oh, merciful God. Set me foot on the path this day, oh Lord, and I'll be saying prayers morning and night, not straining me ears after young girls or doing any bad thing till I die.
Let you not be telling lies to the Almighty God.
Mary Dowell, is it? Is it Mary Dowell I'm saying?
There's a sweet note in your voice I've not heard for a space. You're taking me for Molly Byrne, I'm thinking.
Well, sight's a queer thing for upsetting a man. It's a queer thing to think I'd live to this day to be fearing the like of you. But if it's shaken I am for a short while, I'll soon be coming to myself.
You'll be grand then, and it's no lie.
You have no call to be talking, for I've heard tell you're as blind as myself.
If I am, I'm bearing in mind I'm married to a little dark stump of a fella looks the fool of the world. And I'll be bearing in mind from this day the great hullabaloo he's after making from hearing a poor woman breathing quiet in her place.
And you'll be bearing in mind, I'm thinking, what you seen a while back when you looked down into a well, or a clear pool maybe, when there was no wind stirring and a good light in the sky.
I'm minding that surely. For if I'm not the way the liars were saying below, I seen a thing in them pools put joy and blessing in my heart.
Well, they were saying below I was losing me senses. But I never went any day the length of that. God help you, Mary Dowell. If you're not a wonder for looks, you're the maddest female woman is walking the counties of the East.
You were saying all times you'd a great ear for hearing the lies of the world. A great ear, God help you. And you think you're using it now.
If it's not lies you're telling, would you have me think you're not a wrinkled poor woman? He's looking like 3 scores, or 2 scores and a half.
I would not, Martin. For when I seen myself in them pools, I seen my hair would be grey or white maybe in a short while. And I seen with it that Ida face would be a great wonder when it'll have soft white hair falling round it. The way when I'm an old woman, there won't be the like of me surely in the 7 counties of the East.
You're a cute thinking woman, Mary Dowell, and it's no lie.
Oh, I am, surely. And I'm telling you, a beautiful white-haired woman is a grand thing to see.
Did you think to look, Mary Dowell? Would there be a whiteness like that coming upon me?
You, God help you. Oh, in a short while, you'll have a head on you as bald as an old turnip you'd see rolling round in the muck. You need never talk again of your fine looks, Martin Dowell, for the day of that talk's gone forever.
That's a hard word to be saying. For I was thinking if I'd a bit of comfort the like of yourself, it's not far off we'd be from the good days went before. And that'd be a wonder, surely. But I'll never rest easy, thinking you're a grey, beautiful woman, and myself a pitiful show.
I can't help your looks, Martin Dowell. 'Twasn't myself made you with your rat's eyes and your big ears and your gristledy chin.
There's one thing you forgot, if you're a cute-thinking woman itself.
Your slouchy feet, is it? Or your hooky neck or your 2 knees is black with knocking one on the other?
There's talking for a cute woman. There's talking, surely.
Well, if you'd anything but lies to say, you'd be talking to yourself.
I've this to say, Mary Dowell. I'll be letting me beard grow in a short while. A beautiful, long, white, silk and streamy beard. You wouldn't see the like of it in the Eastern world. A white beard's a grand thing on an old one. And a beard's a thing you'll never have, so you may be holding your tongue.
Well, we're a great pair, surely. And it's great times we'll have yet, maybe. And great talking before we die.
Great times from this day, with the help of the Almighty God. For a priest itself would believe the lies of an old man would have a fine white beard growing on his chin.
There's the sound of one of them twittery yellow birds to be coming in the springtime from beyond the sea. And there'd be a fine warmth now in the sun, and a sweetness in the air, the way it'll be a grand thing to be sitting here quiet and easy, smelling the things growing up and budding from the earth.
I'm smelling the furze a while back, sprouting on the hill. And if you'd hold your tongue, you'd hear the lambs a grenaan, though it's near drowned their crying is, with the full river making noises in the glen.
The lambs is bleating, surely. And there's cocks and laying hens making a fine stir a mile off on the face of the hill.
What's that sounding in the west?
It's not the churches, for the wind's blowing from the sea.
It's the old saint, I'm thinking, ringing his bell.
Oh, the Lord protect us from the saints of God. Oh, he's coming this road, surely.
Will we be running off, Mary Dow?
And what place would we run?
There's the little path going up through the sloughs.
Oh.
But I'm afeard, after the time we were with our sight, maybe we'll not find our way to it
Oh,
at
you'll
all.
find the way, surely. Oh, you're a grand man. The world knows at finding your way, winter or summer.
Come a bit this way. It's here it begins. Yeah, there's a tree pulled into the gap. But a strange thing happened since I was passing before.
Would we have a right to be crawling in below under the sticks?
Yeah, it's hard said I am to know what'd be right. And isn't it a poor thing to be blind when you can't run off itself and you're fearing to see?
Oh, it's a poor thing, God help us. And what good our grey hairs now will be itself, if we have our sight, the way we'll see them falling each day and turning dirty in the rain.
He's coming now. We won't get off from him at all.
Could we hide in a bit of a briar as grown at the west butt of the church?
We'll try that, surely. Yeah, let's you make haste, Doc. I hear them trampling in the wood.
Oh, it's the words of the young girls making a great stir in the trees. Martin, here's the briar on my left. I'll go in first. I'm the big one, and I'm easy to see.
Yeah, it's easy heard you are. Will you be holding your toast?
Come now in beside me. Do you think they can see us? Do you think they can see us now, Martin Dowell?
I'm thinking they can't, but I'm hard set to know.
Oh, they're coming. I hear their feet on the stones.
I've helped tell Martin Dowell and Mary Dowell seeing this day about the road, Holy Father. And we were thinking you'd have pity on them and cure them again.
I would, maybe, Timmy the Smith. But where are they at all? I have little time left when I have the two of you wed in the church.
There are the rushes they do have laying around on the stones. It's not far off they'll be, surely.
Look beyond, Timmy.
Well. Martin's the lazy fella to be lying there in the height of the day. Let you get up out of that. You were near losing a great chance while you were sleeping this day, Martin Dowell. And the two of them's in it. God help us all.
What is it you want, Timmy, that you can't leave us in peace?
The saints come to marry the two of us, and I'm after speaking a word for yourselves the way he'll be curing you know. For if you're a foolish man itself, I do be pitying you, for I have a kind heart. When I think you were sitting in the dark again, and you after seeing a while and working for your bread.
You're going the wrong way. It's this way, Martin Dowell.
Let you not be afeard, for there's great pity with the Lord.
We aren't afeard, Holy Father.
It's many a time those that are cured with the well of the four beauties of God lose their sight when a time is gone. But those I cure a second time go on seeing till the hour of death. Now, I've only a few drops left of the water, but with the help of God it'll be enough for the two of you. And let you kneel down now upon the road. You can kneel down here, I'm saying. We'll not trouble this time going to the church.
Are you gone mad in your head, Martin Dowell? It's here you're to kneel. Did you not hear his reverence when he's speaking to you now?
Kneel down, I'm saying. The ground's dry at your feet.
Let you go on your own way, Holy Father. We're not calling you at all.
I'm not saying a word of penance or fasting itself, for I'm thinking the Lord has brought you great teaching in the blindness of your eyes. So you've no call now to be fearing me, but let you kneel down now till I give you your sight.
We're not asking our sight, Holy Father. Let you walk on your own way. Be fasting or praying or do anything you will. But leave us here in our peace at the crossing of the roads. For it's best we are this way, and we're not asking to see.
Is his mind gone that he's no wish to be cured this way? Or to be living or working or looking on the wonders of the world?
It's wonders enough I've seen in a short space for the life of one man only.
I never heard tell of any person wouldn't have great joy to be looking on the earth and the image of the Lord thrown upon men.
Them is great sights, Holy Father. What was it I seen when I first opened me eyes but your own bleeding feet and they cut with the stones? That was a great sight, maybe, of the image of God. And what was it I seen me last day? But the villainy of hell looking out from the eyes of the girl you're coming to marry, the Lord forgive you, to Timmy the Smith. That was a great night, maybe. And wasn't it great sights I seen on the road when the north winds would be driving and the skies would be harsh, till you see the horses and the asses and the dogs itself, maybe, with their heads hanging and they closing their eyes.
And did you never hear tell of the summer and the fine spring and the places where the holy men of Ireland have built up churches to the Lord? No man isn't a madman, I'm thinking, would be talking the like of that, and wishing to be closed up and seeing no sight of the grand glittering seas, and the furs that is opening above, and will soon have the hills shining as if it was fine creels of gold they were rising to the sky.
Is it talking now you are of Knock and Ballivor? It's ourselves in finer sights than the like of them, I'm telling you. when we were sitting a while back hearing the birds and the bees humming in every weed of the ditch. Or when we'd be smelling the sweet, beautiful smells that's be rising in the warm nights.
There's little use talking with the like of him.
Would you cure Mary Dole, your reverence? She's a quiet poor woman, never did hurt to any, or said a hard word, saving only when she'd be vexed with himself there, or the young girls would be making game of her below.
If you have any sense, Mary, kneel down at my feet, and I'll bring the sight again to your eyes.
You will not, Holy Father. Would you have her looking on me and saying hard words to me till the hour of death?
If she's wanting her sight, I wouldn't have the like of you stop her at all. Kneel down, Mary, I'm saying.
Let us be as we are, Holy Father, and then we'll be known again in a short while as the people is happy and blind, and be having an easy time with no trouble to live, and we getting halfpence on the road.
Let you not be a raving fool, Mary Dowell. Kneel down now and let him give you your sight, and himself can be sitting here if he likes it best and taking halfpence on the road.
That's the truth, Mary.
If you had your sight, Mary, you could be walking up for him and down with him, and stitching his clothes and keeping a watch on him day and night, the way no other woman had come near him at all.
That's the truth, maybe.
Kneel down, I'm saying, for it's in haste I am to be going on with the marriage and be walking on my own way before the fall of night.
Kneel down, Mary, kneel down when you've been by the same.
Maybe it's right they are, and I will if you wish it, Holy Father.
Go aside now, Martin Dowell. We're not wanting you here.
Keep off yourself, Holy Father. Let you not be taking me rest from me in the darkness of me wife. What call is it like of you to be coming between married people that you're not understanding at all? And be making a great mess with the holy water you have and the length of your prayers? Go on now, I'm saying, and leave us here on the road.
If it was a seeing man I heard talking to me the like of that, I'd... no, you're a poor blind sinner, God forgive you, and I don't mind you at all. Go aside now till I give the blessing to your wife. And if you won't go with your own will, there are those standing by who will make you, surely.
Come along now, don't mind him at all.
Let you take that man and drive him down upon the road.
Make him let me go, Holy Father. Make me let him go. I'm saying you may cure this day or anything you will.
Let him be, then. Let him be if his senses has come to him at all.
You may cure yourself, Holy Father. I wouldn't stop you at all. And it's great joy I shall have looking on your face. But let you cure myself along with her. The way I see when it's lies she's telling, and be looking out day and night upon the holy man, God.
Men who are dark a long while and thinking over queer thoughts in their heads aren't the like of simple men who do be working every day and praying and living like ourselves. So if he has found a right man and a right mind at the last minute, I'll cure him if the Lord will, and not be thinking of the hard, foolish words he's have to say in this day to us all.
I'm waiting now, Holy Father. Where's your little can of water?
With the power of the water from the grave of the four beauties of God, with the power of this water, I'm saying that I put upon your eyes...
If I am a poor dark sinner, I have sharp ears, God help me, and I've left you with a big head on you. And it's well I heard the little splash of the water you had there in the can. Go on now, Holy Father, for if you're a fine saint itself, it's more senses in a blind man, and more power maybe than you're thinking at all. That you walk on now with your worn feet and your welted knees and your fast and holy ways, a thin, pitiful arm. Or if there's a right, some of you have to be working and sweating the like of Timmy the Smith. And the right, some of you have to be fasting and praying and talking holy talk the like of yourself. I'm thinking it's a good right ourselves have to be sitting blind, hearing a soft wind turning round the little leaves of the spring, and feeling the sun, and we not tormenting our souls with the sight of the grey days, and the holy men, and the dirty feet that's trampling the world. Come here with me, Mary Dowell.
It's an unlucky, fearful thing, I'm thinking, to have the like of that man living with us at all, the Townland of Grenane. Wouldn't he bring down a curse upon his Holy Father from the heavens of God?
God has great mercy, but great wrath for them that sin.
Go on now, Martin Dowell. Go on from this place. Let you not be bringing great storms and draughts on us, maybe from the power of the Lord.
Keep off now, the yelping lot of you, or it's more than one maybe will get a bloody head on him with a pitch of me stone. Go on, keep off now. Let you not be afeard, for we're going on, the two of us, to the towns of the south, where the people will have kind voices, maybe, and we won't know their bad looks or their villainy at all. Come along now, Mary. We'll be walking to the south, for we've seen too much of everyone in this place, and it's small joy we'd have living near them, or hearing the lies they do be telling from the grey of dawn till the fall of night.
That's the truth, surely. And we'd have a right to be gone. If it's a long way itself, as I've heard them say, where you do have to be walking with a slough wet on the one side and a slough wet on the other, and you go on a stony path with the north wind blowing behind.
There's a power of deep rivers with floods in them where they do have to be lipping the stones and you go into the south. So I'm thinking the two of them will be drowned together in a short while, surely.
They have chosen their lot, and the Lord have mercy on their souls. And let the two of you now come up into the church, Molly Byrne and Timmy the Smith, till I make your marriage and put my blessing on you all.
And so you see, Bridget, blessings are often contrary, so they are.
Yes, Willie. The meaning of your story is plain, and I'd be foolish to close my eyes to it. Through the break in my heart, the tender memories are overflowing. But there's nary a drop of bitterness there. What's to be, will be.
Aye, Bridget. And as the fellow said, if death was a thing that money could buy, the rich would live and the poor would die.
Oh, the will of the Almighty be done. God bless you, Willie the Waker. God bless you.
Willie, tell me, do you expect me to believe that story is true?
Ah, what vile stuff they serve at wakes in the west of Ireland. True, did you say? Well, no, Mr. Singh, I wouldn't want to be telling a man of your education what to believe or what not to believe. But here's a bit of advice you can take back to Dublin with you, and give it to the powerful professors at Trinity, and tell them to spread it on the four winds as gospel. The best storyteller is him that tells his listeners not a tale that's true, but one that they want to hear, not giving you a short answer.
Yes, Willie, but you haven't explained it.
Will you hold your whisht, man? Don't you see I'm having troubles of me own? The blasted stuff is evaporated, so it has. There's a divil a drop left in the juggeen. Divil a drop.
'Another cup of Maxwell House coffee, George?
Sure. Pour me a cup, Gracie.
You know, Maxwell House is always good to the last drop.
That drop's good, too.
Yes, it's Maxwell House Coffee Time, starring George Burns and Gracie Allen. With yours truly, Toby Reed, Gail Gordon, Hans Conried, Elliot Lewis, B. Benaderet, Frank Nelson, Meredith Wilson, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and Bill Goodwin.
For America's Thursday night's comedy enjoyment, it's George and Gracie. And for America's everyday coffee-drinking enjoyment, it's Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
3 years ago, George put his name on the waiting list for a new car. And at long last, that glorious moment has arrived.
Gracie, the man from the automobile agency just called. A trainload of new cars arrived from Detroit, and we get one of them.
Oh, wonderful. At last we'll have something newer than Joe and Clara Bagley. Clara's always rubbing it in that my things are older than hers.
Well, she's right. Your refrigerator is older. Your vacuum sweeper's older.
Well, even my dishwasher is older.
But, Gracie, I wash the dishes.
I know.
Well, grab your hat, honey, and let's go and get that new car. I can't wait to drive by the Bagley's house and show it off.
Oh, let me do it, George. I'll drive right into their living room.
You can't do that.
Well, why not? I drove into our living room once. It's much smaller than this.
I know, I remember that, yes. Well, let's go and get the new car.
That's right, Mr. Burns. Your name's at the top of the list. And your new car's out in the service department now being checked over.
Swell. What'll it cost us?
Oh, just the list price, Mr. Burns. We don't accept bonuses.
Oh, that's fine.
Now, let's see. List price on your car is $1,750.
Okay.
With the extras, it comes to $3,400. $3,400? What extras? Why, extra equipment that every car needs. Things like a compass and barometer, a radar detector, Venetian blinds at all the windows.
Now, wait a minute. If you...
Built-in chrome-plated cuspidor.
What do I want with a cuspidor?
Well, sure, he can use the regular door.
Gracie. And then there's the dashboard television set.
I can't look at a television and drive an automobile.
I see you're not a native Californian. Now, look, then there's the silver-plated fog lights that go on the front of the motor.
We don't need that stuff.
Well, certainly not. You can just leave the motor off.
Look, mister, I'm not going to take all those extras.
You're not, huh? Well, what do you know? I've been holding the list upside down. Your name's on the bottom.
I'll pay anything to get a new car before Joe Bagley gets one. When will the car be ready?
About an hour. They're just installing the garbage disposal unit.
Couldn't live without it. Well, I've got a meeting at the office, Gracie. Here's enough money for a down payment. When the car is ready, drive it home and put it in the garage.
All right, dear.
Put that in the garage, and I couldn't get it out. But for heaven's sake, drive carefully. Keep your hands on the wheel. Your foot on the brake. Your mouth closed. Your ears open and your eyes on the road.
Uh-huh. Is it all right if my nose just hangs there and rests?
I'll see you at home.
Meantime, George's arch rival, Joe Bagley, is hearing the news at Pop's Cigar Store.
You mean to say George is getting a new car before I get mine?
Yeah. Gracie's waiting down to the auto place right now to drive it home.
Darn it. I'd give anything to get my hands on that new car.
Well, now I'll sell you my car, Mr. Bagley. It's as good as new, latest model made.
Latest model what?
Stutz Bearcat 1918. Got a raccoon tail on the radiator cap.
Oh, Pops, nobody would be dumb enough to buy a 1918 Stutz Bearcat. It's not... Wait a minute. Gracie would. Yeah, that's it. Pops, I think I'm going to wind up with George's new car. How much do you want for your Stutz?
Well, now it's in A1 condition.
How much?
Auto prices are sky high right now.
How much?
Got to make a little profit on it.
How much?
$25.
All right, here's your money. Where's the car?
Parked down in front. Now, you be careful when you get into it, Joe. Don't sit on my ukulele.
Well, Joe Bagley, how nice to see you. Did you come in here to buy a new car?
No, Gracie. I heard that you were getting one, so I came by to push it home for you.
Push it? Want one?
Gracie, you're an intelligent woman. Figure it out for yourself. Where are the new cars made?
Detroit.
How do they get them out here?
On the train.
If they run, why bring them out on the train?
Oh, you're right. I never thought of that. My goodness, every time I wanted to go somewhere, I'd have to put it on the train.
Exactly.
It's hard enough to find parking space for a car, let alone a train.
Sure. Now, there's no two ways about it, Gracie. They just don't build good cars anymore. In fact, the last really good car was made in 1918.
1918?
There was a vintage year. They built 30 dependable cars.
But where could I find an automobile that was made in 1918? That was 20 years ago.
30.
No, 20. I know because that's the year I was born, and I'm 20.
My mistake. But getting back to 1918 cars, I'm afraid I have the only one in town. There it is, parked out in front.
Well, I don't see it, Joe. Is it behind that concrete mixer?
That's the car.
Oh.
They don't make them like that anymore.
I didn't know they ever did.
That's a genuine Stutz Bearcat, made of the finest steel smelted in Pittsburgh. There's a car that'll run 1,000,000 miles.
Really?
It did it once, it can do it again. And what a historical background that car has got. It was built in 1918, the year of the armistice. When the Kaiser was defeated, General Blackjack Pershing rode triumphantly down Fifth Avenue in that Stutz.
Oh. I don't suppose you'd want to sell it, huh?
Gracie, would be like selling my own wife.
Yeah. They do look a little alike.
Darned if they don't. All right, Gracie, you can have it.
Oh, thank you, Joe. You're making a great sacrifice. How much is it?
You couldn't possibly pay what it's worth, so take it for nothing. Just give me $25 to transfer the ownership. Then I'll give you my white slip.
Oh, no, the car's enough. I won't take your underwear.
Excuse me, Mrs. Bird.
Yes?
Your new car won't be ready until tomorrow morning. We're removing the speedometer to make room for a mixmaster. Here's the priority, which will entitle you to the car when it's ready. I'll see you tomorrow.
But Mr. Oh, dear.
Oh.
Will he be mad if I don't take the new car?
Yes, he will. Gracie, I'll carry my sacrifice even further and buy it myself.
Oh, Joe, you should.
In friendship's name, I'll do it. I'm a skilled mechanic. I can probably make it run.
Oh, George, I'll never forget you for this. Here's the priority for your car.
Thank you. Here's the crank for yours.
Oh, boy, I can hardly wait to look in the garage and see my new car. I hope Gracie got it home all right. Yeah, there. Oh, no, she had a wreck. I'll never see her again. Nobody could be in a wreck like that and live.
Oh, well, how do you like it?
Gracie, thank goodness you weren't killed in the accident.
What accident?
Didn't you hit something when you drove the car home?
No, I was very careful. I didn't even hit my front fender when it fell off.
Gracie, where'd you get this car?
From Joe Bagley.
Joe Bagley?
Yes, he took the priority for our new car and sold me this one.
This pile of junk?
Junk? Well, I'll have you know this is a genuine Stutz polecat.
What?
They smelled it clear in Pittsburgh.
I don't doubt it.
And it has a historical background, too. In this car, General Pershing defeated Henry Kaiser in a game of blackjack.
This is murder.
Howdy, folks.
Oh, hello, Mr. Judson.
Hiya, Tex.
I was passing by and seen you out here in the garage. Say, ma'am, where'd you get the old relic?
I met him in vaudeville.
He means the Stutz.
Yeah, I know, dear. I was just joking to cheer you up.
Well, I'm very happy. Mr. Judson, look at this car that Joe Bagley stole Gracie.
Car? Why, it looks more like the covered wagon my great-grandpappy had when he founded the city of Dallas.
He founded it?
Yep.
Who lost it?
Who lost it? I like your sense of humor, ma'am. No, come to think of it, I ain't leaving yet.
Good, because I want to tell you what else Bagley did. He talked Gracie out of my priority for a new car.
Well, now, that's a real mean trick. A man who'd do that would feed California oranges to a Texas hog. Come on, little man. You and me's going over to Joe Bagley's and force him to give you back your priority.
Good.
Oh, hello, George.
Listen, Joe. Either you take that old Stutz and give me my priority, or Mr. Judson here is going to beat you up.
That's right, Bagley. Anyone who cheats the friend of a Texan is in for a licking.
Texas. Say, what part of Texas y'all from, partner?
Dallas. Why?
Well, I'm a Fort Worth boy myself.
Huh? You tell. So you're a Texan.
Why, sure. My pappy's got 7 oil wells.
Oh, I'm awful sorry to hear your family's on relief.
Wait a minute. Mr. Judson, you came over here to whip him.
What did you say, Yankee?
This man cheated me.
Why, you falsifying little weasel. I'd skin you alive if I was sure that you was.
If you were sure that it...
Oh, I like your sense of humor, partner.
There's no mistaking those great Gershwin melodies, Meredith. It's the music of America's most famous composer.
Gershwin earned that title, Toby. He was an absolute perfectionist. He'd work round the clock till a melody was set just right. Then he worked just as hard on the harmony or a tricky rhythm effect.
And when he'd put them all together, another great hit was born.
Right. Gershwin might have worked like mad on the different parts of the song, but he never lost sight of the complete musical result. Here's one of his songs all America knows by heart, but try to recognize it from just his mellow harmony. Or now, with this rich counter melody added.
Well, both themes are wonderful, Meredith, but we need more.
All right, Toby, then we'll add the vigorous rhythm. And now we'll blend in George Gershwin's melody and complete this favorite of favorites.
Yes, the beautiful and popular The Man I Love. Friends, you see how America's favorite songs demand the expert blending of many perfect orchestral parts. Well, it's the same way with the creation of America's favorite brand of coffee, Maxwell House. Not one, but many varieties of choice Highland-grown Latin American coffees must be blended to achieve the satisfying, good-to-the-last-drop flavor of Maxwell House. Our Maxwell House experts, with careful skill, select Manizales for mellowness. For richness, they add Medellin. For vigor, they select other choice coffees. And for fine, full body, they add Bucaramangas. All blended in one great coffee, radiant roasted to flavor perfection, and brought to you vacuum-packed and roaster fresh. Tomorrow, discover the extra flavor, extra satisfaction of America's favorite brand of coffee. Discover why now, more than ever, all this extra flavor and satisfaction makes Maxwell House today's outstanding coffee buy. Tomorrow, ask for Maxwell House. Always good to the last drop.
is great. Bagley's going to get my new car, and I'm stuck with a 1918 Stutz bed.
Oh, now, George, stop worrying.
With a raccoon tail yet.
I got you into this, and I'll get you out.
Got any ideas?
Oh, I've got so many ideas in my brain I can just rattle them off. You're talking to a real rattlebrain. That didn't sound right, did it?
Did to me. Well, I'll go over and see if Bill Goodwin can help me. I'll see you later, dear.
Well, Gracie, you've gotten your husband into a mess. I know it. You ought to be ashamed. I am. You're beautiful but dumb. I'm not dumb. Well, how are you going to get that priority back from Joe Bagley? I could get it back if I went over and told his wife Clara a few lies. Gracie! You wouldn't lie. You don't know me very well, do you?
I'm glad you dropped by, Gracie. I want to thank you for giving Joe this priority for a new car.
Oh, that's all right, Clara. Just give me half the bobby pins you find in it.
Bobby pins?
Mm-hmm.
Gracie, are you insinuating that Joe might pick up girls?
Oh, no. It's just that girls can't resist the new cars. Why, when one drives by, they all hop on it.
They do?
Sure, haven't you heard of a car hop?
But Gracie...
Oh, now, there's nothing to worry about, Clara. They're mostly young college girls around 18 and 19 with sweaters and short skirts.
Oh, but Gracie, those college girl flirtations are harmless.
Of course.
Why, I was a college girl the first time Joe dated me. I remember we just got in his car and drove to the beach, and I'll kill him. If that worm tries to buy a new car, I'll kill him.
Oh, yeah. You're being smart, Clara. When a man gets a new car, his wife becomes a gas widow.
Here, Gracie, you take the priority. Even in a new car, your husband is safe. And as for Joe, I'll get him the oldest, most broken-down car in the world.
Well, there it is, parked in your driveway. Goodbye, Clara.
Meantime, George has gone to seek help from his friend Bill Goodwin. We find him now in Bill's apartment.
So that's the story, Bill. Bagley gets my new car tomorrow morning, and I'm stuck with a 1918 Stutz Bearcat.
Well, gee, I don't know how I can help you, George.
With a raccoon tail yet.
Well, I might buy the old Bearcat from you. I'll give you $10 for it.
Thanks, Bill, but you wouldn't want it. You'd get a girl and drive out on some lonely road, and the darn thing would stop on you.
Give you $100 for it.
Bill, it hardly runs. It's got no pickup at all.
I'll provide the pickup. It'll be loaded with dames in no time.
I doubt it, Bill. Looks like a tin can.
You know something better to fill with tomatoes?
Well, okay. Come on over to the house and you can have a look at it.
Well, ring for the elevator while I grab my hat.
Okay. Here's the elevator, Bill.
Well, look who's here. Professor Korkendorfer.
Somebody spoke?
Yeah.
Can't you see us?
Of course I see you. I got eyes like a house. You're very slow waitresses. Waitresses? I've been here in the coffee shop 15 minutes, and no one has taken my order yet. Why didn't they tell me that? I'm so hungry, my stomach keeps going up and down. Professor, this is the elevator. I'm Bill Goodwin, and this is my boss. Glad to meet you, Mrs. Goodwin.
I'm George Burns. You should get glasses, Professor.
Who needs glasses? I got eyes like a house.
My wife had eyes like a hawk. Wouldn't be stuck with that bear cat.
Bear cat?
Yeah. She bought a stuffed bear cat with a raccoon tail yet.
Why, that's priceless. For that, I would pay $2,000.
$2,000?
Sure, to add to my collection.
Oh, boy. This'll turn Joe Bagley green. Professor, I could kiss you.
That'll turn him green.
Come on, let's go home and get the bear cat.
Well, hello, Bill.
Hi, Gracie.
Oh, hello, Professor Cockendorfer.
Somebody spoke?
Gracie, I've got wonderful news.
Oh, no. Let me tell my wonderful news
But
first.
this is...
No. I got back the car priority and sold the stuffed bear cat to the Bagleys. Now, what's your wonderful news?
We just lost $2,000.
Oh, I think my news was better.
Gracie, Professor Corkendorfer will give us $2,000 for the bear cat. Give me that priority. I'll trade it back to Joe. Wait right here, Professor, and make yourself at home.
Yeah, I sit right here on this nice chair. Oh, it's so soft and comfortable.
Hurry back, George. He's awfully heavy on my lap.
I've been waiting already an hour for your husband to bring the bear cat. I can't wait no longer.
Oh, please, Professor, don't go. Bill, give him another cup of Maxwell House coffee.
Here you are, Professor. Steaming, fragrant Maxwell House. Isn't it wonderful?
Oh, sure it's wonderful, but I have had already 16 cups. I love that Maxwell House coffee, but the donuts are very tough.
Donuts? What donuts?
The ones here on the table.
Those are my napkin rings.
No wonder they didn't dunk so good.
Well, we'll make up for the donuts. Gracie, put on the coffee pot and make the professor another 16 cups of Maxwell House.
Another 16 cups I couldn't drink. Better just make me 15 cups.
All right, and while I'm doing that, you can be making out the check for $2,000.
No, maybe I better shouldn't. What if I write a check for $2,000 and he don't bring back the beer cat?
Well, you've still gotten your money's worth, Professor. 16 cups of Maxwell House coffee are worth $2,000 of anybody's money. It's a superb blend. In Maxwell House, they put Manizales, Medellins, and Bucaramangas.
They put them there. I find them. I got eyes like a hawk.
No, you don't see them, Professor. You only taste them. And what a flavor they give us.
Oh, yeah, it's good coffee. But I come here to buy a stuffed bear cat.
A stuffed bear cat?
Sure. And it's got a raccoon tail yet. Somebody crossed a bear, a cat, and a raccoon. And then they stuffed it. For this weird creature, I pay $2,000.
Oh, this is terrible. Oh, I hate to have George come home.
Well, why, Gracie? If you pay $2,000 for a weird creature, have George stuff.
Professor, there's been a terrible mistake.
Well, I gave Joe the priority slip and got the bear cat. I had to push it 7 blocks. The darn thing died.
It just died? They stuffed it while it was alive?
Stuffed it?
No, George, the professor only wanted a bear cat because he thought it was a stuffed animal.
Oh, no. I've lost the priority in $2,000. Oh.
Gracie, he's fainted. Bring me some ice and spirits of ammonia.
Oh, well, that's fine. George is fainted and you want to mix yourself a drink. Take care of him, Bill. I've got things to do. I got him into this mess and I'll get him out.
After a sleepless night, George received a surprise visit early the next morning from Joe Bagley.
You got a nerve coming here, Bagley.
George, old pal, I'm here to apologize. I've come to slap you on the back and bury the hatchet. Here's your new car priority, and I'm taking the stud.
Joe, I misjudged you. You're a real gentleman.
That's me, Gentleman Joe. So long, George.
So long, Joe. Gracie.
What is it, dear?
Bagley just gave me our priority and took back the stud.
Oh, I'll bet this ad in the morning paper had something to do with it.
What is?
Oh, I'll read it to you. Movie studio will pay $3,000 for 1918 stuffed bear cats for use in pictures.
Bagley rooked me again.
No, he didn't, George. I put that ad in the paper.
You mean you put it in so Bagley would...
Uh-huh.
Bagley, you're a genius.
Yeah, and I'm smart, too. I've already gone to the automobile agency and made a deal with them.
A deal?
Yeah. Now you'll only have to pay $1,750.
For the new car?
No, we're just getting the extras. The garbage disposal unit, the mix
I think I'll
master,
crank
the
it.
Venetian blind.
Join us again next Thursday when we'll all be back. George Burns, Gracie Allen, Bill Goodwin, Meredith Wilson, and the Maxwell House Orchestra, and yours truly, Toby Reed. Good things.
The easy way.
Do you like good things the easy way? Then get instant Maxwell House coffee.
So good.
So good. True coffee flavor and fragrance, because Instant Maxwell House is not a so-called coffee product. It's all pure Maxwell House coffee in instant form.
And so easy.
So easy. Instant Maxwell House means great coffee instantly in your cup. No fuss, no muss, no bother. Today, try Instant Maxwell House. Instantly good to the last drop.
Good night, folks. We're a little late.
Until next Thursday, good night and good luck from the makers of Maxwell House, America's #1 preferred brand of coffee. Always good to the last drop. The George Burns and Gracie Allen Show is written by Keith Fowler and Paul Henning. And now, stay tuned in for Noah Webster Says, which follows immediately over most of these stations.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
In Chicago's famous Hotel Sherman, we invite your family to join the millions of families from coast to coast and listen to America's favorite, Don McNeil and his Breakfast Club. And here is your Toastmaster, Don McNeil.
Good morning, Breakfast Clubbers. Morning to ya. We woke up bright and early just now. Howdy do ya. First call to breakfast for all of you out there.
Here we go, when your Breakfast Club is on the air.
Well, hail, the gang's all here on this Monday. And I tell you, we are surrounded by high school senior classes today. I want them to let us know they're here. If any of you have a school yell when I mention your name, yell out your school yell. Millbank, South Dakota. We also have a quiet group from Morristown, Minnesota. Another senior class from Shelbyville, Missouri. That's the quiet group, friend. All right. They're here. There's nobody here from Ravillo, South Dakota, or Summit, South Dakota. That's right. Maynard, Iowa. No? Prairie du Chien, Wisconsin. They're here, but they don't have an organized yell. Well, we certainly have a splendid group, as you have already heard. And we have other assorted seniors here who are just going to yell for themselves. And we also have our entire cast here. We have Anita Bryant from Oklahoma. We have Dick Noel, Mr.
H-U-N-T-I-N. I remember mine.
Do you?
Sure, all the way through.
What is it?
H-U-I... Wait a minute, I'll spell it.
Oh,
I got one. High school, that's it.
Yeah.
I like Eddie's. He's got one.
Razoo, Johnny get your bazoo, whips to the eye-kai, rah-rah tech.
So it's a wonderful thing the way some of those prisons had yells like that. You got one? All right, Cliff.
Superior.
All right, Superior.
Ole Olsen, Jan Jansen, Superior, Wisconsin. Yeah, what shall do hard and Superior. Yeah.
All right. All right, you forced me to it. S-A-G makes pretty little she. B-O-Y makes a boy. C-A-N, do it over again. And that spells she boy again. She boy again, high school. Yay! 4 minutes past the hour. Darrell Hoffman, please. May I speak to you? This fella here, evidently quite a character among the group from Morristown, Minnesota. You ask these students from Morristown, who's the president? Point to this guy. Who's the smartest guy in the class? Point to this guy. Who's the president of the Audiovisual Club? Point to this guy. Who's the president of the M Club? Point to this guy. Who's in the student council? You're everything.
Well, a lot of things, not everything.
Well, just about. Darrell, I think that's wonderful that you found time to do so many extracurricular activities. You find time to study, too, with all this?
Well, probably not as much time as I should, but I get at it once in a while.
You're doing all right, I bet, aren't you?
Fair.
Well, Darrell, a guy who's done as much as you have in your class must have some great plans for the future. What are yours?
Well, I expect to go to college next year for the next 4 years, and then I imagine I'll probably have to go in the Air Force or Army or things like that.
Yeah.
And then I may be a school teacher or an engineer or a journalist. I'm not sure, one of those three.
Well, those are good diversified fields to pick from. How do you feel about the gal situation now that you're a senior about to embark on this great field of life, Darrell?
Well, I have nothing against girls.
That's a nice, broad attitude to have, I think. Broad attitude is right. Well, yeah. I didn't mean that, but it kind of slipped out, yeah. Darrell, I'm glad to hear you say that, old boy. I've got a suggestion for you here. Would you like to hear it in song?
All right.
Dick Noel?
Fine.
If you can't make up your mind whether to be an engineer or a journalist or a doctor or whatever else you're thinking of, here's a suggestion for you. Just go back there and listen to this, okay?
Rock away your troubles, rock away your cares. You find peace and comfort in that easy rocking chair. You feel just as wealthy as a millionaire when you get back to Dixie in that easy rocking chair. Everyone your neighbor will come on a mat, just sitting doing nothing much and not too much of that. Thumbing through the good book, thinking of a prayer. You rock your way to heaven in that easy rocking chair. Play it, Jack. Rock away my troubles, rock away my care. Oh, I'll find peace and comfort in that easy rocking chair. I'll feel just as wealthy as a millionaire when I get back to Dixie in that easy rocking chair.
Come on. Attaboy. All right, where's Mildred Rogers now? Hope, Arkansas gal. Here's Mildred. Mildred wants to know if I remember something she did a long time ago. What did you do, Mildred?
Well, when you had your youngest child, your son, my mother and I were very ardent listeners to your program. So she was making little baby crochet shoe booties, and we sent you and your wife a pair for your son.
Oh, was that our first son?
No, your last son.
Your last son.
Was Mike?
No, that's Bob.
Bob.
Robert Patrick. He's 18 years old now. You're the one who sent those crochet babies?
Yes, sir.
I want you to know he's still wearing them for sweat
Well,
socks. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. All right, Nita, have fun now.
Every little breeze is sighing of love and dying at sundown. Every little bird is resting and feather nesting at sundown. Each little rosebud is sleeping while shadows are creeping. In a little cottage cozy, the world seems rosy at sundown, where a love and smile will greet you and always meet you at sundown. I seem to time in heaven when night is falling and love is calling me home. Sundown, I seem to time in heaven when night is falling and love is calling me home.
Thank you, Miss Nita.
Son, you didn't give me a chance to give my yell.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's right. You've been out of high school less than a year, so...
That's right.
All right.
I-L-I-K-E-B-O-Y-S.
Guess that applies to any school, doesn't it? Where's Phyllis?
Can I give mine?
Yeah, Sam. Sorry.
A-L-C-A-T-R-A-Z, Alcatraz. All out, change clothes.
All right, where's Phyllis Reiner from Millbank, South Dakota? Phyllis, we'll talk come up here, please. Most popular young lady. She's wearing pins all over. Are those yours, or did somebody pin you?
They're my own.
Oh, I see.
That
You
ring slipped out of her nose, too.
Do you have that deal where the boys pin the girls? Not in high school, I guess.
No.
No, that's college stuff.
Just give them that ring.
Yeah. In fact, is that some guy's ring?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, how come then you're president of an interesting and educational club called the Old Maids of America?
This is our result. See, we have a goal.
What is your goal? Oh. The goal of the Old Maids is to not become old maids, is that it?
Yeah, I'm a member of that club.
Are you a member of that club? Yeah. Well, I suppose most high school girls are. I'm sorry that I can't join your club. You're going steady, I suppose, because that ring shows that, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good for you. Congratulations. Is it Reiner's or?
That's right. That was perfect.
Thank you. Did you take any economics or domestic science in high school?
Yes, I did.
All right. What are some of the things you learned in that class?
Not to take it a second year.
One more crack like that, you may be a senior next year. I think Dick really ought to put more into this song than he has in any for a long, long time, because just about, how long is it, a week or so ago?
It's about 10 days now.
10 days ago. Dick and his wife adopted a little boy, 18 months old, and he's a very, very welcome addition to their household. Little Peter Noel. And so when you sing that little boy of mine, you'll be singing about something.
A tiny turn button-up nose, two cheeks just like a rose, so sweet from head to toes, that little boy of mine. Two arms that hold me tight, two eyes that shine so bright, two lips that kiss goodnight, that little boy of mine. No one will ever know just what his coming has meant, because we love him so. He's something heaven has sent. He's all the world to me. He climbs upon my knee. To me, he'll always be that little boy of mine.
Well, Pete's a good boy, as good as he can be. But when he starts crying, oh, woe is me. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't mind the crying. He cries so happily. But tell me, how can I explain to him I get up at 5 a.m., not 3?
In dreams I see his face and feel his sweet embrace. There's no one can replace that little boy of mine.
Couldn't have been finer, Dick. Now it's hymn time with Anita Bryant.
God be with you till we meet again. By his counsel's guide uphold you. With his sheep securely fold you. God be with you till we meet again. Till we meet at Jesus' feet. Till we God be with you till we meet
Each in his own words, each in his own way. For a world united in peace, let us bow our heads and pray. Amen. Memory time. And Alvin Small of San Francisco sent me this little poem which tells the measure of a man. The measure of man is not how did he die, but how did he live. Not how did he gain, but what did he give. These are the units to measure the worth of a man as a man, regardless of birth. Not what was his station, but had he a heart? And how did he play his God-given part? Was he ever ready with a word of good cheer to bring back a smile and to banish a tear? Not what was his church, nor what was his creed, but had he befriended those really in need? And not what did the sketch in the newspaper say, but how many were sorry when he passed away? Ray Kosuski, please. Ray, you look like a smart guy. Not very. Huh? Not very. Well, that's what all the other cards said. All your friends filled out cards and said, be sure and call on Ray. How do you pronounce your last name?
Kaczewski.
Kaczewski, yeah. They said call on him. The smartest kid we got around.
I wasn't going to have many friends. They call that.
Well, that's what they all said. Now, you go to what high school?
Millbank High School.
Yeah. Good high school, isn't it?
That's the best.
Yes, sir. You intend to get out of there, I presume?
I'm hoping to.
Attaboy. All right. Now, you're a bright student, as they all said. I want you to tell me just one little thing, and I'm sure you'll have it right at your fingertips. What's capillary action?
That is, what is it? Water going up in a plant. I don't know how it gets there, but it's moisture moving in a plant.
Well, you've got the idea. In other words, it defies the... Never mind it. It defies the law of gravity and goes upwards, doesn't it?
Right.
So it goes up. Water or any other fluid. All right. You said in plants, and you're right. Well, thank you, and I certainly wish you the best of luck in your farming.
Thank you, Mr. McNeil.
Yes, sir. Keep digging, boy.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, now, boy, thank you. Yes, sir. He is a bright young chap. Oh, look out now. Here she comes, our human dynamo, Aunt Fanny. Come on in, Aunt Fanny. How are you this morning, Aunt Fanny?
Well, pretty good, Jing. I was almost late getting here today.
Were you?
Yes, sir. I'll tell you, I always say there's nothing that improves your driving like a fellow following you on a motorcycle.
Oh.
Especially if you don't know that he's a Western Union boy. Well, sir, I'm just limp from Friday.
What's that?
Oh, them group, that was up
From
from
Indianapolis?
yes,
Yeah.
the Part-Timers
Mhm.
with Ann Wagner. Wasn't that a wonderful...
Party-liners.
Party-liners, yes. I knew it was something like that. Well, did you see that beautiful telephone they brought me?
Yes.
With the crank on the side.
Regular
I'll
old
say you
wall.
can get feeling into it. It's just wonderful. Jing, did you try to lift it?
No.
Oh, so heavy. I carried it home, and I fell down right outside Mrs. Sherman's place here. And it's the first time, Jing, in a long time you can say, I wasn't on the phone. The phone was on me.
Really?
Oh, saved. Just awful. And that lovely recipe that she brought me.
For piccalilli.
Miss McCrary, yes, for piccalilli.
Piccalilli.
I'm going to make some of that.
Are you?
If I can just get my hands on some green tomatoes.
Oh.
I don't know where Oh, Mr. Noel. That's the only kind he raises.
Yeah.
Had a red one time, they threw it out.
Yes,
Thought it was
that's
sunburn.
right, yeah.
Well, it's the receipt itself sounds like fun. Because it says to put all the ingredients together and then proceed to get boiled. So I think I'll just do that. When I get it run, I'm going to send a quart to Miss McCrary, and if she's smart, she'll give it to somebody else.
Yes.
Because she doesn't care much about it. My receipts never seem to turn out well.
Well, I don't know.
I don't know. Now, I made Welsh rarebit here just last week, and it said served 6.
Yeah.
I served the whole block and had enough left to plaster the pantry.
No kid.
Yes, I did. I really did. Well, say, is this a convention of Mr. Ballantyne's grandchildren or what?
No, these are...
That's one way to get an audience. Raise your own.
Yeah. These are high school senior classes.
Well,
Yes,
they're
seniors.
at that point whether it's either get out or start over.
That's right.
Whitehall 1212.
This is Scotland Yard.
For the first time in its history, Scotland Yard opens its official files to bring you the true stories of some of its most baffling cases.
These are the true stories. The plain, unvarnished facts just as they occurred, reenacted for you by an all-British cast. Only the names have, for obvious reasons, been changed. The broadcasts are presented for the full cooperation of Scotland Yard.
Research for Whitehall 1212 is prepared by Percy Hoskins, chief crime reporter of the London Daily Express. The stories for radio are written and directed by Willis Cooper. The next voice you will hear is that of Chief Superintendent John Davidson, who is in charge of Scotland Yard's famous Black Museum.
Good afternoon. We keep this document in an ordinary letter-sized filing cabinet, the kind you've surely seen many times. Oh, yes, here it is. It is typed on the official stationery of a London evening... never mind, it's the stationery of a London newspaper. It's titled Confession in big black letters. And it is a confession, the signed and attested confession of a murderer. No, it didn't hang him. Mr. Justice Anderson, who tried the case, castigated the man and the newspaper severely when he halted the trial. But that's not all the story. Here is Chief Inspector Hubert Allen Scott. He'll tell you the whole thing. Will you speak up, Herbert?
Yes, it was in September 1931, wasn't it, that this began?
September 1931, yes.
September 1931, the 17th, that's right. It was an empty shop at New Compton Street, Soho. I suppose you'd call them wine merchants, the people who'd occupied the place. They'd moved out in a hurry, and the place was littered with the things that had been peculiar to their business. Empty wine bottles, broken casks, a few crates that had once contained rather inferior claret. Although the place had stood vacant for some 2 months, it was still appallingly filthy and showed signs of someone having lived in the place during that time. A pair of brothers named Eaton had recently taken the place to house their sign painting profession or business or whatever sign painting is, and it was the elder Eaton, Oswald, a man who wore a most impressive beard, who had telephoned Scotland Yard. It was nearly noon when I arrived in response to the summons. Oswald Eaton sat glumly on a drum of blue paint and stared at a corner of the shop. I identified myself.
How do you do, Chief Inspector? She's over there in the corner, behind the counter.
I made my way through the litter to the counter. To the little counter in the corner of the room where the cash register had stood. And there she was.
She's dead.
A youngish woman with black hair, wearing a green woolen suit, crumpled up under the little wooden counter as if she'd fallen asleep there. Lying quite peacefully on the floor, one arm cuddling what had been a Jeroboam of... I glanced at the label, very inferior champagne. Her face... I don't like to think about her face. The woolen belt of her dress was knotted tightly about her throat. Not at all an edifying sight. Who is she, I asked Eaton.
Never saw her before.
How'd you get in here?
Sure, I don't know, Chief Inspector. Horrid, isn't it?
How many times have you been in here?
Only twice.
When?
Day before yesterday, when I saw it the first time. Yesterday, when I told the agent I'd rent it from his sign shop.
Was the agent here with you?
Yesterday, yes. Before, no.
Was she here then?
Didn't see her.
The agent didn't see her yesterday either, I expect.
Didn't say anything about seeing her.
Well, I must talk with him.
Got an office, such as it is, next door but one.
What's his name?
Harold Turner.
What sort of chap is he?
Seedy.
Oh? Office next door, you said?
Next door but one. Poor blighter.
Why poor blighter?
Poor fellow's Stony Brook.
Oh.
He used to own this wine shop before he got run out of business. Lost every bean.
That's a shame. Happens to a good many people these days.
Lost his home, flat, you know. They took that away from him, too.
Where's he been living? What's the matter?
He's been living in here.
Here? I mean, in this shop here?
That's right. See? That's where he slept. That straw over there.
Oh.
Said he'd moved to a new place when I said I wanted to rent the shop. He did.
Where? You know?
His office, I mentioned. Has a carpet on the floor. Better bed than his straw. Oh, poor beggar.
Say he's been staying here up to yesterday,
The day before. Moved out at once when I told him I wanted it. Hadn't much to move. Look, what do we do about this new tenant here on the floor? Oh, I've got to get this place cleaned out.
I'll have her taken to a mortuary.
Someone killed her, you suppose?
Looks like it.
Somebody strangled her with her own belt.
We'll have to let the police surgeon decide that.
You don't see any other wounds?
And you don't know it?
Not I.
Perhaps this Turner will.
If she's from around this neighborhood, he knows everybody.
He have a key for this place?
There isn't any key. Been unlocked all these months. Why hasn't one made? Ugly, isn't she?
Well, she's hardly at her best just now, you know.
Never was, I should say.
You say you don't know her?
Look here, Chief Inspector, my friend. You think I did this?
If I should happen to think so, Mr. Eaton, I'll tell you that, I promise you.
Well, all right. Don't keep me in suspense.
I won't.
All right.
Do you know anything about this you haven't told me?
No, I don't.
Do you suppose you could call and ask your Mr. Turner to step in here whilst I finish my preliminary examination? I'd like to have a little talk with him.
You're thinking he did it?
Will you allow me to draw my own conclusions, Mr. Eaton?
I'm sorry.
I'm hoping he can identify this woman.
Oh, excuse me.
Will you call him, please?
Yes, sir. Yes, indeed, sir.
There was not much to examine. Though I made short work of it, Eaton had not returned when I finished. I suppose I should have stepped round to the office of Mr. Harold Turner to determine what was causing the delay, but I noted a pay telephone in the corner of the shop, and I used it instead to call Scotland Yard and arrange for the removal of the body of the unfortunate woman. And then I decided to follow Mr. Eaton. 2 doors away was the office in question. It didn't seem to me as I entered to be the kind of place an indigent renting agent was using as a doss house. It was neatly, if not elaborately, furnished, and a well-dressed young man smiled at me from a battered but quite decent desk.
Good morning, sir.
Oh, I say, I'm looking for Mr. Oswald Eaton, but,
Eaton? Oh, the chap with the beard who rented my old wine shop.
Oh, yes.
I'm afraid I haven't seen him since the day before yesterday, sir.
Eh?
I completed my arrangements with him, left him in possession. Said he'd just fix himself up a bed on the floor.
Are you Mr. Harold Turner?
That's right. I'm sorry, I don't...
Are you Harold Turner?
Most assuredly am, my dear fellow. And who would you be?
You're Harold Turner.
I've told you what...
Where did Eaton go?
Being most impertinent, sir. Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Chief Inspector Scott. Scotland Yard, you know.
What do you want Eaton for, Chief Inspector?
Why, he said... Are you the man who rented that shop to Mr. Eaton for his sign painting?
Sign painting studio? Well, I'm afraid I am, if you mean the place where I formerly sold, or rather failed at selling, a most inferior line of wines and liquors. What's he done? Set it on fire? I had my suspicions of the man from the beginning, Chief Inspector. But he's paid me my money, and there's always the insurance.
You haven't seen him this morning?
Not since the day before yesterday, as I told you.
Tell me something, Mr. Turner. Were you or were you not living in that place since your wine shop...
I think you'd have difficulty in convincing my wife that I've been living anywhere but in our flat. You're talking about living there. That's absurd.
Mr. Eaton said you'd been living there ever since he showed me the spot on the floor where you had your bunk.
Now, that's arrant absurdity, sir. Here's the telephone. Pick it up and ring through to my flat. Here. Here's the number. Or telephone my landlord. He'll tell you where I've been living since 1925, sir. And you can easily find out where I've been spending my time.
All I know, Mr. Turner... You are Mr. Turner, aren't you?
Of course I'm Harold Turner.
I'm sorry. All I know is what Mr. Eaton has told me.
What Mr. Eaton has told you. Look here. He's the bloke that's been pigging it there. For 2 nights at least. Where is he? Let me get my hands on that citizen. I'll chuck him out on his filthy beard with my own 2 hands. Where is he?
He was coming here to get you.
Get me? What's he want of me? What's he want of me, I say?
We wanted you to identify the dead woman.
Look here, are you really a Scotland Yard man? What dead woman, I say? What dead woman?
Mr. Turner, I'm sorry.
You'd better be, sir, coming to me with... What dead woman?
I'm sorry. There's a dead woman in the shop where you were living. I mean...
Are you from Scotland Yard, sir, or are men in white coats looking for you?
If a man in a white coat had suddenly appeared at that moment, I'm certain that I would have slunk up to him and begged refuge in his butterfly net, pending my removal to the nearest loony bin. Instead, clutching Mr. Harold Turner securely by the arm, I proceeded back to the former wine shop. Nothing had changed.
Where's this dead woman?
Here she is.
Do
you know her?
It's Marlena.
Not Dietrich.
Marlena Corcoran.
You admit you know her?
Of course, everybody in Soho knows Marlena. You know what I mean. She's dead, isn't she?
Well, there's not much doubt of that, Mr. Turner. Who killed her, do you suppose?
I don't know. I didn't. Eaton?
We don't know, sir.
No, not Eaton.
Frankly, I'm beginning to wonder, sir. But we shall see. Tell me about it, please.
Well, Marlena's been a character batseller for a good many years. Since the war, at least. Everyone knows her. She wasn't very smart. But, poor girl. She must have got in here hoping to find a bottle of wine or something.
She apparently did.
That bottle she's clutching never had anything in it. It's an advertising thing. Not very good champagne, either.
And she was killed.
Maybe they're fingerprints. On the bottle, I mean.
We shall see. My murder squad will be here any moment. They'll be checking on everything, fingerprints and everything.
Poor old Marlena. Wonder where the sign painting maestro is.
Ah, here come my people now.
Who's that?
My reinforcements, the murder squad. What did you say?
I said I wondered where Eaton went when he said he was going to look for me.
Oh, we'll find him. Never fear about that. The men with the grisly wicker body basket came and took Marlena away with the police surgeon. The men with the efficient little black bags and the little vacuum cleaners came, and they searched everything in the dingy little shop. The fingerprint men came with their brushes and powders and cameras and examined everything. The other men came and listened to what was said, and they echoed my competent statement. Oh, we'll find him, never fear. There were no fingerprints, there was nothing at all. The police surgeon agreed she had been strangled with her own belt. And the hue and cry was raised, and Oswald Eaton was not found. And presently what was once Marlena Corcoran was buried. Then, it was 3 weeks later, and I was sitting gloomily in my office alone when a strange man entered. He showed a great expanse of gleaming white teeth as he introduced himself as a crime man from the evening, well, never mind what paper it was. And I said yes, and he sat down.
You really are Chief Inspector Scott, then? I'm afraid I didn't give you my name. Romney Benedict. I'm glad to see you, sir.
I'm afraid I'm not a very good subject for an interview, Mr. Benedict.
I didn't come to interview you, sir.
Oh?
I came to give you some information.
Oh?
I'm given to understand that you are troubled, if I may use the term, by 2 things, Chief Inspector.
If there were only 2, I should be extremely happy.
The murder of a woman in Soho.
Marlena Corcoran.
Was that her name?
Yes.
And the whereabouts of one Oswald Eaton.
I am reasonably certain that finding Mr. Eaton would be of value in solving the murder. We've been searching for him.
I can find him for you.
I trust this is not a joke, Mr. Benedict?
It is not, sir. I can produce Mr. Eaton on comparatively short notice.
Where is he?
In our office.
How long has he been there?
For some time.
I must warn you, Mr. Benedict, that if you're attempting to interfere with the process...
Oh, my dear sir, let me assure you we have no thought of interfering. We're trying to assist justice, on the contrary, as we shall demonstrate to you.
You have been holding the man by your own admission, so that we have been unable to find him.
I think you'll find it rather embarrassing and, I'm sure, useless to attempt to prosecute us, sir.
Explain that.
I should be happy to, sir.
Well?
Be so good, Chief Inspector, as to have a look at this document.
What is it?
You'll see that it is clearly entitled Confession.
Confession of what?
Confession to murder.
What?
I think you'll find it in good order, sir. Dictated to one of our stenographers, approved by our own legal staff who have read it, signed by the man who dictated it. This is, of course, a copy. We have the original in our files.
What is it?
A confession to the murder of Marlena Corcoran. Signed in the presence of witnesses by Oswald Eaton. It's yours, sir. We also are interested in seeing justice done.
Did you pay him for this?
Can you pay a man for signing away his life?
I don't know.
We offer it to you freely, sir.
And if you don't want it, my dear Inspector, you can read it tomorrow in the pages of our great paper.
Well, what about Eden? Where will we find him if I don't accept your offer?
We'll find him for you.
Scotland Yard finds its own criminals.
You're being dramatic, son. We found this one. Come and get him. And if you're not disposed to accept this document and prefer to read it tomorrow with our thousands of other readers throughout the British Isles and abroad, we shall be charitable when public opinion asserts itself. We shall lead you to him again, and you can use your own excellent judgment.
Give it here.
You're so gracious, Chief Inspector.
Excuse me, sir. Scotland Yard is grateful to you for assisting us, although I'm sure you're aware that this confession is not admissible as evidence.
It'll be an extremely useful guide in preparing your case.
I'm not finished, sir. I was going to say, however much we deploy your methods, and I may say your morals.
We may rely upon your well-known generosity, sir. May I suggest that you send for your prisoner at once? We're at some expense.
I shall accompany you myself, Mr. Benedict.
My car is outside, sir.
After this somewhat painfully formal exchange of the amenities of the occasion, I was relieved to be able to look Mr. Oswald Eaton once more in his beard and say to him that, among other things, whatever he might say from now on would be taken down in writing and might be used in evidence. Mr. Eaton giggled and jingled money in his pocket. I was actually sorry for the fellow. It was his own blood money he was jingling. A magistrate remanded him at once on the strength of his confession and the things I could add to jail, Bow Street. He chuckled as his cell door closed behind him. The newspaper came out with great boastful headlines. They even mentioned the sum of money they paid Mr. Eaton for his confession. We received some of the congratulations, and my name was in the story, too. We set out at once to recheck the points he made in the confession. He had confessed that he strangled her with his bare hands. I referred back to the report of the police surgeon.
The cause of death was strangulation or suffocation accomplished with the belt of Marlena Corcoran herself. There is no evidence that manual strangulation was employed.
No evidence that manual strangulation was employed. I had an exhumation order issued, and a second post-mortem examination of the victim's body was made. They established that it would not have been possible for her to have been strangled by anyone's hands. The belt was the sole cause of her death. I asked Eaton, and he laughed through his beard. I went back to the confession. I gave her a bottle of liquor to drink, and she finished it, it said. Then she started it on the Jeroboam of champagne, drank it all, became unconscious, and I reached for the telephone and called Harold Turner. Didn't you say, Turner, there'd never been any champagne in that bottle?
Never a drop. It was a fake. An advertising stunt. She couldn't have got a drop of liquor of any kind into it or out of it. It would have leaked out through the holes that were cast right into it.
I got the bottle and looked at it myself. It was porous. I told that to Oswald Eaton, and he laughed again. And then a man came to me and assured me he would swear to having seen and sat alongside Eaton in a public house for 5 hours the same night the murder was committed. The public house was several miles from the place in Soho. I asked Eaton about the mistake, and he laughed again. Astonishingly, we didn't have a very good case. And after Eaton had repudiated his confession, we found we were exactly where we had started. And when the trial started, Mr. Justice Anderson let it stumble along for one whole day. He was very patient. And then he stopped it. Mr. Benedict from the newspaper was in court to report on the outcome of the paper's great bid for justice. I could watch him turning several colors. Or perhaps he was reflecting the colors that my face changed as Mr. Justice Anderson spoke.
Anything more disgraceful I have never heard. A man goes to a newspaper office and says, "I am confessing that I have been guilty of murder." The newspaper representatives then take him about the country, photographing him, and for hours refrain from communicating with the police, as every decent and respectable citizen ought to do as soon as he hears that a crime has been committed. I warn newspaper men of these proclivities that if they do this sort of thing, they are likely to find themselves very seriously dealt with.
Those are the exact words used by the justice himself at the time. This is another story compiled from Scotland Yard's own official files for Whitehall 1212, to which we're listening. Whitehall 1212 is researched by Percy Hoskins of the London Express. It is written and directed by Willis Cooper. No, this is not the end of the story. Listen for the astonishing and true conclusion now.
You will be interested in what happened to Oswald Eaton, the erstwhile sign painter, and the others. Eaton enjoyed the £500 he was paid for his confession for a year or so. He then quietly disappeared, and a short time later turned up as an aircraftsman in the Royal Air Force. He afterwards deserted. More about that later. Mr. Benedict lost his position with the newspaper and became a betting commissioner. That is to say, a bookie, and not a very prosperous one. The mystery of who murdered Marlena McCaughrean was, so far as I've been able to discover, never solved. I was discussing the case with Harold Turner one autumn day in 1936, 5 years later.
I had a curious bit of news today, Hubert.
Yes, what was that?
Remember our old friend, the sign painter with the beard?
Oswald Eaton? I shall never forget that one.
Neither shall I. He all but had you arresting me for the murder of poor Marlena Corcoran. I wonder who did kill her.
What about Oswald Eaton?
Eaton? Oh, yes, Eaton. He was in the RAF, you know.
Still is.
No.
Huh?
He was out in West Africa somewhere.
I know.
He's posted as a deserter.
Good. Perhaps the cannibals will eat him.
Shouldn't think he'd taste very good with that beard. Not the fact he did desert.
What do they do to deserters?
Time of war, they shoot them.
Too bad he didn't wait for a war to desert.
He'll come to a bad end.
I hope so.
Clever blighter at that.
Made a fool of me, all right.
Made fools of everybody.
The way he led me on.
Wonder if he cooked up that scheme on the spur of the moment.
Must have. Came into the shop and found poor Marlena lying there, scuppered. Thought up a way to get out of my hand. What a sap I was.
No, I don't think so. Anybody'd have believed him.
I fell for it.
And then when he did get away, he rushed out and cooked up his phony confession.
And his way to get out of it.
And sold it to that stupid newspaper.
Pretty smart.
Made a profit.
Wonder who did kill that Marlena woman.
Nobody'll ever find out.
Smart, clever man.
Deserted from the RAF, though. In West Africa. That's not smart.
Hope the cannibals eat him.
You said that. And I said they wouldn't.
Count of his beard, you said.
What business are you on now, Hubert?
Scotland Yard business, my good man. Same old things. Murders, robberies, fraud. Oh, there was an interesting murder yesterday. This morning, rather.
What's that?
Thank you, I will have another beer.
Huh? Oh.
Miss, couple more pints of the bitter, please.
What happened? Who?
Woman over in Clapham.
Oh, do they count murders in Clapham? Thank you, miss. Who was she?
I don't know much about her. It's no assignment of mine, thanks. Found her in her own flat.
Different from poor old Marlena, strangled in an empty...
Quite different. Right at home.
Comfortable.
With her head cut off.
How'd they know who she was?
Fingerprints. Clothes, whatnot. Besides, she was at home.
Any idea who did it?
Not yet.
Careful, Oswald. Eat'll be confessing to it.
From West Africa. How do the wogs get him first?
Yeah, it's been a couple of weeks since he's deserted. Time enough for him to get back to Clapham, buy a snickersnee and go visiting. Watch for aircraftsman Eaton, Chief Inspector.
I said that wasn't all. Exactly 4 days later, I had a telephone call from my friend, Inspector Arthur Austin, who was handling the case of the headless lady in Clapham.
It's Arthur Austin, Hubert. Look, Hubert, weren't you involved in that case where the fellow confessed a few years ago?
The murder thing, you mean?
Weren't you?
I most painfully was.
We've got something like that going.
Oh, have you?
That Clapham murder, you know. Got a confession from a chap.
Chap with a beard by any chance named Oswald Eaton?
A beard named Oswald Eaton?
Oh, fool.
No, this one's got no beard, old boy. Must he have a beard?
Mine did.
Well, this one hasn't.
Pay no attention to him. Mine's a deserter from the RAF, and the cannibals have eaten him.
Beard and all.
Oh, dear. Goodbye. But the cannibals hadn't eaten him. Oswald Eaton, now air craftsman John O'Brien, had escaped them and come back to England, to Clapham, where he'd had the misfortune to fall in with an old friend, and over a few too many drinks of something or other, had unfortunately murdered her. And when the lady was dead, he remembered he had once made a tidy sum of money by making up a confession and then repudiating it. Of course, there wasn't any money in this one. But what'll work once will work again, he thought. He forgot something, though. He forgot he had once been married to this particular lady friend. And when Scotland Yard began to ask questions, it was thought very strange that air craftsman John O'Brien was the confession writer. And there wasn't any air craftsman O'Brien, but there had been an air craftsman Oswald Eaton who answered to much the same description. And he was a deserter, and the RAF wanted him. And when they found that the lady without a head had once been married to an Oswald Eaton, and the confession was quite useful. And Mr. Justice Anderson cheerfully put the square of black cloth on his head and sentenced Oswald Eaton to hang by the neck until he was dead. Which he did.
Heard today on Whitehall 1212, Horace Braham as Inspector Scott. Others in the order of their appearance, Harvey Hayes, Carl Hobart, Lester Fletcher, Morris Delamore, and Gerard Burt. This is Lionel Rico speaking. Whitehall 1212 is written and directed by Willis Cooper. In recent years, there has been a new safety slogan, just one simple word. That word is think. If you're a driver or even a pedestrian, you'll be wise to take the advice of that slogan to heart every day. Think. Always think about doing the safe thing instead of taking a foolish chance on the highway. Remember, drive as though your life depends on it. It does. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out. Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly, but sincerely, to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Obler. Some call it the root of all evil, and some call it the flower of all good. Ordinary people call it money. That's what our story is about tonight. Money. $3,000 worth. But first, Frank Martin.
Confidentially, folks, how do you feel these wartime evenings? Too jittery, run down, and tired for any fun? Then quite possibly you simply need more vitamin B and iron than you're getting from your food. If so, try ironized yeast tablets. They're the famous two-way tonic that gives you both vitamin B and iron. Thus, when you need them, ironized yeast helps two ways to step up your pep and strength and ambition. Helps you two ways to really enjoy living. And the cost? Just a few pennies a day. Friends, remember that name. It's ironized yeast tablets.
And now, lights out. Everybody.
Money, I tell you, Tony. That's what's wrong with the world today. Money.
What are you talking about?
Hey, look, Tony. Ain't that the pretty boat?
Oh, the devil with the boat. What do you say about money?
Why, you said that money, what was wrong with the world? The people get a little money, and then they want more of it. And then they get that, and then they want more. And pretty soon, that's all they think about is money, money, money.
Yeah? What do you think about?
Money?
So what are you talking about?
Oh, you don't understand, Tony.
You don't understand yourself. All the time you talk, go away, let me alone.
No, Tony, don't get so. I was only talking.
What you talk don't make no sense. Money is what's wrong with the world. You fool, you crazy in the head.
No, I ain't crazy. All the time on the boat coming here to Frisco from New York, I'm thinking to myself, Axel, for 13 years you're a sailor, working all the time. And what you got? Nothing. So I say to myself, Axel, why can't it be that when a man works hard, he can have what he wants, no matter if he ain't got money, you know?
Oh, you crazy fool. What do you talk about? It's a dough what gets a guy what he wants.
Sure. That's the way things are now. But I tell you, it ain't right. A man who works hard with his hands can't have what he wants to have.
Yeah? What do you want to have, eh?
A farm, Tony. A little farm.
What do you say?
Yeah, a little stock farm someplace. Some nice place like Wisconsin or maybe Minnesota. I say something funny, maybe.
Farm. By golly, that's funny.
No, it's not funny. For 13 years I work on the ship. I save my money for farm. I don't like the money. I just want a farm for my wife and my kids. And then...
Yeah, I know. Then the 31, that bank she's a go bust and you back away your stock there.
And I tell you, Tony, it ain't right. I work so hard.
No, I tell you, you dumb squarehead. All this talk about kick money out and give a man what he worked for. I tell you, that's a bunk.
Yeah, but Tony...
Money, that's what a man needs. All the money he can get is a mitts on. And then he's got the world right by the neck.
But I work so hard.
So what? It ain't work what make a man rich. It's a break. Yeah, a break. Me, I'm best deep water diver in the whole Pacific. So what? I never get a break, so I'm still eating slop and walking the ducks.
Yeah, Tony, that's what I say.
All right, move on. No bumming around the docks.
Oh, yeah, officer, we go.
That belly.
What's that? What's that you said?
No, officer, he don't say nothing. This is Mr. Tony, officer. He's the best deep water diver in the whole Pacific.
Yeah? Well, if he said what I think he did, he's going to do all of his diving in the can for about 30 days. Now get out of town or I'll run you in.
I cut his heart out.
Oh, no, Tony, please, sir. Come this way. Come on, Tony, in here. We'll get the cup of coffee.
That cop was shoving me around.
Come on in. I pay. Nice and warm.
That's the dump.
What do you have, boy?
2 cups of coffee.
Maybe you like soups. I got nice hot soup.
No, we just want coffee, please.
Yeah, and get a letter out.
Okay. 2 coffees, come now.
So, all you want dough for is to get a farm, eh, Swenson?
Yeah, my wife,
Who cares about your wife? Farm.
For 13 years I've worked.
Okay, here you are, boys. Nice coffee. There. 10 cents, please.
Yeah.
Coffee, she's good when you're cold, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy was winning. He don't drink coffee tonight, I bet you.
What a guy.
The guy was winning the sweeping stakes. The sailor sweeping stakes. You know, hear it?
Swenson, what is this guy blowing about?
I'm telling you, the sailor sweeping stakes. Everybody's buying a ticket. $3,000 first prize, you betcha. It's in the papers he's winning. Oh, lucky guy.
So, who cares? Give me some more coffee.
Okay.
No. Wait a minute, mister.
Yeah?
This fellow what won. You say his name is in the paper?
Yeah, sure. Here. I got it here.
Get my coffee, you.
No. Wait, Tony. I want to hear. Read it, mister.
Okay. It's a winner. First prize is somebody who gave name of a farmer.
Farmer?
What's the matter, you Swenson?
Tony, quick.
He's sick. Hey, that's my paper.
Tony, come on. Quick, come on.
Hey, you crazy squarehead, wait for me. Wait, you crazy fool, you. What's the matter? Where you go, huh?
Tony, listen. It's me.
Me what? What do you say?
Farmer. That's the name I give the man when I buy the ticket.
Huh?
I'm rich, Tony. I can get the farm.
You? You mean you? What he said in there? You?
Yeah, me, Tony. Me. I buy sweepstake tickets long time ago. I win. I win.
You crazy in the head.
No, I tell you, I win. Look.
Huh?
Farmer. That's me, Tony. Oh, my wife and my kids, they be so happy.
No, wait. It ain't right. I mean, look, give it the number here. Ticket number 6933. You got that number?
I got it here. I got it, Tony.
Here, let me see, huh?
No, please. 13 years.
What's the matter? You ain't going to hurry. I just want to see.
Look.
Huh?
6, 9, 3. Just like it's in the paper.
You did win.
Yeah, Tony, I win. Me, oh, my Anna, $3,000. Oh, we wait so long.
$3,000.
I quit the sea. I buy a farm. Oh, Tony, my Helga, my kids and me, the happiest people in the whole world.
$3,000.
I buy the best farm in all Minnesota. Come on, Tony. I go get my money.
No, wait.
Huh?
Don't go now. It's a pretty late.
Oh, but my money...
Oh, but they're going to be closed, yeah. Now, you come on. We'll go down on the dock and see what is the first boat. Oh, sure. So right away tomorrow, quick, when you get to the door for that ticket, you catch a boat home to the wife and the kids, eh? That'd be good, eh?
Yeah, Tony, yeah. That policeman. I wish you meet him now, eh, Tony?
Huh? What's the matter? Why you want cop, huh?
Oh, I show him we ain't no bums anymore.
Oh.
$3,000 this ticket is what. By Jiminy, a man is no bum.
No, you're right there. No, you bet your life you ain't.
The water, she looked pretty.
Yeah. She's a deep right here.
Me, I don't care how deep the water is, so long as 13 years a sailor, and I can't swim. Yeah, the water, she's so dark and pretty.
Swenson.
Yeah?
Let me look at the ticket.
Ticket?
Sweepstakes.
By Jiminy, you think maybe she ain't good, Tony?
Yeah.
I know she's good. Right away I hear that fella say the farmer win. I know that's me. Here, Tony, here it is. See, it says farmer on it. That's me, see?
Well, lean over just a little. I cannot quite see.
Yeah, sure. You see numbers. It says 6, 9... Tony, you...
Tony, you what? My knife will shut you up good, eh, Swenson? So, you can't swim, eh, squarehead? Well, Tony's going to give you a first lesson. There. Oh, Swenson, wait. You forgot the sweepstakes ticket. Okay, I collect for you, farmer. $3,000. Yeah. At last, Tony, she's get a break.
Ladies and gentlemen, I know we're all interested in this story of money, but at the same time, I'm sure we're also interested in calming down long enough to make sure that the murder took place quite a distance away from us. And while we're making sure of that, supposing we take this time out to consider something very real.
Help me? Oh, there just isn't any help for the way I feel. I'm so thin and tired and jittery, I'm disgusted with life. And nothing I've tried has helped me.
But, miss, have you tried ironized yeast? You see, you may simply need more vitamin B and iron. And they're just what ironized yeast gives you.
Well, of course, I've heard about vitamin B and iron, but could they make all that difference?
You bet they could, if you need them. Why, when you don't get enough vitamin B from your food, you may lose your appetite, not eat all you need. Or you may not get all of the good out of what you do eat. And when you don't get enough iron from your food, you may be weak and pale. You may feel only half alive.
And you say ironized yeast supplies vitamin B and iron both?
Yes, ma'am. What's more, it's ironized yeast, and it's two-way help that's been of such amazing benefit to thousands who only needed more of these substances. Quickly help them gain glorious new pep and strength and pounds they needed. So, if you need more vitamin B and iron, get ironized yeast tablets right away. Start taking them tonight. And now back to our lights-out story of money, money, money.
Sure, you're right, boys. I'm a great guy. Got plenty of dough and I know how to spend it, eh, boys? Don't you worry about the bride. Tony, he's all right, eh? Sure. Now listen, you go home and let me go upstairs, eh? And maybe tomorrow night we'll go have some more fun, huh? Yeah. Tony's a great guy now, eh? Sure, I'm a great guy. Everybody knows Tony's a great guy. Stairs.
Tony, is that you?
What's the matter? You waiting for somebody else?
Oh, Tony, I've been waiting for you. Let me help you.
Now, go away. I don't need no help, not me.
Tony, night after night.
Go away. Take your hand over me. Great guy, that's me.
Spending all your money on 3 drunken fools.
Shut up, your mouth.
Careful.
You. I told you I don't need no help from nobody. Don't need to take what he wants. Shut the door.
Yes.
Now, come here and give a great guy a kiss.
No.
Come here, you.
No, wait. Tony, listen.
Don't want to listen to nothing.
But, Tony, the man...
Man? What man?
The man that was here. He's been here a dozen times since midnight looking for you.
Midnight? Who was he? What do you want?
Well, he acted so funny.
What do you mean, funny?
He spoke so funny, as if...
As if what?
As if his mouth was full of water.
You try to make a joke of Tony, eh?
No, I'm not fooling. Really, I'm not. He said...
He say something?
Yes, that's what I'm trying to tell you. He said, tell him...
Well, what? What did he say, eh?
Well, I could hardly understand him. He talked so funny, but I think he said, tell him I was here, and then I think he said the farmer.
No. The farmer?
Yes, that was he. Oh, Tony, what's the matter?
What he look like?
What's the matter, Tony?
What he look like?
Well, he was tall, and he looked like a sailor, and I think his clothes were wet. Well, Tony, that's him again. That's the way he knocked before.
No.
Oh, Tony, don't stand there staring at the door like that. You're scaring me. Don't do it.
You out there, go away. You dead.
What?
Dead. You hear me? Dead. They killed you 6 months ago today.
Tony.
I throw you in the water 1,000 miles from here. You dead.
Tony, no.
You scare my wife, but you don't scare me, you farmer. I kill you again.
No, don't you scare me.
Swanson, you go away from that door right through. Connie, I don't want to shoot you. I want to shoot him through the door. Connie, get up. Connie! Over there, in there. Connie, I know what to tell you. It was him, Connie, him. Over there, police officer. Over in there. You, Swanson, you think you got me, eh? You think you got me in the hot seat, eh? No, not me, Swanson. You squarehead, you. You forget the fire escape. Listen to me, Cap. You've got to help me. You've got to.
Now, take it easy, Tony. Take it easy.
You will get me out, eh?
So far out, there ain't a copper in the world can get you. Listen, at midnight tonight, my ship is pulling out to go down through the canal and over the coast of Ireland to go hunting for gold.
Gold? You crazy.
Watch your tongue. I said gold, and gold it is. Only we're going under the sea for it.
What?
You heard me. Under the sea. $1 million in gold in the hold of the Tanya, sunk by a sub. The boys are going down there to dive for it.
Dive?
Yeah. And if you decorate the mahogany in front of me with every cent you got in your pocket, you'll be on board my ship.
Ah. You hear that, Swanson? You diving for gold. $1 million. And me, I'm going to be on board.
Shut that door, you fool.
You want to talk to me, Cap?
Yeah, Tony, sit down.
She's getting pretty rough, eh, Cap?
Yeah, and that's what I want to talk to you about.
Well, I'm listening.
While you was sleeping before, the rest of the divers had a meeting.
Yeah?
Yeah. They looked over the weather reports, and they decided they ain't going to do no more diving. A white-bellied little...
Wait a minute, Cap. You mean we're going to turn back?
What else can I do? 3 months out here in the open sea, and when we finally do locate the wreck, Every mother's son of them turns chicken on me.
So what's the matter? You want to talk to me?
Because even if you are a no-good rat, you're the best diver of the lot.
All right, keep talking.
Tony, listen. Under that buoy up the starboard is the Tanya, with $1 million in gold bullion in it.
So?
Go down and get your hooks in it, and whatever you get, half of it's yours.
You mean a half?
Sure, you get half, and I'll split the other half of the crew.
$1 million?
Yeah, $1 million. And you'll have half of it. You can do it, Tony. You know you can.
Yeah, but the sea, she's getting rougher.
Ah, Tony, you've gone down in rougher water.
Yeah, but that water, she's a cold half an hour and I'm finished. Hey, at the room with the gold. Who knows where she is?
Tony, listen. I know just where that gold is stored.
You're not trying to fool me, eh?
God is my judge. I'm telling you the truth. Jake located the room on his last dive yesterday. He told only me about it.
So?
Don't you see, Tony? Chance of a lifetime. I got enough coal for one more day out here. If we turn back, we'll never locate that wreck again with the sea running as she is. $500,000 in gold for you, Tony, right under your feet. Don't be a fool, man. Take a chance to go down and try to get it. Well, will you do it?
I'll get away from him.
Him? Who are you talking about?
Who's talking to you? Well, what are you sitting there for? Get me a rig, get the pumps going.
Ready, Tony?
Yeah, give me the headset.
Hey, up.
Well, what are you standing there for? The helmet, give me the helmet.
Okay.
Cap?
Yeah?
What's the matter, you? Told you to keep the deck clear. Only the men I want. The rest get below or I don't die.
Right, Tony. You men get below. Every white-bellied one of you. Come on.
All right. Hold up the helmet, fella. I want to try out the phone. Hello? Well, answer me.
Okay, Tony, I hear you, okay.
All right. The valve. Okay, I'm ready. With the helmet on me.
Okay.
Well, hurry up, you mugs. Get them bolts tight. You think I got all day?
What's that, Tony?
Okay. Put me over the side and watch that pump or I come up and cut your heart out. $500,000. Me, water, coal, down. $500,000.
All right, Tony?
Sure, I'm all right. Let me alone.
Okay.
Down, water hard. It came to me, Tony, best diver, 50-50, $500,000. Listen up there. I'm on the bottom, you hear me?
Tony, listen. Captain says hurry up. Squall coming up.
Tell the captain if he's taking me up before I give signal, I'll cut his heart out.
But, Tony...
Shut up and let me alone. Me, Tony, $500,000. The captain says gold was inside door A deck. $500,000. Oh, the door, the captain said. Me and the cap, 50-50.
He says to leave him alone. He don't want to talk to nobody.
That's no good, rat. I was a fool sending him down.
He's on the bottom, all right.
But what's he doing? Has he found the gold? Has he found the strong room? How long is he going to stay down? Talk to him, Art. Tell him he's just in.
Captain said it'll be right over. Santa Lucia, the gold. A room full of gold. I'm rich. All the money in the world. Me, Tony, rich.
Yeah, all the money you want, eh, Tony?
Huh? Who's it talking? Answer me, who's it talking?
What's wrong, Tony? Anything wrong?
You up there, I told you I don't want to talk. What's the matter? You don't listen to me. What do you mean all the money I want? What do you say that for, huh?
I didn't say that, Tony. I've been standing by.
Standing by. Oh, wait till I get up there. I show you standing by. Wait till I get the headset connection with my teeth. I'll fix it so you don't bother me no more.
No, wait, Tony. The captain said that...
So, now, talk all you want, you sour-faced me. I won't hear you. Me, I'll be alone with my gold.
No, Tony. Not alone.
You up there, stop talking to me. Stop, you hear? Stop.
I am down here, Tony, with you.
Huh? Who said that? I broke the connection. Nobody can talk to me. Nobody, you hear? Nobody can talk to me.
I will talk to you, Tony. so much to talk to you.
Oh, it's in my head. That's what it is, in my head. Yeah.
Not in your head. Look straight ahead.
What are you talking? Swenson?
You know me, Tony. And me in the water almost a year.
Oh, no.
Close to the window, in your helmet.
Oh.
You don't like what you see, eh, Tony? My wife, my children, they wouldn't like it either. Would they?
No.
Oh, don't be in a hurry, Tony. We got plenty time.
No.
Plenty. I worked for 13 years.
Go away.
You remember, Tony? 13 years for farm.
Go away.
Now I don't work no more.
Go away.
I just wait for you. You.
My hair.
You take away my wife. I keep my life. Now I take a little air. Eh, Tony? Just a little air. Now I take off your helmet and come in with you, Tony.
No.
My friend, I come in.
No.
Go away, Swenson. Go away. No, don't come in. Don't come in, Swenson. Go away. Go away.
Hey there. Did he get there?
Yeah, sure, plenty. Everything's okay.
Talk to him.
He don't answer, just yelling.
Signal on the lifeline.
He's signaling us, Captain. Says everything's okay. Wants to be taken up.
But he's yelling. He's still yelling. Haul him in, quick.
How about decompression?
No. He don't like that. We'll put him in the tank when we get him up here. Something must be wrong. Yelling bloody murder through the phone and signaling okay on the lifeline. Hurry up, you men. Get him up. Quick. Haul him in.
Here he comes. Oh, he's not there. It's not him. It's something else on his line. Captain, look. His airline. It's been chewed through by teeth. But what is it? What's tied to the lifeline where he was?
It's Mother in Heaven. It's a bar of gold.
Mr. Ober, all I can say is...
Oh. I suppose it's quite fitting to gulp after a story about the sea, Frank. But before you start asking me if the story's a true one, I'd like to tell you with some excitement about next week's play because it's really a most exciting story. But first, you have your say, Frank Martin.
Let me remind you, friends, if you're unattractively thin and jittery, tired and run down, unable to eat and sleep as you should, and if it's only because you're short on vitamin B and iron, then try ironized yeast tablets. They've helped thousands with these deficiencies. They cost but a few pennies a day, and what's more, you don't risk even those few pennies, for ironized yeast is sold on this money-back basis. If you don't quickly begin to eat and sleep better, to gain new pounds, to feel much stronger and peppier, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by ironized yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Now, what about all the excitement next week, Mr. Obler?
Well, before that excitement, Frank, we've got news for our friends about the red, white, and blue. I don't mean Old Glory. I'm talking about those all-important red, white, and blue ration stamps.
Well, I'm sure all the folks are well acquainted with the white and blue stamps by now, Mr. Obler, so let's concentrate on the red stamps that went into action yesterday. These are the stamps you use when you buy any of the newly rationed foods, meat, cheese, butter, oils, and shortening. And here's how your red stamps work. Yesterday, March 29th, the red A stamps became valid. A total of 16 points per person for this week.
Yes, but this is very important, Frank, to all of us who like to eat regularly. You don't have to use all of those stamps this week. Your red A stamps are good right well up to the end of April.
Yes, and that holds true for the B stamps that become valid next Monday, April 5th. Also the C stamps that you can start using Monday, April 12th. And the red D stamps effective April 19th. But at the end of April, all the red A, B, C, and D stamps expire. And only the red E stamps will be good.
And remember, you can use these points any way you like. You can spend them all on meat, or you can concentrate on meat and butter. In the American way, it's up to you.
But don't forget, all forms of meat are now rationed. So is canned fish and fish products. But fresh or frozen or smoked fish and fish not in sealed containers are not rationed. Neither is poultry and game. And in the cheese line, cottage cheese, cream cheese, camembert, liederkranz, and several other varieties are not rationed. And whereas all kinds of fats and oils, butter, margarine, lard, shortening, and cooking and salad oils are rationed, salad dressing, mayonnaise, and pure olive oil are not rationed. And now that we've covered the salient points about the new red ration stamps, what about next week's story, Mr. Obler?
Well, have you ever thought what would happen if motion pictures could come to life? That is to say, supposing you were watching Hedy Lamarr or Bob Taylor, as the case may be, and suddenly they came to life right in your own living room. You want to know how to do that? Well, listen in next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Obler's eerie story, Super Feature. And if you need more vitamin B and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast, the one and only ironized yeast, with the big letters IY on the package and on each tablet.
It is later than you think.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. In Hollywood this evening, our two distinguished stars are the lovely actress Margot and the polished young actor from Holland, Mr. Philip Dorn. A story by John Dixon Carr dealing with strange, very strange happenings aboard an ocean liner, and called Cabin B-13, is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us before, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so with Cabin B-13, and with the performances of Margot as Anne Brewster and Philip Dorn as Dr. Karl Heinrich, we again hope to keep you in suspense. Come now, in happier peacetime days, to a great ocean liner on the night of her departure for Europe. There she is at the West 22nd Street Pier, the 25,000-ton Mauravania of the White Planet Line. Smoke from her three funnels coils up lazily in mild October air. You can see the decks, white and shiny like shoeboxes, and the string of lights along them, and the band standing by on A deck to play her out. You can hear the murmur of an excited crowd, and the rattle of the steam winches as cargo is lowered into the hold. You can see the bustle of activity, and the second officer standing at the head of the gangplank as two rather late passengers hurry through the customs shed towards that gangplank.
It's all right, Ricky. We are not too late.
No, and I thought we'd be in time.
A honeymoon in Europe. 3 whole months with nothing to worry about.
That's right, dear. And you've been my wife for, let's see, practically 5 hours now.
I believe the correct phrase is, it was so sudden, Mr. Brewster.
So sudden that we have to travel on our own passports instead of a husband and wife one. I hope they don't think you're not an honest woman.
I'm going to act like a complete wanton just to devil you. Oh, what about our tickets, Ricky? Do we give them to that officer standing at the top of the gangplank?
No, honey, you keep your ticket. The cabin steward will come around and collect it after we're underway.
And the money, Ricky?
It's a lot of money, Anne. $10,000 in cash. Maybe I better turn it in at the purser's office for safekeeping.
Yes, maybe you had. Wait a minute, Ricky.
What is it, then?
Wait. Do you mind if we stand here for a second before we go up the gangplank?
Oh, what's the matter? You're not ill, are you?
No, but getting over brain fever isn't any joke.
Oh, I know, dear.
You see, Ricky, I ought to be eager and excited like all those people up there, but suddenly you get fancies. Queer, sick fancies. Suddenly, right now, all I can think of is the night and the wind and all the black water in the dark.
And that's exactly the kind of morbid fancy I'm trying to cure you of.
I know, Ricky. I'll be good, but I was just thinking of a story.
What story?
Oh, never mind. It doesn't matter. Which way do we go?
Up the gangplank, through that door there, and then down on the elevator to B deck. And no more horrors, do you understand? Here we are, Ann. B deck and cabin number... Good Lord. B13.
B13.
You're not superstitious, are you?
Why, no, dear. Not about things like that. Open the door.
Here we are. Lights on and...
Oh, Ricky, darling. It's a beautiful cabin.
Well, best I could get. Well, they've got our luggage in anyway, and... Over there, madam, you'll find a basket of fruit and some books from your obedient servant.
Oh, you are nice to me. And I'm feeling so much better, Ricky. I will be all right, darling.
Of course you will. But you won't find any detective novels among those books.
Please, Ricky.
Detective novels may be all right for presidents and college professors, but they're straight poison to you. You'll read love stories and like it.
You know, Ricky, I keep thinking and thinking about that story I mentioned.
Oh, what story, dear?
It's an old one. You probably know it, but it was new to me. A woman and her daughter arrive in Paris and go to a hotel.
Oh, you mean the old Paris Exposition story?
Yes, that's it. The daughter goes out. When she returns, her mother has disappeared. And even the hotel room isn't the same. The proprietor of the hotel swears the girl came there alone and that there never was a mother. The whole room is different when she goes back to look at it. The girl goes to the police, and they won't believe her, and she's nearly crazy. Of course, it turns out that the mother has caught bubonic plague and died, and they're hushing it up so that the visitors won't keep away from the city and ruin the whole exposition,
Anne,
but...
You've got to stop this kind of talk.
I know. But imagine being in a situation like that, with all those queer eyes staring at you, wondering if you'd lost your reason, wondering if your brain had cracked and the whole world might dissolve, and... Listen.
That's the last call, Anne. We'll be underway any minute now.
You know, Ricky, I would like to see the skyline go past and the Statue of Liberty and the rest of it.
Well, then why not go up and see it? I've got to deposit this money in the purser's office on C deck.
But I don't like you to leave me.
Oh, now look here, dear. You don't think I'm going to disappear, do you?
I suppose I don't really. When I get these ideas, and I can't help it, Ricky, I wish you'd wallop me.
Well, I'm not going to wallop you, Anne, but you've got to stop being afraid. You certainly won't disappear in a crowded ship with any number of people all around you. And as for me, I defy Houdini himself to make me vanish.
Don't talk like that.
I'm not going to vanish, and neither is this cabin, dear. Now, run along. I'll join you on deck as soon as I can.
All right, Ricky. I'll be good.
In with your gangplank! In with your gangplank! Gangplank, please, sir. Close the rails. Stand by.
Eager people, excited people, happy people, all crowding up to the rail to wave goodbye. Nothing to worry about, nothing on their minds except...
Except what?
Oh.
Except seasickness, madam?
Oh.
Oh, I beg your pardon. I hadn't meant to startle you, believe me.
Please don't mention it. How silly of me. It was my fault. I haven't been very well.
I noticed it, madam, if you'll forgive me. That was why I spoke to you. As you see by my uniform, I'm the ship's doctor.
This is a British ship, isn't it? But you don't sound British.
No, I'm an Austrian, madam. Dr. Paul Heinrich, at your service. I'm not very popular in my own country today. Days of colored shirts and vacant minds.
I'm Mrs. Brewster, Doctor. Ann Brewster. When does the ship go?
In about a second, Mrs. Brewster. You will hear the whistle, then the band will strike up, all langs in, and then...
We're moving, aren't we?
Yes? Don't you feel the vibration of the engines?
Goodbye, Tommy. Take care of yourself while I'm gone. Dear, I'll see you at Christmas.
Whoa! The key to the car is in the living room table drawer.
If you go out with any blocks, Tommy, I'll kill you when I get back. Goodbye, Mom.
Susie.
Yes,
dear, of course I'll behave myself in Paris. Say, what time does the
fire open aboard this time, huh?
I imagine this is not your first crossing, madam.
Oh, I'm afraid it is, Dr. Heinrich. My husband's crossed many times, he tells me, but not on this ship.
Well, then I hope you're a good sailor.
Why, Dr. Heinrich?
Well, because we'll run into some very dirty weather once we are out at sea. October is a very bad month for traveling.
Well, if I do get seasick, Doctor, I'll rush straight to you, and I'll expect to be cured.
Let me tell you a secret, madam. There are 2 common ailments for which medical science has no cure. One is ordinary seasickness, and the other is hangover. Tomorrow morning I shall be dealing with both.
And enjoying it?
Oh, no. Sympathizing with it. That's all I can do. How do you like the Mauravania?
Oh, it's a magnificent ship from what I've seen of it. And you know they've given us a very nice cabin down on B deck, B13. What's the matter? Why are you looking at me like that?
I beg your pardon. Did you say B13?
Yes. Why not?
You're quite sure of that, madam?
Why, yes, of course I'm sure of it. I saw the number on the door. Why not?
Well, because...
Go on, Dr. Heinrich.
Because there's no such cabin aboard a ship. I'm not joking, Mrs. Brewster. You see, some people are superstitious. Many ships, like this one, omit number 13 on each deck. You must have been mistaken.
What are you trying to tell me? Do you think I saw something that wasn't there?
No, Mrs. Brewster, not at all.
Then come along with me. I'll show you. I'll prove to you that there is a number 13. Will you come along?
Yes, Mrs. Brewster? I think perhaps I had better escort you. Stewardess!
Yes, miss. Yes, ma'am. Come in straight away.
Tell me, stewardess, this is B deck, isn't it?
B deck, ma'am? Why, yes, ma'am. No doubt about that.
Dr. Heinrich and I have been all over this part of the ship looking for cabin number 13, but we don't...
I've been trying to convince this lady stewardess that there's no such cabin number 13 on this ship.
Why, there sure to heaven isn't, ma'am, and never has been. I've served aboard the Mauravania a matter of 8 years, and I ought to know.
But I tell you, I saw it. I was in there. It was a big cabin with a private bathroom attached. The walls were paneled in light oak, and the furniture was rosewood and yellow satin, and the portholes were like real windows.
No, that's not much good, ma'am.
No, I'm afraid not. Most of the cabins hereabouts look like that. May I ask you, what name was the cabin booked in?
Brewster, naturally. Mr. and Mrs. Richard E. Brewster.
Here, let's have a look on my list. No, there's no Brewster here, ma'am.
I tell you, I was in there. They even delivered the luggage. I saw it.
Excuse me, ma'am, but I had a look-see in all the cabins I'm in charge of, just to see if the passengers wanted anything. And I don't remember any luggage with a Brewster label on it.
Wait a minute. There may be a partial explanation of this.
You see, that's better, Mrs. Brewster. I was hoping you might find one.
Ricky'd been married a very short time, and when my maid printed the baggage labels, she must have made them out in my maiden name. I never noticed at the time.
Oh, what name might that be, ma'am?
Thornton. Anne-Marie Thornton.
Oh, Lord, miss. Now, why couldn't you have said that before? I remember it well. 2 silk cases and a little trunk. They're in B16 now.
Where's B16?
Right behind you, miss. You're standing practically in front of the door.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh, yes, but, what about my husband's luggage?
There's no gentleman's luggage in that cabin, miss. Your husband's or any other gentleman's, if you know what I mean.
I won't stand for this. Where's Ricky? What have you done with Ricky?
Please, Mrs. Brewster. There's one easy way to settle this.
Settle it? How?
Just look down the corridor. You notice the man coming towards us? The man with the 2 gold stripes around his sleeve?
Well?
That's Mr. Marshall, our second officer. Did you ever see him before?
Yes. Yes, of course I have. He was standing at the top of the gangplank when Rick and I got aboard.
Exactly. So he might be able to tell us something.
Oh.
Mr. Marshall? Mr. Marshall?
Yes, Doctor, what's up?
Would you mind coming here for a moment?
Well, not at all, old boy. Always glad to oblige a chap who may have to cut me up at any moment. What may I do for you?
Take a good look at this young lady. And tell me, have you seen her before?
Seen her before? My dear chap, if I had overlooked, the young lady will pardon me, I know, a passenger as charming as this lady is,
I would be less of the gentleman than I fancy myself, eh?
You saw her coming aboard tonight?
Oh, yes, certainly.
And, of course, you saw the gentleman who was with her.
The gentleman who was with her?
Yes.
Oh, but there was nobody with her, old boy.
You're quite certain of that, Mr. Marshall?
My dear doctor, she was the last of them to come aboard. I'll take my Bible oath there was no other passenger with her, or ahead of her, or behind her, if it comes to that.
You're lying to me.
Please, Mrs. Brewster, lower your voice.
I know what it is. It's the old Paris trick, like in the story. But you won't get away with it, do you hear?
Now, look here, madam.
I'll go to the purser. I'll go to the captain. Oh, dear Father in heaven, won't anybody believe me?
Later that night, in the captain's room just abaft the bridge, there is a conference of ship's officers. Outside, stung by spray clinging to the bulkhead rail in the dark, a frightened girl waits until the door of the cabin's room opens.
Will you bring the young lady in, Dr. Heinrich, and close the door?
Yes, sir. Here we are. This is Captain Wainwright. Now, just tell your story straightforwardly, and please don't excite yourself.
Well, maybe we can get some decision into this matter. Will you sit down here beside my desk, Miss Thornton?
My name is Brewster, Captain. Mrs. Ann Brewster.
Whatever you say, Mrs. Brewster.
Thank you very much, Captain.
I might tell you, ma'am, I've got a lot on my mind already. My first officer comes aboard with an attack of flu. I'm facing an equinoctial gale short-handed, and now this has to happen on top of it.
I'm terribly sorry I can't help that, Captain. But I want to know what they've done with Ricky.
Just one moment, please, while I get this straight. By this time, I understand you yourself have personally interviewed practically every single passenger aboard this ship. Is that true?
Yes, it's true.
But your alleged husband is not here. Is that true?
Yes, that's true,
In the meantime, the purser has sent a squad of men to search this ship. They've searched every inch of it. You can take my word for that. There's nobody hidden. Your husband's not here. According to Mr. Marshall, who's standing over there...
I see him.
According to Mr. Marshall, he never was here.
Oh, hang it all, Miss Thornton. You needn't glare at me like that. We couldn't see the chap. He wasn't there, now could we?
Be quiet, Mr. Marshall.
Yes, I'm sorry.
No, I'm not unreasonable, Mrs. Brewster. I think you'll admit that. But what can I do? What can I say? Can you offer any proof, even, that this husband of yours ever existed?
Proof? Yes, of course I can.
Excuse me for interrupting, but would you mind, Captain, if I ask a question or two?
No, Doctor, go ahead. I tell you, I'm going daft myself.
If you were married, Mrs. Brewster, you must be carrying a joint husband and wife passport. Where is that?
Well, there wasn't time to get one. We each carried our own passport.
Oh, I see. But still, there must be someone back in America who can confirm what you say if you got in touch by radio telephone. Your parents, for instance.
I haven't got any parents. They're dead.
What about relatives, then, or a guardian?
My guardian is a trust company. The administrators don't even know I'm married.
But somebody must have performed the ceremony of marriage. The parson, the justice of peace.
Yes, of course. But, I can't remember the name of the town.
You don't remember the name of the town?
Hold tight to your chair, Mrs. Brewster. The ship is going to pitch again.
How's the glass looking, Mr. Marshall?
Barometer's rising, sir. This weather won't hold long. We shall be into fog before morning, though.
We're in a fog now, if you ask me. This lady says she
I'm terribly sorry, but I'm trying to think of it. It was a little town in upstate New York where they can marry you at a moment's notice. Ricky kept the certificate. I was confused. I haven't been well.
No, you haven't.
You see, Ricky had been away, and he came back, and I was in love with him, and he sort of swept me off my feet, and... Oh, what's the use?
Not much use, apparently.
If you'll take my advice, ma'am, you'll go below to your cabin and get some sleep. I'll send the doctor down to mix you a sedative.
You think I'm crazy, don't you?
I think you're a little overwrought, ma'am.
What I can't understand is why. Why should you want to do this? It can't be the bubonic plague this time.
Bubonic plague, ma'am? Who said anything about the bubonic plague?
Never mind. But I'll show you. You're all against me, except Maybe the doctor. But I'll show you. I'll prove it to you. I am going downstairs, and I don't want anybody to follow me. Good night. Good night, all of you.
Well, I'm glad that's over. Look here, Mr. Marshall.
Huh?
You think it's quite safe to trust her out there alone?
Well, I don't know, sir. She's mad as a hatter, if you ask me.
You think she might do something foolish?
Well, I think she might chuck herself overboard if we're not careful.
What's your opinion, Doctor?
I can give you my opinion, gentlemen, in a very few words. That girl is as sane as you are.
What's that?
Wait and hear what I have to say. I shared your own belief at first, but I've been talking to her all evening. I've heard her whole story, and there's not a psychopathic trait in her nature. She firmly believes in this husband.
Yes, Doctor. A lot of people firmly believe they're Napoleon, but they get tossed into loony bins, that's the same.
This matter is not a joke, Mr. Marshall. I tell you, this man exists. Or did exist.
What do you mean, Doctor?
I suppose he has been murdered. Perhaps he has been murdered and thrown overboard.
Murdered? Thrown overboard?
If you remember, Richard Brewster was carrying a very large sum of money in cash. His wife's wedding gifts. Practically all her inheritance. He meant to go to the purser's office. But he never got there. That money might have been a great temptation.
To whom?
To a stewardess, perhaps, or even to a ship's officer.
Just exactly what are you getting at?
Well, numbers on doors can be changed easily enough. Just print a small card and put it on the metal slot on the door.
I still want to know what you're driving at.
If you use your intelligence, gentlemen, I think you will understand how a man can be made to vanish into thin air. And why Mr. Marshall saw never another passenger. You still don't see it?
No, I do not.
Well, then listen, and I'll explain exactly how a situation like this...
4 o'clock in the morning. 4 o'clock, the hour of suicides and bad dreams. The gale has subsided, the sea is calm. The SS Mauravania creeps blindly at barely 8 knots through a thick and strangling fog. The whole ship is dark and sealed up in sleep. There's no sound in all that mournful dimness, except when the foghorn cries out a warning overhead. Even cabin B-16 is dark. And Brewster, still fully dressed, lies restlessly across one of the berths, her head almost touching the inter-cabin telephone.
What was... Oh, I thought I heard... Telephone. Yes? Hello?
It's me, Ann. Take it easy now.
Ricky! Ricky, where are you?
Quiet. Keep your voice down.
Where are you, Ricky? What happened to you? Are you hurt?
No, I'm not hurt, but he nearly got me.
Who nearly got you?
Listen, dear. I can't explain over the phone, and I don't dare go down there. Can you meet me up on deck?
Yes, of course. Where?
Do you know the boat deck?
Boat deck? Which one is that?
The top deck, where all the lifeboats are slung.
Oh, yes, I know it.
Well, go to the starboard side.
Yes?
That's the right-hand side, facing forward. And find the 4th lifeboat from the aft companionway.
Yes.
There's a thick fog, and nobody will see us.
Ricky. What is it? Ricky! He's gone. He's gone.
Excuse me, miss, but I thought I heard somebody talking in here.
Stewardess, what are you doing up at this time of the night?
If I might ask, miss, what are you doing up and dressed? Oh, you ought to get some sleep, miss. You really ought.
It might interest you to know, stewardess, that I've just been talking to my husband.
Now, look here, miss. Don't start that all over again. Please don't start that all over again.
You all pretended to think I was mad, didn't you? And you nearly drove me mad. Ricky's beaten the whole crowd of you, and I'm going out on deck to meet him now.
Out on deck, miss?
That's what I said. Where's my coat?
Don't go out there, miss. Not in the state of mind you're in. And the fog's so thick, you can't hardly see your hand in front of your face.
Stand away from the door, please.
Suppose, miss, I didn't want to let you go out there.
I don't think that would matter much. You've probably heard that mad people have 10 times ordinary strength, and I'm stronger than you anyway.
Miss, I'm a-begging you.
Stand away from that door! 1, 2, 3rd.
Anne, is that you?
Yes. Ricky. Ricky, darling, where are you?
Here, duck your head under the lifeboat. You take my hand.
Isn't it horribly dangerous out there on the edge? There's no railing along the side of the ship.
Don't worry, Anne. I won't let you fall. Look out! Oh, went overboard here. We're well aft near the propellers. The suction would carry into the propeller blades. And listen.
I can't hear anything except the foghorn.
Yeah, but I can. There's somebody walking along the deck. And I can see a flashlight moving in the fog.
You're quite right, my friend. You can see a flashlight moving in the fog.
Dr. Heinrich, what are you doing here?
At the moment, young lady, I'm covering both of you with a revolver. Please don't move.
So, you were in the conspiracy, Dr. Heinrich.
May I ask you what conspiracy?
The whole ship's conspiracy to say Richard Brewster didn't exist.
My dear young lady, you can set your mind at rest. There never was any ship's conspiracy against you. The people you spoke to were perfectly honest.
Including Mr. Marshall, I suppose.
Yes, including Mr. Marshall.
And what is this all
Stand back there.
I suppose he was telling the truth when he said nobody came up the gangplank before or after me.
I beg your pardon. That was not what he said. He said no passenger came up the gangplank at this time.
Well, what's the difference?
A great crime is arranged for tonight, young lady. No less a crime than murder.
Murder? Who's going to be murdered?
You are.
What?
That, I repeat, is a scheme. But there is no conspiracy and only one criminal.
Oh. And who is the criminal?
The criminal is the man standing beside you. Your so-called husband.
Ricky? Oh, you don't know what you're saying.
I think I do. Marshall, of course, did see someone walk up the gangplank, loitering behind you. But he never dreamt of associating that person in any way with you. He saw a ship's officer returning from shore leave in civilian clothes.
A ship's officer?
Yes. That man you call your husband, his name isn't Richard Brewster. His real name is Blaney. And he's the first officer of the Mauravania.
Are you trying to tell me
the captain
that
can identify him. He's actually British, though he can fake an American accent very well. He has already got a wife in England, and he's planning to join her with the $10,000 he got from you.
I don't believe it. I don't. Ricky, why don't you say something?
Oh, he planned it very cleverly, I must admit. He never let you know he was ship's officer, did he? He's been away for some time, naturally, so he persuaded you to marry him in a hurry.
Ricky, is this true?
He has the money, you see. All he did was hang a dummy number on the cabin door, remove it later, put on his uniform, and walk away with his own luggage.
But Captain Wainwright told us that the first officer had come aboard tonight with...
With a bad attack of flu, yes. Our friend couldn't be seen in public until after he disposed of you. The best thing was to convince everybody you were insane, as he did. Then, when you went overboard tonight...
They would all believe it was suicide.
Exactly. But I began to suspect this Brewster, because you quoted him as telling such an obvious lie. He said he had never traveled in the Mauravania, yet he could direct you all over the ship, and even knew where the purser's office was. So I went to his cabin, found it empty, searched, and found your $10,000.
Look out, Dr. Henry!
Put it down, you fool! Put it down!
Oh! He's overboard! You shot him! You shot him!
Those shots, my dear, never touched him.
Never touched him?
No. The weight of the iron carried him over backwards when he lifted it. It was the weight he was going to use to sink your body.
Ricky! The propellers! The ship's propellers!
Yes, they suck you under.
Oh, Doctor. Doctor, I can't stand this.
It won't be easy, my dear. It won't be easy, I know, but believe me, this way is better.
And so closes Cabin B-13, starring Margot and Philip Dorn. Tonight's tale of suspense. With our two stars tonight were Dennis Hoy as Captain Wainwright and William Johnstone as Ricky Brewster. This is the Man in Black who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next week, same time, when our star will be one of the screen year's most sensational newcomers, Mr. Gene Kelly. Mr. Kelly will be supported by Hans Conried and William Johnstone. The producer and director of Suspense is William Spear. who with Luskin Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
Suspense fans, please note that these programs will shortly move to different days of the week. Suspense will come to listeners in Eastern and Central time zones on Thursdays, beginning December the 2nd, and to Mountain and Pacific time zone listeners on Monday, beginning December the 6th. Remember, Thursday, beginning December the 2nd in Eastern and Central time zone, and Mondays, beginning December the 6th in the Pacific and Mountain time zones for Suspense. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. In our starring Hollywood cast tonight are Mr. John Sutton, who appears as a young English doctor, Jim Norwood, who knew a great deal more than he admitted concerning the strange events which we are about to relate. And Mr. George Zucco, who plays the village curate, the Reverend Arthur Morley. Our story, and it bears none but a coincidental resemblance to H.G. Wells' famous short novel, The Invisible Man, is by John Dixon Carr, and is called The Man Without a Body, tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you. And so it is with The Man Without a Body and the performances of John Sutton and George Zucco. We again hope to keep you in suspense. A lonely beach of low white sand hills edged by the surf of the North Sea. And back from the beach, drowsing as it has drowsed for 10 centuries, lies the village of Aldbridge in Suffolk. There is the seawall, now defaced by air raid shelters. And there are the rolling grain fields, the thatched white cottages, the spire of St. Luke's Church above the oak trees. Ancient and bell-haunted, lost among hedgerows, this village could never cause consternation in London newspaper offices. And yet, on that warm night nearly 4 years ago...
This time it's really happened. A man without a body, completely invisible.
Tommy boy! Tommy boy! Look at this dispatch. Reign of Terror in Suffolk Village. Has another of H.G. Wells' romances come true?
An invisible man? I can't believe it.
What's the matter with that village? They all gone scatty? Mr. George Wellman, builder, states that as he was returning home along the main road from Bury St. Edmunds...
He distinctly saw a man's hat, without any head under it, moving towards him about 6 feet above the ground.
Oh, George must have been full of beer. We can't use this story. Coffee boy! Even more surprising evidence was given by the Reverend Arthur Morley, vicar of St. Luke's Church. Who? The parson? You don't think he was full of beer? One question above all agitates the village. Who is Professor Ansmith? Who is this elderly American, said to be an inventor, who has settled at Aldbridge and leased a part of the house belonging to the local doctor? Out of some terrifying workshop, to strike like a maniac where least expected, has there at last emerged...
A real invisible man?
The Church of St. Luke, Aldbridge, on that same Sunday evening. The evening service is over now, though an echo of bells still lingers. In the vestry at the rear of the church, where white surplices hang like ghosts, the Reverend Arthur Morley sits with his daughter Janice. It is a stone room of painted windows, now many-colored in the sunset. And here, as the drowsy summer light turns to dusk...
Janice, I don't believe it.
I know, Father.
I saw it with my own eyes, yet I don't believe it.
You don't think we were dreaming, do you?
No, Father. We weren't dreaming.
If this goes on, the whole village will be in a frenzy. But what can I do?
We could go to Professor Ansmith and ask him straight out.
Ask him whether he's responsible for these...
Yes.
I wonder, Janice. The man isn't hurting anybody, you know. You couldn't ask for a quieter person or a better neighbor. And yet... What's that?
Father, you are upset. It's only Mr. Emmett coming down from the belfry.
Emmett? Oh, yes, of course. Is that you, Mr. Emmett?
It's me, all right, sir. And very much in the flesh. Did you think I was the invisible man?
Mr. Emmett, I forbid you to mention that subject.
Very good, sir. But there's others, begging your pardon, that do mention it.
Oh, yes, forgive me. I spoke too sharply.
Oh, that's all right, sir. No harm done, no bones broken. Mind you not that I hold with this talk about invisible men. It ain't natural, I say. It ain't hardly Christian. I'm a greengrocer by trade, and I believe in what I can weigh and feel and...
What's the matter, Mr. Emmett? Is anything wrong?
Excuse me, sir. And you too, miss. Do you see anybody in this room except us?
No, of course not. Why?
Because I could have sworn something brushed past me just now.
You're imagining things, Mr. Emmett.
Yes, sir, I dare say,
There's
but...
nobody hidden in the belfry tower, I hope.
No, sir. I had a look-see. And what's more, there's not going to be anybody up there once I've locked the door. Now, let the blighter try and get in.
Oh, please, Mr. Emmett. And you too, Father. You're talking about this invisible man as though he actually existed.
There's something funny going on, miss. You can't deny that.
No, none of us can deny it.
And what's more, sir, it's getting pretty dark in here. Hadn't you and Miss Janice better get along to the vicarage while I lock up?
No, we can't go just yet, Mr. Emmett. We're expecting Dr. Norwood.
Dr. Jim Norwood, sir? What does he say about all this?
Oh, you might ask him yourself, Mr. Emmett. I think that's probably him now. Come in. The vestry door's not locked.
Oh, hello, Padre. Hello, Janice. I'm sorry I'm late.
Hello, Jim. You seem a good deal out of breath.
I am out of breath, Janice, because there's blue blazes to pay down in the village.
Not more trouble.
Yes, I'm afraid so. They're holding a mass meeting at the Coach and Horses, and they're ready to murder Professor Ansmith. If this invisible man cuts any more capers, we may see a real old-fashioned lynching in an English village.
Now, look here, my boy. This has got to stop.
I know that, Padre, but how are we going to stop it?
Sit down there, Jim, across the table from me.
Yes, sir.
First of all, what do you know about this Professor Ansmith?
Nothing, sir. Nothing at all.
But you've been part of your house to him.
Oh, my dear Padre, that house is twice as big as I can possibly manage. I was only too glad to get a tenant.
He gave you references, I imagine?
Yes, but I didn't bother to check them. He's a quiet old boy. Pays his rent on the dot. Never does anything except read and go for long walks.
Are you quite sure of that, Jim?
The village has war nerves, that's all. With the camouflage aerodrome in the neighborhood, they're apt to imagine anything.
True, perhaps, but...
That talk about dynamos humming in the old boy's room and blue lights flashing is rubbish out of a sensational film. They imagine the whole thing. Finally, this crazy story about an invisible man playing the gramophone. Why,
It's not a crazy story, Jim. Janice and I saw it happen.
You what?
Last night, about 9:30, Janice and I were out for a walk in the lane that runs past your house. On the way, we met Willie Kendrick, and he joined us.
Well, sir?
Listen, Jim. On that side of the house, there's a little square room with 2 windows and no furniture except a round table and a couple of chairs. Do you know the one we mean?
Yes, of course. Professor Ansmith uses it. What about the room?
It wasn't quite blackout time. The windows were up, the curtains weren't drawn, and the room was brightly lighted. On the table stood an old-fashioned gramophone with a horn and a crank handle. Beside it lay a pair of white cotton gloves, like gardener's gloves. The gramophone was playing away for dear life, but there was nobody in the room. Janice thought that was a bit odd, a gramophone going full tilt with nobody there, and called my attention to it. Just then, the gramophone started to run down. We could hear the record slow and go off key. As it did so...
Well, sir, go on.
As it did so, those white gloves got up off the table.
Got up off the table?
Got up off the table, took hold of the gramophone, and wound it up again.
Mr. Emmett, what on earth are you doing?
I dropped some candlesticks.
So I see. Please pick them up again.
Yes,
Padre, are you serious?
Perfectly serious.
A pair of gloves without any hands inside them?
Yes.
But what did they do exactly?
The left-hand glove steadied the gramophone. The right-hand glove wound it up. Then they both hung in the air, beating time to the music. It should have been funny. I can only assure you it was not funny.
Oh, what happened then?
Oh, Jim, it was horrible. Willie Kendrick let out a yell and ran down the lane between the apple trees as though the devil were after him.
I can't say I blame him.
Father and I just stood there and...
Stared is the word, my dear.
Yes, stared. I can't forget any of it. The three-legged table and the whirling record and the blue flowers on the wallpaper. But there was nobody there. We could see past the table and under the table and all over the room, and there was nobody there.
Except the man without any body.
Confound the man without any body.
Father, suppose it is true.
As a clergyman, my dear, I prefer to remain agnostic. This thing's a trick.
Yes, but how's it done, and why?
That's the whole point, Jim. What worries me is the effect on our people here. We call ourselves intelligent, and yet, look at us. Even Mr. Emmett there.
Hey, what's that about me, sir?
A few minutes ago, you thought something brushed past you when you were coming down the stairs from the bell tower. Now, didn't you?
Well, yes, sir.
You see what I mean, Jim?
But I didn't really think so, sir. Not really. It was imagination, just like the doctor said. Because I searched that tower. I locked the door afterwards.
Exactly. But the mere force of suggestion, nothing more, might lead you to believe.
That's not suggestion, Father.
Sir, I'll stake my Bible oath there's nobody in that belfry.
Bells can't ring by themselves, old man. There's somebody pulling the rope up there, and we're going to find out who it is.
Now, one moment, all of you.
What's wrong, Padre? You're as white as a ghost.
This blasphemous mockery, it seems, extends even to the church. Very well. You will stay with Janice, my boy. Emmett and I will collar this invisible man.
Why can't I go, too?
I don't believe in this, but I should prefer to have someone with Janice. You're not afraid, Mr. Emmett?
If it's alive, sir, I'm not afraid of it. And if it's dead, well, you're not afraid of it. The tower door's open, sir. I'm ready.
Don't do it, Father. Don't go.
You can't help them, Janice. Sit down here. Take it easy.
Jim Norwood, what's wrong with you?
Wrong with me?
You've got an odd look, too. And the light's fading. And the surplices look like ghosts. And in another minute, that bell would drive me mad. Suppose he has got in.
Who?
The invisible man.
Oh, don't talk rot.
As there are sounds that the ear cannot hear, so there are colors that the eye cannot see. I read that somewhere. He hasn't hurt anybody yet. But suppose he turns nasty and does hurt somebody.
He can't hurt anybody.
How do you know?
Janice, listen to me. Take my hand.
Oh, but Jim...
I want to tell you a few things you won't understand. I don't ask you to understand. I just ask you to remember.
Well, what is it?
The first is a question. If you were a government official and wanted to find an expert on camouflage, where would you go?
An expert on camouflage?
Yes. And the second point is this. I studied medicine in Germany.
Oh, I know that, but that's
One night on a bet, I hid backstage at the Winter Garden Theater in Berlin. I saw the whole show from backstage, and I learned a great deal.
Jim Norwood, what on earth are you talking
George
about?
Wellman and I have talked the whole thing over. In a way, Janice, there is an invisible man. I can tell you who he is and how he works. But there's no danger, do you understand? There's no danger at all.
Jim, what was that?
I don't know.
You do know. I can see it in your face. You do know.
I think somebody's fallen
Fallen?
from the top of the belfry.
Father!
Stay here, Janice. You can't do any good.
Let go of my arm. I'm going up there.
No, you're not. I didn't think what the danger might be. Besides, there's somebody coming down the stairs now. Stay just where you are and don't move until...
Oh, Father. Father, are you all right?
Steady, sir. Take it easy now.
I'm perfectly all right, yes. But you'd better go into the churchyard and see to Emmett.
He fell?
No, Janice, he did not fall. He was thrown.
Oh.
Thrown? By whom?
There's no time to argue now. You're a doctor. Go out and see to him.
Well, is he in...
I don't know. Go.
Yes, sir.
For I will work a deed in your days which ye will not believe, though it be told you. Janice, this is incredible.
Why?
You heard the bell ring. I saw it ring.
Without anybody there?
I was as close to that bell as I am to you now. No hand held the rope. There were no strings or wires or any tricks to make it move. Yet it clanged back and forth alone in the tower. And I thought I heard someone laugh.
Laugh?
Oh, don't take that too seriously. We were both overwrought, and the noise of the bell was deafening.
What about Mr. Emmett?
Emmett yelled some words I couldn't hear and lunged for the bell. Then something caught him. Something caught him and gave him a sledgehammer blow in the back. That belfry is nothing but open arches. You heard him scream. I saw his face just before he went over.
Lock the door to the tower, Father. Lock it.
I can't lock it. Emmett has the key. But why should I lock it?
Because he's still in there.
He?
He hadn't done any harm before, but he's done harm now. There's no telling what might happen if he gets loose.
You mean?
I mean Professor Ann Smith's protege, whoever he is. The man without a body.
Under the red sunset, some quarter of a mile away, a grass-carpeted lane winds between rows of apple trees. The lane is dusky, though lights shine into it from the windows of a large stone house, Dr. Norwood's house beyond the apple trees. Up and down, a shadowy figure is pacing, an elderly figure, dejected figure, tall and frail as a shadow among shadows, muttering to itself, shaking its head, now and then raising one fist in bewilderment or anguish. Sometimes the light gleams on large spectacles and a kindly mouth. Up and down, endlessly up and down strides Professor Ann Smith.
I'm not guilty. I'm not guilty. How can I convince them that I'm not guilty? Who's there? I saw you dodge behind that tree. Stand out, sir.
Did you call me Professor Ann Smith?
Yes, I did call you. Who are you?
You probably won't recognize me, Professor Ann Smith.
Nevertheless, my friend, may I ask what your name is?
My name is Wellman, Professor. George Wellman.
Wellman. I've heard that name.
Maybe you have. I'm a builder by trade, and a great friend of Dr. Norwood's.
Wait one moment. Aren't you the young man whose firm is putting up these air raid shelters along the seawall and making such an unholy din with your riveting machines?
That's me.
And come to think of it, aren't you the one who first started this alarm about an invisible man?
Yes, because I met him.
You did not meet him, sir. This whole thesis is scientific nonsense, and I won't have it.
You won't have what?
I'm an old man, Mr. Wellman. I never did anybody the least harm. As God is my judge, I know nothing whatever about this...
What's that? It looks like the vicar's car, Professor. You'd better stand back. This is a pretty narrow lane.
Ann Smith! Professor Ann Smith!
Yes, Mr. Morley, I hear you.
Well, we thought you'd better drive over here straight away. I think you've met my daughter. And, of course, you know Dr. Norwood.
Yes,
but there's no time for any social formalities. Get into your house, Professor Ann Smith. Get in quickly and close the shutters.
But why should I do that?
Because there's a mob coming, sir, and we can't stop them.
Hurry, do hurry.
A mob coming here? Why?
Haven't you heard the news?
I've heard nothing, my friend. The only person I've seen has been that young man there who chews a toothpick and hides behind the trees.
George Wellman? What on earth are you doing here?
Watching, Janice. Watching and waiting, just as usual.
Listen to me, Professor Ann Smith. Henry Emmett, the head verger at St. Luke's, was thrown from the belfry window not 20 minutes ago.
Not by me, sir, I assure you. I had nothing to do with it.
No, not by you, but apparently by the invisible man.
Oh, Father in heaven, will this never stop?
Not till we catch the fellow. No.
Be quiet, Mr. Wellman, please.
I'm sorry, Padre. I take it back.
I myself can testify that no visible person laid hands on Emmett. He was struck as though with a gigantic fist. What's the matter, Professor Ann Smith? Is anything wrong?
No. I was just thinking. Is Emmett dead?
Fortunately, no.
I'm glad of that, my friend, for a certain person's sake.
He's not even seriously hurt. The bell tower isn't high, and a tree broke the force of his fall. But he's badly shaken up, and that crowd at the Coach and Horses means trouble. If you haven't anything to say to us, if you haven't a word of explanation to utter...
Listen, Padre, don't you hear anything?
Yes, I thought I heard voices.
Can't be that crowd from the village. We're too far ahead of them. It's a crowd, all right. And they've been here for hours. But where? I don't see anybody.
Jim, look, behind the trees.
Look behind the trees. Look beyond the hedgerows. Look for any place where a watcher can hide.
And may I ask what they're doing here?
They're watching you, Professor Ansmith.
More of your spies, you mean?
You can call them anything you please. But they're getting impatient and they want a showdown. If I as much as hold my hand up like this... Don't throw stones at the windows, you fools! You'll only break the doctor's window!
Gentlemen, I can't have any more of this. Be quiet, all of you, and listen to me.
Well, sir, we're listening.
I'm a peaceful man. I like to live in peace with my neighbors. I have nothing to do with this so-called reign of terror. But you don't believe that, do you?
No.
Then I must expose a fraud. Now, don't blame me if I expose the trickster, too. I have made preparations to show you the invisible man. The man without a body.
Quiet, everybody!
Mr. Morley, I believe you and your daughter walked through this lane last night while I was away at the Bury St. Edmunds.
I don't know about your being away, sir. My daughter and I were certainly here, yes.
Good, good. Miss Janice Morley.
Yes, Professor Ansmith.
Will you look toward your right, please, at the house? What do you see?
It's the same room.
What room?
The room with the little round table and the gramophone.
It's a three-legged table, you notice.
Yes, of course.
But there's nobody in the room.
No, nobody at all.
Are conditions exactly as they were last night?
Yes, except there aren't any gloves on the table.
No, but the invisible man is there.
Oh.
A living presence, ready to act and breathe and even kill. With your permission, I shall now address him. Hello in there. Hello in there. Hello in there.
If anybody answers him, Father, I'm going to scream.
Quiet, Janice, quiet.
Father, look, the gloves are appearing on the table.
I call out to him and I speak as follows. Hold the phonograph with your left glove. That's it. Turn the handle with your right. One turn. 2, 3, 4. That's enough. Touch the spring with your left hand. Push the record. Lower the needle with your right and... Ladies and gentlemen, the invisible man. My friend, aim at the table.
Why at the table?
Because then they'll see the trick.
I don't follow you. What trick?
The trick of the looking glasses. There. You see now, my friend?
I think I do.
The legs of the table form a triangle with its point toward you. Panels of looking glass are fitted in the two sides facing you.
What do you know about that?
You think you can see under the table, but what you actually see are the side walls of the room reflected in those two mirrors.
Oh, wait a minute. You mean...
I mean that my old servant, hidden behind the mirrors, has just been working the gloves to a panel in the tabletop. It's a very old trick, first shown by Colonel Stadair at the London Polytechnic.
And that's what happened last night?
Yes.
And you had nothing to do with it?
Nothing whatever, nor had my servant.
Then who did do it and why? What is the explanation of all this?
Well, I can't tell you why. That's what beats me. But I can tell you everything else.
This invisible man who's been scaring us all silly?
My dear young lady, there's no invisible man. There never has been.
I might believe that, Professor Ansmith, if I hadn't seen a church bell ringing where there was no hand to ring it. And poor old Emmett flung out of the tower as though a giant hand had got hold of him. You're not saying that was done with the looking glasses?
No, my friend, not at all. That was really clever.
Strings? Wires? Ropes?
No, they weren't necessary.
But the thing's impossible.
Oh, no. The same principle was used by my old friend J.N. Maskelyne to make mechanical figures work. Psycho played whist, And Zoe drew pictures. I myself,
Here. Go on, sir. You yourself. What are you going to say?
The secret I was about to say remains unknown even today. You were right, in a way, when you tell us that Emmett acted as though a giant had got hold of him. A giant had got hold of him. At least, a gigantic force.
Oh, before we all go completely mad, would you mind telling us what this gigantic force was?
Not at all. It was compressed air.
Compressed air?
But don't you see it even yet, any of you?
No.
A compressed air pipe with 1,000 pounds pressure behind it was run up into the tower facing the bell. It could be operated from the ground outside. The pressure was turned on and off in bursts. It made that heavy bell swing like a toy. Emmett, don't you remember? Emmett rushed forwards towards the bell.
And the air pressure?
The air pressure struck him like a sledgehammer and flung him headlong out of the tower. There's your miracle, gentlemen. That's all there was to it.
Sir, I can't doubt what you say. It's too circumstantial and too right.
But what, my friend?
The compressed air tanks. The mechanical apparatus to work this trick.
Well, what about it?
Where did it come from? Such things don't grow on bushes.
No, but they do grow on riveting machines.
Riveting machines?
Yes, such as the riveting machine they're using on the air raid shelters along the seawall. Would you care to tell us, Dr. James Norwood, why you and your friend Wellman have been playing all these tricks?
All of you. Jim Norwood, is this true?
Why, of course it's true, Mr. Morley. Don't be so gullible.
Jim and George Wellman doing all this? I don't believe it.
Take a look at their faces, young lady. Did you ever see a guiltier-looking pair?
So we look guilty, do we?
Frankly, you do.
We played the whole game and convinced the village there was an invisible man. Is that it?
Yes. You worked the glove trick in your own house. And Wellman worked the air trick with his own equipment. Everything else was nothing but a pack of lies and a lot of atmosphere. Playing conjurers and making a blasted hash of it.
Is that all, Professor Ann Smith?
Well, remember, you brought this on yourself. I didn't want to expose you.
No, Professor. I bet you didn't. Easy, George. Take it easy.
Jim, is this true?
Before you start pitching into me, Janice, let me have my word first. Do you remember what I said to you at the church tonight?
At the church?
Yes, I asked you to remember something, even if you didn't understand it. All right. Can you remember what it was?
Oh, Jim, please. You're only trying to evade this. Oh, I'm so confused now, I don't remember anything. All I can think of is this horrible business and what's behind it. Father can't believe his ears, and I'm not much better. We've practically idolized you. All we want you to do is answer a straight question. Jim, are these accusations true?
Yes, they are true.
Doubtless he had a good reason, Janice. Doubtless he had a good reason.
Yes, we had a good reason.
The very best reason in the world.
You had a good reason for scaring people half to death and trying to kill poor old Henry Emmett?
We didn't mean any harm against Emmett. That was an accident.
But you dare to defend yourself now?
Yes, just that.
Before we go home, Father, shall we apologize to Professor Ann Smith? I hope he'll try to think better of English hospitality.
Good, Janice, good. I hope he will, too.
You hope he will.
Listen, Janice, before you act on any belief, you have to be absolutely sure in your own mind. George and I had to prove something, and now I'm glad to say we have proved it.
Oh, I can't stand this any longer. If you have anything to say, go on and say it straight out. What was it you had to prove?
We had to prove to our own satisfaction that this pretended American who calls himself Professor Ann Smith...
Pretended American?
Who calls himself Professor Ann Smith?
We had to prove that this pretended American was no other than Karl Heinrich von Keist, the celebrated stage magician from the Winter Garden Theater in Berlin.
What?
Whose real job is to find the camouflage aerodrome near Bury St. Edmunds.
No.
He explained his own tricks very nicely, George. We'll swear out a warrant in the morning.
And so closes The Man Without a Body, starring John Sutton and George Zucco. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, when the distinguished actress, Miss Agnes Moorehead, will be heard in one of her many brilliant characterizations. Starring with Miss Moorehead will be Miss Ellen Drew, who as Carol Linden tells the amazing story of Uncle Henry's Rosebush. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, with Ted Bliss, the director, Bernard Herrmann and Lucian Mahowick, conductor and composer, and John Dixon Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Heading our starring Hollywood cast this evening is Mr. Paul Lucas, and with him are Miss Heather Angel and Mr. Bramwell Fletcher. Story by John Dixon Carr, dealing with strange, very strange happenings in a London curio shop, and called Mr. Markham, Antique Dealer, is tonight's tale of suspense. If you've been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold the solution till the last possible moment. And so, with the performances of Heather Angel, Bramwell Fletcher, of Paul Lucas as Mr. Markham, Antique Dealer, we again hope to keep you in suspense.
This is the story of a man who commits murder and gets away with it. Does the idea shock you? Do you believe that justice must always be done? But let's be honest with ourselves. You and I needn't be cynics to know that justice is very seldom done. Innocence flinches. Guilt is childlike and bland. Innocence is imposed upon. Guilt can encompass all things, even a successful murder. And I know this because I was the murderer, you say? Oh, no. Inquire at Scotland Yard. I was the victim. In Bond Street, not far from Piccadilly, there used to be an establishment, which in a less fashionable part of town would have been called a shop. On the windows, in letters as discreet as a visiting card, were the words, Charles Markham, Antique Dealer. Such a delightful fellow, Markham. Such a character. 30 years ago, yes, as long as that, this antique shop was a dingy place, despite deep carpets and crystal chandeliers. It rustled with the ticking of 100 clocks. It was shadowed by damascened armor and the loom of tall tapestries. And late one summer night, when the shutters were long closed on those windows, a four-wheeler drew up before the door in the gas-lit street.
That's all, cabby. You needn't wait.
Very good, miss. Good night.
Good night. He must be here. He must be. I won't go back to that place. I'll kill myself first.
Oh, look here, old man. You needn't be... Oh, I beg your pardon.
And I beg yours. I'm not the person you were expecting, am I?
No, madam. As a matter of fact, I was expecting a police officer.
A police officer?
Oh, merely an old friend who often drops in for a talk and a drink.
You are Mr. Markham, aren't you?
Yes, my name is Markham. Can I be of any service to you?
I want to come in. I want to buy a present for somebody.
Now, really, madam, this is hardly the time.
Yes, I know it's late, but...
It's nearly 1 o'clock, madam. Surely tomorrow morning will be...
That'll be too late. This is a special occasion. It's a birthday present. That's it, a birthday present. I've got to deliver it before breakfast. And Sir George Lytle says this is the only place in London to buy antiques.
Sir George flatters me.
Won't you let me come in? Just for 5 minutes.
Well, under the circumstances, madam, I think it might be managed. Now, one moment while I put some lights on.
No, please. That one little light will be enough.
But you won't be able to see anything.
That doesn't matter. I'll trust to your judgment.
Just as you like. This way, madam.
What's that? That noise?
Oh, you mean the clocks, madam? There are more than 100 clocks in this room. I'm very fond of them.
Don't they get on your nerves? Ticking away together like a nightmare? Striking the hours together?
They don't strike together, madam. When the hour approaches, you will hear a musical din that lasts for some time. Might I interest you perhaps in a clock?
No. I hate them.
Now, all the same, this grandfather clock might amuse you.
What about it?
Observe the signature. Johannes Carver, Londini, Facet A.D., 1752. You could see better, madam, if you raised that veil.
I'll keep my veil down, thanks.
Just as you please. But look at the clock. I open the glass face like this. Then I push the second hand forward like this, and...
What was that voice?
Only the clock, madam, nothing more.
The clock spoke.
Clever, isn't it? A device of old John Carver, anticipating Mr. Edison's gramophone by more than 100 years. Oh, but you don't like clocks.
No.
May I ask whether the present is for a lady or a gentleman?
It's for a man.
Oh, has he some knowledge of antiques?
Yeah. I mean...
furniture, perhaps. Porcelain, bronzes, tapestries, weapons.
He might be very much interested in weapons.
Then
Yes.
I imagine his name is Mr. Ronald Gilbert. Now, will you tell me, Miss Ray, why you really came here tonight?
So you know who I am.
Naturally. You are Miss Judith Ray. And why did you come here?
I wanted to see what sort of a man you actually were.
Oh, and have you found out?
No, but I won't go back to prison. I won't.
As you will. But since it's to be a business conference, Miss Ray, and I imagine it is...
Yes.
Well, then suppose we go into my office, here at the back of the shop. Will you precede me?
Thank you.
Oh, you must excuse the dust covers I've put on the chairs here. I'm leaving for a holiday tomorrow, and the shop will be closed. When I return next week, Miss Ray, I shall expect the amount requested. In cash, of course.
But I can't raise 2,000 pounds. You ought to know that.
Well, your fiancé could raise the money, I imagine.
Ron? Do you think I'd have Ron know where I've been? Or what I've been?
It's better than having his father learn it, surely. Now, sit down, Miss Ray.
I'd rather stand, thank you.
Now, that's a very foolish gesture. But the ladies will do it. They think it gives them dignity and shows the disdain of the poor blackmailer. You see, I make no bones about it. I am a blackmailer.
You seem rather proud of yourself.
Why not? I am the one person in England, perhaps in the world, who has made it a large-scale business.
Congratulations.
And what is all life but blackmail? The child says, if you don't give me that, I'll scream. The grown woman says, if you go on behaving like this, I will leave you. Your sex, Miss Ray, are blackmailers from the cradle.
You know, Charles Markham, I wonder...
Yes?
I wonder if anybody's ever hurt you very much.
Hurt me? What do you mean?
When you talk about the world and people in general, your face goes white under the eyes. You pick up that letter opener from the desk.
Not a letter opener, please, Miss Ray. A Medici dagger. 16th century work.
It isn't the money that really interests you.
I don't understand.
You hate the world. You just want to torture people, but you think you've been tortured. Isn't that so?
This is a very sharp dagger, Miss Ray. If I throw it down on the desk, it sticks. Like that.
Isn't it so, Charles Markham?
My motives, Miss Ray, aren't in question.
I wonder.
Whereas your motives are. Now, let me see. 10 years ago, in 1903, a certain girl called Letty Wilson, your real name, I believe, fell in love with a rather contemptible underworld character named Arthur Akers.
Please.
No humiliation was too great for her. She worked for him, lied for him, stole for him.
I was only 18. I didn't know what I was
Now,
doing.
this girl, for a very shabby theft, was sentenced to 3 years hard labor at Holloway Prison. 5 months later, she escapes from prison and disappears. All these years afterwards, she appears in the West End as Miss Judith Ray, fashionable milliner.
Haven't I made up for it? Haven't I?
No,
For one mistake. After 10 years.
it's the way of the world, my dear. I didn't create it. And I'm forgetting the best part of the comedy. This paragon of virtue next falls in love with Mr. Ronald Gilbert, son of Major General Sir Edmund Gilbert. Such a respectable family, too.
Stop it, please.
Then, shall we say, 2,000 pounds?
Suppose I did raise the money. I don't know how, but suppose I did raise it.
Well,
What guarantee would I have that you wouldn't ask for still more money?
I probably shall ask for more money, Miss Ray. Well, that's my privilege as a blackmailer.
Then I'm never going to be free of you. Is that it?
Well, frankly, that's it.
Unless I kill you, of course. What if I did kill you?
People have threatened it before, but they haven't meant it.
Maybe I mean it.
Well, we can easily test you out. There's a sharp knife stuck in the desk in front of you. I'm going to get up and deliberately turn my back on you. Like this.
Be careful, Charles Markham.
As a student of human nature, I'm curious. How much will you risk to keep this secret? Have you the courage to kill and risk hanging?
Yes, I think I have. What was that?
Now, aren't you glad you held back at the last moment, Miss Ray?
I said, what was that?
That, my dear, was the front doorbell. Probably my friend, Inspector Ross, from Wigmore Street Police Station. Come in, old man. Come on in. Make yourself comfortable. I'll be with you in a moment.
You wanted me to attack you, didn't you?
No, I was merely curious. And in any case, Miss Ray, it would be useless to kill me.
Useless? Why?
Because I shouldn't die.
Don't talk rot.
Oh, it's quite true. A man in my position must take certain precautions. If you killed me, I should be back to haunt you within half an hour. And I don't happen to be joking. Come in.
Now, look here, Markham. Good Lord, Judy.
Ron!
Mr. Ronald Gilbert, as I live.
Ron! What are you doing here? He hasn't got anything against you, has he?
Speak up, Mr. Gilbert. Have I?
The fact is, Judith, I...
Look at him, Miss Ray. See how he changes color and twists his mustache and altogether resembles a boy caught in his mother's gem cupboard. Perfect picture of a gentleman being a gentleman.
Look here, Markham. I'm not very clever. You can always make a fool of me when you start talking, so let's stop talking. I've brought the money.
What money?
Oh, merely my fee for keeping quiet about you.
So you went to Ron, too. You told him about it.
Naturally. If possible, always sell your wares in 2 markets.
How much money?
Never mind, Judith. I hoped I could do this without your knowing.
How much money?
3,000. It's all I could raise.
Has he told you who I am and what I've been?
Look here, Judith. Who the devil cares who you are or what you've been? I happen to be in love with you. Never mind. Let's get out of here.
Ron, it's no good. He'll only come back for more money.
I know that, but what else can we do?
Nothing, I'm afraid.
Well, what's that knife doing there, stuck in the desk?
Nothing dangerous, I assure you.
No?
Merely a curio. I pick it up like this, I flip it down like this, and pick it up again. Miss Ray was very much interested in the dagger. Now, may I have that envelope with the money, please?
There you are. Take it.
Thank you. As I explained to Miss Ray, I'm leaving tomorrow for a holiday, hence the general disarray and the dust covers on the chairs. But before my departure, I'm glad we could settle this affair, as you would say, like gentlemen.
Before we clear out of here, Markham, there's just one favor I'd like to ask.
Well, of course, old man, ask away.
This is your job, I suppose. You can't help being what you are, but never again, as long as you live...
Well?
Never even say the word gentleman.
Be careful, Ron. Look at his face.
Tell me, Mr. Gilbert, how much money is in this envelope?
You heard what I said, 3,000 pounds.
Then take it back, my friend. I find we can't strike a bargain after all.
What do you mean?
Just what I say. Here is your money. You will now oblige me, both you and Miss Ray, by leaving my shop.
What are you going to do?
Tomorrow morning, perhaps even tonight, I'm going to get in touch with the police, and I shall tell them where they can find Letty Wilson, alias Judith Ray.
You can't do that, Markham.
Oh, yes, he can. You've hit him where it hurts.
3,000 pounds, my friend, is not enough compensation for the way you talk. There is a way through the shop. Shall I escort you to the front door?
No.
Oh, so you prefer to stay here and make a fool of yourself?
You're not going to tell the police, Markham. I promise you that.
And how are you going to stop me?
With this.
Run! Put that gun away.
It's a funny thing, Judith. I felt a bit of a fool, bringing this revolver along. But now I've got a use for it. Oh, yes, I've got a use for it.
Oh. Maybe the best thing would be to go into the street now and call a policeman.
You'll never get into the street, Markham.
Are you following me into the shop?
Yes.
So both of you, it appears, came here under false pretenses. You said you wanted to pay me some money.
The money's still here, but you've lost your chance to get it.
And our dear Judith said she wanted to buy a present for you. I showed her this grandfather clock here, this talking clock.
Don't go a step beyond that clock, Markham. I warn you.
Nonsense, old man. You wouldn't dare shoot.
Wouldn't I?
No, and I'll call your bluff. 1 step. 2 steps. I know your whole silly tribe, my friend. You wouldn't risk it. No, you wouldn't. What's happening to me?
Don't try and grab out of the clock, Markham. It won't save you.
You wouldn't risk your life. You wouldn't risk your family position. You wouldn't.
1:15 and all's well. 1:15 and all's well.
I had to do it, Judith. Don't you see? I had to do it.
Did you... Is he...
Oh, yes. Yes, he's done for. I tell you, I had to do it.
Shh. Keep your voice down.
Why?
That shot sounded like the crack of doom. I wonder if anybody in the street heard it.
You mean the police?
Yes, Ron. What in heaven's name are we going to do?
Steady, steady. We'll find a way out.
Maybe he's not dead, Ron. Go and look at him.
He's dead, all right.
Please, Ron. Go and look at him. Well?
Shot through the heart. The bullet went clean through him and smashed the face of the grandfather clock. That's all I can see in this dim light.
This isn't happening to us. It can't be happening.
I've got to think, but it's hard to think. You see, Judith, I'm not in a rage any longer. I'm just numb and a little bit scared.
You're not going to give yourself up.
And have this whole thing made public? Not likely.
Wait a minute. There may be a way out.
What way?
He said he was going for a holiday. Remember?
Well, suppose he did.
That gives us time. It means his absence won't be noticed. The shop will be closed. Nobody will come here for days. And certainly nobody will come here tonight. And...
What's that?
The police officer. I forgot the police officer.
What police officer?
A friend of Markham's. Inspector somebody or other from Wigmore Street. He's inspected here tonight.
Then we're finished.
No, Ronnie. We're not finished. He can't see anything out there. The shutters are down and the door's covered. Could you pick Markham up and carry him?
Yes, I could. Why?
There must be a back way out of the shop, probably in the office. Hurry, Ron.
I don't like to touch him.
Hurry, Ron, please.
He's as heavy as a sack of meal. He seems to be looking straight at me.
I know. Everything here seems to have eyes and move a little in the shadow. Didn't you see the expression in Markham's eyes just before you...
No, I didn't.
He seemed to be looking behind us, or beyond us. I don't know how to describe it. And he said something, too, that scared me. He said he couldn't die. He said...
Close the door, quick. This police officer, Judith, he can't get into the shop, can he?
Of course he can. The front door isn't locked.
That's true. What's wrong with me, Judith? I came in there that way myself.
And there's no time to lock the front door now. Our only hope is through the back way. I thought I'd seen a back door and... Ah, there it is. Just a minute.
I've killed a man. That means I'm a murderer. A fraction of a second, one tick of a clock in there, and you change from an ordinary happy person into what I... Well, Judith, well?
I'm sorry, Ron. The door's locked.
Isn't there a key?
No.
Maybe in his pockets on a key ring.
There isn't time, Ron. I think I heard the front door open. Our visitor's coming in.
I've got it. The dust covers.
What?
Those white cloths. That cover that fit over the chairs. Look at them.
What on earth are you talking about?
We used to play a game when we were kids. Somebody sits in a big chair. You know, you fit the dust cover over him and nobody can tell he's sitting there. Don't you see, Judith? That's how we can hide Markham's body.
It might work if there's time.
There's got to be time. Take the big cover off that chair, the wing chair.
All right. Maybe there's a chance.
I'll fit him into it. Arms along the chair arms. Feet pushed back. Now, put the cover back again and pull it round down his feet.
Don't let it touch his chest. The blood will show through.
There, that's got it. You can't see anything now, can you?
No, but, Ron.
Well?
What did you do with the gun?
The gun?
The gun you shot Markham with.
Oh. Well, Judith, I put it down on the floor when I picked up his body.
Out in the other room?
Yes, I'm afraid so. And it's too late now, Judith. The police are here.
What are you going to say?
I don't know. Trust your wits and try and brazen it out. Yes? Come in.
Good evening, Miss Ray. And good evening, Mr. Gilbert.
Charles Markham? You're Charles Markham?
Correct, Miss Ray. But why should that surprise you? Why do you look as though you were seeing a ghost?
Because we are seeing a ghost. If you're Charles Markham, whose body is...
Judith, be careful.
Body, Miss Ray. Did you say body?
Miss Ray's upset. She doesn't know what she's talking about.
If you killed me, I should be back to haunt you within half an hour. That's what he said.
I tell you, Miss Ray isn't herself. She had bad news today. A relative of hers died. I've been trying to make her feel better.
Indeed. Do you think it would make her feel better to bring her here?
I don't understand.
My dear sir, you are very welcome. But the situation is surely a little odd. I come in here and find you two looking as guilty as a pair of murderers in my private office in the middle of the night.
There's nothing odd about that. I wanted to buy Judith something.
At 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yes.
Why not?
Well, may I ask how you managed to get in?
The front door was open. We just walked in.
If you wish to buy something, why not stay in the showroom? Why come to my office?
Well, hang it all. You don't think we wanted to steal anything, do you?
Well, that thought did occur to me. You see, there was nobody else here.
There's nobody here, Mr. Markham. Not a living soul.
Then you didn't meet, by any chance, my brother?
Your brother?
Yes, my brother Robert. You couldn't have mistaken him if you had seen him. He looks so much like me that few people can tell us apart.
Oh, so that's it.
Poor Robert often deputizes for me. He's learned to act like me, think like me, and talk like me. But he doesn't like the work very much. Of course, you know what my work really is.
Is this part of the game? Are you trying to play cat and mouse?
Robert is an idealist. He thinks, poor fellow, that my profession is beneath contempt. But he acts the part and acts it well because I pay him. And I find it useful to have a double who will run risks for me. What have you done with his body?
We haven't done anything with him.
If you've killed Robert, my friend, you've committed a totally useless murder.
You don't see him here, do you?
No, but I see his handiwork.
Meaning what?
I've warned him many times about throwing a knife down on a polished desktop. Those scratches on the desk are fresh scratches. Of course, if you give me your word of honor that he's not here...
Of course, he's not here.
Well, in that case, all we can do is sit down and make ourselves comfortable. Will you sit there, Mr. Gilbert? And you, Miss Ray, in that wing chair by the window. What's wrong, Miss Ray? Why don't you sit down?
Because I prefer to stand, thank you.
Then perhaps you won't mind if I sit in the wing chair. It's a very comfortable one. My brother always says...
Don't sit down there for the love
Oh. So that's it.
Yes, that's it.
It is rather a thick chair. I press against the dust cover and blood comes through. I lift the bottom of the dust cover and...
What's the use of going on with this? I killed him.
You admit that?
Yes, I admit it. But Judith had nothing to do with this. I swear she hadn't.
My telephone, you notice, is against the wall. I shall have to turn my back to you when I ring.
Ring? Where?
Wigmore Street Police Station.
Oh, no. Give him a chance. Please give him a chance.
Hello? Hello, operator. I want Regent 0586.
I won't let them take you on. I won't.
It's no good, Judith. I killed a man. I meant to kill him. That's all there is to it.
A very sensible attitude, my friend. And if the lady has any idea of flying at me with that knife, just notice what I've got here. A .32 revolver, one chamber fired, picked up off the floor in that room where...
Hello? Hello, Wigmore Street Street Police Station.
For the last time,
Hello?
Mr. Markham, won't you give him a chance?
Be quiet, Miss Ray. May I speak to Inspector Ross, please?
Inspector Ross speaking. Oh, isn't that Mr. Markham?
Got it in one, Inspector. Charles Markham here. I understand you were going to drop in and see me tonight.
Well, I intended to, Mr. Markham, but I'm afraid I can't make it now.
Oh, why not? Anything wrong?
Only a robbery in Davies Street, but it's likely to be a long job. Sorry I can't get there.
Well, that's perfectly all right, Inspector, because actually I rang up to make sure you wouldn't come here tonight. You see, I've got a lot of work to do, and I'm leaving for Eastbourne early tomorrow morning. Let's make it some other time, shall we?
Oh, glad to, Mr. Markham. No crimes being committed up your way, I suppose?
No, Inspector. It's as quiet as the grave. I've never known a more peaceful night. Goodbye.
Why did you do that?
Now, please, don't excite yourself, Miss Ray. Didn't you hear what I told the Inspector?
Yes, but is this some more trickery?
Trickery? How can it be?
I don't know. That's what I'm asking you.
I should call it generous when I let my poor brother's death go unavenged.
You're not doing this without a reason.
Naturally not. But has it occurred to you, either of you, that I might not want my business dealings revealed in court?
What are you driving at?
And has it also occurred to you that a man's double, who looks exactly like him and shares all his secrets, may become a danger rather than an asset? He knows too much, he wants too much, and so...
I think I understand. You're glad he's dead.
Not glad, my dear. You shocked my brotherly feelings, but definitely relieved.
Look here, you can't get away with this.
Get away with it, sir? Aren't you forgetting that you are the murderer?
Then what are you going to do?
Now, it is very simple. We three, in an unholy partnership, will dispose of Robert's body. Or would you rather hang?
He's got us, Ron. There's no other way.
But how can we dispose of the body? This seems worse than killing him. It's filthy, cold-blooded...
Practical necessity. And as for disposing of the body, nothing is easier. We shall simply gather and... And so, as I said before, this is the story of a man who commits murder and gets away with it. Now, Ronald Gilbert looks back across the years and is still firmly convinced of his own guilt. But, of course, Gilbert never shot anybody. I was the man who committed the murder. Don't you remember? The bullet that killed my brother is supposed to have passed through his body and smashed the face of the grandfather clock. But that's an impossibility. The face of a grandfather clock is much higher than the heart of a man. You see, 2 shots were fired at the very same instant. Gilbert missed and smashed the clock face. I fired from the door of the office and did not miss. That was why my brother looked past those 2. I went out by the back door, locked it, and reappeared at the front afterwards. It was not Robert Markham who died. I am Robert Markham. It was Charles who died that night. And I killed him to stop forever the wholesale blackmail that was poisoning the lives and blasting the hearts of 1,000 half-crazed people. His records I destroyed, his correspondence I burned. He's dead and gone. I have assumed his name and identity ever since. I committed a murder. And yet, if you sat on a jury, dare you say that you would condemn me? Come now. Would you?
And so closes Mr. Markham, Antique Dealer, starring Paul Lucas with Heather Angel and Bramwell Fletcher. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, when we will have the pleasure of bringing you Mr. Charles Lawton and Miss Elsa Lanchester, who will star in one of the most famous and suspenseful of Agatha Christie's thrillers, The ABC Murders. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, with Ted Bliss, the director, Lud Gluskin and Lucian Morowick, conductor and composer, and John Dixon Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Heading our starring Hollywood cast this evening is Mr. Richard Dix, who appears as a United States naval officer who found himself in a remarkable predicament on what should have been an uneventful flight from New York to Philadelphia. As fellow passengers aboard the airliner are Miss Gail Page as a girl named Monica and Mr. Montague Love, who plays that aged and domineering millionaire Silas Naylor. A story by John Dixon Carr called Death Flies Blind is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights, you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion, dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so it is with Death Flies Blind and the performances of Richard Dix, Gail Page, Montague Love, and our other players, we again hope to keep you in suspense. LaGuardia Field, Municipal Airport of New York. LaGuardia Field, vast behind its white buildings. On a gray spring afternoon when rain splashes across the runways, dims the sky, and spatters on the wings of a great silver-painted airliner waiting beyond. Already as the limousine bus from the New York terminus slowly draws up to the waiting shed, you can hear the loudspeaker.
72, New York to Los Angeles.
The big limousine bus, besides its driver, contains only two persons. One is a tall young man in United States naval uniform, with the stripes of a lieutenant commander around his sleeve. The other is a tall and dark-haired girl, her face a little frightened in the blue.
Flight 72, New York to Los Angeles. Plane ready to take off at gate number 6. Have your tickets ready, please.
Fred, that can't mean us.
Now, take it easy, Monica. We're not too late. They won't go without us.
No, I mean it says New York to Los Angeles.
That's right, Monica.
We're only going to Philadelphia.
You're still right, my dear. I arranged for a special stop at Philadelphia. It won't take long, and then they go on non-stop from there.
Fred, that's just it. Who's going on from there?
Oh, you'd be surprised.
This airport bus must hold 20 people, but there's nobody in it except ourselves and the driver. Who's going on to Los Angeles or anywhere else?
I was going to tell you about that, Monica.
All right, miss. All right, sir. Hop under that shed and out the door on the other side. Oh, got your tickets ready?
Yes, I've got them. All set, Monica?
The rain is certainly coming down. Do they take off when it rains like this?
Oh, miss, a little rain don't bother them. What does bother them is unsettled weather at other places.
You mean it's perfectly safe?
They never take off, miss, unless it is safe. You better hurry up now.
There's the plane, Monica. Shall we run for it?
Fred, I'd rather not run if you don't mind.
Aren't getting nervous, are you?
No. I know it's stupid of me. I've flown before. It's just those few seconds before the takeoff. You're moving and the motors have been idling. All of a sudden they start to roar. The plane races ahead and the roar gets louder and suddenly you think, am I ever going to get down alive?
Now look here, my dear.
I'm sorry, Fred.
There's nothing to worry about, you know.
Of course not. I'll be good. It's just this dismal day and a ghostly bus without any passengers. And... Fred, look.
Where?
At the plane. They've got all the windows covered inside with little gray curtains.
Oh, that's all right, Monica. It's only a wartime measure.
Wartime measure?
Yes. You must keep those curtains closed for some minutes after taking off and before landing. So no one can make maps or take pictures of our airports.
Anything could happen up there, couldn't it?
No. And what's more, if you're worried about your fellow passengers, look over your shoulder.
Well, there are some people coming through the gate.
Yes, you see the little gray-haired man with the big fellow on each side of him? The secretary dashing around them like a destroyer in a convoy?
You know, I've seen that gray-haired man somewhere before.
You've seen his picture. That's Silas Naylor, the third richest man in the world. Those two big fellows are his bodyguard.
Does he need a bodyguard?
Well, not more than most of us, I imagine.
Fred, I don't like it.
Oh, nonsense, my dear. Come on now, up the steps of the plane. Give your name to the air hostess at the door. That's it.
Good afternoon, miss. May I have your name, please?
I'm Monica Vale. You're the air hostess?
That's right, Miss Vale. Take any seat you like. And you, sir?
Onslow, Lieutenant Commander Fred Onslow.
Oh, yes, Commander. We've had instructions about you. Happy to have you with us, even if it's only as far as Philadelphia.
Thank you.
May I take your overcoat or your briefcase?
Only the overcoat, please. I'll keep the briefcase.
Fred, look there.
What is it now?
That man you called Mr. Naylor's secretary. Light-haired man, rather good-looking. He's sprinting towards his plane as fast as he can run.
Well, you'd better be careful on that slippery surface.
He certainly has.
Look out, man. Look out, man. Watch your step. Look. Well, are you all right? Here, let me help you up.
I'm all right, thanks. Perfectly all right. Air hostess.
Yes, sir.
My name is Michael Shepard. I'm Mr. Naylor's secretary, and I think there must be some mistake here.
Mistake, sir?
Yes. When Mr. Naylor travels, he's in the habit of booking every seat in the plane to ensure privacy. Yet we seem to have 2 extra passengers.
Well, I'm afraid that's my fault, Mr. Shepard.
Indeed, sir. Then would you and the young lady be good enough to take some later flight?
I'm sorry. I'm afraid I can't do that.
No, and why not?
Maybe I ought to explain, Mr. Shepard, that Commander Onslow had last-minute orders to join his ship. He and Miss Vale have priority as far as Philadelphia.
Philadelphia? Must we stop there?
Only for a few minutes, Mr. Shepard.
This is outrageous. Mr. Naylor is traveling, in a sense, on government business.
Well, so am I, old man. The Navy often does.
That doesn't alter the principle of the thing. I don't want to seem ungracious, you understand. Mr. Naylor is always glad to help our brave soldiers and sailors.
Oh, love 'em, Mike. Now, choir will now sing hymn number 242. Now the
But
gorgeous
this
rite.
time you've gone too far. I shall appeal to Mr. Naylor himself. Mr. Naylor? Mr. Naylor?
Yes, Mr. Shepard, I can hear you. What is it?
This naval officer, sir, and the young lady.
Oh, I know, Shepard, I know. Isn't the plane big enough for all of us?
I was only following your orders, Mr. Naylor. You asked for privacy.
All right, Shepard. What I'm asking for now is less noise. The lieutenant commander in the Navy, eh?
That's right, Mr. Naylor.
Off on another fishing trip, I suppose.
That's just exactly right, sir.
Ever have dyspepsia?
No, never.
Well, I have. 20,000 a year I pay doctors. And what do they give me? This stump. I'm not surprised you got priority, Commander, but I am a little surprised about the girl.
She's my fiancée. Mr. Naylor, Miss Vale.
Meet the rest of my family. These 2 bruisers here, including the one with the mouth organ, are my bodyguard, Mr. Cohen.
I'm pleased to meet you, Commander.
How do you do?
This is Mr. O'Reilly.
Glad to know you, Commander. How are things going? Hey, Cohen, Kent, don't you ever get tired of playing that mouth organ? Stand away from the door. They want to close it.
Will everyone please take your seats and fasten the seatbelts?
Are we ready to take off?
Yes, in just a moment.
Shepard. O'Reilly. Cohen. Come along to the front of the plane.
Yes, sir.
Oh, we'll sit in the back here, won't we, Fred?
Yes, of course.
Fred, is anything wrong?
No, of course not. Why, what could be wrong?
Then you'd better sit down. We're starting to move.
That's good advice, Commander Onslow. But I must ask you, Miss Vale, not to touch the curtain on the window.
Oh. How soon before we can open the curtain?
As soon as we're well away from New York. You see that illuminated sign, no smoking, fasten seatbelts?
Yes. What about it?
When the lights in the sign go out, you can open the curtains and smoke as much as you like. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Certainly. You needn't try to fool me, Fred Onslow. I saw you.
You saw what?
I saw you pick up that scrap of paper one of those men dropped.
Why, that wasn't anything, Monica.
May I see the paper?
No.
Why not?
Well, because I'd rather you didn't see it, that's all.
There is something wrong, isn't there?
Look, Monica, let me repeat over and over. What could be wrong? Why, there's Silas Naylor, an internationally famous figure, with a group of trusted attendants. Here's an ACA plane as safe and dependable as the old gray mare. All the same,
All the same what?
I wish I hadn't brought you along. I wish there was some kind of an emergency cord, like a train, so that you could stop this plane whenever you have.
We're on our way.
"15 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. The great silver plane throbs against dead quiet. It's warm and stuffy in the cabin, despite the hissing ventilators. Dim white reading lamps shine down on a double row of cushioned chairs along one side and a single row of cushioned chairs along the other. Ahead, above the closed door to the pilot's control cabin, the red glowing sign still warns against opening those curtains. Aft in the plane sits Commander Onslow, his eyes fixed on the clock under that illuminated side.
Monica,
Yes? What?
it's not exactly all right.
Fred, why do you say that?
Because we should have been in Philadelphia 5 minutes ago. At least we should have been circling over the field.
And we're not?
No. But we're still 10 or 12,000 feet up if the pressure on my eardrums count for anything. And traveling like a bat out of Hades.
Weather's delaying us, I guess, huh?
Maybe it is.
It's awfully bumpy, isn't it?
Yes, a little.
Makes you gasp for breath and your stomach turns. Oh! That was a bad one.
Not getting airsick, are you?
I don't think so. I wish I had some of that chewing gum they give you.
I'll ring for the air hostess. She'll bring you some.
I did ring the bell, Fred, and there's no answer.
Oh, she's busy in the pantry back there, that's all. She didn't hear you. Here, I'll get you some gum.
No, wait, I'll go.
Sure you're all right?
I want a powder my nose anyway. Besides, you're going to have company. Our Mr. Shepherd is weaving along this aisle as though he didn't like air pockets either.
Well, thank the Lord one of that party's awake up there. I thought they were all dead.
Don't say that.
Say what?
Dead. A spooky plane with everything so quiet and dead itself. Remember how the pilot walked through a while ago and looked around and walked right back to the control cabin again?
No, I didn't notice him.
Oh, that's what I mean. It was like a ghost. I'll be right back.
Say, Commander Onslow.
Yes, Mr. Shepherd?
Mind if I sit down?
Not at all. Go ahead.
Fact is, Commander, I want to apologize.
Oh, that's all right. Forget it.
I'm not such an ill-mannered guy as I must have sounded. It's no joke, you know, taking care of the chief. I've got to go ahead like a cyclone, so that everything would be quiet when he gets there. And it's a great responsibility, too.
I can imagine.
I go on these long trips. There's the chief, half asleep, and O'Reilly reading detective magazines and Cohen with his mouth organ.
Doesn't that mouth organ bother the old boy?
No, he likes it. Especially when Cohen plays the old square dances. Chief's a great man in his way.
I was just wondering about that.
Wondering what?
Is it true? Stop me if I'm talking out of turn.
Go ahead. We can trust the Navy.
Is it true he's offered to design and build, at his own expense, a fleet of underwater cargo boats, submersible freighters, up to 5,000 or 6,000 tons? That'd do away with the submarine menace altogether?
Where did you hear that?
Oh, just a rumor. Is it true?
Yes, it's true enough.
You see, Mr. Shepherd, I'm one of the few people who believe that plan is practical. But there must be a lot of people who would like to see Mr. Naylor put out of the way.
There are, Commander. Only they can't get at him.
You're quite sure of that?
Dead sure. Hitler himself isn't better guarded. Why, you could no more shoot or stab or poison the chief than you could... What was that? What happened?
Monica? Is anything wrong
back there?
Well, it's all right, sir. It's only a noise in the pantry. We'll see to it.
Monica, pull yourself together. What's wrong?
It's that air hostess, Miss Lee.
Well, what about her?
She's lying back in the pantry among the broken dishes with her head all over blood. Somebody beat her over the head and left her there to die.
Somebody?
Yes.
But nobody's gone back to the pantry. Nobody's gone past us
except the pilot, a co-pilot of this plane, remember?
Excuse me, Mr. Shepherd. I'm going to open the curtains on that window.
Do you think it's wise, Commander? We were told not to.
No, we were told a lot of things. I'll just take the responsibility of... Good Lord. There, Monica. Mr. Naylor.
Yes, son. What's up?
Draw the curtain on your window and take a look down. If O'Reilly and Cohen have got guns, they better keep them handy.
Is that so now? Why?
Because we're not flying west. We're over the Atlantic Ocean now and headed straight out to sea.
Gray water, thin clouds. We must be miles and miles away from land.
We are miles away from land. Does anybody here know anything about first aid?
I do, Commander. I studied medicine in the old days.
Then you better go back and look after the hostess. We'll join Mr. Naylor. Steady, Monica.
Well, I'm all right. It's this horrible blind feeling, that's all.
Air pocket, look out.
See here, Commander. We're over the ocean. What the devil's going on here, eh?
You're being kidnapped, Mr. Naylor. That's my guess.
Kidnapped, did you say?
Ah, come off it, Commander. We ain't as dumb as that.
The pilot and the co-pilot of this plane are fakes. They've replaced the real officer. On a dark day like this, with their raincoat collars turned up, they could have gotten away with it.
And hijacked us straight off the airfield. Is that it?
Yes, I'm afraid so. The hostess must have spotted one of them and they knocked her out.
Now, what about the airport? Wouldn't they know a plane was missing?
Well, not until we failed to show up at Philadelphia. The pilot would report by aerial radio telephone about 15 minutes out of New York. But after that, silence.
Excuse me, Commander. You say these two fake pilots are still aboard? In that compartment there with the closed door?
Yes, that's right.
Well, what are we waiting for, Cohen? Can we get to work on them?
You said it, Barney.
Now, wait a minute, both of you.
You wouldn't be trying to stop us, would you, Commander?
The one thing we don't want is a gunfight 12,000 feet up. Can any of you fly a plane?
No, not one of us.
Well, neither can I. So if anything happens to those two pilots, how are we going to get down?
I see, young fellow. Well, what are you going to do?
First of all, we'll try rapping on the door. Have your gun ready.
You can count on that, sir.
Fred, listen to me.
Be quiet, Monica.
Has this anything to do with the scrap of paper you picked up off the floor?
What scrap of paper, Commander?
Never mind, sir. Why, this door, it's unlocked.
Unlocked?
Now, don't take any fool chances, young fella. The way I always did when I was your age. Stand to one side when you open that door. Let Cohen and O'Reilly take care of it.
Good Lord. Well, the control cabin is empty. There's nobody at the controls.
You mean we're flying without a pilot?
Yes. See that stick move back and forth? As though a ghost had hold of it?
Those crooks do.
They set the automatic controls. It's a gyroscope attachment that keeps her steady. And then they must have bailed out.
And what's going to happen to us?
You see, Monica, the fact is...
Go on, Fred. Tell me the truth. I'll know if you don't.
Well, we'll go on until our gas runs out or until a storm hits us. Then we'll dive into the sea. It's as good a way of killing Mr. Naylor as any.
I see, son. Have we got any chance at all?
Frankly, I don't know. Wait till I get a look inside of that control cabin.
Holy Mother, that's done.
Cohen, stop it. Stop it!
Yeah, Mr. Naylor?
Stop playing that infernal mouth organ. Or if you must play something cheerful.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Naylor, sure. How long do you think it'll be before we...
Quiet, Cohen. Here's the commander back again. Well, young fella.
The radio telephone's out of order. We can't signal.
Fred, what about those patrol ships? You said they're 200 miles out to watch for unidentified aircraft. Won't they see us?
They've seen us already, I expect. They'll send for an Army fighter plane to investigate, but... Oh, what can it do?
Yeah. Shoot us down, maybe, huh? That's fine.
If only somebody could fly the plane.
Well, nobody can, Skipper, so think of something else.
See, Mr. Naylor, I was wrong.
Wrong, son? About what?
One of your party, and I can guess which one, dropped a torn piece of paper. There was a line of writing on it, probably the end of some instructions.
Well?
Those instructions ended, you should land just as your fuel fails at 7 o'clock a.m.
You should land just as your fuel fails at 7 o'clock a.m. But that might not have anything to do with this, son. What made you suspicious of it?
Because it was written in German.
In German?
Quiet, Cohen. I can't hear myself think.
Okay, Mr. Naylor. I'm sorry.
I thought the fake pilots were kidnapping you, maybe abroad.
There's not enough fuel for that, is there?
Well, if there's enough fuel for Los Angeles, then there's enough for Europe. Well, that won't work. They bailed out and left us to crash.
Excuse me, sir, but it's getting black as pitch out there. I think there's a storm coming up. What happens when that hits us?
Plenty, O'Reilly. Plenty.
Yeah, well, I was afraid of that.
If only somebody could fly this plane, I could navigate it.
Navigate it?
Yes. You have to learn aerial navigation in my business. With enough figuring, I might even set a new course and try the automatic controls on it. No, I don't dare handle the ship.
Wait a minute. I know a way out of this.
Well, then speak up, miss. There's a 90-mile wind going to hit us any minute.
The air hostess, of course.
Miss Lee, what about her?
I remember reading somewhere that most air hostesses get flying instructions when they've been with the company for a given length of time.
You know, Miss Vale, that's true. There was a girl of Inter Airways who told me the same thing.
And if this one can even make a try at landing a plane, we may get back to New York yet.
I thought you said she'd been knocked out.
Well, she isn't badly hurt, but there's just a chance that maybe she's...
There's Shepard, coming back from the pantry.
Anybody got a drink? It wasn't very pleasant back there.
How is she? You know, we were just wondering whether Miss Lee might be in any shape to pilot the plane.
Pilot the plane? Why in blazes should she pilot the plane?
There's no time to explain now, Shepard. But we're bound for Davy Jones unless something's done. Could she do it?
No.
Not even if we revived her?
Not if all the doctors on Earth stood at her side.
Why, but I
don't think you understand, sir. Miss Lee has just died.
Thin singing of wind above the clouds, then storm with a white eye of lightning at the windows. Losing height, gaining it again, blown off her blind course, flung partway back again, always racing forward on a flight to nowhere. Late afternoon, evening, night, the steady throbbing of motors like a pulse beat inside the head. Towards morning, the storm dies away. In that dim cabin, there is exhaustion of nerves. The hands of the clock stand at 1:45 in the morning.
Monica, wake up.
What? Oh.
Shh. It's Fred. Now keep your voice down.
Have I been asleep?
Yes, for a couple of hours.
They say condemned criminals sleep on the night before their execution. Where are the others?
I was a boy back home in the county down. My father used to say to me, "Barney O'Reilly," says he, "did you ever see a banshee? A banshee," says he, "is the old woman that lets you know when you're going to die."
Pipe down, you two.
No, I'm sorry, Mr. Naylor.
No offense, Chief.
Can't a man play a quiet game of solitaire without somebody yapping all the time? Black 9 on red 10.
Listen, Monica, and listen carefully. My first idea was right after all.
What are you talking about?
There's somebody aboard this ship who can fly a plane. Shh. There is. I proved it by the automatic controls.
Proved it how?
If those controls had stayed as they originally were, the side winds would have blown us clear off our course. But we're still on our course. That shows that somebody's been sneaking in there and setting us right again when we do stray.
Then you mean...
I mean that we're headed for somewhere. We're being taken somewhere. But we may outwit this gentleman yet.
Outwit who?
Is somebody still talking back there?
I'm sorry, Mr. Naylor. Monica's just waked up. None of us can feel very much like sleeping anyway.
You're right, son. I admit it. Come up here and join me, will you?
With pleasure.
I've cheated myself in this twice in this card game, but I still can't make it come out. Oh, what's the use pretending anyway? We know we're in for it. It's this waiting that gets you.
Yeah, that goes for all of us, Mr. Naylor.
What I'm dreading is the minute when those motors choke and go dead, and we start whirling down. What does it sound like, Commander, when motors conk out?
I've never heard it, Mr. Naylor, but I imagine it sounds like...
Listen.
I imagine it sounds like that.
We're losing height. I can feel it.
Well, Cohen, I guess this is the payoff.
Yeah, you said it.
But look here, Mr. Naylor, we can't be out of fuel.
Because it's too early. Look at the clock. It's only 5 minutes to 2 o'clock.
I beg your pardon, old man. It's 5 minutes to 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock? Are you crazy?
No. Haven't you forgotten the cross-ocean changes in time?
By George, the commander's right.
European time is 5 hours ahead of our time. If you don't believe me, just notice that it's getting daylight outside. I was thinking of that message. You should land just as your fuel fails at 7 o'clock a.m.
Stand perfectly still, all of you.
Here, what's got into little Lord Fauntleroy?
I'll show you what's got into me, my friend.
Yes, I rather thought you would.
I shall go into that control cabin. Follow me if you like. I shall sit down at the controls, and I shall bring this plane safely to the ground.
Safely to the ground? Where?
In Germany, of course.
Germany?
Don't pull a gun, Cohen. If you plug him, we're all done for.
That is good advice, Mr. Cohen. I might add that we're getting closer to the ground every minute.
For the love of...
Do I take control?
Yes, go ahead. But We're following you.
Follow by all means. All right. Let's get comfortable here. I take up my position, so.
There's fog below. Can you see?
Well enough, Miss Dale. Well enough. We must go down rather quickly. And I can't help if it's somewhat rough on your ear.
You young swine, what's the idea?
The idea, dear patron, is to bring you and your plans for a submarine freighter to a country which will appreciate them.
Then those two fake pilots?
They were colleagues of mine. Unfortunately, if they had remained, your pug uglies would have started a gunfight, and none of us might have got here.
Well?
So they left by parachute. And I brought you safely, without blood or toil, into the boundaries of the Third Reich.
You're going down too fast, man. Now take it easy.
I am perfectly in command, thank you.
Look out!
The trees,
Look out,
they're coming
man.
straight up at us.
Are you all right, Monica? Are you all right?
Yes. Oh, only a bit shaken up.
We're all okay here, Skipper. Shall I give this guy the works now before they come to get us?
No, don't shoot. Let him alone.
That also is good advice. And now, my friends, my mission is ended. I stand up on the pilot's chair. I throw open this glass hatch. And to all Germany, to all the world, I cry.
Dies ist das gestohlene Flugzeug im Begriff zu landen auf Feld Nummer 21. Heil Hitler!
Well, strike me blind if it ain't another one.
Yes, first Rudolph S. and now this bloke. What do you suppose they want over here?
English. Why are you speaking English?
Why, Cocky? It's an even habit we've got in this country.
This isn't England.
Oh, yes, it is. Better climb out of here and with your hands up.
But it can't be. I followed the course laid down on those instruments.
Unfortunately, old man, I altered our course last night.
Keep back, Shepard, or you may get a bullet in the head yet.
Your instructions were all right, but they didn't tell you about the 5 hours difference in time. When we got to the right navigation point, I let the fuel out of the tanks and made you think we were landing in Germany. You know, there's nothing like having a good Nazi for a taxi driver, is there?
And so ends Death Flies Blind, starring Richard Dix with Gail Page and Montague Love. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the Man in Black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, same time, when Mr. Paul Lucas will star in the suspense play called Mr. Markham, Antique Dealer. Ladies and gentlemen, on the following Tuesday, May 18th, Mr. Charles Lawton and Miss Elsa Lanchester will be with us in one of the most famous of Agatha Christie's thrillers, The ABC Murders. William Spear, the producer, Ted Bliss, director, Lud Gluskin and Lucian Mahowick, the conductor and composer, and John Dixon Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Suspense. This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. In our starring Hollywood cast this evening is Mr. Peter Lorre, who appears as a mysterious gentleman called George Ravel. Miss Wendy Berry plays our worried heroine, Marjorie. Mr. George Zuko is the lawyer, Alex Stevens. The story called The Moment of Darkness is tonight's tale of suspense. If you have been with us on these Tuesday nights,
you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so, with a moment of darkness, and with the performances of Peter Lorre, Wendy Berry, George Zucco, and our other players, we again hope to keep you in suspense. The Train Bleu crack express train from Paris to the French Riviera, which in these carefree days before the war used to make the journey from Paris to Nice overnight. At the Gare du Sud on this particular mild spring evening, the train with its glistening wagon-lits or sleeping cars waits in a station filled with smoke and the iron coughing of engines. You can hear the excited crowd and the slamming of compartment doors. You can see the guard standing by with his watch in hand, with his horn ready to blow as a signal.
En voiture, messieurs les voyageurs! En
voiture!
Better get in, Emily. The train just about ready to start.
Commotion there. The last moment just before the signal, a girl in a light summer dress, carrying a small suitcase, hurries along the platform towards car number 10. The girl is blonde and evidently English, and as she hurries towards the guard...
En voiture! Dépêchez-vous, mademoiselle. Hurry up, please.
Oh, yes, of course. Is this carriage number 10?
Oui, mademoiselle, numéro 10. Hurry up, please.
Thank you. I'll get in.
Et maintenant...
Must be at least a mile long. Car 10. Compartment number 6. Compartment number 6. Compartment... Oh, here it is.
Yes, come in.
Mr. Stevens, Oh, I beg your pardon.
That's quite all right. Won't you come in?
I thought this was Mr. Stevens' compartment.
It is his compartment. I'm sharing it with him.
He is on the train, isn't he?
Oh, yes. He's going to look for some luggage that failed to turn up. In the meantime, won't you come in and sit down?
Thank you.
As an old friend of Toby Stevens... Why do you smile?
Nothing. It's just odd to hear a dignified man like Mr. Stevens called Toby. That's all.
Well, it suits him. As an old friend of his anyway, may I introduce myself? I'm Ken Blake, on vacation from the American consulate in London.
How do you do? My name is Gray, Marjorie Gray. I most particularly wanted to have a word with Mr. Stevens.
Miss Gray, will you pardon my impertinence if I ask...
Ask what?
Whether it's about your Aunt Hester at Monte Carlo and the man who seemed so determined to scare her to death.
You know about that?
Yes, a little. After all, that's why Toby's left his law practice and come all the way from London. He said...
Mr. Stevens.
Marjorie. Great Scott, what are you doing here?
I came up from Monte Carlo, especially to see you. I thought I'd find you in Paris, but when I got to your hotel, they told me you'd gone. Cook said they'd reserved a compartment on this train for you. So, well, here I am.
But why?
Before you see Aunt Hester, Mr. Stevens, I want to know what you meant by that letter you wrote me.
I meant exactly what I said, Marjorie. I'm going to expose this faker, George Revel.
Excuse me, if you two want to talk, I'll just clear out of here.
Oh, no, Ken, stay where you are.
Really, Mr. Stevens?
You've made an impression on her, Ken. When the girl suddenly becomes thoroughly British after spending half her life on the Riviera, well, you've made an impression.
Don't talk like that, Toby. She won't get annoyed with you for saying it. She'll just get annoyed with me.
Marjorie, this is Ken Blake.
We've met, thanks.
I asked him to come along with me, and for a very good reason.
Indeed?
Ken was for years at the American consulate in Paris. He knows all the heads of the Sûreté Générale, that's the Scotland Yard of France. And in particular, he knows the great detective Flamand, who's the chef de Sûreté. I thought Ken might be very useful when we nab Revel.
But I tell you, Revel is dangerous.
Dangerous, my eye.
Something's going to happen. I know something dreadful's going to happen.
Now, let's face the situation, Marjorie. Your Aunt Hester is middle-aged, wealthy, and,
Oh, if only Uncle Paul hadn't died. He was the decentest person I ever knew.
But he did die, my dear, and Hester can't be consoled. She can't eat, she can't sleep, she can't think of anything except getting in touch with his spirit. Along comes this faker Ravel to give seances.
I wonder if he is a faker.
You're not falling for this Tommy rot, surely?
Really, Mr. Blake, if I'd asked for your advice in this matter...
I beg your pardon, Miss Gray. When we get to Nice, I'll take the first train back to Paris.
No, wait, please. I didn't mean to be rude. It's nice of you to help us, but it's the whole atmosphere of Monte Carlo.
Well, that's quite all right, my dear. We understand.
Of course.
There's Aunt Hester in that villa over the Mediterranean. There's Ravel, all thin and quiet and swarthy, with those somber-looking eyes of his. He seems to dominate her, just as Mr. Stevens used to.
Dominate her, my dear? That's rather a strong word for an easygoing old buffer like me.
The things Ravel does at those seances are terrifying. I don't know whether he's an imposter or not, but I am sure nobody else can do what he does.
Now there, Marjorie, is where you're wrong. I can.
You can?
Yes. I promise to duplicate in front of your aunt every single trick Ravel ever performed.
Oh, but that's impossible.
Is it? Wait and see.
I'll put it up to Mr. Blake. It isn't merely that Ravel is tied up, tied hand and foot in a chair, while these horrible things are going on. I know there are people who can get out of ropes and back into them again. But Ravel lets you take one precaution that shows there can't be any trickery.
Oh? And what is that precaution?
Just before the lights go out, he takes a piece of white paper.
Well?
He puts one under each foot. You take a pencil and draw an outline around the shoe on the paper. If he moved the millionth fraction of an inch, it would show in the outline later. But it never does.
Well, look here, Toby, that's a bad one. Why does it strike you as being so funny?
Because I can do it, too. Just give me a moment of darkness, that's all.
You mean he gets out of his shoes or something like that?
No, he could hardly get out of his shoes and back into them without disturbing the outline.
Then he doesn't leave his chair after all.
On the contrary, he can be all over the room.
Well, how in Satan's name does he do it?
My dear fellow, there's nothing simple.
The Villa Bijou, Monte Carlo, the next evening. On the lighted terrace, that white villa, overlooking the olive groves and the sea, three people are seated at their ease, enjoying the night air. Below glitters the town, a white palm garden. But even its lamps are dimmed by the firework illuminations from the Promenade des Anglais. When the Principality of Monaco celebrates its ruler's birthday, great rockets go hissing upwards to burst and bloom in colored fires against a black sky.
I don't like those fireworks. The noise upsets me. I wish they'd stop.
Never mind the fireworks, Hester. You've heard my proposition. Give me an answer.
Oh, what's more, you spill broth on your jacket at dinner. You're the clumsiest eater I ever saw. Here. Let me take a handkerchief to it.
Please, Aunt Hester, won't you answer Mr. Stevens?
Why don't you two let me alone, both of you?
We're only trying to help you. Don't you believe that?
Oh, yes, I believe it, but I'm happy. I talked with my husband twice last week.
Now, look here, Hester. This has got to stop.
Why?
Ravel's a fraud, and I can prove it.
If Monsieur Ravel is a fraud, what does he gain by this? Has he not asked for money?
I don't know, has he?
No, not a penny.
You haven't changed your will by any chance? People do queer things sometimes that even their solicitors don't know about.
Oh, no, dear, I haven't changed my will. When I die, Marjorie inherits everything. I am a lonely woman. I'm getting old. I haven't got much to look forward to. Now, why don't you go your way and let me go mine?
Suppose Ravel is a fraud. Just suppose it.
Well, all right, have your way.
You wouldn't like to think you'd been deliberately tricked and imposed on now, would you?
Oh, no.
Now, listen, Hester. If I prove to you these so-called miracles were really tricks that I can do myself.
Oh, don't be ridiculous, Alex Stevens.
I offer to prove that here and now. Would that shake your faith a little?
Yes, I suppose it would. But how did you become so clever all of a sudden?
How did you become so gullible all of a sudden? You used to scoff at this sort of thing. You used to be gay and lively and go to the casino.
Well, that was before Paul died. You're shivering, Marjorie. If you feel cold, put on a wrap.
I'm not cold. It's only...
Only what?
Oh, got a kind of presentiment that there's something dreadful hanging over us. I can't tell what direction it's taking or who's in danger. But I'm sure it's going to burst. Just as sure that...
By George, look at that rocket.
Yes. Red and gold stars. And a deathly white blaze like the life we're living. You can see every leaf in the garden. every blade of grass.
And we can also see, look there, Ravel and Ken Blake coming up the path.
This Ken Blake, Mr. Stevens. Are you sure he's quite honest?
My dear Marjorie, Ken's all right. I've known him for years.
I thought he came here to help expose Ravel. But he and Ravel are as thick as thieves. What sort of game is going on here?
Game, mademoiselle? You spoke of a game?
Yes, Monsieur Ravel, I did.
So did I, friend Ravel. Are you ready for my demonstration tonight?
Demonstration?
In the seance room upstairs. You claim you can bring back the dead.
Pardon me, monsieur, I claim nothing. When I'm in trance, I cannot tell what happens.
But I can. I'm going to make ghosts walk by perfectly natural means.
You know, Monsieur Stevens, I don't understand your logic.
Logic?
Yes, you wish to, how do you put it? Expose me? But how will you expose me by these childish tricks? If I show you a counterfeit 10-pound note, does that prove there's no Bank of England?
I'm not going to argue subtleties with you. You can always beat me there. I'm a plain, ordinary man with a little common sense to back me up.
No. Come on, my friend. Not an ordinary man, surely.
Just exactly what are you hinting at?
Yes, I'd like to know that, too.
Oh, Madame Hester, believe me, I didn't mean to upset you. I wouldn't upset you for anything.
No, I'll bet you wouldn't.
Well, I kiss your hand, Madame. I'm all apologies. Well, let this gentleman do what he likes. But I warn him, it is dangerous.
Dangerous? How is it dangerous?
That's the first time you've spoken, Mr. Blake. Why have you been so quiet?
Please, Marjorie, please now, be a good girl and stop interrupting.
Oh, I'm sorry, Aunt Hester, but he's been muttering to himself and moving from one foot to the other and looking guilty.
Confound it, I'm not looking guilty.
Aren't you?
No, it's a hot night. I don't like this business at all. Why will a seance be dangerous?
Why? Because we shall be tampering with evil forces.
Evil forces, my foot.
Oh, you doubt it?
Yes.
This brave Monsieur Stevens is challenging the unseen world. He's mocking at forces he does not understand. Believe me, monsieur, they are not mocked without danger.
I'll risk that, thanks.
Well, up in a seance room, with a door bolted on the inside, we shall be at their mercy. The evil forces, the elementals, will wax and grow strong. They can take us in their grip, as I take this walking stick and...
You've got strong hands, Monsieur Ravel.
The hands of evil spirits are stronger, much stronger.
I'm afraid. I wonder if we ought to do this.
I've been wondering the same thing. What does your aunt say?
Well, I don't know what to say. I'm so confused. And I want to break down and cry. I suppose we'd better do it, or Alex Stevens will never let me hear the end of it.
For the last time, monsieur, will you be warned of danger?
No.
Very well. Oh, Madame Hester.
Yes, Monsieur Ravel.
Do you believe that I'm an impostor?
No, dear, of course not.
But in your heart, you're not yet convinced.
Well, I don't know. I'm not such a fool as some people seem to think.
But if something did happen, something to show there are living forces beyond this world, it would convince you utterly?
Oh, yes, I suppose it would.
Then, shall we allow Monsieur Stevens to go on with his demonstration?
I have a feeling we shouldn't do this. Oh, I'm afraid.
Upstairs at the Villa Bijou, there is a small, bare, deeply carpeted room. Its only furniture consists of a round table, 5 chairs, and a large cabinet phonograph. There is only one door, and there are no windows. In one chair, a little way back from the table, sits Mr. Alexander Stevens. He is tied hand and foot, the outline of his shoes drawn with pencil on pieces of paper, so that he cannot move.
Now then, friend Ravel. Have you quite finished tying me up?
Oh, yes. Yes, and I bet you won't get out of these knots, sir.
Well, we'll see about that. Are the rest of you ready?
Yes, all right.
Oh, dear, I wish I'd put some smelling salts in my handbag.
Well, what do you want us to do now?
We'll have conditions exactly as they are for Mr. Ravel. I'll sit in this chair back from the table. You 4 sit round the table, clasping hands to form a circle.
All right, let's get on with it.
Ken, will you start the gramophone? I believe it's customary, Mr. Ravel, to have hymns played at the beginning of a seance to establish the proper frame of mind.
Yes, monsieur, that's true. You fool.
What did you say?
Oh, nothing, monsieur. Please continue.
Start the gramophone, Ken. When you've done that, turn out the lights on that switch by the door. Then join the circle. Clasp each other's hands tightly and don't let go unless...
Unless what?
Well, unless something gets me.
Be careful, monsieur.
Go on, please. Start the gramophone.
All right, here goes.
Now the lights, Ken. Switch off the lights.
Lights? Yes. There you are. It's pitch dark. I can't see my way back to the table.
Here, Ken. Here's my hand.
Thank you.
Mine
Thanks.
on the other side, Mr. Blake.
Thank you. I've got my bearings now.
Are all of you clasping the hands of the next person? Then quiet and wait for what's going to happen.
Ken, look.
Look where?
Over there, where Mr. Stevens is sitting.
What about it?
There's a luminous spot in the dark, about the size of a shilling. Shh. Quiet, please. Did anything touch the back of your neck?
No.
What was that? It's Alex Stevens. I know it.
This was not on a program, madame. Break the circle and get those lights on.
The luminous spot is still there. Oh, hurry, Ken.
I can't see my way in the dark. I don't know which direction the lights are. Wait a minute. Here's the wall. If I grope along here, I ought to find the switch. Yes, here it is. Lights.
Quiet. Silence, mademoiselle, if you please.
What's wrong with Mr. Stevens? What's that sticking out of his chest?
The handle of a dagger. And a good deal of blood has soaked through his coat, too. Oh, Monsieur Blake, will you turn off this gramophone?
Yes, certainly. But you're not saying that Toby Stevens is dead?
I'm afraid he is, my friend. That's a direct heart wound. Perhaps 10 seconds of intense agony, and then the end. Oh, is the door still bolted from the inside?
Yes.
Then we are all alone, here, the 4 of us. This rash gentleman, one imagines, did not kill himself. He's too well tied up.
I know who killed him. Mr. George Ravel. You did, with luminous paint.
I killed him, mademoiselle? With luminous paint?
I mean, that was part of the trick. You tied him up. You were the only one who touched him.
And? What of that, mademoiselle?
Luminous paint doesn't show up in the light. You smeared a little of it on his coat. That showed you exactly where to strike in the dark.
I commend your good sense, madame. But there are 2 excellent reasons why I had nothing to do with this. The first reason I must keep to myself, but the second reason can easily be proved.
Well, what is it?
Well, up to the time that man screamed, you yourself were holding my right hand, and Madame Hester was holding my left hand. Did either of you let go at any time?
No. No, that is, I didn't. What about you, Aunt Hester?
No, Marjorie did. I didn't let go either. He never moved.
Hold on. Wait a minute.
Well, monsieur, speak up.
I was holding Marjorie's hand on one side and her aunt's on the other. And they didn't move either. Nobody let go or left the circle.
That's true.
Consequently, none of us could have killed Toby Stevens.
Yes, it is true.
Somebody must have sneaked in here.
Oh, no. As you said yourself, the door is bolted on the inside.
Then who the devil did kill him?
Well, that's the question. Has anybody ever seen that dagger before?
No. It looks like one of those curio things you buy in the shops.
Yes, and with the design of wooden scroll work on the handle. No fingerprints will show. Nothing else, except some musical instruments. A tambourine, an accordion, and a speaking trumpet. You know, I blame myself for this.
You ought to.
Why?
Because you killed him. Don't ask me how, but I know why.
Indeed, mademoiselle. You found my motive.
Yes, I have. You've got Aunt Hester fully believing in you now, haven't you?
Easy, Marjorie.
In another minute, you'll be talking about forces and elementals and heaven knows what. You'll be saying it was a spirit hand that killed Mr. Stevens, because nobody else could have.
Please, Marjorie, brace up. Someone's got to send for the police.
Why don't you send for the police, Ken? Couldn't you help us there?
Help you? How?
Mr. Stevens said you knew the heads of the Sûreté. He said you knew this man Flamande, who's supposed to be the greatest detective in France.
Oh, but this isn't French territory. Monte Carlo is the independent state of Monaco.
I'm sorry, Marjorie. Ordinarily, I might have helped.
You mean you won't help us?
I'm sorry, Marjorie. I can't.
Then I've got to help myself. George Ravel, you killed Mr. Stevens. But how?
Yes, how? 24 hours later, 24 hours of blind puzzling. In the railway station at Nice, 9 miles from Monte Carlo, the night express for Paris is already underway. The guard has blown his signal, and the great wheels grind. A young man, hatless and worried, pushes through the crowd past the already moving train.
Non, monsieur. C'est défendu. Vous êtes trop tard.
Too late, nothing. I'm getting aboard this train.
Prenez garde, monsieur. Prenez garde.
I'm sorry to have caused you any trouble, guard. But do you happen to know whether... Marjorie.
Ken Blake, what are you doing on this train?
Exactly the question I wanted to ask you. Walk along the corridor with me, will you?
All right.
Marjorie, you little idiot. What's the idea of running away?
If it's any of your business, Mr. Blake, I'm not running away. I'm merely going to Paris.
You were told to stay in Monte Carlo. Don't you know you can land in jail for this?
They'll put you in jail, too, won't they?
Yes, I suppose so. But what's the idea of going to Paris?
First of all, I had to get Aunt Hester away from that man, Ravel. She really thinks he can call up ghosts now.
Is your aunt on this train?
Yes, in that compartment there. Second, I'm going to Paris for some real help. I'm going to the Sûreté. I'm going to see this man, Flamande.
You won't find Flamande in Paris, Marjorie. And you'll certainly never get him to arrest Georges Ravel.
Oh? And why not?
Because, my dear idiot, Georges Ravel is Flamande.
What are you saying?
The man who calls himself Ravel is really Flamande, the head of the whole French Detective Bureau. He made me promise not to tell anybody.
And that's why you've been looking so guilty for 2 days.
Yes, I tried to tip you off today, but the police were with us all the time.
So he is a fake spiritual medium. Mr. Stevens was right about that. And I still say I'm right about the other thing. Whoever he is, Ravel killed Mr. Stevens.
But how and why?
Oh, I don't know. This alleged detective. Did he tell you why he was masquerading as a medium in Monte Carlo?
No. All I know is that we're in one sweet mess. We've left town without permission. They'll probably stop the train and send us back in a patrol wagon.
Oh, no, my friend. That won't be at all necessary.
Ravel!
Yes, mademoiselle. Ravel or Flamande. Well, since you know me as Ravel, call me that.
You knew that I was on this train?
Oh, naturally.
Look here, old man. I kept quiet about you because you swore it was a matter of life and death. But will you answer a couple of questions now?
Oh, with pleasure.
Why did you pose as a medium?
Because the Moroccan government employed me to trap a murderer. So I had to work, how do you say, undercover.
All right. Why was Toby Stevens killed?
Stevens was killed because he was a blackmailer.
A blackmailer?
Yes, mademoiselle. Does that surprise you?
Yes. Oh, yes, of course. Very much.
I tried to warn Stevens, but the fool wouldn't listen. And then, well, I wasn't quick enough. Stevens was murdered, of course, by one of us four in the seance room.
Well, that's impossible.
Impossible? Oh, no. The trick was baffling because of its simplicity.
I'm sure you killed him.
One moment, mademoiselle. Let me show you what I mean by trick, baffling because it is so simple. Take, for example, the pencil outline drawn on a paper around the medium's shoes. Did Stevens tell you how I did that?
No. On this train 2 nights ago, he started to tell us, but...
Then he just stopped in the middle of it and laughed.
You see, the medium leaves his chair. Well, he makes tambourines rattle and ghost forms appear. Yet the pencil outline is not disturbed. Now, how does he manage it?
Well, how does he manage it?
Well, quite easily. He returns to his chair. He turns over the 2 pieces of paper. He takes another pencil and draws an outline of his shoes on the reverse side of the paper. You look at it.
And imagine it's the same outline we drew.
Precisely. So easily are people misled. And it was the same way with a murder.
But there couldn't have been any trick about the murder. None of us left the circle. We were all clasping hands when we heard that scream. Don't you agree?
Oh, yes, I agree.
I can't stand this any longer. when we heard Mr. Stevens utter that horrible scream.
What makes you think it was Stevens who uttered that scream?
I beg your pardon.
What makes you think it was Stevens who screamed?
Well, wasn't it?
Oh, you assumed it, yes. We all assumed it. But up to that time, Stevens wasn't even hurt.
Wasn't hurt?
You see, the source of sound cannot be located in the dark. It was the murderer who uttered that appalling cry. In a few seconds of darkness, before the lights went on, the killer simply leaned across and drove that dagger into Stevens' chest.
And you proved that?
Yes. If Stevens had been hit at the time of the scream, blood would have blotted out the spot of luminous paint. Yet, Marjorie Gray saw the paint shining after the scream.
That's true, Marjorie. I heard you say so.
You put the luminous paint there, Ravel. You were the only person who touched him.
Oh, no. There was one other person who touched him.
Who was it?
Another person, in full sight of you, said Stevens had spilled broth on his coat and swabbed at his chest with a handkerchief.
You mean?
I mean, of course, the real murderer. Your Aunt Hester.
Yes, Marjorie. Your Aunt Hester.
Aunt Hester!
Keep back, all of you.
Oh, so you managed to find the revolver?
Marjorie, I poisoned your Uncle Paul. I poisoned my husband, and Alex Stevens knew it.
You can't get away, madame. Keep away from that door.
I never believed in spiritualism. I let myself be influenced by a medium because Alex Stevens would try to stop it. He was getting money out of me. He wanted no other influence.
Don't open that door, madame.
But I am opening it.
Oh, Aunt Hester, don't!
I told you I wasn't a fool as I looked. I had the knife in my hand.
Stop her, Ken! Stop her!
Well, mademoiselle, she has committed many crimes, but now she has paid for them all.
And so closes The Moment of Darkness, starring Peter Lorre, Wendy Berry, with George Zucco. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, when Agnes Moorehead and Ray Collins will star in a study in terror titled The Diary of Sophronia Winter. The producer of these broadcasts is William Spear, who with Ted Bliss, the director, Wilbur Hatch, and Lucian Morowick, conductor and composer, and John Dixon Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
This is the Man in Black, here again to introduce Columbia's program, Suspense. Our distinguished star this evening is the stage and screen favorite, Mr. Paul Lucas, whose performances in The Lady Vanishes and in the stage production The Watch on the Rhine you will recall with pleasure. Tonight's tale of suspense is a story by John Dixon Carr, Fire, Burn, and Cauldron Bubble. If you've been with us on these Tuesday nights,
you will know that suspense is compounded of mystery and suspicion and dangerous adventure. In this series are tales calculated to intrigue you, to stir your nerves, to offer you a precarious situation, and then withhold the solution until the last possible moment. And so with Fire Burn and Cauldron Bubble and the performance of Paul Lucas and the other members of our company, we again hope to keep you in... Drury Lane Theater presents the distinguished American actor Myron Willard in Shakespeare's Macbeth, with magic effects especially designed by Ludwig von Arnheim.
Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
Historic Drury Lane Theater, a relic of old London. On this site, in the cramped and crooked lanes of Aldwych, there has been a playhouse since Nell Gwynn sold oranges in the pit. The present theater, though modernized, is heavy and darkened with time. By daylight, it is a dinginess of red plush seats, haunted by old ghosts. But at night, when the lights bloom for some new production, when the murmur of a crowd fills the carpeted aisles and the orchestra begins to tune up, it is kindled with that strange magic before the rise of the curtain.
Right this way, sir. E12 and 13. Program. Chocolate.
Thank you.
No, madam. This is row E. Your seats are G4.
And backstage, where nerves crawl and there is a tendency to scream, the three witches of the play are huddled around the peephole in the curtain, looking out into the audience. They are hideous-looking creatures, these witches, in gray rags like cobwebs. But as they speak...
Dear, I am scared.
Don't let it bother you, darling. You can't even see the audience when the floats are on. There's nothing to worry about.
Nothing except the size of the take at the box office.
You won't even have to worry about that tonight. Look out there.
You two are shaking as much as I am. Now, don't pretend.
All right, all right. Everybody's jumpy on first nights.
What I can't understand is why they want to use young girls as witches and then make us talk in cracked voices as though we were 80.
Double, double, toil and trouble, fire burn and cauldron bubble.
What's that?
Katie, darling, it's only one of the ghost effects. You've been hearing it for weeks at rehearsals. I will say this for Myron Willard, as an actor and a manager, too. He's the first one who's ever had a real professional magician to do the ghost effects for this ham show.
Oh, Ivy, Celia, look there.
Where?
Out in the audience in the second upper box on the left-hand side.
Oh.
Don't you see the woman who's just coming in?
Yes, I can see her. Not a bad-looking bit of goods for her age. What about her?
But that's Marcia Blair.
Marcia Blair?
You don't mean you've never heard of her?
I can't say I have either, if it comes to that. Move over, Ivy. Give us a squint.
Marcia Blair used to be Mr. Willard's leading lady. She was a very great actress 15 years ago.
Oh, 15 years ago.
She's had a terribly romantic history. Well, she's made lots of money and retired from the stage. Then she married some horrible no-good, and... Do you see that tall gray-haired man standing beside her?
Well, he doesn't look much like a no-good.
That's not the man I mean, Celia. That's Howard White, her second husband.
Oh.
They say he loved her for years and followed her about and practically worshipped her. But she was married to this no-good and wouldn't get a divorce.
Then the no-good died, I suppose. So Marcia Blair and her faithful Howard got married.
Yes. I remember reading in the paper that they've been married 1 year tonight. I expect they're very happy.
Well, I'd be happy, too, if I had a mink coat and a string of pearls like that.
Well, you've got to admit she's beautiful.
All right, Katie, if you say so.
I used to go and see her act when I was a little girl. She was kind of an idol. I wonder what they're saying to each other up in that box now. I wonder what they're saying.
Marcia, dear, I wish you wouldn't be so uneasy. Nothing can happen to you here.
You're uneasy yourself, Howard.
Yes, I suppose I am a little.
Howard,
I know I shouldn't be talking like this on our first anniversary, but that's what worries me. What if Barry isn't dead? What if he isn't dead?
Oh, listen to me, darling. Your late husband, heaven condemn his soul, died in New York more than a year ago. We have proof of that.
Well, then who wrote those letters to me?
I don't know, dear. Somebody playing a joke on you.
Joke? If you marry him, Marcia, you won't be alive a year from then. Joke.
But you're married to me, my dear, and you are alive.
Shall I quote you something from another play, Howard?
Well?
The Ides of March are come. Aye, Caesar, but not gone. And it's still 2 hours. 2 hours to the time we were actually married.
Oh, look here, dear. This is carrying an obsession too far.
It would be just like Barry to wait until the last moment, just to make it worse. You knew him.
Yes, I knew him.
He was a genius.
I suppose so. As a mere businessman, I never quite understood this theatrical temperament, except yours, of course.
Barry was a greater actor than Myron Willard will ever be. Barry could play anything, from a Cockney to King Lear. His skill at makeup wasn't merely good. It was terrifying. Oh, Howard, I am frightened. Suppose he's managed to get close to us tonight, and yet we can't see him.
Well, the music started, Marcia. I shall have to go.
Must you go, Howard? Really?
If I break this appointment with Ferndale, dear, the deal will be called off. And since I haven't got too much backing anyway,
All right, dear. I understand. Go ahead.
Unless you wanted to come with me.
And Miss Myron's opening tonight? Oh, I couldn't do that.
I tell you, you'll be perfectly safe here, dear.
Of course, Howard. I know that.
You're in full view of 3,000 people. Nobody could attack you. The only door to this box is guarded. Outside that door will be Miss Fenton, who's devoted to you, and the chauffeur who's even more devoted to you. What could happen, dear?
Nothing, of course. And I'd prefer to be alone anyway.
Yes, I rather guessed
Oh,
that.
please, dear. It's just that I can't endure anybody being with me when I'm watching a great play. But that doesn't include you, darling.
Then, if you'll accept these, madam, in honor of our first anniversary.
Oh, Howard. Well, they're lovely. Of course I'll accept them.
And here's a program. Got everything else you need?
Yes. Yes, I think so.
I'll just open the door to the passage to make sure our watchdogs are on guard. Yes, they're out there, all right. Good night, Marcia. See you in an hour or two.
Good night, Howard. And good luck.
Miss Fenton, Bradley.
Yes, Mr. White.
Yes, sir. Anything wrong? Miss Fenton, you've been my wife's companion secretary for 5 or 6 years.
Yes, Mr. White, and I've loved every minute of it.
And you, Bradley, you haven't been my chauffeur for quite so long, but they tell me you're an ex-wrestler.
That's right, sir. Champion of the Shoreditch Athletic Club. And in my prime, though I says it shouldn't, as good a man as ever climbed through the ropes.
Now, you know your instructions, Bradley.
You trust me, sir. Nobody gets into this here box tonight unless it's over my dead body.
Nothing must happen, do you understand? Nothing.
Please, you're as white as paper.
As for you, Miss Fenton, I'm afraid it's a little awkward. I know I ought to ask you to go in and join Marcia, but...
Oh, you needn't apologize, Mr. White. I know she doesn't want company. She'll be leaning forward with her elbows on the box rail, just as she always does. She isn't merely watching a play. She's acting, Lady Macbeth. Every line, every gesture. And I don't mean to disturb her.
You won't leave this door, either of you.
You trust me, sir. If... no.
Anything wrong, Bradley?
It is a very rummy-looking cove coming along the passage, sir, wearing a big black cloak with a red lining.
Oh, that man, Bradley. That's only Herr von Arnheim. He's a professional magician and escape artist. I was just wondering... Excuse me.
Don't worry, Mr. White. We'll look after her.
Von Arnheim. I say von Arnheim.
Thou canst not say I did it. Never shake the gory locks at me.
I beg your pardon?
And I beg yours, my friend. I was merely quoting a line from the play. You are not leaving the theater. Surely not walking out on Macbeth.
I'm afraid I have got to.
Oh, that's a pity, my friend. You will miss some of my best effects, to say nothing of Shakespeare's. When Banquo's ghost appears at the table.
I don't want to hear any more about ghosts, thanks. Banquo's or anybody else's.
I imagine you mean your wife's late husband.
You've heard about it, then?
Yes, your wife has told me a good deal. She seemed to think that in my profession I might have some charm over demons or spell against ghosts.
You know, von Arnheim, in a muddled kind of way, that's what I've been wondering myself.
Unfortunately, no. I am all too human. But your problem interests me. And I confess it worries me.
Worries you? What about me?
As I understand it, Her first husband was a half-mad American actor who later went completely mad and died in New York. His, what's the word I want?
Or obsession?
That's it, obsession. His obsession was Marcia Blair's eyes.
Yes, always her eyes. They seemed to hypnotize him.
It is not new, you know. You'll find the same motive, the eyes of a beautiful woman, all through the works of Edgar Allan Poe. Then, as I understand it, after this man's death, she began to receive a series of letters.
Foul letters.
Apparently written by him, and threatening her with some rather horrible form of death if she married you.
I tell you, Barry Lake is dead. He can't get up out of his coffin.
Oh, getting out of coffins, my friend, is not so difficult. I have done it myself.
Oh, please stop joking, Van Arnheim. You don't happen to be dead.
True. There is that small difference. Is your wife here in the theater tonight?
Yes. She wouldn't have come here except that it's Marion Willard's first night. And we haven't seen Marion, either of us, in years. She's back there in Box D.
So I hear. I was hoping that you might invite me to share the box.
Look here, old man. I don't want to seem inhospitable, but...
She doesn't want company?
Well, that's about it.
Well, then walk back a little distance with me, this way, so that we can see the stage from the back of the dress circle. Now, the orchestra has stopped, and they'll ring up in a moment. There. Look at it.
Look at what?
The stage, man. The lights have gone out. All except the dim yellow footlights shining at the curtain. The last cough, the last murmur, the last rustle of program dies away in one vast, breathing hush. The curtain goes up.
Let go of my arm, Van Arnheim. I've got to leave.
Now, what are the stage directions? A desert place. Thunder and lightning. Enter 3 witches. When, indeed, I wonder.
I beg your pardon, Van Arnheim. Do you speak?
No, it was nothing.
London newspapers for that year 1936, you may read how Myron Willard triumphed at Drury Lane as Macbeth. But tonight, as the clock ticks on, there is another drama in the dimly lighted corridor outside Box D. There sits Miss Louise Fenton, Marcia Blair's companion secretary. Beside her, burly and broken-nosed, is big Jim Bradley, the ex-wrestler. And when more than half an hour has passed...
There's the applause, Jim. That must be the end of the first act.
Yes, I hear it. Nothing's happened. And take my word for it, nothing's going to happen.
Oh, she's such a likable person, Jim. And I think one of our greatest Shakespearean actresses.
Well, I don't much care for this Shakespeare business, miss. You give me a good movie with gangsters in it. That's my style.
Oh, you don't understand, Jim. I've seen her as Juliet, as Rosalind, as Portia, in our own drawing room without any props. I've heard her as Lady Macbeth, too. You should see her eyes.
Her eyes, miss?
Yes, you should see her eyes when she delivers that speech. The raven himself is hoarse that croaks the fatal entrance.
Hey, miss, look there.
What is it?
That foreign-looking cove in the black cape coming along the passage now. Easy.
I beg your pardon. You are Miss Louise Fenton, aren't you?
Yes, my name is Fenton. What is it?
I am Ludwig von Arnheim, a friend of Mr. White's. And I must see Marcia Blair at once.
No, you don't, Governor. You're not going in there.
Why not?
Because nobody goes in there. Not if it was the king himself. That's orders.
Now listen to me, both of you. When the lights went on, I happened to be looking at Box D from the other side of the theater. And I think there is something wrong.
But there can't be anything wrong. Jim Bradley and I have been sitting here the whole time. Except, of course...
Except when?
Well, except when I went in there for a few seconds.
You went in there, Miss Fenton? May I ask when that was?
Well, it was after Mr. White had gone and just before the play started. I went in to ask if she wanted anything. She said she didn't, so I came out again. And Bradley's been with me all the time, except when he went to get a drink of water up the corridor.
That's as true as gospel, Governor.
One moment and listen to me. Marcia Blair is leaning forward across the railing of the box.
Oh, but that's nothing, Herr von Arnheim. That's the way she always is.
Does she always fall forward with her arms held straight out and her head down on her arms?
You better be careful, miss. It's a trick.
Trick? Why not open the door and see for yourselves? Would that do any harm?
No, I suppose it wouldn't, but... Oh, there must be some mistake. We haven't heard a sound from in there. There couldn't be anything wrong.
You open the door, Miss Fenton. I'm going to hold tight to this gentleman, just in case.
Quiet, please. Quiet.
What is it, miss?
Oh.
Walk in there with me, both of you. Please go casually, as though nothing were wrong. We don't want to attract attention. Now.
Oh, Herr von Arnheim. There's blood all over her face.
Yes. And don't begin screaming again, Miss Fenton, when I tell you she's dead. Bradley?
Yes, sir?
Pick Miss Blair's body up and carry her out into the corridor. In another minute, we'll have the whole theater wanting to know what's wrong.
All right, sir. You win. But what about the people in the other boxes? Won't they see?
They've gone down to the bar to get a drink. They won't see anything. Hurry.
She ain't no lightweight, the poor lady ain't. Steady does it. Hold the door open. That's got it. Now, close the door. Shall I put her down on the floor, Governor?
Yes, better do that.
I never took those threats seriously. That's what I blame myself for. And if something did happen, well, I thought he'd attack her. I never thought he'd hide away across the theater and fire a shot.
And you were quite right, Miss Fenton. Marcia Blair was not shot.
She wasn't shot.
No. Take a look at the wound.
Oh, I can't look at it.
She was stabbed. Stabbed through the right eye with a narrow, sharp blade, which entered her brain and killed her instantly. Not a pretty death, but a quick one.
You seem to know a lot about this, Governor.
Perhaps I do, my friend, and perhaps I can guess a lot more.
You mean somebody stood out there and threw a knife at her? Like a ruddy music hall turn?
No, I don't mean that either. There's no knife in the wound and none in the box. The murderer took it away.
Took it away?
Exactly.
Herr von Arnheim, please wait. You're not saying someone climbed up from outside, 20 or 30 feet from the floor, and stabbed poor Marcia in full sight of 3,000 people?
That, Miss Fenton, is what the evidence seems to indicate.
But it's impossible.
Yet it happened. There is Marcia Blair's body.
What's that?
Oh, it's the warning bell for the second act. People will be coming back here any minute. What are we going to do?
Applause, acclaim, triumph. Myron Willard as Macbeth. Helen Gale as Lady Macbeth. Magical effects by Ludwig van Arnheim. Very few persons knew that there is a dead woman in the theater. But at the end of the play, it is a different story. The crowd files out, past a cordon of police. The lights are extinguished. The great theater is dark and mumbling with echoes. See the stage now. Only the battens or overhead lights pour down a pale blaze on two men who stand grotesquely against the background of Dunsinane Castle. One of these men is Howard White, very near collapse. The other is Myron Willard himself, still wearing his makeup, still wearing helmet and chain mail. And when Willard speaks...
Howard! Howard White! Confounded man, can't you hear what I'm saying?
Excuse me, Madam. This is almost finished.
Oh, not that I'm blaming you, old man.
Thank you, Madam.
It's traditional, you know, that Macbeth's an unlucky play. But up to the very end, I thought I'd never done better. 11 curtain calls. No, 12. How did you like my tomorrow and tomorrow speech?
I'm sorry, Madam. I'm afraid I didn't hear it.
Yes, poor old Marcia. She'd have hated to die like that. Marcia was proud of her eyes. Always nearsighted as an owl, but too vain to wear glasses. There's Van Arnheim looking at us from under the castle archway. Van Arnheim! Did you call me, my friend? You're rather difficult to recognize under all that Macbeth makeup.
Yes, I was just thinking the same thing.
Never mind that. Where are the police now? At the moment, Mr. Willard, the police are in your dressing room. They are using it for questioning. No reception tonight, of course. No, but I thought you might be interested in 2 items of information that police have just discovered. Go on. We had a fairly full house tonight, I believe. Fairly full. Every seat was reserved. Reserved, yes, but not occupied. I don't follow you. 1 box on the ground floor, box E to be exact, was empty. Reserved and paid for, but empty. And box E, oddly enough, was just underneath the one occupied by Marcia Blair. Well, all the same, I still don't see quite what you're... Now, our next item of information comes from an usher. An outside eye seat in the stores, very close to that empty box, was occupied by a very curious stranger who arrived late in the dark and slipped out again by a nearby exit a few minutes afterwards.
Just one moment, Van Arnheim. Are you saying the stranger climbed up and attacked Marcia in full view of the audience?
No, my friend. The murderer did not approach from that direction.
Then he must have reached Marcia through the door, guarded by Bradley and Miss Fenton?
No, not from that direction either. Confound it, man. It must have been one way or the other. Not necessarily. Tell me, Howard, don't you think I've got enough troubles already without this nightmare on top of it?
Herr von Arnheim. Herr von Arnheim.
You must take it easy, Miss Fenton. You must not excite yourself. Have the police
Yes.
been...
Look, you've got to help me. They won't believe me.
They won't believe the young lady, sir, and that's a fact. I've tried to help her all I can, but there's things I can swear to and things I can't.
You see, I did go into that box. Oh, just for a couple of seconds, I admit it. But no other person went in or could have got in. So they say, or at least they're hinting that I killed her. But I swear I never touched her.
Who was questioning you, Miss Fenton? Inspector Grimes or Sergeant Blake?
I'm not sure. The sergeant, I think.
Then I shouldn't worry if I were you. Inspector Grimes knows better. He's guessed, in fact, exactly what I have guessed. You seem on rather familiar terms with the police, my friend. I am, Mr. Willard. I am. Anyone who practices escapes from handcuffs, sacks, chests... And stage boxes, perhaps. Stage boxes, if you insist. Excuse me. Isn't that Inspector Grimes in the wings now?
Yes, and he's nodding his head.
Then I can tell you, I think, what you want to know. Well, if you do happen to know anything, it's your duty to speak up. Poor Marcia seems to have had some ridiculous idea that her former husband, Barry Lake, was still alive. Her fears weren't justified, of course, and she wasn't killed by any dead husband. I beg your pardon. Her fears were justified, though not quite in the way she believed. And she was killed by her husband.
Then Barry Lake is still alive.
No, Barry Lake is dead.
You don't mean Marcia was really killed by a ghost?
No. I mean she was killed by her devoted second husband, Mr. Howard White.
Here, stop it. You hear what they say? That's not true. It's a slanderous statement. I'll have you in court for it. Everybody knows how devoted I was to Marcia.
Your devotion, my friend, was devotion to her money. And your business affairs have been shaky for a long time.
That's not true, and you can't prove it.
Marcia Blair was inclined to be, shall we say, a little close-fisted with money.
That's true anyway.
It's a lie.
Willing to marry him, but Mr. Howard White knew he'd never touch a penny unless he killed her. He wrote the letters himself.
Herr von Arnheim, he can't be guilty. She was alive after he left the box. He wasn't anywhere near her when she died.
Perfectly correct, Miss Fenton.
He wasn't there, and yet he killed her.
Exactly. But you and Bradley can supply the clue that will hang him.
Me, sir? I don't know nothing.
No, I don't either.
I think you do if you'll put your mind to it. Do you remember what Howard White said to her just before he left the box?
Yes, he said, "Good night, Marcia. See you in an hour or two." And she answered, "Good night and good luck."
No, I mean just before that.
I There wasn't anything.
You see? It's a slanderous statement without any proof. It's an insult to my position on the stock exchange.
Wait. I do remember something rather queer.
Think, Miss Fenton, think.
He said to Marcia jokingly, "If you'll accept these, madam, in honor of our first anniversary." And Marcia said, "Howard, they're lovely. Of course I'll accept them."
That's right, sir. He did say it.
And what do you think he was referring to, Miss Fenton? What was he asking her to accept?
Well, I imagined it was flowers, a corsage or something like that.
Did you see any flowers in the box or pinned to Marcia Blair's gown?
No. Now, come to think of it, I didn't.
Then what did he give her?
Don't look at me, sir.
Now, here is a woman who is very nearsighted, yet refuses to wear glasses. But she can accept a pair of...
Opera glasses.
Miss, a lie. You can't prove it. Hold on, sir. Go. You better stay here, Governor.
Thank you, Bradley, but the place is surrounded with police.
But I still don't understand.
Now, what happens when you lift opera glasses to your eyes and they are not in focus? You turn the little wheel in the middle to bring them into focus. For Marcia Blair, it was deadly.
You mean that the glasses had something...
Yes, they were specially constructed glasses, Miss Fenton. They were invented by a French criminal years ago. That little wheel is a little trigger. It releases the spring of a sharp, thin blade which strikes through the eyes into the brain.
Oh, don't, please.
You can't prove it.
Marcia Blair died instantly. The glasses torn from her eye by their own weight dropped over the box rail to the carpeted aisle below. The only witnesses who might have noticed would have been the people in the box just underneath.
And that box was empty.
By arrangement, yes. Even if anybody did see them fall, Howard White was prepared to remove the evidence instantly. You haven't forgotten the curious stranger.
Curious stranger?
I mean the man who slipped in after it was dark, took an aisle seat just under the box, and slipped out again a few minutes later.
It's a pack of lies from start to finish. You can't prove a word of it.
I beg your pardon, my friend. Didn't you see Inspector Grimes nod to me a moment ago?
Well...
You are going to hang, my friend, for one of the neatest and cruelest crimes in my experience. The police have just found those opera glasses with a neat set of fingerprints in the side pocket of your motor car.
And so ends Fire Burn and Cauldron Bubble, starring the distinguished actor Paul Lucas. Tonight's tale of suspense. This is your narrator, Ted Osborne, the man in black, who conveys to you Columbia's invitation to spend this half hour in suspense with us again next Tuesday, same time, when Nancy Coleman stars in Fear Paints a Picture. William Spear, the producer, John Dietz, the director, Bernard Herrmann, the composer-conductor, Robert Salmon, studio technician, and John Dixon Carr, the author, collaborated on tonight's Suspense.
This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we present Good Night, Mrs. Puffin by Arthur Lovegrove. The Fordyces are preparing for the wedding in a week's time of their elder daughter, Jackie, to Victor, son of Stephen Parker, with whom Henry Fordyce is planning a business merger. Then in walks a perfect stranger, a Mrs. Puffin from Clapham, who announces that she had a dream in which Jackie does not marry Victor, but is swept off her feet by an unknown man from across the water. She proceeds to establish the accuracy of her dream by correctly predicting various hilarious domestic incidents. Mrs. Puffin is summarily ordered from the house by Jackie's hysterical mother and furious father, but she's not to be disposed of so easily, and the Fordyces' plans are turned upside down before they finally see the last of her. Goodnight, Mrs. Puffin has been adapted for radio by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Anne Freed, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
You know, the best way to look beautiful is to feel beautiful. And making you feel beautiful is what Lux Beauty Soap can do for you. Tonight, take a long, creamy bath with Lux. Feel the rich, moisturizing lather, like cream on your skin, fragrant with Lux's precious perfume. And as you're caring for your skin with Lux Beauty Soap, remember a good complexion is much more important than any makeup. Keep your complexion soft and smooth with the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux. Tonight, every night, every morning. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Then, when my hair was a bit longer, the ends started splitting. It just literally went to pieces. It didn't matter what I tried. Nothing worked. Couldn't keep my hair long anymore.
That was yesterday. Now, Harmony announces a shampoo breakthrough. Harmony's new protein shampoo washes away the look of split ends. The special protein ingredient coats the insides of split ends, brings them together again. Leaves your hair soft, shiny, and manageable. And you can grow your hair as long as you like. Don't cut away split ends, wash them away. With new Harmony Protein Shampoo. It brings them together again.
And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Goodnight, Mrs. Puffin.
Hello, darlings, you're back.
Yes, Mummy. Oh, exhausted.
Shopping for a wedding, is
she?
Did you get your bridesmaids' gloves?
Oh, yes. They're not quite the right shade, but Jackie liked them. It's her wedding.
It's a pity it's all so rushed. If only we had a little more time, Jackie.
Mummy, we've been over all this before. We've got to get married quickly so Victor and I can go to Paris next month. We can't help it if his father suddenly wants to open a branch there.
Of course you can't, darling. But it's such a good match.
So beneficial to the Fordyce family.
That's no way to speak of it, Pamela. It's the uniting of two families in closer bonds.
You mean the uniting of two firms in closer bonds?
Oh, Pam, darling. Jackie's in love with Victor, aren't you, darling?
Of course I am. Oh, what are these, Mother? More acceptances and regrets?
Yes. The usual acceptances from those we don't want and regrets from those we do.
Good afternoon, all.
Oh, hello.
Hello, Mum.
Do you have your fitting, Nicholas?
Yes. Just wait till you see me in my morning coat. They'll think I'm the bridegroom instead of the best man.
I'm sure you look very handsome.
Thank you, darling. Tea.
Oh, at last. I'm dying for a cup.
Oh, thank you, Annie.
Excuse me, madam, but there's a woman outside who wants to see the family.
Did you say what you wanted, Annie?
No, madam. Just to see the family.
Well, you'd better show her in.
Yes, madam.
Perhaps she's from the dressmaker. Then she'd have asked for me.
A friend of Victor's family, perhaps.
Mrs. Amelia Puffin.
Now, good afternoon. How are you?
How do you do? I'm Mrs. Fordyce.
Yes, I know. And that's Mr. Nicholas, that's Miss Pamela, and that's Miss Jacqueline.
Well.
Won't you sit down?
Oh, thanks very much, dear.
You'll have a cup of tea, Mrs. Puffin.
Oh, I ever say I wouldn't say no to a cup of tea. Though I didn't call here for that. I couldn't get here before, and as it was, and he didn't come. Alf told me not to. Who
did?
My old man. Mark my words, he said, no good will come of it. But I said I must go. So I did, and here I am.
Yes. Your tea, Mrs. Puffin.
Oh, tar. 2 knobs, please. Now, I bet you're all wondering why I'm here.
Well, a bit.
Oh, I do think some explanation is necessary.
And you shall have it. Only first, is the wedding on?
Of course it's on. Of course it's going to take place. Really, Mrs. Puffin?
Ah, but who to? Who's the bridegroom? Now, let me think. Now, don't tell me. I know. It's Victor Parker.
Yes, it is, but really, Mrs. Puffin, I fail to see what business it is of yours.
Well, it's about this wedding. I don't quite know how to say it. I'm sorry.
Why?
It won't happen.
bang goes my morning coat. Oh, well.
Oh, Mrs. Whoever you are, how dare you come here and... will you please leave at once?
Well, I like that. Here I am, come all the way from Clapham.
Junction or Common?
Junction. Oh. Well, of course, if you don't want me to stay, I'll go, but I must say...
There's no need to say anything. You've said far too much already. Goodbye, Mrs. Puffin.
Please, Mother. Mrs. Puffin must have had some good reason for coming here.
Yes. Mrs. Puffin, what does this mean?
The wedding's off.
It's not our fault. Don't be ridiculous.
Now. Let's all keep calm and collected.
Calm and collected?
Yes, there's no need to get excited, you know. It's all happened before, word for word.
What has?
Puffin, will you please?
Explain something soon, otherwise my mother will have a fit.
So will I.
Please, Mrs. Puffin, and quiet all of you. After all, this does concern me.
Well, this here wedding will have to be cancelled, because it ain't going to take place. So I came to warn you to save you all that expense.
But, Mrs. Puffin, you haven't told us why.
Oh, you poor lamb, I haven't, have I? Well, you see, a couple of nights ago, I had a dream.
A dream? Oh, this is too much. I won't listen to such rubbish.
Half a mo. You ain't heard nothing yet. You ain't half got a shock coming to you, you have. 3 nights ago, I had this dream. I saw this house, this room, the family, everyone. And what happened in my dream is happening now, word for word.
What do you mean?
Well, I saw this house, 23 Henley Road, as clear as anything. So I thought to myself, I'll go along this afternoon and have a look. And if it's there, then that'll prove it. Well, it was. And while I was waiting, a maid